It was his fourth attempt at the civil service exam. Even though Li Yinwu had turned 30, marking a new decade in his life, he remained stuck in the same cycle, worn out, exhausted, and left behind. His ragged hoodie, faded jeans, and scuffed sneakers reflected his current state. His body, once resilient, had started breaking down, one part at a time. His mind and spirit, worn thin by years of relentless studying, were slowly crumbling. And then there were his parents aging, exhausted, drained from years of supporting him. The thought of their sacrifice only made his burden heavier. This time, I have to pass. No, I will pass. Sitting in the exam hall, Yinwu flipped through his study materials with bloodshot eyes, desperately trying to memorize just one more line before the test began. Around him, fellow examines did the same, some fresh out of high school, some recent university graduates, and others, like Yinwu, long-term test takers clinging to hope. Please, let the questions be ones I studied for. The tension stretched time unbearably, but the clock never stopped. The exam supervisor and their assistant entered the room. The supervisor, ironically younger than Yinwu, checked his electronic wristwatch before delivering the standard set of instructions. Put away all study materials. Only have your pens, writing tools, exam admission ticket, and ID card on the desk. Any communication device will be considered cheating. A wave of rustling followed as books were hurriedly stuffed into bags. Yinwu, dragging out every second, was the last to close his book. We will now distribute the answer sheets. As the assistant supervisor handed out the sheets, Yinwu closed his eyes, trying to imprint the last-minute crammed information into his mind. Don't forget. Don't forget. When the answer sheet landed on his desk, he quickly picked up his pen, filling in his name, candidate number, and date of birth with careful strokes. The next step was the exam paper. Please check your paper type. To prevent cheating, exam versions were shuffled. Yinwu's was type A. Good. I've always performed better with type A. Then, at precisely 10 a.m., the synchronized internet clock on his wristwatch signaled the start. A chime rang from the old speaker system. Ding dong dang dong. The exam begins now. A collective rustling filled the room as candidates flipped their papers. Yinwu did the same, and froze. For a few seconds, the entire exam hall fell into an eerie silence. Human qualification exam. It was supposed to be the local civil service exam. Instead of sections on Korean, English, and history, the paper bore an unfamiliar title. Human qualification exam. What? A misprint? No, this kind of exam doesn't exist. Is this a prank? Why now, of all times? Confusion turned to anger. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, his grip tightening around his pen. He wasn't alone. Hey, supervisor. A scruffy bearded man, clearly another longtime exam taker, was the first to explode. The exam paper is wrong. More hands shot up. What the hell is this? Is this some kind of prank? We didn't sign up for this. This is a civil service exam, right? Right. Tension boiled over. The room, filled with people who had spent years preparing for this moment, descended into chaos. Yinwu lowered his raised hand. Wait. It's not just me. Everyone's exam paper says the same thing. If it were a mistake affecting only him, he could argue. But an entire hall of misprinted exams? That wasn't normal. At worst, they'll reschedule the exam. More time to study. No big deal, right? He forced himself to think positively. But then, the old classroom speaker crackled. Static. Then, a distorted voice echoed throughout the room. Anyone leaving the exam hall during the test will be considered a cheater and will automatically fail the human qualification exam. The words didn't make sense. Failing a non-existent exam? What did that even mean? Before anyone could process it, the announcement continued. This also applies to exam supervisors. Any supervisor who violates the rules will no longer be considered human. The speaker fell silent. A strange, heavy stillness settled in the room. Then, stagger. The exam supervisor, who had been standing by the door, suddenly stumbled back, his body convulsing unnaturally. His eyes, wide with shock, darted around the room. His mouth opened, and released a sound no human should make. Quack, queek, queek. A guttural, monstrous screech. The person standing in front of them just moments ago, young, successful, a stable government worker, had become something else. It still looked human, but it wasn't. The thing that had once been their supervisor dropped onto all fours, clawing at the floor before lunging towards the classroom door. It squeezed its body through the half-open frame, forcing the door wider with inhuman strength. And then, it ran. The grotesque figure disappeared into the hallway, its inhuman howls echoing down the corridors. For a long moment, nobody moved. The adjacent classroom door slid open. Another supervisor peeked inside, eyebrows furrowed. What the hell was that? A wild animal? Anyway, everyone, just stay in your... Slam. The door shut. Inside, a trembling examinee collapsed onto his chair. His lips moved, whispering something, but no sound came out. No one spoke. No one moved. Because everyone had seen it. A man had transformed into something else right before their eyes. This was no prank. This was no simple mistake. This was real. Yinwu swallowed hard, his throat dry as sandpaper. He forced himself to grip his pen, his sweaty fingers barely able to hold it steady. His gaze dropped to the exam paper. Human qualification exam. If I fail, I'll become like the supervisor. His pulse thundered in his ears. His vision blurred. The room felt suffocating. No matter how absurd it seemed, he couldn't afford to fail. For his parents. For himself. For his humanity. Taking a deep breath, he forced his trembling hands to move. The exam had begun, and survival depended on passing. It was his 4th time taking the civil service exam. A 100-minute test with 100 questions, a structure he had grown familiar with over years of preparation. Even if this exam was unlike anything he had ever encountered, his honed test-taking instincts hadn't disappeared. First, I need to figure out what kind of exam this is. His fingers, slick with cold sweat, trembled as he turned the first page. As the front cover containing the usual instructions flipped over, the actual questions were revealed. Yinwu planned to skim the test first, quickly identifying its structure. But he froze. Question 1. A train is speeding toward you. 4 tracks lie ahead, and you have the power to choose which track it will take. Tied down on each track are the following. Track A, you alone. Track B, both of your parents. Track C, 5 of your closest friends. Track D, 100 innocent strangers unrelated to you. Which track do you guide the train toward? Track A, Track B, Track C, Track D. A question with no correct answer. A subjective question, entirely dependent on individual morality. A question that, if it appeared on a standard civil service exam, would have caused a national controversy. Yinwu screamed internally. How am I supposed to answer this? There isn't even a right answer. His grip on his pen tightened until the cheap plastic bent. His knuckles turned white. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, dripping onto the paper, darkening the fibers. 1 drop. 2 drops. 3 drops. The stains widened. And yet, scribble, scratch, tear, squeak. The frantic sound of pens moving echoed around him. Yinwu's bloodshot eyes darted to the other examines. Pale faces, trembling hands, but they were solving the problems. A frenzy of pens danced across papers, answering one insane question after another. Are their questions different? How are they solving them so fast? But there was no time for suspicion. The ticking of the second hand urged him forward. 10 minutes had already passed. 90 minutes left. Even at a pace of 1 question per minute, he would barely finish. There was no time to hesitate. Yinwu took a deep breath, forcing himself to recall an old test-taking principle. Understand the examiner's intent. His eyes locked onto the 6 bold characters at the top of the page. Human qualification exam. An exam to test one's humanity, where failure meant something far worse than just a low score. An exam that judges what it means to be human. The most humane answer should be correct. His heart pounded as he analyzed the options. If he chose track A, he would sacrifice himself to save 107 people. A selfless choice. But if he chose track D, he would prioritize himself, his family, and his friends over 100 strangers. A selfish, but deeply human choice. His pen hovered, quivering over the page. A single mistake could strip him of his humanity. His life, his very existence, hinged on this decision. What should I do? His breath came out ragged. His mind, once sharp with rote memorized knowledge, now felt hollow. And then, faint images flickered through his mind. His own exhausted face in the mirror that morning. His parents, their faces pale and aged, burdened by years of sacrifices for his sake. His old friends, whom he had lost contact with, but whose laughter he still vaguely remembered. I don't want to die. I don't want my family to die. I'd rather let 100 strangers die. A selfish answer. A deeply, painfully human answer. And if that wasn't human enough, then maybe he was never human to begin with. Click. Like pulling a trigger, his pen slammed onto the page, marking 4 track D. A sharp exhale left his lips. His body trembled not from fear, but from sheer exhaustion. It was just 1 question. And yet, it felt as though he had just fought for his life. His world, which had narrowed to just his test paper, suddenly expanded again. That's when he noticed the others. A man shaking uncontrollably, gnawing at his pen cap. Someone sobbing softly, muffling their cries with their sleeve. Another drenched in sweat, as if they had run through a storm. A violent cough, a gasping breath. Someone was having a breakdown. And yet, scribble, scribble, scribble. The desperate scratching of pens filled the air. Too noisy. Yinwu forced himself to focus. His gaze flicked toward the assistant supervisor. Collapsed against a locker at the back of the room. Curled into himself, eyes empty, mouth slightly open. Useless. Yinwu shook his head, snapping his attention back to his paper. Only 85 minutes left. 99 questions to go. He didn't have time to panic. His trembling fingers flipped to the next question. And the next. And the next. Each one more horrifying than the last. Each one demanding an impossible choice. There was no time to hesitate. No time to doubt. Rustle, rustle. The sound of pages turning. And then, bang! A desk rattled violently. A trembling voice rang out. This is fake, right? A prank? You're all in on this. The longtime exam taker who had been the loudest before was now breaking down. His hands trembled as he pointed at the others. His bloodshot eyes darted wildly across the room. And then, he shoved his pen and test paper into his pockets, shaking his head in denial. This can't be real. This is just a joke. A sick joke. Ignoring the collapsed assistant supervisor, he stormed toward the back door. I'm leaving. I'm done with this. The other examines stared. Eyes wide. Breath hitched. Hope flickered. Could he really leave? If he walked out safely, then maybe this really was a prank. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4. Nothing happened. Murmurs spread. He's leaving. Then we can leave too. This must be a joke. A third of the examins started packing their bags. They hadn't even finished answering. Yinwu's eyes darted to the abandoned desk. His stomach dropped. The long-time exam taker's answer sheet was already completed. Every answer filled in. And yet, he had tried to convince everyone else to leave. A chill crawled up Yinwu's spine. Wait. Could this be graded on a curve? What if only a certain number of people could pass? What if the most human candidates were the only ones allowed to survive? His breath hitched. A terrible, horrifying thought whispered in his mind. Please, just leave. Let me be the one to pass. And as if in response to his unspoken plea, the speaker crackled.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
The exam hall, which had been noisy with people packing their belongings, fell into a fearful silence once more. People who had been gathering their stationery, slinging their bags over their shoulders, and standing up to leave happily now looked at the speaker with stiff faces. Then, a voice mixed with noise echoed. Anyone leaving the exam hall during exam time will be considered a cheater. Any examinee who stands up during exam time will be considered a cheater. No, this can't be. Faces that had been relaxed with hope and relief were now filled with despair. Their expressions were contorted, and their voices hoarse. Someone swung their hand, roughly pushing the desk away, causing the legs to scrape sharply against the classroom floor. A student collapsed beside the displaced desk, covering their ears tightly with their fists. With eyes tightly shut and head shaking from side to side, their rapidly moving lips mumbled. No, this can't be real. The announcement continued. Cheaters are immediately disqualified from the human qualification exam. Disqualified persons are no longer human. Simultaneously, the howls of beasts erupted. The chorus of beasts, indescribable and offensive, seemed to mock humanity. Then, 13 beasts rampaged, escaping the exam hall. Chairs toppled over. Desks were pushed out of place. Test papers and answer sheets were trampled underfoot, leaving clear footprints of the beasts. The orderly exam hall became a complete mess. As the beasts passed by, the students, who had clung to their desks with their heads down, raised their heads, trembling. Their unsteady gazes turned towards the hallway. The hallway was filled with rampaging beasts. Grey-aic. The beasts ran, roared, leaped, and smashed nameplates and water dispensers. From the bathroom in the middle of the hallway, a beast that had been the longtime exam taker emerged, its hair wet, joining the pack of beasts. It was a horrific scene. From various directions, the sounds of supervisors urgently emerging could be heard. What on earth is happening? Is this a terrorist attack? How did beasts get to the third-floor hallway? Did someone deliberately release them? How many got in? And why today, of all days? The exam headquarters contacted 119 for support. Everyone, please handle the examins. Voices treating them as beasts, not even considering they were humans just moments ago. They hadn't noticed anything unusual. Yinwu took a deep breath as calmly as he could. Rubbing his head, which had been hit by a beast, he gathered his scattered thoughts. Fortunately, seeing it a second time was less shocking than the first. He even felt a sense of relief. 13 of them, including the longtime exam taker, 14 have been disqualified. I don't know how many will pass, but this is good. 15 minutes had passed during all this. There were 70 minutes left and 99 questions remaining. Yinwu began answering from question 2. The sound of pens clicking, faint sobs, shaking legs, and severe coughing were no longer distractions. They were positive signs that his competitors couldn't concentrate. This put his mind at ease. 2. Is this right? 3 consecutive 2s? No, there's no time. Just move on. Even if it seems strange, he read and answered without stopping. His eyes moved from the questions and choices to marking the answers with AV. He worried if these were truly humane answers, but there was no time. He worked diligently, solving all 100 questions before the exam time ended. He had spent about 30 seconds per question. After 50 minutes, he had 20 minutes remaining. Pop. Yinwu checked his electronic watch, then set down his pen. I'll mark only the ones I'm sure about first. I'll come back to the confusing ones later. Scribble, scribble, scribble. The black sign pen went back and forth 3 times on the firm answer sheet. Yinwu carefully marked the correct answers, checking the question number and marking spot repeatedly. He made sure the marks didn't stray from the circles, were not too light, and were completely filled. Okay, it looks good. Number 30, option 1. Number 31, option 4. Number 32 is confusing, so I'll come back to it later. Number 33. Thus, the initial marking was completed. After confirming that his personal information was correctly filled, Yinwu hurriedly opened the test paper again. He quickly searched for the questions he had marked with triangles. The questions he had delayed marking because they were confusing. There are 10 minutes left. Hurry. He had spent 10 minutes marking too carefully, leaving little time to deeply consider the confusing questions. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand of the wall clock raced. A moment of hesitation meant the second hand completed 1 round, and 1 minute passed. A longer hesitation meant it went around 3 times, and 3 minutes passed. When he reached the last question, there was less than a minute left. Yinwu checked the time and deliberated until the end. My heart says 2, but 1 seems more humane. Should I change it? No, if I change it, it'll be wrong. Go with 2, but 1 is. Oh, just pick 1. With a sense of resignation, he marked the last question. Screech. The clock hands narrowly pointed to 11:40. The 100-minute exam that started at 10 o'clock had ended. Ding dong dang dong. The bell that signaled the start of the exam now signaled its end. Yinwu placed his pen on the desk carelessly. He looked down at the answer sheet with vacant eyes. A sense of exhaustion, as if all his energy had been drained, overwhelmed him. It felt like he had been dreaming. Really? Is it over? Was it real? He felt a sudden sense of disbelief and an unrealistic sensation. Slowly, he looked around the exam hall. Everyone else was staring into space with vacant eyes. Scribble, 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 scribble. However, even after the ending bell had rung, someone was still using their pen. A hand hurriedly marked the answer sheet, moving frantically between the answer sheet and the test paper. The disheveled head shook wildly. Number 1, number 3, number 3, number 2. A small, rapid muttering. A voice mixed with noise flowed from the speaker. Writing on the answer sheet after the exam has ended is considered cheating, and the examinee will be disqualified. No, I finished it all. The announcement was late. The examinee, who had been writing on the answer sheet after the exam ended, stood up abruptly and ran out to the hallway. Aiaiaiaic. The examinee, who had not followed the rules, turned into a beast. The beast fled the exam hall, roughly pushing aside other examines coming out of different classrooms. What's that? Isn't that the one that was making a lot of noise earlier? What kind of animal is that? Judging by the clothes, it must have an owner, right? A commotion erupted, but it was outside the classroom. Even though the exam was over, the classroom Yunwo was in remained quiet. The examines who had taken the human qualification exam didn't dare leave their seats. Although the exam seemed to be over, they were afraid of making a mistake and turning into beasts, so they didn't move carelessly. 30 minutes passed in silence. 12:10. A long time had passed since the exam ended. It was lunchtime. The sound of growling stomachs echoed from all around. It was only then that it felt like they woke from a dream. The examines, glancing at each other, slowly began to rise from their seats and leave the classroom. They left without incident. A wave of departures began. With a dazed expression, Yinwu also joined the exiting examines. Is it over? It's really over. He remembered nothing of what happened next. It was all a blur. It seemed like he wobbled out of the high school building and walked back to his room in the Goshai one. He thought suddenly at the door. The exam was over. He had solved all the problems. Yinwu instinctively opened the door to his Gosa-1 room and went inside. A small room without even a window. In front of the desk, dimly lit by a white desk lamp, Yinwu turned on his phone. A schedule app reminder popped up, blinking to remind him that today was exam day, and a message from his mom, sent around 9 a.m. that morning, was displayed at the top of the screen. Son, it's exam day. Make sure to eat well, and even if you don't pass, it's okay. He couldn't read any further and turned off the screen. He tossed his phone onto the desk, causing a stack of study materials to topple over. 2025 Local Government Level 9 Civil Service Exam Solution Guide. 2024 Local Government Level 9 Civil Service Exam Solution Guide. 2023 Local Government Level 9 Civil Service Exam Solution Guide. The years Yunwu had spent as a civil service exam student flashed by in reverse. Each flashback ended with his failures. Since I couldn't even take the exam this time, I'll need to buy the 2026 Solution Guide. Yunwu slumped into his chair, burying his head in his arms on the desk. He hadn't even taken the civil service exam. He didn't know the results of the human qualification exam, which he barely managed to take. When will the results come out? Would he have to live in fear, trembling about when he might turn into a beast? As Yunwu's face twisted with these terrible thoughts, he noticed an envelope on the corner of the desk, as if it had always been there. What's this? Slowly, he reached out and opened the envelope. Inside was something the size of a child's palm. It looked like a passport or a small notebook. Could it be? His hurried hands flipped open the leather cover. Inside was Yunwu's identification photo, along with his name, date of birth, and the dates of passing and issuance. Yunwu's eyes stopped at a sentence in the middle. This entity is certified as human. It was confirmation that he had passed the human qualification exam. His vision blurred, and a faint cry escaped his lips. Yu. A sense of relief washed over him. He no longer had to live in fear. Then, looking at the certificate, he thought suddenly, human. I am human. He couldn't control his emotions. He wept until someone in the next room knocked on the wall, and until his mom called to check on him. It was his 4th time taking the civil service exam. Yunwu survived and began preparing for his 5th attempt. Human qualification exam. Hostility level, orange. Danger level, 3. Importance grade, C. Details, an anomaly that randomly replaces exams to test human qualifications. Those who pass become human, and those who fail are no longer considered human. The exam can appear in any place, whether in written or practical form, on the internet, or in reality. Countermeasure, use AI in data centers to repeatedly conduct fake exams, reducing the probability of the real exam appearing. For every real exam, create 100 million fake exams. Special cases and risks of the human qualification exam. An online lecture exam taken at home on a computer. A mother reported discovering a large beast in her home. This was the first case of the exam appearing online, leading to it replacing internet personality and psychological tests. In the case of a culinary skills practical exam, the test required the candidate to cook using their body parts. Those who passed were left with permanent disabilities due to the loss of body parts. This caused physical harm due to the human qualification exam. When an animal took the human qualification exam, during a university study on animal intelligence, the exam appeared when animals were tested. It tested the animals. The animals that failed appeared the same, but crows and monkeys that passed became human. These crows and monkeys were used for redacted security tests conducted at an orbital space station and on Mars. The physical areas in which the human qualification exam can appear is increasing. Testing anomalies with redacted. These cases indicate that this anomaly is clearly evolving. It has increased its media appearances, expanded its test subjects, and broadened its areas to include redacted. In the worst case, every moment of human life could become a human qualification exam. Fake humans, bugs, animals, or fish might at one point outnumber real humans. The grade must be elevated to red. Regarding the grade elevation of the human qualification exam, for now, we will maintain the current situation. Of course, the red grade is appropriate. An anomaly hostile to humans, an anomaly that does not contribute to the survival of humanity, must be destroyed. However, we have seen usefulness in it. How does it grant and revoke the components of humanity? What are the components of humanity? If we understand the principles, or if we can even make the exam appear at our desired time and place. By turning animals into humans like those monkeys and crows, we can reduce unnecessary losses of real humans. We protect humanity. If using and studying anomalies benefits the long-term survival of humanity, we will take some risks. But we cannot ignore the potential dangers completely. Since we already have a human qualification research team, let's establish another team to study destruction countermeasures. When the danger level rises to 5, we will assign the red grade and destroy it. Records of the human qualification exam's appearance. A high school in Korea. It replaced the 2026 local government level 9 civil service exam. Discovered after a 119 report of beasts entering during the civil service exam. The number of victims was 33, with additional damages. The cursor blinked behind the text. After staring at the monitor for a long time while writing the report, a middle-aged man let out a deep sigh. Damn it. Isn't the probability of this showing up in a real exam less than 0.00001%? Out of all the exams, why did it have to appear in Korea, and during a civil service exam? As he leaned his heavy body back, the chair creaked loudly. A woman sitting at a distant desk, only looking at her monitor, responded roughly. They say the data center has its limits. It's starting to appear in MBTI-1 tests and CAPTCHA tests. They can't run more fake exams. Damn it. Then just destroy it. There are already so many anomalies in the world, why create something else to worry about? The man, irritably tapping his thigh, placed his hands back on the keyboard and continued typing the report. The sound of typing filled the empty office. It was a vast space, but it felt hollow with so many empty desks and only 2 people working there. After a moment, the man spoke again. Are the follow-up measures for the victims being sent out today? The local civilian response team has been dispatched. They'll probably just use memory erasers. A new recruit might join us. It would be good if they came to our department. The woman spoke with a faint hope in her voice, but the man scoffed. It was common to make recruitment offers to those who had experienced anomalies, but rarely did anyone who had been deeply affected by anomalies join the Humanity Protection Company. No one who escaped hell would willingly walk back into it, especially since refusing the offer came with the benefit of having those horrific memories erased. But the woman's eyes still shone with hope as she spoke. People who failed the civil service exam. If they've been taking it for years, they might be desperate for a job. Is that so? The man, who had been scoffing just moments ago, now leaned forward with a serious expression. That makes sense. I have to go to the HR department. I'll ask them to send any new recruits our way first. The man stood up abruptly and marched off, exuding the energy of someone about to pick a fight. As he reached the entrance of the wide office, the woman raised a fist energetically. Leader, make sure to bring them in. Will do. Let's fill this office up. He threw the door open and slammed it shut behind him, the noise echoing through the empty office. The old nameplate on the closed door read Anomaly Investigation Team, with the paint peeling off. It was the department with the highest turnover rate at the Humanity Protection Company's Korean branch. Knock knock. Is Lee Yinwoo here? Yinwoo was sitting in his Gosewon room in front of an empty desk. The white desk lamp illuminated the desk as he stared blankly at the swirling wood grain, then turned his head. His hollow eyes glared at the metal door. Knock knock. We know you're in there. Please open the door. Who are you? A voice, hoarse from disuse, came out. A man answered from beyond the door. You went through something big recently, right? We're here about that. Something big. The words made nightmarish scenes flash through his mind. The exam. The strange questions. The people turning into beasts. The human qualification certificate lying on one side of his desk. His heart raced. His breathing grew labored, and his vision blurred. His mind went white. Yinwoo clutched his chest and forced himself to take a deep breath. I'm coming out. Just a moment. Since the incident, he hadn't slept properly. When he lay down and closed his eyes, the memories of that day replayed, leading to panic attacks like now. It got worse when he tried to study. Every time he saw questions or exam papers, his hands shook, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Concentration was impossible. He repeated deep breaths until he managed to calm down. Thud. Yinwu, resting his hands on the desk, stood up and opened the door. The hallway light flooded into the windowless room, casting the shadows of two men inside. Hello, hello. The two men wore fluorescent vests, looking perfectly at home in the Gosuwon hallway. The tall and short man hesitated before entering the room. It was very dark, with the desk lamp being the only source of light. Let me turn on the light. The tall man fumbled along the wall beside the door, searching for the switch. Yinwu didn't say anything. Even though he was the room's owner, their actions felt natural. There was no reason to stop them. Ah, here it is. Click. The ceiling light poured down a blinding brightness. Their fluorescent vests shone brightly, causing Yinwu to squint. Let's go in. Oh, there's nowhere to sit. Sit on the bed. Thank you. Yinwu let them in. He gestured to the unmade bed, and they sat on the edge naturally, as if they were part of the room. Creak. Yinwu sat in his chair and turned to face them at Novel Bin at. The room was small, and their eyes met at a very close distance. Yinwu spoke first. You said you came because of that incident. What exactly do you mean? You experienced the human qualification exam, correct? The direct term, human qualification exam, left Yinwu speechless. Questions surged within him, leaving his throat tight. He opened and closed his mouth like a fish, his eyes wide. How do they know? What do they know? Are they involved with the exam? Why did they come? Or are they other victims? Why me? As if understanding his thoughts, the short man smiled and spoke. There is an agency that deals with such anomalies. We are the people who handle the aftermath for victims like you. Anomalies. An agency. Aftermath. Yinwu had many questions, but he focused on the word aftermath. By aftermath, you mean? It sounded ominous. Creak. He subtly inched his chair toward the door, positioning himself to block the men with the chair if necessary and make a quick exit. The man quickly waved his hands, his voice friendly. It's nothing strange or bad. Do you know those old movies with aliens too? It's like that? He mimed pressing a pen-like device. Yinwu recognized the gesture from a film where agents erased witnesses' memories with a flash of light. Memory erasure. Yes, that's right. It's a good offer for you. You seem to be struggling. You look exhausted, like you haven't slept. That's true. We can erase those memories for you. You can return to a peaceful life. Oh, it was a good offer. In his current state, he couldn't study. Those weren't good memories, they were nightmares. Yinwu leaned forward, showing interest in the offer. Then the tall man spoke. There is another option besides memory erasure. What? What is it? You could join our company. I will. The words burst out instinctively. Even Yinwu was surprised and covered his mouth. The two men widened their eyes, then glanced around the small room with understanding expressions. First, hear us out. I was a bit hasty. That's understandable. Let us explain what our company is and what kind of world this is. The short and tall men took turns explaining. There were countless anomalies in the world, like the human qualification exam. The Humanity Protection Company was an organization that protected humanity from these anomalies. The short man's smile faded as he added seriously. Don't decide lightly. Think it over many times before making a decision. No matter which department you join, you will be risking your life. Many people actually die. Yinwu closed his eyes. A torrent of thoughts and considerations filled his mind. His brain was overwhelmed. Preparing further for the civil service exam didn't seem promising. Taking the exam had become an end in itself. The recruitment offer was a stroke of luck and an opportunity. But the fear he felt during the human qualification exam, the dread still clinging to his mind, made him question whether he should face such things again. 3 minutes of contemplation that felt like 3 hours. Yinwu opened his eyes. The clear light of the ceiling reflected in his determined eyes. His voice came out firmly. I'll join? If you join, we'll leave your memories intact. You'll continue to suffer. Are you sure you want to do this? If I don't join, I'll suffer even more. That was the conclusion. If he missed this opportunity, he couldn't guarantee the rest of his life. It would be risky, but he was willing to take that risk. The tall and short men stood up. With 3 people in the small room, it felt crowded. Then we'll be going. We might meet as colleagues next time. See you then. But how will I get details about the interview or further instructions? The short man, standing by the open door, smiled brightly after moving the chair aside. The company will contact you. Yinwu nodded. After coming all the way to his room, contacting him wouldn't be an issue. The door closed. He was left alone in the brightly lit room. Yinwu touched his lips. They were stretched into a wide smile. He burst out laughing. Ha. Haha. He had a job. He was employed. It was a dangerous job, but at this moment, none of that mattered. Pure joy erupted within him. He jumped up and down, the room echoing with his laughter, his arms reaching high toward the ceiling. Yes. This is a real job. No, it's even better. Isn't it more impressive to work for a company that protects humanity than being a civil servant working for the country and its people? Yinwu hurriedly grabbed his phone. His trembling hands dialed a number without hesitation. I got a job. Yeah, it's at a really good company. How did it happen? They offered me a position. Yinwu had joined the Humanity Protection Company. At 30 years old, I got my first job. Will I be able to adapt well to the company? A steep road located halfway up the mountain. Screech. A green bus came to a precarious stop in front of a bus stop sign with peeling paint. Lee In-woo, wearing a book bag and a tight, worn-out suit, got off alone through the back door, which opened with a clatter. Vroom. As the bus, emitting exhaust, rattled away, a cool mountain breeze blew, brushing against his sweat-drenched forehead. In-woo spun around where he stood, taking in his surroundings. He had arrived in a remote mountain village after passing through the city. Surrounded by lush green trees, the cracked and aged asphalt road stretched out. Not a shadow of a person or even a passing car could be seen on the mountain path. No matter how he looked at it, this didn't seem like the place where the new employee training was supposed to be held. Is this not the place? The training is starting soon. Am I going to be late on my first day? The sweat from the heat was replaced by cold sweat. A chill ran down his spine. In a panic, In-woo pulled his phone out of his suit pants pocket and reread the text message from the company. Because of the glaring sunlight, he increased the screen brightness to its maximum and shaded the phone with his hand. A long informational message. Squinting, In-woo quickly dragged his thumb across the screen, skimming for important details. New employee training information. The new employee training was to last for a week. They were also instructed to bring essentials and comfortable clothes. The directions to the place were clear. It said to go right from Jungsangal Station. Jungsangal. I got off at the right place. But where's the road? Looking up at the bus stop sign, In-woo quickly shifted his gaze towards the right path. He scanned the edge of the road briefly. Oh, there it is. He found the road. A dirt path, not even paved with asphalt. Only 2 grooves were carved out by car tires, hidden under overgrown green weeds. In-woo hurriedly stepped forward, his polished black shoes getting smeared with yellow dirt as he walked. Beyond the winding path, people and buildings came into view. Is that the place? A wall surrounded by barbed wire. The entrance was guarded by soldiers, and a barricade prevented vehicle entry, making it look like a checkpoint. In-woo hunched his shoulders and slowed his pace. He glanced between his phone and the building nervously. This doesn't look like the Bikebeam Cultural Research Center. For a cultural research center, the security was tight, and the atmosphere was far from cultural. It was intimidating. As he got closer, he made eye contact with 2 guards wearing black masks and sunglasses. A strange tension hung in the air. The guards, wearing bulletproof vests and carrying batons and tasers at their waists, glared at In-woo. The guard in front slowly moved his hand to grip his taser, while the guard behind raised a walkie-talkie to his face. Crunch, crunch. Feeling intimidated, In-woo hunched over, clasped his hands, and approached them. At that moment, one of the guards swiftly drew his taser and shouted loudly, "Stop, stop, stop, hands up, move and I'll shoot." Startled, In-woo immediately raised his hands. His voice trembled with indignation. "Excuse me, I just want to ask dash. Shut up. If you make a sound, I'll shoot. But dash. I'll shoot." Click. The taser was aimed precisely at his head, and blue sparks flew. In-woo shut his mouth tightly. At that moment, he felt he was in the right place. This company prevents those tests, right? This seems right. And that doesn't look like an ordinary taser either. Check with the security office. I was about to. SCZZ. The noise from the guard's walkie-talkie sounded as it turned on. Lost in thought, In-woo instinctively flinched. It reminded him of the noise he heard during the human qualification exam. At that moment, the guard, who was startled along with the surprised In-woo, pulled the trigger. Zap! A blue lightning bolt flashed. It was over in an instant. A blue snake-like electric current wrapped around In-woo's entire body. He couldn't even scream properly, only managing to let out a groaning sound as he clenched his teeth. Ugh! Thud! He fell backward, limbs trembling. The guard, as if it was no big deal, nonchalantly began speaking into his walkie-talkie. "This is the main gate. A suspicious person has approached. Please verify their identity. Hold on." Buzzing. The CCTV camera turned, capturing the convulsing In-woo in its lens. After the lens zoomed in and out busily, a voice came through. "He's a person. There's nothing abnormal. He doesn't have anything dangerous, and he's not part of a hostile group. He's a civilian." When the guard with the walkie-talkie relayed the message, the guard who fired the taser scratched his head with the taser handle. "Ah, damn. So he came here by mistake? Using memory-erasing drugs carelessly will get us in trouble. I don't think you need to worry about that. He's a new recruit who was supposed to come for training today. A new recruit. He's a new recruit." The guard who fired the taser quickly turned his head to look at In-woo, who was still convulsing from the electric shock. His voice, which had been forceful, now sounded apologetic and small. "Wait. Weren't all the new recruits already here? People from the military, the police, the National Intelligence Service, and even the fire department have arrived. And the survivor from that incident not long ago is here too. According to his profile, he's also a survivor. It's rare to have 2 survivors joining. Anyway, calm him down and let him in." Buzz. The guard with the walkie-talkie spoke at Novel bin at. "They said to handle it. Since you shot him, you deal with it." "Ah, this is messed up." The guard walked over and pointed the taser at In-woo. The blue snake-like electric current that had been wrapping around In-woo's body slid back into the taser. "Ugh. Are you okay? Are you conscious?" He grabbed In-woo's shoulders and shook him back and forth. Yinwu's eyes, which had rolled back, came down and focused on the guard's mask and sunglasses. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Are you here for the training? Ugh. Yinwu jumped up and stumbled backward. He didn't have time to worry about the dirt on his suit. As blood rushed to his pale face and he was about to let out a scream, the guard spoke quickly. We're very sorry. We have something like PTSD. Recently, there have been some suspicious people approaching in strange ways, so we've been on edge. We apologize again. The guard bowed at a right angle. The taser, loosely hanging from his holster, dangled. The scream that was about to burst out sank back down into Yinwu's throat. The electric shock seemed to have cleared his mind. Yinwu thought. Is this a personality test? No, that can't be. What kind of company electrocutes you on your first meeting? Still, he figured it wouldn't look good for a new recruit to start causing trouble right away. Yinwu forced a smile. Ha ha, it can happen. I also recently went through a strange test, so now even a sound with some noise scares me. It's like how soldiers who have been to war get startled by loud noises. I understand. Of course. Ha ha ha. He laughed as he straightened the guard's bent waist with a veiny hand. The suit, marked and smelling of burnt fabric from the electric shock, was clearly reflected in the guard's sunglasses. Dash. Training? You're here for the training? Let's go before you're late. Just go through that passage, and there's a two-story building on the left. The training is there. Following the guard's awkward instructions, Yinwu passed through the checkpoint and saw the view of the Bikebeam Cultural Research Center. On the left, there was a two-story building. On the right, a three-story building. Nothing special. The few people walking around looked ordinary. If I wander around too much, I'll probably get hit with a taser again. Step by step. Yinwu headed straight to the two-story building. As soon as he entered, he saw an A4 paper stuck to the hallway wall. New employee training room. Following the arrow, he arrived at the door of a small lecture room in the corner of the first floor. At the door marked with an A4 paper that read New Employee Training Room, Yinwu checked his phone. 8:50 a.m. He wasn't late. Brush. Dusting off dirt, Yinwu took a deep breath. His heart suddenly beat faster. It wouldn't calm down. His mind was filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Could he do well? He had never really experienced social life, having lived as a civil service exam student. Then he suddenly let out a hollow laugh. I was hit by a taser at the start, is there anything else to worry about? Whew. He exhaled briefly, grabbed the handle, and opened the door. Bang. Entering through the wide-open door, he found himself at the front door. It was a small lecture room with 8 desks. People who had arrived earlier were scattered and seated, catching his eye. 5 people. 1 woman and 4 men. A sergeant with a short haircut, dressed in a military uniform. A young man in a police uniform. A young man in a t-shirt and jeans. A young woman neatly dressed in a suit. A man in a worn-out suit. They all put down their phones and looked at Yinwu, then nodded briefly in greeting. Hello. Hi. Oh, hello. Yinwu wondered why they were all so polite but suddenly thought it made sense. They were all new colleagues. Yinwu also nodded to them. Yes, hello. Then he sat in the empty seat at the front, hearing a puzzled male voice from behind. Are you not with the company? What? A random question. Turning around while putting down his bag, Yinwu saw the sergeant pointing at his clothes with a curious expression. Your clothes. Covered in dirt and burnt marks, the clothes reeked of a smoky smell. He looked like someone who had just come from a tough job site. Yinwu smiled awkwardly. I just joined too. Then why are your clothes? I got hit by a taser at the main gate. Oh, an awkward exclamation. The gazes that had been fixed on Yinwu scattered. The ticking sound of people tapping their phones resumed, like the ticking of a clock. I think I've messed up my first impression. He was hit by a taser by a guard. There's no way his first impression could be good. As Yinwu was sweating nervously, it turned 9 o'clock. At exactly 9, the front door opened and a woman entered. She had dark circles down to her cheeks and wore a suit stained with ramen broth. Dragging her slippers, she walked to the podium and casually looked at the new employees. A lot of new recruits came. Good. The more people, the better. Everyone is dying, and we can't replenish them. The people, who had been sitting up straight and listening attentively, relaxed their postures and looked slightly bewildered. It wasn't something the person in charge of training should say. Even as their eyes wavered like an earthquake, the woman continued speaking without regard. No need to explain who I am. Just call me Dr. Kim. Now, let's start with your introductions. Russell. She placed a stack of papers on the podium and opened it. These were resumes compiled by the company. Dr. Kim schemed through the names and backgrounds. Some of you accepted the job offer based on brief information, and we even have 2 survivors here. Let's start with Lee Soyeon. Come forward. I prepared a PPT. What should I do with that? I couldn't download the file due to the computer security. Just speak. She lazily gestured for her to come forward. Lee Soyeon, looking sharp in her suit, stepped confidently in front of the whiteboard. I'm Lee Soyeon. I worked at the National Intelligence Service and accepted a job offer from the Humanity Protection Company. Although I don't know much about the company yet, the fact that it works for the safety of humanity - Okay, that's enough. Just state where you worked and your name. Next. Sergeant Kang Yal. She cut her off without hesitation. Soyeon awkwardly smiled and switched places with Kang Yal. Hello, I was in the Special Forces - Yes, next. Since I mentioned your name, let's move on. I'm Han Chang-sung, formerly with the police dash. I'm Song Sai-woo, a former firefighter dash. The introductions passed by in an instant, while the police officer in uniform and the firefighter in a t-shirt stood briefly at the front and then stepped back. Yin-woo felt flustered. It wasn't because of Dr. Kim's absurd handling. What? They all have experience. And impressive credentials at that. Unlike himself, who struggled with the civil service exam. Lee Yin-woo. Oh, yes. He was called before he could finish his thoughts and stood in front of the board. Seeing his messy clothes and hair, Dr. Kim chuckled. I heard from the head of security. Someone got hit by a taser on their first day. Haha. Laughing it off, Dr. Kim nodded. It's rare to find someone who experiences 2 anomalies before even starting work. Anomalies. Things like the human qualification exam. Things like the blue snake-like taser gun. Those words instilled confidence in him. I went through the human qualification exam and passed. Anomalous experience? That's definitely an advantage in this company. In that aspect, I'm experienced. Standing tall, Yin-woo spoke confidently. I'm Lee Yin-woo. I experienced an anomaly while taking my 4th civil service exam and joined the company. The response was not good. The eyes that were interested in the word anomaly turned indifferent, filled with unknown disappointment and a hint of superiority as soon as they heard 4th attempt. The confidence that had been welling up dissipated like smoke. Dr. Kim also spoke in a businesslike tone. Okay, next. Park Sang-joon. Yin-woo slumped his shoulders. His steps back to his seat were heavy and slow. Well, I'm not a veteran who has survived hundreds or thousands of anomalies. I just survived one by chance. It's hard to call that an advantage. Those experienced professionals would likely pass the test too. It was true that he was significantly lacking in terms of ability. Yin-woo slumped into his chair, staring blankly as he waited for the next introduction. It was the last person's turn. Park Sang-joon, dressed in a worn-out suit, spoke in a tight, nervous voice. I also experienced the same anomaly as Lee Yin-woo and accepted the job offer. I'll do my best. Great. 2 survivors joining the company. Now, what should we do next? Dr. Kim shuffled through the documents. As Park Sang-joon descended from the podium with stiff steps, Yin-woo, forgetting his disappointment, stared intently at his face. A clean-shaven chin, but hollow eyes. Despite his nervousness, his eyes held a desperate resolve. A face flashed in his mind from the exam hall. A civil service exam veteran. Not the most aggressive one who eventually turned into a beast. The one who first reported the anomaly on the exam paper to the supervisor. As Park Sang-joon passed by, he briefly acknowledged Yin-woo with a glance. He recognized him too. Yin-woo nodded slightly in return. There's someone like me here. An unspoken camaraderie formed between them, both civil service exam takers, both survivors of the same test. Thud. Meanwhile, Dr. Kim, having schemed the documents, tossed the stack into a corner of the podium and picked up a board marker. The black marker scratched across the whiteboard. Anomaly. Let me explain what this is. The previously chaotic atmosphere in the lecture room shifted. The new employees straightened up and focused on Dr. Kim's words. Yin-woo and Park Sang-joon, who had experienced the human qualification exam, did the same. It wasn't for show, they were genuinely curious. What is it that turns people into beasts, that defies common sense, that cannot scientifically exist? It's not complicated. It means the same as it does in the dictionary. Dr. Kim pulled out her phone and tapped on it, then read aloud as if reciting from a script. Something different from a normal state. Unusual or different from previous experiences or knowledge. Something suspicious or unknown. As soon as she finished speaking, she pocketed her phone. That was the end of the explanation. Dr. Kim then moved the marker again, writing 6 characters under the word anomaly. At novel bin at. Humanity Protection Company. And our company exists to protect humanity from such anomalies. There's nothing more to explain. You have to experience it to understand. A puzzled expression appeared on Yin-woo's face. The definition of anomaly was vague. So, if it's just strange, it's an anomaly. It wasn't just Yin-woo, none of the new employees understood. Dr. Kim looked around at the new employees and sighed, as if she expected this. She then waved her crumpled suit and walked out of the lecture room. Seeing and experiencing it is best. Follow me. The survivors too. I'll show you part of what our research center does. There was a brief moment of silence. Just a brief moment. The new employees' eyes lit up, and they stood, pushing their chairs back. The sound of chairs scraping filled the small lecture room, followed by the footsteps of the 6 new employees heading into the hallway. Their hurried steps led them through the hallway of the 2-story building, past the main gate, and outside, ending at the 3-story building. During the walk, the new employees split into 2 groups. Lee Soyeon, Kang Yeol, and 2 other experienced employees. Lee Yin-woo and Park Sang-joon, both from civil service exam backgrounds. Dr. Kim led the way at the center. They walked in pairs, chatting quietly. When did you pass the police exam, Han Chang-sung? You look very young. I passed right after graduating high school. Oh, the youngest to pass? You must have been in the news. Kang Yeol, which unit were you in? Lee Soyeon, being from the National Intelligence Service, you must have been like a spy. They were building camaraderie. Yin-woo and Park Sang-joon, unable to join in with the others, kept their mouths shut. They walked a few steps behind and to the right, only starting to talk later. Yin-woo spoke hesitantly. You survived. Fortunately, yes. Besides the people who stood up in the middle, half the people failed and turned into beasts at home, I heard. Half of them. The conversation stopped. An awkward silence followed. Park Sang-joon clenched and unclenched his fists, glancing around at the building and at the back of the doctor, pushing open the glass door of the 3-story building's main entrance. If we're going to see something like that test now, won't it be dangerous? I don't think they'll show us something that dangerous, but we should be prepared. After all, working for the company meant facing anomalies inevitably. This might also be a kind of test. To see how we react. They were hired without an interview. This might be both training and an evaluation for new employees. If they didn't meet the standards, their employment could be cancelled. Yin-woo clenched his teeth and steeled himself. I lack skills. I'm older. I have no experience. I can't show any disappointing behavior here. I must show that I fit into the company during this training. As he was thinking this, they arrived at the central part of the first floor of the 3-story building, in front of the stairs leading down to the basement. Bare concrete stairs. The gloomy staircase, illuminated by white incandescent lights, seemed to descend endlessly. Clack, clack, clack. They descended the stairs for quite a while. Kang Yal, without a drop of sweat on his face, glanced up briefly. It's deep. We've already come down to the 5th basement floor. What kind of facility is this, and why don't they have an elevator? It's the Baekbeom Cultural Research Center. It's cultural. Dr. Kim, dragging her slippers, quickly descended the stairs. It seemed like she knew the stairs well, extending her steps without looking properly. Soyeon hurried to Dr. Kim's side, her pale face close. What exactly is this Cultural Research Center? I looked it up before coming, but there wasn't much information. Dr. Kim leaped down 3 steps at once. Thud. Finally, the stairs ended. A barren concrete hallway. The narrow, unfinished hallway extended long to the left and right. The nameplates sparsely attached to the upper part of the walls indicated laboratories, storage rooms, and research rooms. Dr. Kim, standing in the hallway, looked up at the new employees still on the stairs. Baekbeom Kim Gu-won said, "The one thing I desperately want to have is the power of high culture. What do you think this cultural power is?" Every time a Korean work, be it an idol, a movie, or a drama, became a trend, this saying popped up. Kang Yal made an awkward face, not knowing the answer, while Soyeon waited for Dr. Kim's words like an attentive student. Han Chang-sung and Song Sai-woo couldn't respond either. Yin-woo, like deciphering the intention of a test question, quickly grasped the implication in Dr. Kim's words. Cultural anomalies? Is this a place that studies such things? For example, a horror movie he had seen once quickly flashed through his mind. A movie that makes you commit suicide if you watch it. A novel that drives people insane. Do they have such things here? One Ray to know about the statement, but in real life, Baekbeom Kim Gu, also known as Kim Gu or Kim Koo, was a prominent Korean nationalist and independence activist during the Japanese colonial rule of Korea, and Baekbeom translates to White Tiger in Korean. It's like a symbolic title. They walked through the narrow concrete hallway in the basement. Dr. Kim, leading the new employees somewhere, raised her voice with passion and academic fervor. Culture. It drives people mad, makes them laugh, cry, feel moved, burns their passion, and even leads to death. Her enthusiastic voice echoed through the gray hallway. It felt strange. She didn't seem like this type of person at first glance. The new employees widened their eyes and stepped back a few paces. Dr. Kim, absorbed in her own world, continued speaking rapidly. Movies, songs, idols, dances, paintings, sculptures, novels, poetry, literature, dramas, musicals. What do all these have in common? What power does this culture hold? Is it about giving the audience or readers new experiences? Soyeon asked cautiously from behind. Dr. Kim shook her head without turning around. No, that's not it. She suddenly turned under the nameplate of the first laboratory, looking at the new employees with wide, staring eyes. Soyeon flinched and stopped. The following new employees also stopped. From a slight distance, her voice became sharp and high-pitched. It's about controlling people. Controlling. Her unexpected words continued. When people see a great work of art, they often feel similar emotions. Why? Because art controls people in that way. It controls their souls, their brains, their physical reactions. Do you mean like crying when watching a sad movie or laughing at a funny one? Kang Yal asked, trying hard to understand. Dr. Kim smirked. Her hand moved to the doorknob of the first laboratory. You'll understand when you see it. She opened the door wide and said, now, you will witness the power of culture that can kill people. Dr. Kim disappeared through the open door. From a few steps away, the new employees couldn't see what lay beyond the door. Only the bright lights of the laboratory cast a square shadow on the hallway. The new employees stood frozen in place, their faces stiff. They felt like mice facing a snake, encountering something unfamiliar. Their bodies wouldn't move. Then, someone pushed through the crowded hallway of new employees. It was Yin-woo from the back. He clenched his lips and strode forward. Think of this as an evaluation. Move actively and proactively. This is the company you'll be working for, and these are the anomalies you'll face. Don't be afraid. Adapt. Yin-woo paused for a moment at the sight of the first laboratory, then walked resolutely to stand beside Dr. Kim. Let's go in. Did you mention the Werther effect? Let's go. Following him, the other new employees regained their composure and hurried in. They were speechless at the sight of the laboratory, standing in a daze. Is the experiment ready? Oh, Dr. Kim. We're about to start. Are those behind you new recruits? They're here for a tour. It's better to see once than hear 100 times. That's true, but... Vroom. The laboratory buzzed with the vibrations of computers and unidentified machines. A researcher in a white coat sat at a computer, typing on the keyboard. The young researcher glanced at the glass window. Won't it be tough to see something like this from the beginning? They might quit. On the left side of the laboratory, a large glass window replaced the wall. Behind the glass, in a containment room, a person was tightly bound against a concrete wall. Wires hung around their head, swaying, but their face was not visible. In front of their face was a tall, vertical lectern, so it wasn't clear what was on it. Anyone who runs away at this point won't last long anyway. That's true. Well then, shall we begin? Just as the researcher reached out to pull the microphone in front of the glass window, Han Chang-sung, the former police officer, raised his hand and interrupted. Is this a human experiment? Why is that person tied up? It's legally compliant. We have their consent. You have their consent. Yes, so don't worry. It's all legal. It's not about worry, never mind. Deciding to observe for now, Han Chang-sung folded his arms and stepped back. Soyeon started examining the equipment, while Kang Yal stood by the door. The other new employees found their spots. Yin-woo stood close to the glass window, watching Dr. Kim and the researcher's demeanor. They were as businesslike as if it were a routine task. They're so used to dealing with anomalies. There's no need to be scared. Then, the experiment began. We are commencing the 23rd experiment on the anomalous entity 36 Reasons I Should Die. The purpose of this experiment is to analyze elements of cultural disasters and measure the changes in the entity. The subject. The researcher holding the microphone paused briefly, glanced at the new employees, and spoke softly. The subject is a judicial trade-off. Can you hear me, subject? At novel bin at. Yes, I can hear you clearly. The voice of a middle-aged man came cleanly through a small speaker. The researcher spoke while only looking at the monitor. We will open a book for you to read. Once you finish reading, let us know, and we'll turn the page for you. I get that, but will you really reduce my sentence if I just read this? Yes, of course. Let's begin. Click. Rustle. As the researcher pressed a button, the sound of a page turning came from the high-performance speaker. Though not visible, it seemed the page had turned beyond the lectern. A moment passed, enough time to read one page. The subject spoke. I've read it. But is this like a will? It's unsettling. Keep reading. Click. Rustle. Another page turned. This time enough time passed to read 2 pages. This seems like someone else's will. Anyway, I've read it. But if it's like this, can't you just untie me? I can turn the pages myself. No, just tell us, and we'll turn the pages for you. Keep reading. The new employees watched with puzzled expressions, wondering what kind of experiment this was. It didn't seem dangerous at all. The person was simply tied up and made to read a book. For all the talk of death and anomalies, this seemed. I've read it. Turn the page. All right. Let us know if you feel anything strange. Just turn the page. Click. Rustle. The speaker delivered the sound with perfect clarity, with no noise at all. Yet, Yin-woo felt his eyes twitch. His mouth went dry for reasons other than PTSD, and a chilling thought clouded his mind. Dr. Kim's words and the name of the anomalous entity. They're experimenting with an anomaly that kills people on a human? They're really going to kill someone? For real. He wanted to believe it wasn't true. Yin-woo glanced at Dr. Kim and the researcher. Their faces were so ordinary. There was no sign of madness. It can't be. This company wouldn't do such crazy things. It's supposed to protect humanity. Yin-woo opened his palm and wiped it against his pants. The cold sweat beading on his hand was wiped away. Click. Rustle. How many times had the pages been turned? I've read it. Turn the page. Do you feel anything strange, any thoughts coming to mind, or anything special? No, just turn the page. Are you sure? The researcher, looking at the computer monitor, asked again. The monitor displayed an image of the person's brain, with red warning indicators flashing. I said no, just turn the page. The subject shook his head from side to side, causing the wires attached to the EEG device to ripple. The researcher checked the monitor's readings several times before pressing the button. All right, one more page then. Hurry. Click. Rustle. Not even enough time to read 2 pages had passed when the subject shouted. I've read it. Next. The researcher looked at the brain model, now lit up in red, and sighed quietly. He spun his chair around and stopped to face Dr. Kim. It's certain. After the last person died, another trait has been added. Not only does it make people want to kill themselves by the end, but it now makes them want to keep reading. Who knows how much more it will change. We should stop the research for now. Then we'll end today's experiment here. Continuing might kill him. The researcher turned his chair back around to see the convulsing subject. Turn the page. Hurry. Hurry. The subject struggled in his restraints, trying to move his body, bending his head toward the lectern, reaching for the book, and stretching his legs. But the restraints binding his joints and the chains connected to the wall didn't budge. His desperate voice echoed through the speakers, almost tearing them apart. Why won't you let me see it? I told you I finished reading. Turn the page. Today's experiment ends here. Stop messing around and turn the page. I want to see it. Yes, the experiment is over. Security staff, administer the sedative and isolate him. Clang. The sound of a heavy steel door opening could be heard through the glass. Then the rhythmic sound of boots marching in unison followed, and 2 men armed like the front gate guards entered the containment room, administering the sedative. I'll find the key to the chains. The containment room was busy as one pulled out a syringe and the other took a key from his pocket, wrapping up the experiment. Dr. Kim, standing in the middle of the glass window, turned to face the new recruits. Their bewildered, slightly distrustful, and confused faces awaited her. Dr. Kim let her mouth droop. If the new trait was weaker, I would have let you experience it directly. But given the situation, that's not possible. Is this person acting like that just from reading a book? Soyeon asked, pointing at the glass. They could see the face of the subject slumped sideways. The sedative had loosened his neck and facial muscles, but his eyes remained fixed on the lectern. The situation made no sense. He's like a drug addict, Han Changsung muttered. Dr. Kim shook her head. This is the kind of anomaly we research here. Just like how culture can control people. While Dr. Kim continued her explanation, Yinwoo secretly let out a sigh of relief. Not all anomalies are necessarily lethal, and the experiments aren't some insane human experiments. Prepared safety measures, ethical practices. The worries about how to adapt to the company were being resolved. His heart, which had been racing, started to beat at a normal pace, and the sticky cold sweat stopped. The gentle breeze from the laboratory's air conditioning felt refreshing. Just as Yinwoo was relaxing his stiff shoulders, he heard it. Rustle. The sound of a pee. Now, Dr. Kim and the researcher quickly turned their heads to look into the containment room. Unlocking the chains. Hold him steady so he doesn't fall. I'm supporting him. Hurry up. One guard aimed a key at the last chain connected to the wall. The other guard supported the tightly bound subject, holding him up like a crutch. The restrained subject continued to stare at the lectern with dilated pupils. As the chain was unlocked with a click and his body tilted towards the guard, his eyes remained fixed on the book. No one touched 36 Reasons I Should Die. Then, what was that sound? Wait. The researcher urgently grabbed the microphone and shouted, but it was too late. The sound was heard again. Russell Deshet at Novel Bin at. This time, even the guards heard it. They froze in their positions, looking at the chains and the subject. One asked in a low voice, "Did you turn the page?" "We heard the sound of a page turning." "No, we didn't." "Did you touch anything on your end?" "No, we only touched the chains and the subject." "Understood. Then, first, put on your sunglasses and close your eyes." Russell, the lectern trembled. It seemed as though the edge of a page was fluttering at the top. In an instant, it passed the corner of the book's back cover. Someone had read the book to the end. Splash! The subject's face turned bright red. Blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain, and his tongue, shredded and bloody, fell out. With a blood-stained face, the subject smiled. Ugh. F***ck? The guard supporting the subject shoved him against the wall, sitting him down. He quickly pulled out a handkerchief and stuffed it into the subject's mouth, holding it firmly with his fingers to prevent him from swallowing it. "We already administered the sedative?" As blood soaked the handkerchief, the other guard, who had reattached the chains, asked while facing away from the lectern. "What do we do? Do we prioritize extraction or emergency treatment?" The containment room turned crimson in an instant, and the laboratory was filled with shock. The new employees gasped and stepped back. Yinwoo, Park Sangjun, and Soyeon backed into a cabinet, the cold metal pressing against them. In contrast, Song Sai-woo, Han Changsung, and Kang Yeol stepped forward. "I'll handle the first aid. Where do I go? I'm calling 911. Why isn't the signal getting through? Is there anything I can do?" But the researcher paid no attention, staring at the lectern with a pale face, biting his lip until it bled. He swallowed the blood and spoke, the metallic taste lingering on his tongue. "Proceed with emergency measures." "Understood." Turning on sunglasses. "Stop the bleeding." Yes. Click. The guard pressed a button on the side of his sunglasses. The laboratory was instantly flooded with bright light. But that wasn't all. Beep. An electronic sound blared from speakers attached to the sunglasses. With his sight and hearing blocked, and his mask covering smell and taste, the guard was left only with his sense of touch, standing motionless in the containment room. Dr. Kim tapped the researcher on the shoulder. "That was a timely response. We just completed the emergency measures. Now we need to proceed with follow-up actions." The researcher smiled wryly, typing furiously on the keyboard. He adjusted and pressed buttons on the equipment, seemingly sending communications somewhere. At that moment, a loud voice erupted. "What are you doing? Someone is dying." It was Song Sai-woo, the former firefighter. Squinting against the bright light, he pounded on the glass wall. The white light made it hard to see, but it looked like the abandoned subject had collapsed sideways, vomiting blood. Even at this moment, the golden hour was passing. "If we start emergency treatment now, we can save him. Where do I need to go?" The researcher and Dr. Kim ignored the urgent shouts with somber expressions. The researcher spoke in a low voice. "It's too late. We can't save him." "No, we can save him. If we stop the bleeding and secure the airway, he can survive." "It's not too late. It is too late. Once affected by this anomaly when it comes to saving lives, there's no such thing as too late." Bang! Song Sai-woo slammed his elbow against the glass window. It didn't budge. It wasn't a material or thickness that could be broken by hand. He glanced around the lab with squinted eyes. An emergency hammer or a fire axe, damn it, of course, there wouldn't be any here. Then, anything sharp and metal dash. Here, step aside. Kang Yal stepped forward, holding a pair of scissors in a reverse grip. He had found them in a pencil holder cluttered with pens, knives, and awls. He tested the scissors lightly, gauging the target point. Just as he pulled his arm back to swing. No, stop, don't do it. The researcher screamed and jumped up, grabbing Kang Yal's arm and clinging to it. Kang Yal's upper body wavered slightly, but he didn't drop the scissors. Let go. We need to save him. And we just need to avoid looking at that book, right? The fact that containment is broken is the problem? And you're not even wearing protective gear. Kang Yal hesitated. The researcher had a point. Life-saving was important, but without knowing the exact dangers inside. Sir, please sit down for a moment. What? This is no time to restrain me. Yes, yes. Just move aside for now. It was Han Changsong. He skillfully restrained the researcher with both hands, just as he would a drunkard. He nodded his head. What are you doing? Break the glass now. This is why newbies. Stop it. Two conflicting commands. Kang Yal hesitated. And in the end, he made a decision. He tightened his grip on the scissors. Just as the veins on his hand bulged and he was about to swing, Yinwu grabbed his wrist to stop him. Wait. Listen to me. Yinwu thought as calmly as he could. Was it because he had experienced the human qualification exam? Despite the urgent situation, his mind was clear. His vision didn't narrow. He noticed. Dr. Kim was observing the new employees with an analytical eye. They're evaluating us in this unexpected situation. So, what should he do? What actions would earn the highest evaluation? The answer was simple. Act like a company employee. Just like the researcher who was stopping Kang Yal. Of course, he also didn't want to be in the same space as an anomaly that could kill people. Yinwu cleared his throat and began to speak. Think about it. These people are the experts. There must be a reason they're acting like this. And there must be a reason why they divided the rooms like this. That's. The resolve on Kang Yal's face quickly faded. He spoke with a shaky voice. But we need to save him. We can't save him. He didn't just bite his tongue. He was killed by the anomaly. First aid won't work. Just as someone who fails the human qualification exam becomes a beast, anyone who reads 36 Reasons I Should Die to the End will inevitably die. Based on the name of the entity, the researcher's words, and his own experience, Yinwu concluded the same. Yinwu's logical persuasion made Kang Yal relax. His grip on the scissors loosened. As Yinwu let go and stepped back. Damn it, I'm telling you, we can save him. Song Saiwa jumped in, snatching the scissors. Gripping them like a hammer, he struck the corner of the glass window. The loud impact of steel on glass and the cracking sound of tempered glass shattering filled the air. The window instantly turned opaque, covered in countless fractures, breaking into tiny, sand-like fragments. It happened in a flash. No, the researcher screamed but was unable to break free from Han Changxiang's strong grip. Crash! With a light push, the glass window fell. It shattered into pieces as it hit the floor. Ignoring the glass shards cutting him, Song Saiwa dashed straight towards the subject. Stop the bleeding, prevent the tongue from blocking the airway, and secure the airway to prevent suffocation from blood or the tongue. He ran, thinking of emergency procedures. He quickly closed the distance, reaching the wall of the containment room. Inevitably, he passed by the lectern and the anomaly placed on it. In that moment, he stopped dead. He stopped mid-run, glancing at the book. Did he look because he couldn't understand what the anomaly was? Or was he trying to grasp what caused the death? Or perhaps the curious side of the book flipping on its own like magic captured his attention. The title on the front of the book that had consumed another subject was seared into his mind like a brand. 37 Reasons I Should Die. Rustled the broken glass window connected the laboratory to the containment room. Through the open frame, they could clearly see Song Saiwa, entranced by the anomaly. He had stopped in his tracks after passing the lectern, his head turned to the side, his eyes moving left to right, up and down. Rustle, the sound of a page turning echoed directly, not through the speakers. Damn it! Why did you do something so stupid? The researcher clutched his head, his face contorted. The change in the anomalous entity, the destruction of the containment room, and the impending death, everything was like a sharp spike piercing his brain. Han Changsong, who had restrained the researcher, and Kang Yal, who provided the scissors, both widened their eyes. If he stays like that, won't he die too? We need to save him. They reflexively moved toward the glass-framed doorway covered in glass powder. The researcher, holding a handful of hair, glared at them with bloodshot eyes. A rough, low voice slipped out. Don't do anything. A cold, rational glint shone briefly in his red-tinged eyes. We can't feed that thing more victims. It seems to gain additional traits and power the more people it consumes. If you mess up, everyone in this lab could die. Stay put until containment measures are completed. So, what you're saying is difficult words. Kang Yal and Han Changsong interpreted them professionally. As if there was a dangerous criminal wielding a weapon in there, as if there was an explosive they didn't know how to disarm installed in there. They finally understood the gravity of the situation and the mistakes they had made. The weight of it was heavy. Understood. We're sorry. They bowed their heads, closing their eyes tightly and turning away from Song Saiwa. Sometimes, they had to stand by and watch someone die. At that moment, click click click. The sound of a door handle turning repeatedly was heard. It was Park Sangjun. He shook the door back and forth, almost breaking the handle, but the door didn't open even though it wasn't locked. I need to get out. Let me out. Please, please. I'm begging you. Gripping the handle tightly, Park Sang-joon looked back and forth between Dr. Kim and the researcher. His dilated pupils trembled rapidly. It seemed like his PTSD had triggered, or his mind had broken under the pressure. The researcher shook his head and addressed not only Park Sang-joon but all the new recruits. When the glass shattered, this place was sealed off. No one can leave until the containment team arrives. No, no, no. At novel bin at. Bang, bang, bang. Park Sang-joon hit the door repeatedly, then collapsed to the floor. His fist, which had been pounding the door, slid down. Kneeling in front of the door, he lowered his head, his shoulders shaking. A gloomy silence settled over the room. The sharp noise from the guard's sunglasses, the sound of the researcher repeatedly typing on the keyboard and pressing buttons, the new recruit's nervous footsteps and heavy breathing, and the sound of pages turning filled the air. Yinwoo looked at the unyielding door, the shattered window, and the anomaly driving Song Sai-woo toward death. He felt like he had been doused in ice water. Excuse me, Dr. Kim, and you, the researcher. What is it? The researcher replied, still staring at the monitor. Dr. Kim remained silent, continuing to observe the new recruits with an evaluating gaze. But now, evaluation wasn't important. His survival instinct was sounding the alarm. He swallowed hard. Yinwoo looked at Song Sai-woo and spoke. Shouldn't we save him? Thud. The researcher slammed the keyboard in frustration. He turned his chair roughly and glared at Yinwoo with a fierce expression. His voice was even fiercer. It won't work. Just stay put. No. Yinwoo's gaze remained fixed on the lectern. How many pages had turned earlier? 40? The person now seemed to have turned about 20 pages. It wasn't too late yet. You said the anomaly gets stronger the more people it kills. If that person dies, it might be able to move on its own, or make the rest of us want to read it. The implication that they would be in danger if Song Sai-woo died. A deeper silence fell. The researcher's face turned pale. Comparing the past experiment data with the current changes, he reached a conclusion. That's not entirely impossible. The new recruits took a deep breath and stepped back instinctively. But in the sealed room, there was nowhere to escape. They pressed their backs against the cabinet as far as possible. Only Han Chang-sung moved forward, crushing glass shards underfoot. I'll do it. Just as long as I don't look at the book, right? He spoke in a voice heavy with guilt and responsibility, glaring at the lectern. The researcher looked up at him for a moment before shaking his head solemnly. The smell of blood still lingered from his bitten lip. Maybe the scent of blood from the subject had wafted through the broken window frame. Cultural disasters can be avoided if you don't perceive them. But, like the subject earlier, that person will try to keep looking at it. Like an addict. In the struggle, can you guarantee you won't see it? Or can you subdue him with your eyes closed? Han Chang-sung was a former firefighter, strong and fit. He wouldn't lack in strength or stamina. Han Chang-sung turned to the researcher, his face shadowed by the white light behind him. Even so, isn't it safer to save him than to do nothing? As long as you don't get drawn in by the book. Understood. He nodded, then turned and walked forward. He stepped over the broken window frame, through the path of glass shards, up to the lectern. Those left in the lab watched his back intently. He stopped in front of the lectern. Han Chang-sung glanced at Song Sai-woo's eyes. They didn't blink. The dry, red eyes were fixed on the book, with a sense of unknown terror in the busily moving pupils. Who? He exhaled, stretching and bending his arms, adjusting his footing. He simulated how he would subdue him. In that moment, another page turned. He shut his eyes tightly and lunged forward. Ugh. In the darkness of closed eyes, he extended his leg to trip, twisted the arm behind the back, and pushed with his weight. He felt the sensation of the move landing correctly, the buoyancy of both falling, the cushion of Song Sai-woo's body, and the dull pain of his knees hitting the floor. Crash. He heard the delayed sound of bodies hitting the ground and the cries of a person trapped by the anomaly struggling. Let go, let go, stay still. He twisted and writhed, using all his strength to break free, his head shaking wildly. Han Chang-sung, eyes tightly shut, maintained his hold with all his strength. He applied his weight and held the joints. Song Sai-woo's body jerked for a while before it stilled. Huff, huff. Had it worked? Song Sai-woo was only breathing heavily, no longer struggling. Whether due to exhaustion or regaining his senses, it seemed the restraint was successful. Whew, if only I had handcuffs. Han Chang-sung, catching his breath, slightly opened his eyes. Lying face down, he wouldn't see the book. He wanted to assess the situation. And then, he saw it. Did they hit the lectern while struggling? Did Song Sai-woo hit it while thrashing around? Or did it fall by itself? Thud, the book fell in front of their faces. A black cover, a small journal, thin in thickness. The pages were filled with handwriting, like a diary. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The book's pages turned in quick succession until it reached the end. At the same time, there was a squelching sound, like chewing meat, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Han Chang-sung, trembling, lifted his head. Everything in front of him was red. Song Sai-woo was bleeding profusely. His gaze, which had been fixed on the book, finally found freedom and stared aimlessly into space. Conversely, Han Chang-seong's gaze was drawn like a magnet to the anomaly that had revealed its front cover. 38 Reasons I Should Die. Rustle. The page turned, revealing the first reason. It was a hot summer night. As I lay down to sleep, I looked at the wide-open window and thought of jumping out. I didn't want to die, nor did I want to live. So, I jumped. Russell. The page turned again. Han Chang-sung couldn't take his eyes off it. No, he couldn't look away. Eyes wide open, he read and reread the reasons someone had died. The sound of pages turning echoed in the laboratory. F***ck. Someone cursed. Neither Han Chang-seong's face nor the book could be seen. The lectern blocked them. Unfortunately, the position where they had fallen was such. But the fact that the two bodies, which had been wrestling moments ago, were now still like corpses, the intensifying smell of blood, and the spreading pool of blood beyond the lectern, all of this was palpable in the laboratory. Even the most oblivious person could tell something had gone terribly wrong. Blood? There's blood over there. Calm down. The researcher waved a hand toward Park Sang-joon, who was about to panic. Pointing at the computer, the researcher spoke calmly. We just received contact from the security office. The containment team for reasons I should die will arrive in 30 minutes. We just need to hold out for 30 minutes. Damn it. 30 minutes. An excessively long time to endure an anomaly that kills people. It wouldn't be surprising if everyone here died. Yin-woo decided to prioritize his own survival. To hell with the job evaluation and everything else, surviving came first. People were busy checking the time. They stared at the clock at the bottom of the computer screen, their wristwatches, and the time on their phones, counting each passing second. 30 minutes, 29 minutes, 28 minutes. Soyeon, who had been sitting quietly as if dead, looked at her phone and counted the remaining time. The stopwatch she had started as soon as she heard there were 30 minutes left was ticking quickly. It didn't provide any comfort. Time passed the same for everyone. Soyeon glanced at the lectern. Russell, Russell, Russell. As the time for the containment team to arrive drew nearer, the pages of the book continued to turn, one after another. At that moment, bang, Yin-woo suddenly threw open a cabinet. It was filled with mysterious files. He began pulling them out in large handfuls and tossing them haphazardly onto the floor like trash. What are you doing? Those files were all organized? Put them back. The researcher, who had turned his eyes from the computer, approached in a panic, extending his arm before he reached Yin-woo. Yin-woo threw the files forcefully before the researcher could grab him. Yellowed papers fluttered through the air as the researcher frantically tried to catch them. No, stop that. The commotion drew all eyes from the clocks to Yin-woo and the researcher. They looked at him as if he were mad. Yin-woo didn't care and continued to throw the documents wildly. Calm down. We just have to wait 26 more minutes. Kang Yeol approached Yin-woo. Yin-woo threw a bundle of files at him too. Kang Yeol swatted it away, the files exploding like a bomb. The once tidy floor was now scattered with papers. Over this mess, Yin-woo's voice rang out. How many pages has he read? 20? 30? About that many. At novel bin at 25 pages. Soyeon, who had been counting the time with her eyes and listening to the sound of turning pages with her ears, added. How much time is left? 25 minutes. Ah, now 24 minutes. So what will we do after he dies? There will be about 20 minutes left. Are we just going to sit here, counting the time? Yin-woo spoke as he emptied the cabinet. He tossed the documents on the floor, pulled out the shelf brackets, and leaned them against the wall. He never turned his body towards the lectern. That thing came down from the lectern by itself. What do you think will happen if it consumes that person too? Won't it be able to reach us here? Crack. He pulled out the last shelf bracket with enough force to nearly break it. Yin-woo threw the bracket to the floor, panting as he removed his suit jacket and loosened his tie. He took a final look at the others. Whether he got fired or they were killed by the anomaly, he might never see their faces again. Soyeon, who had been calculating something on her fingers, widened her eyes. Roughly 4 pages per minute? In that case, 2 more people could die. Maybe 3. Exactly. I don't want to die, so I'm doing this. You should all find your own way to survive. That was all he had to say to people he met for the first time today. Yin-woo wrapped his loosened tie around his eyes. That wasn't enough, so he draped his suit jacket over his head and tied the ends together. Then, he blindly reached out, felt the empty cabinet, and crawled inside. Yin-woo squeezed himself into the cramped cabinet. His muffled voice came through the fabric of his suit jacket. Close the door and lock it, please. After a brief moment, there was a creak as the cabinet door closed. Click, the lock was fastened. Whoosh. Yin-woo exhaled a hot breath. The warmth and moisture from his breath filled the space inside the tie and the suit jacket covering his face. It was hot and suffocating. However, this was the best method he could think of. If he wanted to survive, he had to endure. In the narrow, dark cabinet, Yin-woo, his head wrapped, closed his eyes. He could hear the sound of his pounding heartbeat. He breathed calmly and regularly. Dash, dash, thump, thump. A narrow, dark, hot, and quiet world. He couldn't tell how much time had passed. It felt like 10 minutes, maybe 5, perhaps 20. It felt like he had been trapped for an incredibly long time. Maybe only 3 minutes had passed. Yin-woo shifted his body. His legs were numb, so he changed his position. His sweat-soaked clothes clung to his skin. Breathing deeply only made his throat feel tighter. The smell of burnt fabric from his suit jacket was suffocating. It felt like he would suffocate to death. Containment team? Anyway, I have to stay like this until someone opens the door. Endure. Yin-woo imagined ice or iced Americano, or shaved ice, gritting his teeth. If he couldn't endure, he would really die. Then, distant sounds reached him. Muffled by the tie, suit jacket, and cabinet, the sounds from outside were fragmented. Thaeycov, Hal Hai Han. Goose S. It sounded like multiple people murmuring. Has the containment team arrived? Has it already been 30 minutes? I hope so. His calves and thighs were numb, and his back, shoulders, and neck were aching. Even changing positions didn't relieve the persistent pain. The stifling heat and sticky sweat made it even worse. Should I loosen this a bit? No, I can't. Endure. Who knows what could happen? In the warm, suffocating cabinet, Yinwu moved his body to find a cooler spot. Then someone shouted loudly, "MOV? Ki-Han Hall." After a shout, there was silence. Yinwu tensed up, feeling his heart pound. What was that? Did the containment team arrive? Or had someone fallen victim to the anomaly? He licked his lips and swallowed. His tongue tasted salty from the sweat. He couldn't afford to feel discomfort. All his senses were focused outward. He strained to hear what was happening in the lab. Huff, huff. His own hot breaths. Other than that, there was no sound. Not even the sound of pages turning. He couldn't see anything with his head wrapped. An ominous imagination unfolded freely on the black canvas of his mind. Damn it. What's going on? Had the containment team arrived? Had they cleaned up and left him behind? Or had the anomaly killed everyone? Or had another accident occurred? Uncertainty. Anxiety. Fear. He wanted to untie himself and peek through the cabinet's thin ventilation slits. Yinwu's hand reached the knot tying his suit jacket. No. Endure. Not yet. He forced his hand down. To clear his mind, he banged the metal door of the cabinet. The pain from his fingertips grounded him. He tried to think calmly with his overheated head. If the containment team had arrived, they would have taken me out. If someone was attacked by the anomaly, there would still be 20 minutes left. That means I've only been in here for 3 minutes. There was still a long way to go. He exhaled to expel his thoughts, suffocation, anxiety, and irritation, emptying his mind. He perked up his ears to catch even the faintest sound. If someone else fell victim, it meant 10 minutes had passed. Come to think of it, if 2 people are sacrificed, we might be able to last until the containment team arrives. No, don't think like that. I don't know how dangerous it could get. His vision was blind, and his hearing was half gone. In the dark, stifling world, his thoughts jumped without context. The new employee evaluation is probably ruined. I moved to save myself. Would I get fired? He shivered with worry, recalling Dr. Kim's evaluating gaze. But survival comes first. Even if others die, I can't die in their place. The faces of the 3 fellow new employees he met today flashed in his mind, and he shook his head to clear them away. Soyin's pale face, Kang Yal's unmistakably soldier-like face, Park Sang-jun's face, still marked by his years as a civil service exam veteran. Then, the faces of Han Chang-sung and Song Sai-woo, who had died, also appeared. They're dead. Killed by the anomaly. Strange things. Dangerous things. He would inevitably face them if he worked at this company. Duty, STST. Let go not go. Let go, I nay to SE. I ha to. Shouts. Thud. Startled, Yinwu twisted his body. He moved his head, pressing his ear against the cabinet door. Through the suit and tie, he could hear voices. Mr. Park? Stow? Let go tasty. Holon? Don't Ellie go. Someone had fallen victim to the anomaly. Even with the fragmented sound, the situation was clear to Yinwu. He thought. Is there only 10 minutes left? Thump, thump. Using his rapid heartbeat as a clock, he counted the time. About 1 minute for every 100 heartbeats. 1, 2, 3, 57, 89, 100. 1 minute. Too late? Let go. F it. We CASA him. 1, 2, 3, 100. 2 minutes. GI up? Think you sir. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Move in, move in. They her. Confirm enti, check injuries. The first time he heard this booming voice, it pierced through the layers of fabric and hit his eardrums. Yinwu was sure. The containment team had arrived. Anom confirm, injure stable, sedate inject, no effect, all clear. The sound of reports continued for a moment. With a jolt, the cabinet door opened. Cool air hit his skin. Still cautious, Yinwu, his head wrapped, spoke loudly. Is it over? It's over. You can come out now. Yinwu hurriedly moved his hands to the knot in his suit jacket. In his haste, it wouldn't untie easily. His fingers fumbled over the tightly bound knot. Finally, he yanked the suit jacket off over his head like a helmet. The same went for the tightly tied tie. He endured the scraping pain and pulled it over his head. His face stung, but he finally managed to throw the tie aside. He felt relieved. He felt like he could live. Yinwu limped out of the cabinet, his legs numb. Under the white lights, he saw the chaotic state of the lab. The new employees in disarray, the doctor, the researcher, the guards with their sunglasses, and the members of the containment team wearing even more advanced gear. Yinwu stood awkwardly, unbuttoning a couple of buttons on his shirt as he looked around the lab. A gentle breeze from the air conditioning circulated in the lab. It looked like a storm had hit, with documents strewn all over the floor. Papers covered in complex terms, graphs, and tables were crumpled and trampled, leaving footprints behind. The people standing there were as disheveled as the lab itself. Thud. Soyin collapsed onto the floor. She held her tie and suit jacket, crumpled in one hand, much like Yinwu. Her once neatly styled hair was now sticking out in all directions, indicating she had worn her clothes inside out. It wasn't just Soyeon. Dr. Kim had taken off his suit jacket, Kang Yeol had removed his military jacket, and the researcher was holding his rolled-up white coat. Soyeon spoke in a tone of admiration. Wow, it's over. She looked up at the containment team member with shining eyes. Yes, it's over. It's safe now. There was only one member of the containment team. He wore a black helmet covered with small cameras, and the enhanced reality display on the visor flickered blue and red. His body was completely covered in thick black protective gear, leaving no skin exposed. In his gloved hands, he held a small diary and a taser gun, which had already been used as it no longer emitted blue sparks. It was clear who the taser had been used on. Ugh, arg, ack. Park Sang-joon lay on the documents, trembling as the blue snake wrapped around him. He had been affected by the anomaly, desperately trying to keep reading the book. He was foaming at the mouth. Retrieve. The containment team member bent down and pressed the taser gun to Park Sang-joon's forehead. The blue snake swiftly returned to the taser gun. Sparks flew from the taser. Ugh. Park Sang-joon went limp, staring blankly at the sparks. He seemed to have been given a sedative, unable to move even a finger. He drooled, breathing heavily. 2 guards lifted Park Sang-joon. Wearing sunglasses, they flanked him and dragged him out of the lab. We'll take him to the infirmary. Go ahead. Swish. Dr. Kim draped his crumpled suit jacket over his shoulders. Then, he extended his hand to the containment team member. Let me see that. Which one? The anomaly. It's been subdued, so I want to show it to the new recruits. Without a word, the containment team member handed over the small diary. Dr. Kim propped it up so the new recruits could see it. The sentence on the cover was visible to all. 39 reasons I should die. Soyeon read it aloud as if entranced. Kang Yeol flinched, looked up at the ceiling, and moved towards the door. Yinwoo instinctively closed his eyes, then opened them again. They said it's subdued. But his body couldn't help but twitch as if having a seizure. Rustle. The sound of a page turning was clear and distinct, causing Yinwoo to step back involuntarily. His foot hit the cabinet. The sweat he had poured out earlier dried, sending a chill crawling up his skin. Dr. Kim, who had turned the cover, spoke. Read it. It's safe now. After a brief breath, he read the handwritten sentences aloud. A question mark formed in his mind. It was a hot summer night. Then suddenly, a ninja appeared. Domo. Nice to meet you. Ninja Disu. Ninja. The word, which had been circulating in his mind, slipped out of his mouth. The fear and surprise were gone. Soyeon and Kang Yeol, with puzzled expressions, turned their gaze to Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim continued in an explanatory tone. Not all anomalies are hostile to humans. Some anomalies, like this and then suddenly a ninja, actually help the company. This sentence is an anomaly. Kang Yeol asked, his face showing his confusion. Dr. Kim nodded slightly. You can think of it as an information life form. It moves from medium to medium, whether text, images, or videos, and alters their content. With this characteristic, it can neutralize other cultural disasters. That's fascinating. Soyeon's eyes sparkled as she read the sentences repeatedly. Yinwoo, reading the bizarre text about the ninja, suddenly had a thought. Anomalies that harm humans. Anomalies that help humans. Then what about people? Would all humans agree with the company's ideology? Wouldn't there be people with opposing views? What about those whose interests conflict with the company's? A possibility flashed through his mind, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Yinwoo looked at Dr. Kim with trembling eyes and asked, is this company the only group dealing with these anomalies? You're sharp. I like that. I've been observing you, and you're excellent. That keen perception and survival instinct are the most important qualities in an employee. So there are others. The implication was simple. The company wasn't just dealing with anomalies. Yinwoo's face hardened. As Dr. Kim continued speaking, his expression grew darker. The world you knew already had all sorts of people. A world with anomalies adds even more complexity. There are groups that want to show anomalies like this diary to many people. Dr. Kim's voice carried a hint of irritation. It was brief. Dr. Kim's eyes returned to the new employees. He looked at Soyeon, Kang Yeol, and Yinwoo one by one and said, Humanity Protection Company. Protect humanity from anomalies. That includes threats from groups related to anomalies. Considering that, what you experienced today might be nothing. So let me ask you now. His voice was serious and heavy. The new recruits focused and awaited Dr. Kim's question. Dr. Kim asked, do you want to join the company? Yes, I will. It was Soyeon. She responded immediately, nodding eagerly like a boy who had just seen a robot. Kang Yeol answered briefly, like a soldier. I will join. Dr. Kim's gaze turned to Yinwoo. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. This was a crossroads that would determine the rest of his life. I don't really care about ideology or beliefs. He simply weighed the risks and benefits. If I join, the benefits were straightforward, a job, employment. The risks were also simple, anomalies, hostile groups. If I don't join, his livelihood was at risk. Preparing to take the civil service exam again would mean losing a significant amount of time already spent on this company. He had already forgotten some of the material. He could live a relatively safe life, not connected to anomalies, but the dangers of anomalies and abnormal phenomena have always been there, even if I didn't know about them. Think about the human qualification exam. It's better to know and deal with them. Besides, workplace accidents and hazards exist everywhere, not just in this company. Yinwu opened his eyes. In front of the shattered window stood Dr. Kim and the researcher, with the containment team member waiting nearby. The diary had been returned to him, and it was closed in his hand. Today's incident was actually manageable. Even though there was an accident, everyone from the company survived. It's dangerous, but not excessively so. It's a doable job. His mind was made up. If you're having trouble deciding, take your time. The training isn't over yet. Just let us know by the last day of training. No, I will join too. Yinwu said. Dr. Kim smiled. Good. New employees with experience in anomalies can always pull their weight. I'm glad the three of you are joining. Clap. Dr. Kim clapped his hands and left the lab. The new employees followed him, listening intently to his words. Today's remaining schedule will be cancelled. You've experienced an unexpected situation firsthand, so there's no need to learn anything more today. I'll guide you to your accommodations. Take the rest of the time to rest. The dormitory was on the second floor of a two-story building. It resembled a military barracks, with two empty 8-person rooms. Kang Yal and Yinwu shared one room, and Soyin had the other to herself. You can unpack and rest here. You can wander around near this building, and for dinner, it's already past lunchtime. Go downstairs to the first floor for dinner at 6. After guiding the three new recruits to their dormitory, Dr. Kim turned around. Having roughly finished the orientation, it was time to return to his main duties. He left the two-story building and went up to the third floor of the three-story building. In the middle of the third-floor hallway was the director's office. Click. Dr. Kim entered without knocking. The director's office was empty. He walked slowly and sat in the chair labeled with the director's nameplate. When he leaned back, the soft chair sank deeply. The incident report will be written by the researcher, so I'll just write the new employee evaluations. He tapped the mouse. The monitor lit up as the computer woke from sleep mode. He opened the new employee evaluation document and placed his hand absent-mindedly on the keyboard. Knock, knock. Come in. Yes, director. About Park Sangjun. Call me Dr. Kim. I don't like being called director. The medical staff member from the infirmary gulped before continuing. Yes, Dr. Kim. Park Sangjun has regained consciousness and wants to go home. We administered more sedatives, but what should we do? Administer the memory-erasing drug and send him off. Forcing someone to work who doesn't want to will only cause accidents. Rattle, click. Dr. Kim coldly erased Park Sangjun's entry from the new employee evaluation. He deleted two more names, Han Chang-sung and Song Sai-woo. After muttering the two names to himself, Dr. Kim picked up the internal phone and gestured dismissively at the medical staff. That will be all. You may go. Yes. The medical staff hurried out. Dr. Kim dialed a number and started a call. Make sure the deaths of the two new employees are handled discreetly with the cooperation of the Korean branch. Both were promising civil servants, so there should be no suspicion. The call ended, and he made another. Head of security. What's the status of the Free Artists Association? There have been a lot of suspicious approaches lately. Oh, they're all just misguided civilians? Does that make sense? Understood, for now. After several calls, the work was roughly finished. Dr. Kim turned back to the monitor. The cursor was on Soyin's entry. After a moment, he typed out her evaluation. He also determined her future role. Soyin would go to the administrative office, Kang Yal to the security office. His hands, which had been moving smoothly, stopped when they reached Yinwu's entry. Unlike the other two, who would work at the Baekbeom Cultural Research Center, Yinwu was different. The Korean branch's anomaly investigation team wants to take him. Recognizing Yinwu's strong survival instincts and keen perception, the Korean branch had already decided to recruit him. Although he was a promising talent, the research center, a mere subdivision under the Korean branch, had no say. They could only finish his orientation and send him off. Indeed, he's more suited to the anomaly investigation team than a research center. When an incident suspected to be caused by anomalies occurred, the anomaly investigation team was the first to respond. It was no exaggeration to say that Yinwu, with his exceptional survival instincts, had already adapted to the department. The training period passed quickly. Yinwu wandered through the administrative and security offices of the Baekbeom Cultural Research Center, experiencing the atmosphere on site, and sometimes listened to Dr. Kim's unenthusiastic lectures. Examples and classifications of abnormalities, dangers, hostile groups active in Korea, and so on. Thus, 6 days had already passed. The training would end tomorrow. Having finished their schedule, Yinwu and Kang Yal sat on their beds, packing their belongings. They stuffed clothes and daily necessities into their bags so they could leave immediately the next day. Chuk, chuk. While Kang Yal was folding towels into neat bricks, he suddenly spoke. I can't believe the training is already over. It doesn't feel real. Indeed. It feels like the incident happened just yesterday. Yinwu crammed a short-sleeved t-shirt into his bag. His hands were trembling. It hadn't even been a full week. The metallic smell of blood and the eerie sound of pages turning in the strange diary were still vivid. Perhaps because they were recalling the horrors, the conversation didn't continue. For a moment, only the sound of packing in silence filled the room. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, then unexpectedly, a pale face peeked through the slightly open door. Are you guys still up? Soyin? What's going on? Kang Yal checked the clock on the wall and asked. It was 11 p.m., after all schedules were completed and everyone had settled in. Wearing comfortable training clothes and with her hair tied back, Soyeon smiled bashfully, peeked down the hallway, and then quickly stepped into the room. Russell. She was holding something tightly in her arms. Didn't they tell us not to bring that? While Kang Yeol spoke with wide eyes, Yinwoo gulped. The large bag of snacks and a bottle of soju, the size of an ion drink bottle, glistened under the fluorescent light. In the next moment, Yinwoo dug into his bag full of packed items and pulled out a tumbler. Soyeon, glaring at Kang Yeol, sat on the empty bed. She raised the snacks and soju she was holding in both hands up to her face and shook them. So, you're not going to drink? It's the last night of training? I've been saving this for today. Well, I'll drink. Here, take this. She unscrewed the cap of the soju bottle and poured it into Yinwoo's tumbler. Glug, glug, the characteristic smell of alcohol from soju wafted through the air. Then, the bottle, now about a third empty, was offered to Kang Yeol. Are you really not going to drink? If you don't want to, then fine. No, I'll drink. While Kang Yeol's cup was being filled, Yinwoo opened the snacks. With a rip, the bag of shrimp crackers was torn open. Soyeon playfully lamented. Look at you two, not even considering me. Fine, I'll pour my own drink. No, it's just that. Too late. Cheers, cheers, cheers. With joyful shouts, the different tumblers clinked together and then separated. The tumblers returned to each person's lips. After a swallow, they let out groans. Ah, it's sweet. AHH. All three simultaneously reached for the snacks and crunched on them. As they chewed and swallowed, conversations about their future company lives started flowing out along with the smell of alcohol. Kang Yeol, you're going to security, right? I'm jealous. I was selected because of my experience. Still, I wanted to do something like that too. I only did administrative work at my desk in the National Intelligence Service. Soyeon tilted her glass and took another sip of soju. Her eyebrows furrowed, likely from the taste. I came to the company wanting to do something special. But now it's the same old administrative track. I'll be sitting in a chair, typing on a keyboard. Then she gulped down the soju. Yinwoo, munching on shrimp crackers, secretly shook his head. What a luxury. A desk job was actually better. Besides, drinking like that, she would get drunk quickly. Sure enough, Soyeon's eyes were already glazed over. Her drunken pupils focused on Yinwoo. Yinwoo, I'm envious of you too. You're going to the Korean branch, right? And you're joining investigation, which sounds so cool. Well, I don't really know what the department does. Still, it must be more interesting than my position. The name itself sounds like you'll encounter all sorts of abnormalities. Yinwoo fiddled with his tumbler and replied softly. What's so good about encountering those? We saw the other two die. Ah, that's true. A brief silence. Soyeon raised her glass without a word. Her voice, now drunken, followed. To Han Chang-sung and Song Sai-woo, who acted to save lives. Clink. With each sip, a toast followed. To our company lives. Kang Yeol shouted. May our company life be safe and peaceful, without any major incidents. Yinwoo wished. As the three tumblers clinked again. Click dash. A strange sound echoed. It was like the sharp clashing of plastic rods, yet oddly familiar. The new employees stopped, their tumblers halfway to their mouths, and exchanged puzzled glances. Yinwoo spoke suspiciously. Didn't you hear something just now? I heard it too. It wasn't the sound of glasses clinking. It sounded like a slate being struck. Like the ones they use in movies or dramas. At that moment, the door burst open. The three newbies hurried to hide their tumblers, but in their haste, the remaining soju spilled, filling the room with a strong alcohol smell. Soju pooled on the floor, and a slipper stepped into the puddle. It was Dr. Kim's slipper. He looked down at the drunken Soyeon. She awkwardly smiled with her flushed face. Ah, well, I brought the alcohol, and I suggested we drink. Everyone. He cut her off. Dr. Kim waved his hands, making a strange expression. To celebrate completing the training safely, a performance has been prepared. Let's go watch it. Now, at this hour. Yinwoo glanced at the window without thinking. The clock beside it was nearing midnight, and outside was pitch dark. It was the dead of night in the mountain valley, with not even a street light in sight, and no moonlight. Yinwoo felt something was wrong. Yet his body moved on its own. Clap, 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 clap. Hands clapped. Their mouths opened spontaneously, adding to the applause. That sounds great. Let's go see it. Let's go. Wow. Leonardo de Sol, the legendary singer who can move people to tears with just one song. We have to hear this. The name, which none of them knew and Dr. Kim hadn't mentioned, slipped naturally from their lips. It wasn't just their mouths. Clunk creak. Their feet moved on their own, slipping into slippers, their bodies getting off the beds without command. As if pulled by invisible strings, their legs stiffly marched. Yinwoo's eyes trembled violently. He tried to speak, but his mouth wouldn't move. Dash. Dash. Ready. Click dash. Action. 0 opening. Subtitle, Art must be free. Especially if it is art that moves the world. Free Artists Association. 1 Junggongal Station/Night. The moonlight shines brightly on the station sign, illuminating Leonardo and the director below. The director raises a fist. Director, art must be free. Down with the companies that oppress art with their nonsense. Down with the companies that censor, lock away in storage, let gather dust, and sometimes even destroy art. Leonardo, annoyed, Mister, let's just finish this quickly and leave. Leonardo tapped the guitar case slung over his back. The director's clenched fist trembled, and he pounded his chest. Director, self-absorbed, it was a tough journey. How hard it was to find the warehouse of the company that only collects art that moves the world. How long it took to find this small country, and then this research institute. The journey that roamed the world, producing dozens of scripts. Leonardo, irritated, oh, cut it out already. Leonardo turned and headed alone towards the mountain path leading to the Betrayal Cultural Research Center. The director glared at his back and slowly followed. The two faded into the distance across the path. The title Operation Art Retrieval appeared. At novel bin at. Cut. At that word, the moonlight, which had been shining like a spotlight, disappeared. The mountain path instantly plunged into darkness, with nothing visible ahead. Leonardo and the director, who had been walking fine, came to a stop. Mister, let's resume filming? We can't even find the path like this. No, this kind of scene isn't needed in the Operation Art Retrieval. It's dull, boring, and meaningless. Fine, no need to yell. What if the company guys hear us? Despite being cautious enough not to turn on their phones, here they were, shouting. Adjusting his guitar case, Leonardo carefully stepped forward, whispering his complaints. But why today of all days? It's hard to walk with no moon. If you watch my work, Operation Betrayal Cultural Research Center Espionage, you'll understand. It took a really long time, and it's also amazing. Enough. I'm not watching it. As they conversed, they somehow approached the Cultural Research Center. In the near distance, two buildings with lights spilling out from their windows came into view. Shadows seemed to be visible at the main gate, shrouded in the hazy darkness. The two hid behind a tree and peeked out. What now? You said all I had to do was perform. Ready. With a burning voice and eyes, the director muttered as he stared at the Research Institute building. Immediately after. Click dash. The sound of a slate clapping came from somewhere in the air, and the director gave the cue. Action. Dash. 2 Betrayal Cultural Research Center main gate / night. A moonless night. 2 security guards on night duty chatted away. Then footsteps were heard, and Guard 1 turned his head to look beyond the path. Guard 1, I just heard something strange. Is someone coming? Guard 2, who would come at this hour? If anyone comes, they're an enemy. Guard 1, right? Let's be on guard, just in case. Guard 1 gripped a taser, and Guard 2 brought a radio to his mouth, fixing his gaze on the path. A shadowed figure gradually approached from the dark path. A finger hovered over the radio's transmit button. Leonardo, good evening. I'm Leonardo de Sol, invited to perform tonight. Leonardo smiled brightly and bowed. The guards lowered their radio and taser. Guard 2, wow. Leonardo de Sol? I'm a fan. I've always wanted to see you live. Guard 1, it's Leonardo de Sol, whose performances make you lose track of time? We can't check him, we must let him through. Guard 1 opened the iron gate. Leonardo passed through and entered the Betrayal Cultural Research Center. Passing the guards, Leonardo stopped. Leonardo clapped his hands. Leonardo, right? I have one favor to ask. Guard 2, ask anything? What can we do for you? Leonardo, pointing somewhere, see that empty space between the two buildings? The guards turned their heads. Between a 3-story building and a 2-story building was an empty lot. The moonlight acted as a spotlight, shining down in a circular beam. Leonardo smiled contentedly. Leonardo, since I'll be performing there, gather everyone in the Research Institute. Don't leave anyone out. Guard 2, yes. We'll move right away. Guard 1, a performance by Leonardo de Sol? No one can resist that? Everyone will be excited to come out. The two guards ran to the 3-story and 2-story buildings, respectively. Leonardo walked to the empty lot standing at the center of the moonlight. He waited for the audience. His head bobbed, and he hummed a cheerful tune. 3 second-floor dormitory hallway / night. People were rushing out into the hallway, their faces bright with excitement. They walked quickly, almost running, eagerly anticipating the performance. Researcher 1, I can't believe I get to see a performance by Leonardo de Sol. Researcher 2, this is such a lucky break. I need to get down there early to grab a good spot. Dr. Kim, looking displeased, pushed his way through the crowd in the opposite direction. His facial muscles twitched in irritation, and his hands moved restlessly. He stopped in front of the door where the new employees were staying. His body creaked as he moved. Cut. How dare you try to refuse the scenario? That's not allowed. Actors should stick to their roles. Ready. Click. Action. At novel bin at. 4 male new employees dormitory / night. The dormitory had more empty beds than occupied ones. The 3 new employees were sitting on the beds, sharing drinks when they suddenly stopped. New employee 1, didn't you hear something just now? New employee 2, I heard it too. It wasn't the sound of glasses clinking. New employee 3, it sounded like a slate being struck. Like the ones they use in movies or dramas. Just then, the door opened. The new employees hastily moved, causing the soju to spill onto the floor. Standing in the spilled soju was Dr. Kim, looking down at new employee 3. New employee 3, awkwardly smiling, well, I brought the alcohol, and I suggested we drink. Dr. Kim, firmly, everyone. Dr. Kim kept moving his hands and making weird facial expressions, but actions outside the script were impossible. Dr. Kim, to celebrate completing the training safely, a performance has been arranged. Let's go see it. New employee 1, confused. Now, at this hour? New employee 1 glanced at the clock by the window, which read 11:20 p.m. The new employees began clapping. New employee 3, that sounds great. Let's go see it. New employee 2, let's go. New employee 1, wow. Leonardo de Sol, the legendary singer who can move people to tears with just one song. We have to hear this. Kim and the new employees cheerfully left the room. Cut, what is this? There's no way I'd spend this much screen time on extras. Is something interfering? No, I would have noticed if that were the case. As soon as they left the room, the unknown force weakened. Their legs continued moving on their own down the stairs, but their hands and mouths were free. Yinwoo grabbed the handrail with his hand, which was scraped as he was dragged down the stairs. He urgently spoke to Kim. Dr. Kim, what is going on? Is this some sort of exercise or training? No, we are under attack. Kim spoke flatly, his mind focused elsewhere. Using the brief moment of regained freedom, he quickly typed on his phone. Using his authority as the director of the research center, he accessed the institute's management system. As the scene transitioned, he made steady progress, finally reaching the point where he could execute the emergency containment protocol. A large red button filled his phone screen. Kang Yal, seeing this, calmly asked, "Who is attacking us, and how? What should we do?" The confirmed intruder is the director from the Free Artists Association. His anomalous entity name is Director. He has limited reality manipulation abilities. As he spoke, his fingers pressed and released the red button. Although the immediate surroundings didn't change, the spaces containing anomalies were now secured with iron bars. The final containment measure, the release of suddenly, a ninja appeared, was activated, giving the ninja freedom. In the meantime, they exited the building and reached the open space. Then, they heard a sound. Click, dash. 4 open area / night with a bright moon. The research center staff gathered in the open area, murmuring excitedly. They were looking forward, their eyes sparkling, and jumping in place with anticipation. Researcher 3, look over there? It's Leonardo de Sol. Security guard 3, I can't believe this day has come. I'm so happy. Standing at the center of the bright moonlight, Leonardo opened his previously closed eyes. The people who met his gaze shrieked. Leonardo placed his hand on his guitar. Leonardo, is everyone here? No one left out? All researchers, very loudly, yes? Leonardo, ladies and gentlemen, I am Leonardo de Sol from Seoul. All researchers, wow. Leonardo, before we start the performance, let me give you some instructions. Leonardo pointed to security guard 1. It was the guard who greeted Leonardo at the main gate. He was wearing sunglasses. There were also a few other guards wearing pajamas with crooked sunglasses. Leonardo, please take off those sunglasses. They will interfere with enjoying my performance. Security guard 1, yes, sir. Security guard 1 struggled to remove his sunglasses. The sunglasses fell to the ground, cracking and breaking. Other sunglasses followed, dropping onto the dirt. Leonardo looked around at the audience. The spectators, gathered closely together, waited eagerly. Leonardo adjusted his guitar. Leonardo, then for the first song. Then suddenly, a ninja appeared. Ninja, domo. Nice to meet you. Ninja Disu. Cut. How dare you tamper with my scenario? How dare you? This is unacceptable. The moonlight vanished, leaving the open area in darkness. The ninja, who had sprung to life thanks to the director's power, disappeared in an instant. Instead, a white man wearing a flat cap appeared and began shouting loudly. His neck veins bulged, and his spit flew everywhere. How dare you tamper with my work? You'll pay for this? I only intended to retrieve the artwork, but now there will be no mercy, none. But no one was calmly listening to him. With the force now weakened, the atmosphere shifted drastically. From an enthusiastic concert waiting for their favorite singer's song, it turned into a company facing an enemy. The security guards moved stiffly, as if their joints were rusty, bending to pick up their sunglasses. The gate guards reached for their tasers. The supervisors searched their pockets to activate remote emergency devices, while the researchers sharpened their senses to observe, analyze, and remember the anomaly. Their actions were excessively slow, as if tightly bound by something heavy, moving with great difficulty and sluggishness. Stalling for time, Dr. Kim shouted loudly. Director, I hadn't heard you entered Korea. Must you really do this? Shut up. You don't even deserve to speak. You don't understand art. There are many anomalies here that kill people. They must not be released to the world. They are not anomalies. They are great works of art that move the world and are loved by everyone. And you've locked them in boxes? And now you've even tampered with my scenario? How dare you? The director's eyes gleamed. Dr. Kim sighed inwardly. He's not listening. There's nothing more I can do. Still, he had done everything he could. He executed the emergency containment measures, isolating the anomalies and summoning the ninja. The Institute's anomalies wouldn't be stolen, and the ninja might even subdue the director. Feeling a bit more at ease, Dr. Kim relaxed. The director suddenly smirked. That's right. There's no need to get angry. Dealing with unexpected situations is part of a director's skill. All right, this will be fun to direct. He muttered a few words. Total Ninja Massacre. Provocative and primal violence. Huh. Before anyone could understand or stop him, the director shouted quickly. Ready. Click. Action. Dash. Dash. 5 open area / dark night. The open area with no moonlight. Then suddenly, a ninja appeared. Ninja, Domo. Nice to meet you. Ninja Disu. The ninja stood in the darkness. Among us, cloaked in pitch-black clothes and a hood, the ninja drew his ninja sword. The sword gleamed even in the darkness. The moonlight-like blade flashed among the research center staff. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. 7 crescents appeared on the ground and vanished. Bodies fell apart. Blood spurted. Screams echoed. It was a scene of horrific carnage. Standing at the center of the field of bodies, the ninja dropped his ninja sword. Ninja, this isn't what I wanted. Ah! The ninja knelt in the pool of blood, his knees submerged. Then, suddenly standing up, the ninja fled, disappearing into the darkness. Dash. Dash. Cut. Haha, serves you right. That's what you get for trying to change someone else's work. The director laughed, shaking his head as he pointed at the scattered bodies, as if that wasn't enough, kicking them as well. Thud. The kicked body parts rolled, leaving a red trail where they had been. The smell of blood was overpowering. In an instant, over 20 people had died gruesomely. It felt unreal. The director's maniacal laughter seemed distant. The research center staff stared blankly at the bodies of their colleagues. They were speechless, their minds numb. Hey, Mr. Leonardo, whose face was spattered with blood, wiped it off and glared at the director. Are you crazy? Why did you kill my audience? Huh? They're not your audience, they're my actors. I can do whatever I want with them. No? Anyone who listens to my music is my audience. You're just an actor moving according to my script. How dare you? What? You have some weird power but haven't made a single decent piece of work. You. The two began to argue, but Yinwu couldn't hear them well. He looked down at the ground through his narrowing vision. The body lying at his feet. Blood pooled around it, soaking his slippers, seeping between his toes. I survived by a hair's breadth. It was pure luck. The ninja's terrifying blade had narrowly missed Yinwu. The cleanly cut sleeve of his shirt was proof. But he couldn't fully enjoy the relief of survival. It wasn't just because the source of the problem still remained. Ugh. Over the past week, he had grown attached to Kong Yal and Soyin. Both were now slumped over, bleeding. Kong Yal's arm was cut so deeply the bone was visible. He was calmly tearing his shirt to use as a bandage, but his complexion was pale. He tied the knot with his good hand and teeth, trembling. Soyin, collapsed, was in worse shape. Her left leg, thin as a twig, had been severed. Blood gushed from the stump of her thigh like a faucet. Kong Yal crawled over, having managed to tie his bandage. Soyin, I'm going to give you first aid. He started to tie her thigh with the torn shirt. Soyin trembled, on the verge of fainting, her eyes rolling back. Ghhhhh. Yinwu slowly moved his gaze again. Among the bodies scattered around, he saw a familiar face. It was the security guard who had shot him with a taser on the first day of training. They had talked often, and the guard had apologized. Now, only his head remained. He was in pajamas, likely having rushed out of bed, with other body parts scattered around. I thought you were some great director since you're an executive, but without your powers, you're just third-rate. One more word, and I'll kill you too. The intruders continued to argue. Yinwu sent a blurred glance at them, staggering forward like a person drunk with sleep. He stepped over puddles of blood and bodies, toward the taser gun lying on the ground. The whole world was blurry. Only the taser gun, half submerged in a pool of blood and sparking with blue electricity, stood out clearly in his vision. Blue snake. Yinwu thought incoherently and let the thoughts drift away. A snake like lightning, lightning like a snake. A person like anomaly, an anomaly like person. In the end, it's all just anomalies. He glanced briefly at the two anomalies still shouting and arguing. They looked like humans, acted angry like humans, and gestured like humans, but they were anomalies. Anomalies that had caused this horrific massacre. They need to be dealt with. To survive. For revenge. For himself. As he grasped the taser gun with his blood-soaked hand, Yinwu realized something. In this strange world, there can be no safe and comfortable life. It wasn't just about working at the company. Life itself was like that. In the shadows of the world lurked strange things that could show malice at any time. Just as these anomalies had slaughtered the research staff one night. To survive in such a strange world. Click. With a shaky hand, he aimed the taser gun at the back of the anomaly known as the director. Leonardo, who was gesturing on the opposite side, widened his eyes. His mouth opened in a shout. Mister, get down. I have to become strange too. He pulled the trigger. Flash. In an instant, the blue snake-like electricity wrapped around the director. His whole body convulsed and he fell sideways with a thud. Remarkably, even in the throes of paralysis, he struggled to move his tongue. Raik, Ri, Dai, Raik, Ri, Dai. Yinwu looked down at the sight, then slowly turned his gaze to Leonardo. The taser gun aimed at him. Cold sweat rolled down Leonardo's forehead. I didn't expect this. Hey, everyone, if I surrender. Click. He pulled the trigger, but the blue snake didn't come out. It seemed the taser gun only had one charge. Relieved, Leonardo suddenly smiled. His hand was already on his guitar strings. As his fingers moved, a sublime melody filled the clearing. Alright, first song, Leonardo of the 21st Century Soul. A song that moves the world, captivating it, and thus influencing it. Leonardo's song began to flow, drawing everyone into ecstasy. Mouths opened, and saliva dripped. Eyes widened, and minds grew hazy. Souls were bathed in joy and bliss. How could there be such a song in the world? Then, Dr. Kim shouted urgently. Stop! Stop right now! The song didn't stop. If you stop now, I'll let you go. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Kim bit his fingers to stay conscious and pointed at the wounded. Many were dead, but there were also those who were injured. People who could still be saved. If they hear your song, they'll all die. We need to perform first aid, so stop the song now. If you don't stop immediately, I'll escalate your threat level. At novel bin at. I can't have that. So it's a deal? I stop, and you let me go. Yes, so stop now. Promise you won't escalate my threat level. Leonardo continued to strum his guitar, but he didn't sing. Both he and Dr. Kim were desperately negotiating. Lives were on the line. In the heat of the moment, Leonardo completely forgot about Yunwoo. Drip drip. Blood dripped from Yunwoo's chin. His front teeth and canines had cruelly dug into his lower lip. Despite this, his mind was being sent to heaven, so he bit down on his upper lip as well. Crunch. The collision of pain and ecstasy in his head. In that gap, he barely managed to hold on to a thread of thought. There were 2 gate guards, 2 tasers, 2 snakes. I used one, and the other one is there. The other gate guard was dead. The holster and taser lay on the ground. Then, to be safe, I'll go to the gate and stop playing. Run? We don't have time. Running while playing the guitar? That's not stylish. Yunwoo pulled the sparking taser from the holster and aimed. Trigger pulled. Flash. Keep your promise? Oh, ding, dee-dang, ding. Leonardo's fingers lost control and plucked the strings wildly. It was no longer music. The ecstasy gradually faded. To make matters worse, Leonardo fell forward, his face hitting the dirt. Ugh, ugh. Dr. Kim and Yunwoo's eyes met. He gave him a thumbs up. Well done. You bought us some time. It was nothing. Yunwoo, who had adapted to this strange world, silently shook his head. Dash. Dash. What happened next went by quickly. The employees, shocked by the massacre, and then further disoriented by Leonardo's song, were awakened by slaps to their faces. The medical staff, who needed immediate attention, were prioritized. The medics, bruised on their cheeks, rushed around, administering first aid to the severely injured. In one corner of the clearing, security guards watched the 2 intruders with fierce eyes, ensuring they couldn't cause any more trouble. They're insane. Even while bound by the snakes, they're trying to do something. Yunwoo and Dr. Kim stood with the guards, looking down at the 2 intruders. The director twisted, trying to shout ready, action, while Leonardo attempted to turn his screams into song. Every time they tried, they were beaten with batons. Stay still, you bastards. Die, die, die. Stop. Don't kill them. Drag this guy away. Batons made from non-conductive materials struck them without mercy, hitting their heads, chests, arms, waists, and legs. On top of the mess caused by the blue snakes, bruises bloomed all over their bodies. A researcher approached them. With a deathly pale face, the researcher spoke to Dr. Kim in a somber voice. Temporary containment measures are ready. Explain. We suspect that the sounds these 2 make are the starting points of their anomalies. Therefore, we will gag them. The singer will also have his hands bound. And, to be sure, we will additionally administer sedatives and tranquilizers to keep them unconscious. If they wake up, the device will make the snake bite them again. All right, let's do that for now. Dr. Kim nodded. With the help of the security guards, the researcher dragged the 2 intruders to the deep basement of the 3-story building. The intruders, realizing this, thrashed and convulsed, trying to activate their anomalies with their voices. The guards, seeing their chance, struck them with their batons. Crack thud snap. Ga, reek, raik. Still not staying still? Keep hitting them? Make sure they can't even groan. It was a brutal scene where 2 people could die. Dr. Kim didn't stop it. Watching quietly, Yunwoo asked a question. What will happen to those anomalies now? I'm not sure. The singer will be managed by our research center, but I don't know about the director. The Korean branch or the headquarters will decide. Dr. Kim spoke with a controlled voice, but his tightly clenched fists didn't relax. They might be used in negotiations with the Free Artists Association or in research on reality manipulation. They won't be killed. I see. It was an unfair situation. But Yunwoo accepted it calmly. It was a strange world. A world of anomalies. To survive in such a world, it seemed better to be an anomaly than a human. In the clearing where the tragedy occurred, the surviving employees busily moved to handle their fallen colleagues. The clearing, soaked in red blood, was touched by the faint morning light. The day the training ended, morning had come. Yunwoo faced the morning as a person in a strange world. Dash. Dash. On the last day of the 7-day training, there was no graduation ceremony for successfully completing the training. It wasn't the right situation for that. Only 3 new employees and Dr. Kim gathered to briefly exchange farewells. The dormitory, transformed into an 8-person infirmary due to the number of patients, could no longer hold the injured. Yunwoo, Kang Yeol, and Dr. Kim gathered near Soyin's bed, who had lost her left leg. They all looked exhausted, having had no time to sleep. Dr. Kim, with deeper dark circles, flipped through a few documents with his bandaged fingers, muttering to himself. New employees, the 7-day training has ended safely. There's no need to read this. Dr. Kim shoved the papers aside and made eye contact with each of the new employees. Kang Yal, with his arm in a cast. Soyeon, lying in bed after losing her leg. Yinwoo, wearing clothes cut by a knife. They looked more like proper employees now, with eyes that had changed in just one day, meeting Dr. Kim's gaze. I reported yesterday's attack to the Korean branch and the headquarters. What's important here is that the assignments and positions for Kang Yal and Soyeon have changed. Orders came from above. How have they changed? Soyeon asked weakly, worried that losing her leg might lead to her termination. Soyeon, you're assigned to the intelligence department at the Korean branch. Kang Yal, you're assigned to the special forces at the Korean branch. The intelligence department. For a moment, Soyeon was as happy as a child. She seemed to forget about her missing leg, her face flushing with joy. Kang Yal, on the other hand, looked puzzled. What kind of unit is the special forces? I don't know either. Both the intelligence department and the special forces have purpose-specific divisions, and I can't tell you where exactly you will be assigned. Not getting the information he wanted, Kang Yal stroked his chin with his uninjured hand, looking unsure. And Yinwoo? Yes. You're still with the Anomaly investigation team. But you played the biggest role in capturing the director and Leonardo de Sol. Yinwoo nodded nonchalantly, not realizing he had done something significant. He had just grabbed the taser and shot it at a careless enemy. Dr. Kim looked Yinwoo up and down once more. Anyway, Yinwoo will receive credit and a reward. What kind of reward? Probably money. Yinwoo smiled faintly. No matter how strange the world was, money was always useful. Dr. Kim had one last thing to say to Yinwoo. Yinwoo, report to the Anomaly investigation team as soon as they contact you. Kang Yal and Soyeon, focus on your recovery first. Well done, everyone. With that, Dr. Kim's words ended. It was time to part. Yinwoo bowed to Dr. Kim, Kang Yal, and Soyeon. Then I'll be going. Yinwoo, you'll do well wherever you go. And thank you for capturing the director, even if it's a bit late to say it. See you later, Yinwoo. Take care. He left the infirmary, passing by busy medical staff and patients with dark expressions. Thus, Yinwoo left Baekbeum Cultural Research Center, exiting the 2-story building, passing the security guards at the gate, walking down the dirt road to the Jungsangal bus stop. 6 Epilogue. The bus rattled to a stop. Yinwoo boarded, sat by the window, and looked back in the direction of Baekbeum Cultural Research Center. His eyes were calm and composed. The bus ran along the winding mountain road. Subtitle: Thus, the Baekbeum Cultural Research Center retrieved the 2 artists, and the Humanity Protection Company prevented a national catastrophe-level threat from a large-scale anomaly leak. In white letters, the end appeared. Cast. Lee Yinwoo as Lee Yinwoo. Lee Soyeon as Lee Soyeon. Kang Yal as Kang Yal. Kim Haiji as Dr. Kim. Mil Madison as Director. Leonardo Park as Leonardo de Sol. Ninja as and suddenly a ninja. Sohong Kim as Lab Employee 1. Eugene Choi as Lab Employee 2. Sang-ha Park as Lab Employee 3. Yideum Shin as Security Staff 1. Junyoung Bae as Security Staff 2. Kangmin Cho as Security Staff 3. Watt as Blue Lightning Snake 1. Bluey as Blue Lightning Snake 2. Director as Mil Madison. Staff. Script, Writer. Production, Humanity Protection Company. Sponsored by, Pretap, Chocobo, Phobos, Junyoung, Pitchblend, 2 Fun Men, Sagang, Dodaman, Wazyare, Feed Me, Outer God L, Hair Loss Treatment Shaving, 1H2Q3P, Apple _513, Complete, 00 inch, Joyful Microbe, Founder, Creation, Hyearngen 57, Crazy Soundtrack, Preed, Lucky Sign, Wing Beauty, World Eater. This work is a fiction, and any resemblance to actual persons, organizations, or locations is purely coincidental. In this strange world, surviving day by day is the rule. Saving for tomorrow is a luxury. Vroom. First job, first commute, and first car. Lee Yinwoo smiled contentedly as he drove his small compact car. The compact car, which he spent all his compensation money from the company on, was second-hand but pretty decent. He couldn't help but hum a tune as he drove. After a while, he was driving happily yet awkwardly on the road. A notification sound came from the phone with the navigation app turned on. Turn right 500 m ahead. Turn right. Yinwoo stretched out the words like he was singing and turned the steering wheel. The compact car, rattling along the asphalt road, entered a quiet parking lot. The compact car entered a rectangular parking space crookedly. Ding dong. You have arrived at your destination. Ending guidance. Thank you for the guidance. Yinwoo, who turned off the navigation app, got out of the car and looked around. A spacious and quiet public parking lot. Except for Yinwoo's compact car with a new driver sticker, there was only a police car and a passenger car. Looking up, the mountain towering over him wore a green dress and a white mist hat. The scent of grass and the mountain carried on the breeze. It's been a long time since I came to the mountains. Yinwoo's voice turned hesitant. He didn't come here for driving practice or hiking. A memory of a phone call with the head of the investigation team quickly flashed through his mind. A booming voice that seemed to explode the speaker. Hey, newbie. I'm the head of the department you'll be working in. You start tomorrow. You know Guibike Mountain? Be there by 7 a.m. Yinwu's loosely raised lips drooped. He moved his hand slowly to fix the outfit of the hiking clothes he bought yesterday. The new clothes smell and the glossy shine were tiring for his nose and eyes. A sigh mixed with a mutter came out. If the boss is a hiking fanatic, it's going to be exhausting. It's a weekday, not a weekend, and it's the first day for the new employee. Being called to the mountains already gave him a creeping sense of foreboding. Yinwu tried to think positively as he walked toward the trail entrance. Maybe not. The investigation team must be in the mountains. Climbing the mountain every time he goes to work is a problem, but having a boss obsessed with hiking is. Or is it? Which is worse? While he was pondering, he arrived at the trail entrance. Yinwu stopped his unnecessary worrying and stood still. There was something strange at the entrance. What is this? At novel bin at. The entrance was cordoned off with a no-entry tape. 2 police officers were controlling entry in front of the tape, and under the shade of a tree next to them, a boy in a high school uniform and a woman in a shabby tracksuit were squatting and staring blankly at their phones. As Yinwu approached cautiously, a police officer reached out a hand to stop him. Sorry, there's an incident, and we're preventing hikers from entering. Really? He was definitely called to Guibike Mountain, and this is Guibike Mountain, so it's strange. Is this some kind of initiation? Or is there really an accident? Surely it's not another test. He was about to call the team leader when a woman who had been watching him closely spoke up. Are you Li Yinwu? Right. Yes, that's me. But you are. Ahem, I'm Yu, working in the investigation team. A colleague from the same department. He hadn't come to the wrong place, though her shabby clothes and listless eyes were a bit concerning. Tap tap. As Jiyu stood up and dusted off her tracksuit, Yinwu bowed his head. Hello, senior. I'm Li Yinwu, the new employee. I look forward to working with you. Yes, really nice to meet you. The team leader couldn't stop talking about you. An S-grade rookie, he said. Let's work together for a long time. She held out her hand for a handshake. He took it, and they shook hands a couple of times. At that moment, the boy in the school uniform poked his head out. Mister, are both your parents healthy? What? A sudden, and if taken a certain way, offensive remark. Li Yinwu calmly looked at Yu. His eyes asked if she knew the boy or if he was related to the investigation team. Yu, avoiding Yinwu's gaze, swung her palm and smacked the back of the boy's head. Whack dash? Ow, why'd you hit me? How many times do I have to tell you not to act recklessly? If you don't listen, you get hit. This is violence? Officer, arrest this woman. Whack dash? Ow, sigh. Anyway, Li Yinwu, this kid is Choi Jae-min, and as you can see, he's a bit strange. By strange, do you mean? Perhaps because there were unrelated police officers around, she cleverly referred to the anomaly in a way that the laughing police wouldn't understand. Understanding what she meant, Yinwu clenched his fist. Directors who manipulated reality, Leonardos who led minds into rapture. The humanoid anomalies he had encountered were all terrifying. His gaze towards Choi Jae-min mixed with caution and hostility. Choi Jae-min, rubbing the back of his head, raised his head defiantly. His voice was excited and angry. I'm human, I'm not a monster or anything. Even though Choi Jae-min shouted, the 2 members of the investigation team didn't respond. Yinwu, keeping a tense eye on Jae-min, quietly asked Jiyu, what kind of anomaly? Is he dangerous? No. If we rate him by level, he's about a 1. Harmless. At worst, he just insults people's parents. Stop ignoring me with your otaku-sounding sh*t. The police officer who had been watching quietly chuckled. Jiyu hit the back of Jaemin's head once more. Whack dash? Ow. Anyway, it's hard to talk here. Let's discuss it while climbing the mountain. After saying a few words to the laughing police officer, Jiyu crossed the no-entry tape. Jaemin, still holding his head, grumbled as he followed her. Yinwu looked at Jaemin's back puzzledly. He was starting to understand what kind of anomaly he was. Parent detector. It was really vague and insignificant. He might throw out some abusive language at people, but it's not like he could kill someone. As he pondered, Jiyu, who had gone ahead, turned and spoke in a trembling voice. Li Yinwu, you're not thinking of quitting just because you got called to the mountain on your first day, right? This is part of the job. I mean, not that hiking is our job, you know. It's because of work. No, this makes it sound like our job is hiking. That's not it. Her eyes seemed to shake violently as she looked at the newbie. Yinwu quickly gathered his thoughts. No, I'm coming. He crossed the no-entry tape. The police didn't stop him. They lifted the tape to let him through easily. After lightly nodding to the police, Yinwu started up the mountain path. Dash, dash. When climbing a winding mountain path, sweat pours, breath shortens, and the heart beats incessantly. Especially for a body that hasn't exercised once while living as a civil service exam student. Huff 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 hoo. A few steps behind, Yinwu placed his hands on his knees. His arms and legs trembled, his torso bent over as if he were about to vomit. Sweat dripped from his nose and chin, falling onto the dirt floor. Saliva dribbled as well. Jaemin, standing midway up, looked back at Yinwu and screamed in shock. Sis, this guy looks like he's about to die. He's really going to die. He's not in good shape. This is not good. Jiyu looked down at Yinwu with a somewhat disappointed expression. She had sweated, but didn't look nearly as exhausted. Barely lifting his head, Yinwu spoke, gasping for breath. Let's just rest for a moment. Please, really. There's a resting spot just a bit further up. Let's go that far. A bit, really? Yes, really just a bit. Ugh. Yinwu groaned as he forced his bent body upright. Then he summoned all his strength to take another step forward. Yu Jiyu and Choi Jaemin walked slowly. They kept glancing at Yinwu, who looked like he might collapse at any moment, and offered worried comments. Mister, do you want some ionized water? I brought some. But your stamina is really weak. Don't talk. Help disguised as annoyance. Yinwu, I'm saying this as your senior, so don't take it the wrong way. Yes. Our investigation team does a lot of field work. If your stamina is this weak, it will be a problem. You need to exercise regularly to build your strength. Advice disguised as a distraction. Yinwu, half out of his mind, let their voices wash over him like white noise. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A rest area. There were 2 park benches on a small, flat clearing. A large tree beside them cast a cool shadow over the spot. As a member of the investigation team, I'm telling you, Yinwu, are you listening? Yes? There was really only a little bit left. Sis, I don't think he heard any of that. Summoning his remaining strength, Yinwu hurried his steps. He was the first to reach the rest area and claimed one of the benches. He threw himself onto it as if it were a bed. Ah, I feel alive again. The hard wooden bench felt better than a bed. Swoosh. At that moment, a breeze blew through. Sunlight scattered through the rustling leaves. As Yinwu, now comfortably resting with his eyes closed, began to breathe more slowly, Jiyu spoke. Yinwu, do you feel better now? Can we start talking about work? Yes? I'm sorry. I didn't realize my stamina was this bad. Then come over here. On the bench where Jiyu and Jaemin sat, there were several sheets of paper spread out between them, articles, photos, and text. Yinwu squatted in front of the bench, and the 3 of them huddled together. Jiyu began to speak. First of all, our anomaly investigation team is tasked with investigating incidents suspected to be the work of anomalies. So, there's an anomaly in this mountain. Yinwu trailed off. His face, which had brightened while resting, hardened again. His nerves were on edge. Unconsciously, he looked around. The empty mountain felt unfamiliar. Swoosh. The sound of leaves rubbing against each other in the wind, the faintly rising mist. It's not certain yet, but there are some suspicious aspects. Look at this. Jiyu handed over a few sheets of paper. They contained photos and interview records. Yinwu began reading the first page seriously, but soon his expression turned strange. Park Sangjun? Why is he mentioned here? The first photo was of a gruesome corpse. Its limbs were twisted in various directions, and its stomach, exposed under a pulled-up shirt, appeared to have been eaten by an animal. Bugs swarmed all over it. Yu Jiyu, with a frown, added an explanation. A hiker died in this mountain. The autopsy results showed that he slipped and rolled down a slope, and he slowly died from those injuries. That's not strange, is it? It seems like an ordinary accidental death. Yinwu calmly asked back. He scrutinized the brutal photo, looking for anything unusual with steady eyes. I can't tell. It seemed like a simple corpse. Yinwu took his eyes off the photo and looked at the others. Ugh, F***ck. Jaemin was leaning over the bench, gagging. He was of no help. On the other hand, Jiyu, like a good senior, pointed kindly at the report as if she had expected this. It seems like a simple accident, right? Look at the next page. Rustle. The sound of turning pages. Yinwu, startled by his own action, closed his eyes briefly, then opened them calmly to read the report. Oh. Park Sangjun's ID photo appeared. Below it were dialogue records that looked like an interview. There were many alternating questions and answers. With a puzzled look, Yinwu glanced up at Jiyu. You know him too, right? Yes. Why is he in this? Park Sangjun, a civil service exam veteran. He was someone Yinwu had taken the human qualification exam and done the new employee training with. Jiyu let out a deep sigh. He tried to kill himself in this mountain. In a secluded valley where no one comes. What? Why? They say he couldn't endure the training and dropped out. That means he was prescribed memory-erasing medication. Yes. You don't need to say more. Yinwu looked silently at Park Sangjun's ID photo. Somehow, he felt he understood him. He failed the 5th civil service exam, and he had to prepare for the 6th one. But when he came to his senses, he realized time had passed without any memory of studying. He probably lost the will to prepare for another exam, couldn't endure it anymore, and perhaps the influence of reasons I should die lingered in his subconscious at novel bin at. If I hadn't joined the company. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. Yinwu slapped his own cheek and began to read the material methodically. Survived? Amnesia. Park Sangjun survived. But he seemed to have experienced another strange incident. He came down in a terrible state but said he couldn't remember anything. He thinks he saw something and ran away. But the important thing is, Jiyu held up 4 fingers in front of Yinwu's eyes. The valley where Park Sangjun tried to die is where the first death occurred, and since then, 4 more people have died in this mountain. From slipping. Yes, from rolling down. In a similar valley. In that same valley. This was certainly strange. Yinwu looked around cautiously. The white mist had thickened since before. The visibility was narrowing. The trees in the distance were blurry shadows standing beyond the mist. The swaying branches and leaves looked like something was gesturing. In the midst of this ominous mountain, Jiyu spoke seriously. Our mission is to investigate whether this is truly an anomaly and what kind of anomaly it is. It's dangerous work. Yinwu steeled himself. Just like when he took the human qualification exam, when he survived Reasons I Should Die, and when he captured the director and Leonardo, he was prepared to fight desperately. But just as things were getting serious, Ji-yu suddenly slumped her shoulders and smiled slightly. Well, in reality, it's about finding small clues and running away. After all, we're working to make a living, so there's no need to risk our lives. Mister, don't worry. I've worked on a few cases too, and I've never seen anything truly strange. It's all lies, bullsh**, just rumors. Anomalies aren't that common. Jaemin and Ji-yu laughed. But Yinwu couldn't relax. It's a strange world. Nothing would be surprising. His muscles were tensed just right, his senses on alert. He was ready to react instantly to any signs of danger. Seeing Yinwu's tense face, Ji-yu patted him on the arm. It's fine. You're a newbie, so it's normal to be on edge. It's not a bad attitude. Wow, mister, you're such a scaredy cat. Then again, I guess you have less experience than me. I've already done over 10 investigation drills. They laughed, displaying a lack of awareness of the danger. Yinwu opened his mouth to say something. Shall we get back to work? Ji-yu took back the documents. She put the papers into her bag, slung it over her shoulder, and got up from the bench energetically. The valley where the deaths occurred is too dangerous, so let's go up to the peak overlooking that valley. We might see some clues from there. Ji-yu took binoculars out of her tracksuit pocket and waved them like a cheering stick. Safety first. Let's go safely. Yinwu kept his mouth shut at those words. She was a senior in the investigation team. He couldn't dismiss her experience, skills, and the fact that she had survived until now. It might not be a lack of awareness but confidence. Still, I must stay alert. Even if I look strange, I need to stay sharp. He shook his head to clear his mind. As he followed Ji-yu with Jaemin, he asked a question. How long until we reach the peak? About 1/5. We've come that far. Oh, I see. About 20%. They still had a long way to go. Thinking about the return trip made it seem even farther. Yinwu looked at the high peak with a distant gaze. It was shrouded in thick fog and not visible. Dash. Dash. They walked and walked. They climbed uphill, then went downhill, climbed again, and descended again. They stepped on dirt, weeds, fallen leaves, and branches. Huff huff. Wait, let's rest for a bit. Okay. Thud. Yinwu collapsed onto the ground, struggling to lift his head to look at the sky. The sky was covered by a white mist like a lid. The sun, a white dot, was high above his head. We should have reached there a while ago. That's true. This is strange. Why are we still on the mountain path? A long time had passed. They walked slowly because of Yinwu, but even so, they should have reached the peak by now. Yet, they were still on the mountain path. They didn't know if they were at the base, the middle, or near the peak. Ji-yu raised her binoculars to her eyes, then lowered them in frustration. She tapped her thigh with the binoculars. Tap tap tap. Can't see anything because of the fog. No people, either. I don't know where we are. Sis, look at this. Jaemin showed his phone to Ji-yu. A map app was open with a red pin marking their current location. We're only halfway up. That doesn't make sense. Her hand stopped mid-tap. Ji-yu glared at the map, then turned to look back at the path they had walked. The white mist filled the air, hiding the end of the downward path. The next moment, Ji-yu spoke cheerfully. Clue collection finished? This fog that makes people lose their way is definitely strange, right? Let's head back and report. Are you sure? Isn't it just the fog causing us to get lost? Before Jaemin could finish his rebuttal, Ji-yu's hand swung. Whack dash? Ouch? Why again? In turn? When a full-time employee speaks, you listen. Damn. Despite her playful yet serious attitude, Jaemin pouted his lips and wisely said no more. Ji-yu turned to look at Yinwu. Yinwu, shall we head down now? Yinwu, senior. His voice was trembling. Yinwu was sitting on the ground, staring at his phone. His eyes and hands were shaking. Look at this. What is it? Ji-yu quickly approached, bending down to look at the phone over Yinwu's shoulder. Recent calls. Team leader, outgoing call /1 hour ago 1 minute 20 seconds. It was a call he had no memory of making. From a distance close enough to touch noses, Ji-yu and Yinwu locked eyes. Yinwu, did you secretly call the team leader? No, and it's not like I walked far enough that you wouldn't have heard the call. Then, an unremembered call record. Ji-yu stood up quickly, pulling out her phone and pressing the speed dial to call the team leader. The call connected almost immediately. A voice came through the speakerphone. Hey, what is it now? Team leader, we're trying to come down now. The fog is making us lose our way, so we're going to head back down. Dash, the newbie already reported that earlier. Reported? He did. Ji-yu rubbed her forehead and looked at Yinwu. Yinwu shook his head vigorously, mouthing that he definitely hadn't made any such report. Ji-yu licked her dry lips. Team leader, we're still on the mountain. We don't remember making that call. You don't remember? Silence. Only the sound of breathing came through the phone speaker. Then, the team leader's voice mixed with the noise of him making another call, flipping through papers. After a brief moment, the team leader spoke again. Damn it. It's not life-threatening, so there's no rescue team coming. Those bastards think investigators are lab rats. Oh, so, we have to find our way out ourselves. But we can't find the path. Ji-yu craned her neck like a meerkat, looking around. Only the white fog was visible, there was no path to be seen. Her labored breaths hit the phone's microphone. Hearing this, the team leader shouted loudly. The speaker seemed to tremble with his yell. Ji-yu, get a grip. You're the senior? If you lose focus, you'll fall and die. Stay calm? Yes, calm down. Stay calm. Phew. Taking deep breaths, she regained her composure. The team leader, hearing her breathing, waited before speaking again. Take good care of that kid who can detect parents. Listen to the newbie. He's good at surviving. Got it. Yes. Come back alive. There's a reward waiting when you return. A reward. Ji-yu's eyes sparkled, slightly more composed now. That fog might be useful for making memory erasers. We're short on those. The reward won't be small. We have to make it back alive, then. Yeah. See you later. Click. The call ended. Ji-yu put her phone in her pocket but then took it out again, holding it in her hand. To compensate for her fading memory, she turned on the video recording. Yinwoo and Jaemin appeared on the recording phone screen, waiting for Ji-yu's instructions. Ji-yu's voice reached the microphone. Ahem. Intern, Junior. From now on, our top priority is getting down the mountain. The investigation is over. Our goal is to return safely. So, let's each make a record to prepare for any memory loss. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yinwoo opened a notepad app and typed a few words. Current time 12:35 p.m. Memory loss confirmed. Proceed with caution while descending. He pinned it to his home screen. Click. Meanwhile, Jaemin took a selfie and wrote a few lines on the photo. Then he opened the map app again. I'll keep checking our route. Good job. Let's head down. Ji-yu took the lead, starting down the slope. Soon, the three figures disappeared into the fog. In the deserted mountain, shadows of trees, birds, and animals stirred. The world turned red as if it were on fire. The sky at sunset, the mist soaked in the scarlet light of the setting sun. The faces of the people standing in the middle of the mist were also reddened. Huff huff. Yinwoo trembled all over. His face, pale and looking as if he aged half a day, appeared close to death. He barely suppressed the nausea that rose with every breath and managed to speak. Why are we still? I don't know. I don't know. Ji-yu also shook her head, looking exhausted. Her sweat-drenched tracksuit clung to her neck and arms. The phone in her sticky hand was completely dead. My phone's battery is dead. I have no idea. Mine's about to die too. Jaemin had taken off his school uniform jacket and was wearing only a white t-shirt. Holding his crumpled jacket in one hand, he showed his phone with the other. Battery 3% remaining. The screen, dimmed to save power, showed a map and their current location. That location was this place, this place. Ji-yu urgently swung her backpack to the front. After fumbling with the zipper several times, she pulled out the report. It was wet with sweat and wrinkled from being held multiple times. As she struggled to flip through the pages, Ji-yu suddenly froze. Her lips trembled as she mumbled. Why are we here? Where is this place? The valley. The valley where people died. This is the valley? No way, sis, don't joke. Jaemin forced a laugh. After looking at the phone screen, he reached out towards their surroundings. No way. We did go deep in, but look around. How is this a valley? The slope wasn't visible. Due to the white mist, only an ordinary hiking trail was visible. No matter how you looked at it, it wasn't a dangerous path where one misstep could lead to death. Wait a moment. Ji-yu took deep, regular breaths. She closed her eyes and mumbled to herself for a while. When she opened her eyes, she spoke calmly. You can't see well, but there's a slope nearby. If you step on a tree root wrong and fall, it's over. Got it? Be careful. Are you serious? Really? Ding 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 ding. At that moment, Jaemin's phone made a cheerful sound and turned off. Jaemin went pale and stopped talking. He kept pressing the power button, but the dead battery wouldn't revive the phone. No, without this. Calm down. Just be careful with your footing. Ji-yu approached Jaemin to calm him down when Yinwoo suddenly interjected. No, it's not just about being careful with our footing. Ji-yu and Jaemin looked at Yinwoo. He had his head down, looking at his phone and the memo. 12:35 p.m. Memory loss confirmed. Proceed with caution while descending. 12:50 p.m. Took the wrong path. The downhill led to the peak. Keep checking the current location on the map carefully. 1:30 p.m. Will the battery last? What if it runs out? I have no writing tools. I need something to record with. I'll save my phone's battery as much as possible. 2:55 p.m. Memory loss confirmed. Realized belatedly that time had jumped. We accidentally took a path leading to another peak. The map is fine, but none of us are familiar enough with the mountain to find the correct trail. 3:20 p.m. Felt a presence. Is it a person? An animal? A shaking branch? Or am I just paranoid? 4:50 p.m. It's clear. There is something. A cry like that of a roe deer. Is it really a roe deer? 6:10 p.m. The shadow in the mist. It's hunting us. There had been 2 instances of memory loss. There was a record of danger, not just memory loss. Something led us here. The people who died before us didn't die by accident. That means, right now, there's something around us trying to kill us. F***ck, we're screwed. Ji-yu and Jaemin had come closer, reading Yinwoo's memo from either side of him. They began frantically scanning the surroundings. Their eyes darted constantly, from shadow to shadow through the mist. If it's a level 2 danger, it's really dangerous. Something that kills people is out there. Oh, man. I really didn't want to come today. They trembled and kept turning their heads. They couldn't stay still for even a moment. The world they lived in made them this way, unable to think of anything else. Russell Crack SSS. The unfamiliar mountain. The ominous mountain. The mist-covered mountain. The sound of vegetation brushing against the wind, the cracking of twigs and pine cones falling, the movements of insects, frogs, or snakes, sounds that were usually refreshing in the mountains. Now, these sounds held sinister hints, shaking their minds. Normal thinking was impossible. Yinwu, having survived 3 deadly crises, spoke with a tired voice. I think there are 3 things we can do. What are they? Tell us quickly. Before speaking, Yinwu took out a water bottle to moisten his dry mouth. He then threw the bottle away. It was empty, having been drunk earlier. The bottle rolled out of sight, making a noise similar to a rock falling. There was a slope nearby. Yinwu suppressed his emotions as much as possible. He thought intensely about survival and spoke. First, I can call 119 or 112. I still have about 20% battery left, so it's possible. It's impossible. If they come, they'll lose their memories and get lost because of the anomaly. Jiyu, still watching the shadows beyond the mist, said. Then she mentioned her duty as an employee. And even if it's possible, calling civilians would negatively affect our personnel evaluations. Survival is the priority. Safety first. You said that, senior. Adat novel bin adat. That's true, but calling them won't ensure our survival. Jiyu spoke, and Yinwu nodded in agreement. To resolve this situation and survive, they needed experts. Police officers or firefighters weren't the right experts for this. So Yinwu suggested the next idea. How about starting a fire? Neither the mist nor the monster can withstand a forest fire. Yes, mister, I learned in school that heat rises. The mist will definitely clear out. Jaemin, his shoulders shaking, pulled out a lighter from his back pocket. It was a turbo lighter. He looked around for branches, ready to start a fire immediately. Jiyu swung her hand at the back of Jaemin's head. Whack dash? Ow? Why? If we start a fire, the monster and everything else will burn. We'll die too. We don't know the way. Can we escape a forest fire? And why do you have a lighter? You're a student, are you smoking? No, that's not it. While Jaemin stammered, Yinwu turned on his phone and presented the last solution. If we can't call for help or start a fire, there's only one option left. What is it? Request assistance from the company. Report that we've confirmed a level 2 anomaly. He wasn't sure, but reporting such a danger might bring in a rescue team or a special operations unit true experts. Yinwu pressed the buttons with hope. Jaemin and Jiyu looked at him and the phone with hopeful eyes. Yinwu put the phone on speaker. A clear voice came through. Ring 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 click. Hey, newbie. What now? Team leader, this is new recruit Li Yinwu. We've confirmed that it's not just mist but an anomaly, and it's a level 2 danger. We're requesting assistance. Dash, newbie, you already reported that earlier. What? Yinwu couldn't continue speaking. His mind went blank. Instinctively, he switched screens to check. A call record he had seen but inadvertently ignored. Recent calls. Team leader, outgoing call /30 minutes ago 2 minutes 23 seconds. Another call he had no memory of. In his lost memory, Yinwu did the best he could. Oh, dash, newbie, put it on speaker so everyone can hear. Yes, yes, it's on. With his mind emptied, Yinwu mechanically followed the team leader's order. Forgetting that the speakerphone was already on, he reached to press the button but then realized and tapped the microphone with his finger instead. The team leader spoke. Listen carefully. The Korean branch sent a drone to collect samples of the mist and assess the environment. Then, Yinwu clung to a faint glimmer of hope. They said it can be used as a material for memory erasers. So, they recommended not to mess with the anomaly. Damn bastards. They said the anomaly you confirmed might be causing the mist, so it needs to be preserved. Oh, ha. They're forming a research team and dispatching the special response unit, but that's for later. There's no immediate help coming for you. The team leader coldly cut off the hope of the endangered investigators. The team leader spoke in a low voice. Investigators need to take care of their own lives. The company can't afford to help. Yinwu understood the harsh truth. He had to carve out his own path to survival. Yes, understood. Yinwu ended the call. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Yinwu spoke. There's no rescue coming. We have to do whatever it takes ourselves, even if it's something we shouldn't do. If the best option was impossible, they had to go for the second best. If that too failed, then even the worst option would be better than being killed by the anomaly. Right. This isn't the time to be picky. Jiyu sighed and beckoned to Jaemin. He flinched and stepped back. What? Why? Give me your cigarettes. What? No way, I don't smoke. I'm a student. Come on, hurry. Reluctantly, Jaemin pulled out cigarettes from his back pocket. Jiyu took one, lit it with a click, and inhaled deeply. The cigarette smoke mingled with the mist. Flick. Jiyu flicked the lit cigarette to where Yinwu had thrown his water bottle. The cigarette rolled down the slope. No matter how many memories we lose or how the monster chases us, it won't go towards the fire. Let's move away from this valley first. Under the red sunset sky, they set the mountain on fire. Dry leaves, branches, and the report served as kindling. In the burning mist, a ghastly scream echoed. Keek. The world was ablaze. Red, orange, radiating heat, scattering embers everywhere. Huff huff. Now, memories didn't matter. Only the struggle for survival remained. Like an animal fleeing the flames, they ran. Even if their breath was stuck in their throats, they couldn't stop. Even if they died running, they had to keep going. Yinwu, F***ck, snap out of it. Huff, I'm not, okay. Yinwu should have collapsed from exhaustion long ago, but he found strength from somewhere to keep running downhill. His unsteady steps and pounding heartbeat were signs of his desperation. Behind Yinwu, Jaemin and Jiyu also ran desperately. Jaemin shouted with broken breaths. Mister, is this the right way down? I don't know. F***ck, what if we're going the wrong way? Stop cursing. Jiyu raised her hand but immediately dropped it. She didn't have the energy to hit him. She focused on the path ahead and kept running. Then it happened. Thud. Yinwu tripped over a rock and fell forward hard. His flailing hands barely caught the ground, but his strength gave out, and he collapsed. His face hit the dirt with a thud. Yinwu, Mister. The two who had been following stopped instantly beside Yinwu. He tried to push himself up off the ground but couldn't get to his feet. His trembling hands had no strength. In the end, he feebly raised his convulsing hand. Help me up, get up, quickly. Hurry, mister. They grabbed Yinwu's arms and helped him to his feet. As soon as he stood, he stumbled forward. There was no time to brush off the dirt from his face or spit it out of his mouth. Keek! A horrible scream echoed from behind them. Run. Huff. They didn't look back. There was no point. They could barely keep their eyes on the ground in front of them. A world of red, white, and black. The sunset, the mist, and the smoke mixed chaotically, blurring everything. Nothing was clear. Only the acrid smell of smoke, the sound of leaves rustling wildly in the strong wind, and the constant fleeing of forest birds and animals surrounded them. Thud snap. Then something fell through the mist and landed in front of them. Jaemin, startled, instinctively raised his fist. What is it? It's a squirrel? Just keep running. Jiyu pushed Jaemin, who had slowed down, urging him on. Indeed, a small squirrel was darting away frantically. Yinwu, who was overtaken by the squirrel, struggled to recall his thoughts in his dizzy head. There had been 2 screams so far. At least in his memory, that was the case, and 2 instances were enough to compare. It seems to be getting closer than before. What? The monster? Yes. Jaemin and Jiyu's breaths faltered. Jiyu, panting, lifted her eyes from the ground and glared at the mist ahead. Where are we? We've come down a lot, but how far to the entrance? I don't know. We're not even sure this is the way down. Even if we get down, will the parking lot be safe? Suddenly, Yinwu stopped running. Jaemin and Jiyu also stopped. Catching his breath, Yinwu looked at them. Despite the fire, the monster is still chasing us. They had set the fire for 3 reasons. To disperse the mist, to drive away the monster, and to avoid the valley where people had died. It seemed the fire had worked to some extent, their memories were relatively intact, and they had distanced themselves from the dangerous valley. Yet, the monster was still pursuing them, seemingly intent on killing them. Mister, so what are you suggesting? Are you seriously saying we should fight? Against a monster we know nothing about. Jaemin quickly shook his head and pushed past Yinwu. How do we fight a monster? What if we die trying? No, we can do it. Because, at that moment, Keek, the monstrous scream came from nearby, close enough to guess its location. Yinwu spoke. Even if we can't, we have to try. It's going to catch up soon. No, prepare to fight right now. It's coming. At novel bin at. It approached with a sound. Crack snap crunch. Breaking branches, something sharp stabbing, not on the hiking trail, but on the slope, not on the ground, but in the trees. Crack, snap, thud. The sound grew louder, like a countdown, from above, beyond the mist. Damn it. Jaemin wrapped his school uniform jacket around his fist. Jiyu swung her bag to the front and pulled out a short knife. Yinwu picked up a thick branch with trembling hands. Yinwu thought calmly. We can win. Judging by its speed, its physical abilities aren't overwhelmingly superior. And we have numbers. There are 3 of us, and only one of it. He had survived until now. He would survive this too. Yes, I won't die here. He gripped the branch tightly. The rough bark and splinters dug into his palm, causing a stinging pain. The pain and exhaustion made the branch waver in his grip. Snap. The next moment, the sound stopped. A deadly silence, even the wind had stopped. The once bustling mountain with its animals and birds was now utterly still. Huff, huff. Get ready, get ready, get ready. They couldn't even breathe properly, their tension peaked. Their wide eyes focused on the last spot where the sound was heard. To the right, somewhere above the shadows of the trees. With fists wrapped in school uniforms raised, knives gripped tightly, and the branch drawn back like a baseball bat, they were ready to attack at any moment. Yinwu's eyes suddenly widened. He looked up at the sky. Above, it's falling. Through the thick mist, a dark human-like figure silently descended right in the middle of the 3 of them. Dash, dash, huh. Pain shot through his head. His vision was red. Yinwu instinctively wiped his eyes. Blood stained his hand. It seemed to be flowing from his head. No, not just his head. His hands, empty of the branch, were now covered in blood. Dizziness hit him. The world blurred, and he collapsed. Yinwu struggled to hold on to consciousness. So, we tried to fight the monster, but then, did I lose my memory? Then what happened? His blurred vision and thoughts began to clear. Yinwu slowly looked around. Jiyu, what happened? Is it over? She was sitting dazedly, with no severe injuries. Her bag was torn, and her training clothes had some rips with red lines of blood underneath, but nothing serious. In front of Jiyu lay something strange. It had a human shape but was clearly a monster. Sharp claws covered in flesh, a knife embedded in its neck. It wasn't moving. It was undoubtedly dead. Relief washed over him. The tension released, and Yinwu lay down completely. The misty sky darkened, but his heart felt at ease. Ah, we survived. Yes, it looks like we won. Jiyu, rustling as she stood, walked over to Yinwu. She looked down at his arm with concern. There's a chunk of flesh missing from your arm. We need to do some first aid and get down the mountain. Oh, he hadn't even realized the pain. He just felt a bit dizzy and overwhelmingly sleepy. Right. No time to rest. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have started the fire. It was pointless. Let's move on. We survived, that's what matters. Jaemin, give me your uniform jacket. We need it as a bandage. There was no response. Jiyu blinked in confusion. Jaemin, what are you doing? Struggling to sit up, Yinwu turned his head to look at Jaemin. Jaemin's cheeks were trembling, his teeth chattering. Despite being the least injured among the three, he was shaking with fear as he stared at the monster's corpse. Jaemin, what's wrong? Sis, mister, this. What about it? It's dead, isn't it? That's not it. Jaemin's eyes, filled with terror, darted between Jiyu and Yinwu, but his gaze seemed to be looking past them into the void. This thing. Mom and Dad are here, and they're really angry. At that moment, screams that shook the mountain erupted. Aik, keek, two endless, echoing screams. If we fight, we die. If we get caught, we die. Oh. Yinwu staggered to his feet, only to collapse again from dizziness. The world swayed around him. Nevertheless, he grabbed at the dirt and clung to a tree trunk to stand up again. But, oh, this really isn't good. Maybe it was the blood loss. Maybe it was because the bleeding hadn't stopped. Or perhaps his strength had completely run out. He felt like he couldn't walk anymore. As he shook his head, Jiyu approached and tightly wrapped Jaemin's uniform jacket around his injured arm. Hurry, we need to move. No, I don't think I can walk. He tried taking a few steps, but he could barely stand straight, even while holding onto a tree. Trying to move forcibly, he felt he would tumble down the slope. This way, there's no way to survive. No matter how he thought about it, only death scenarios came to mind. Falling to his death, bleeding to death, being killed by the abnormality. I can't die. I don't want to die. Yinwu gritted his teeth and took a step, but his foot slipped, and he fell. Yinwu. Oh. Lying there, he realized he couldn't get up again. His eyelids grew heavy, and sleepiness overwhelmed him. I don't want to die. Not like this. Faint sounds reached his muffled ears. It's too late to get help if we go down. We have to carry him. Move aside, sis. Let me try. I can't lift him. Voices and hands trying to save Yinwu. Yinwu struggled to open his eyes. He saw Jaemin and Jiyu, unable to flee or save him, at a loss for what to do. And then, crash, crack, boom, the sounds grew louder and clearer, approaching along the path they had taken. Trees were being smashed, branches were breaking, and rocks were shattering. The parents of the monster were rampaging, destroying everything in their path as they raced towards them. An unavoidable death was approaching. In a faint voice, Yinwu spoke. Go. We need to get out together. It's impossible. Just go. If there was any chance of survival, he would have clung to them shamelessly, even at the risk of being a burden. If he could trade lives, he might have even considered killing them to survive. But facing unavoidable death, there was no reason for everyone to die together. Safety first, right? Go. They'll be here any moment. I'm sorry, mister. Jaemin and Jiyu bit their lips and stood up. They couldn't meet his eyes properly and left. Their figures disappeared into the mist. Left alone, Yinwu glanced up at the sky and waited for the approaching abnormality. Damn bastards. Their noisy approach made it impossible to miss them. Indeed, they came closer soon enough. Two dark shadows, larger than humans but smaller than trees. Gaya. The monsters' figures burst forth, screaming like banshees. Time seemed to slow as they approached, the moment of death dragging out. Surprisingly, his life didn't flash before his eyes. He felt nothing, thought nothing. Yinwu simply watched in a daze. A net shot down from the sky. Keek. Gaya. Crash bang. The two anomalies, tangled in the net, rolled down the mountain path at full speed. They slid across the ground, bounced off trees, and finally disappeared down the slope beyond the mist. What the hell? It was completely unexpected. Yinwu, staring blankly beyond the mist, turned his head to look at the sky where the net had been launched from. There, 4 large drones were silently hovering. 2 drones headed down the mountain, while the other 2 swiftly followed the anomalies, gliding down the slope. Simultaneously, a loud noise began to emanate from the sky where the drones had been. Tudatatada. In the misty twilight sky, a firefighting helicopter cast a dark shadow as it flew towards the fire. Rumble. Breaking through the mist, a group of people ran up the mountain path. 6 individuals fully armed with combat suits and augmented reality helmets. They didn't even glance at Yinwu, heading straight down the path where the anomalies had fallen. The targets are caught in the net? Keep pursuing them. Roger that. The combat squad quickly disappeared beyond the mist. Yinwu blinked stupidly. What is this? Did the company really send support at this perfect timing? Am I hallucinating before I die? It wasn't a hallucination at Novel bin at. A voice called out from the distance. Yinwu, where are you? Are you alive? Mister, say something? Where are you? Oh, I'm here. Over here. His dazed voice called out, and soon Jaemin and Ji-yu appeared, bringing several people with them, retracing the path they had taken down the mountain. Especially welcoming was a medic with a red heart emblem on their armband. A smile of relief spread across Yunwoo's face. A similar smile appeared on Ji-yu's face when she found him. Ah, we found him? Quick, give him first aid. Yes, step aside. The medic, kneeling beside Yunwoo with a red medical kit and stretcher, began administering first aid with practiced hands. They tore open his clothing around the wound, sprayed disinfectant to wash away dirt, and applied a clean bandage to compress the wound. The pain was excruciating. In the face of overwhelming pain, Yunwoo couldn't even scream, only a strangled groan escaped his tightly clenched throat. Gah. Oh, my. You're badly hurt. You've lost a lot of blood. You might need a transfusion. Ugh. Writhing in pain, Yunwoo was eventually placed on a long stretcher. All right, let's get him down. His body felt like it was floating and swaying, as the world rocked up and down. Leaves and sky alternated between close and distant, flowing in one direction. Suddenly, Yunwoo chuckled. Pain was something you felt because you were alive. Haha, I survived. I really thought I was going to die. What's going on? Are you okay? Why is he laughing? Is this a bad sign? Shine a light in his eyes. Our battery's dead. There's a flashlight in my front pocket. Get it out. Let's get him down quickly. Receiving the fussing attention of the people around him, Yunwoo lay on the stretcher, purely happy to be alive. Dash. The parking lot was packed. Several black vans, like those in spy movies, were lined up, and there were also 2 ambulances. People were bustling about, issuing orders and making reports. The wildfire has been contained. Reporting on the captured anomalies. They have some burns, but they're not severe. First platoon of the Special Response Unit, all clear. Wrapping up the emergency operation caused by the fire. In contrast, the ambulance where Yunwoo, Jaemin, and Ji-yu were resting was relatively quiet. Jaemin, swinging his legs as he sat on the edge of the ambulance, asked, "Mister, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I survived." Yunwoo, receiving a blood transfusion, slowly nodded. His eyes, gazing up at the transfusion bag, looked like they could close and sleep at any moment. Ji-yu also leaned against the wall of the ambulance, her head nodding. Now that it was over, fatigue overwhelmed her. But in the next moment, they opened their eyes wide and looked outside the ambulance. Thud. Several tall figures were approaching. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a decorated combat uniform. Tall and imposing, he looked down at the investigators with a twisted smile. "Asterisk-ing lunatics. Setting a mountain on fire, destroying important anomalies. Only care about saving your own asses." The harsh words took their tired minds a moment to process. "So you're saying we should have just died?" Jaemin shouted as he stood up, glaring directly at the middle-aged man. After all, he had just narrowly escaped death, and these words felt like a deep insult. But the man nodded. "Yeah, you should have died. If the anomaly you killed could save 10, 100 people, I might understand. But this one could save 10,000, 100,000 people. And you set fire to its habitat, destroyed one of them." The middle-aged man strode forward, towering over Jaemin. As Jaemin recoiled, the man grabbed his collar with both hands and yanked him forward. "You little sh*t, didn't you say this thing had both a male and a female, and they were breeding? With them, we could produce enough memory erasers. Do you understand how many people we could save? Do you still think your pathetic life is still more important?" In the dark night, his eyes glowed with anger under the car lights. It was a tense moment, as if he might throw a punch at any second. "Commander, we still have the parent entities and the fire has been contained. That should be enough. Also, he's just a student." A soldier nearby intervened. The man called Commander glared at Jaemin for a moment longer, then let go of his collar with a shove. "Anyway, I can't stand these **ing investigators. They only care about their own lives." Stumbling back, Jaemin's face flushed red. He looked at the ground, opening his mouth to shout a string of profanities, but, "Your mum's a bye dash. Stay still, just stay still." Ji-yu clamped her hand over his mouth and dragged him back into the ambulance. Jaemin shook his head, but Ji-yu let out an exaggerated groan of pain, and he settled down in the ambulance. The commander, turning to leave, stopped and looked back at them. "What? If you have something to say, say it." "Ha, no, you can go." "Commander, treating a student like this is a bit much. In this **-eat-up world, there's no such thing as students and adults. Let's go." He started walking away but turned back again. Ji-yu, who had been sighing in relief, tensed up and clamped her hand over Jaemin's mouth again. The commander, looking at them with disdain, jerked his chin. "You there, sir, this kid." "Not the kid. The one lying down." Yunwoo struggled to sit up. His arm shook violently, causing the 4 connected to it to sway. A soldier stepped forward with a worried expression. "Commander, what's going on today? Why are you even going after the patient? Don't bullsh*t yet, you. If you want to change your unit, say it now." "My unit?" Yunwoo asked in a confused voice. The commander nodded once. "My men live together and die together. They don't abandon each other to save their own hides like these bastards did." He seemed to be referring to when they left Yunwoo behind. Yunwoo thought for a moment with his tired mind and quickly made a decision. The investigation team was deployed for suspected anomalies, whereas the Special Response Unit was only dispatched for confirmed cases. Investigators might encounter anomalies, but they always fought against them. And having that commander as a superior? Insanity. No, thank you. I'm not fit enough, and besides, suit yourself? The commander didn't ask twice and headed straight for the van. The assisting soldier bowed politely to the investigators before hurrying after the commander. An awkward silence settled over them. Jaemin and Ji-Yu glanced at Yinwoo, feeling guilty for leaving him behind. Yinwoo slowly lay back down. His voice was calm. It's fine. I told you to go. It wasn't like they intentionally caused trouble or tried to kill him. Everyone did their best, but the outcome was bad. He didn't particularly care. Jaemin hesitated for a moment, then slapped Ji-Yu's hand, which was still covering his mouth. Slap, slap. I was still holding on. Phew, I thought I'd suffocate. Why did you have to shut me up like that? Because you were about to curse his parents. Well, that's true, but that guy was really annoying. Jaemin huffed, glaring at the spot where the commander had disappeared. Then, glancing at Ji-Yu again, he spoke in a low voice. I just wanted to ask something. What? Since both his parents are dead, I wanted to ask if they died trying to save someone else. How many did they save? Whack. Ji-Yu smacked the back of his head. Jaemin yelped. Stop hitting me. Whack. You deserve more. You'll be working with the investigation team after graduation anyway, so it's fine if you get a bit dumber. I won't do it. I won't work. Don't then. Just get dragged off to the lab. How can you say something so harsh? Their bickering sounded like a lullaby. Yinwoo closed his eyes, letting the drowsiness take over. His vision darkened, and the sounds faded. He felt at peace. Thus ended Yinwoo's tumultuous first assignment. It had been a few days since they came down from the mountain. Li Yinwoo, groaning in pain, walked to a barbecue restaurant located in a corner of downtown Songpyeong. His limping steps finally brought him to a stop in front of the restaurant. The door was wide open, and the rich aroma of grilling meat wafted out. Swallowing his saliva, Yinwoo swung his cast-covered hand and stepped inside. Welcome? How many people? The owner, who had a hideous scar on his face, greeted him with a broad smile. A frightening visual. Avoiding his gaze, Yinwoo turned his head this way and that, looking around the sparsely filled tables. We're having a company dinner here tonight. Hey, rookie, over here. At novel bin at. A loud voice echoed from a corner table. The burly team leader waved his thick hand. Sitting at the same table in casual clothes, Choi Jaemin and Yu Ji-Yu each raised a hand or nodded in acknowledgement. Yinwoo quickly walked over. Hello, team leader, seniors. Jaemin, too. Oh, it's the first time seeing your face in person, right? How's the injury? The team leader pulled out a chair while keeping his eyes on the cast. Yinwoo sat down, waving his cast-wrapped arm back and forth. Thanks to resting for a few days, I'm fine. He had indeed spent the last few days resting in his small Gosuwon room. Given his injuries, going to work was out of the question. Of course, despite the rest, his overworked body still screamed with muscle pain. Yeah, you need to rest well if you want to work long, so there are no after effects. At that moment, the grim-looking owner brought a large tray with side dishes. Placing kimchi, scallion salad, and bean sprouts down, the owner smiled brightly while glancing at Yinwoo. Are you the new employee? Yes. I'll be seeing you often then. They always have their company dinners here. Want a soft drink or something? Forget that. Just bring us some soju. Yinwoo showed discomfort at the excessive attention, and the team leader ordered nonchalantly. The owner quickly left and brought soju, a gas burner, a stone plate, and thick pork belly sprinkled with coarse salt. Enjoy your meal, and call me if you need anything. The owner moved to another table. Ji-Yu, familiar with the task, lit the gas burner and placed the meat on it. Sizzle sizzle. The sound of meat cooking. The delicious sound like a rain shower, along with the smell of meat, rose up. Yinwoo, who swallowed his saliva, snapped back to reality and took chopsticks and spoons from the utensil holder with one hand. As the youngest employee, he planned to set the table. However, clatter, clatter. His trembling hand, like he had a tremor, made the utensils clatter noisily. The muscle pain hadn't subsided yet. Mister, give them to me, I'll do it. Silently handing them over, Jaemin placed the chopsticks and spoons in front of each person, distributing the stacked soju glasses one by one. A soju glass was also placed in front of Jaemin himself. Ji-Yu, who was grilling the meat, narrowed her eyes. What? Planning to pour cola into that? No, I'm going to drink, too. Jaemin met her gaze boldly. Ji-Yu raised her hand, then realized she was holding tongs and scissors and fell into thought. Should she hit him on the head with the scissors? At the menacing look, Jaemin pushed his chair back, moving away. No, listen to me. Go ahead. If you can't convince me, I'll stab you with this. Listen. Jaemin pulled his chair closer and looked at Ji-Yu, Yinwoo, and the team leader. Then he lowered his voice. Last time, we almost died. So what? That's it. No, listen to the end. Last time, we survived somehow, but the investigation team's job is like that. Usually, there's no problem, but if we mess up once, we're dead. In the noisy meat restaurant, silence fell over their table. Ji-Yu silently flipped the meat. Jaemin continued to speak. We were lucky this time. But what about next time? There might not be a next time. And in this job, the risk is always there. So I want to drink. Because we made it through. Click. The team leader silently twisted open the soju cap. The soju bottle pointed towards Choi Jaemin. Fine, let him drink. It's okay to drink in front of adults. It's also a good opportunity to learn how to drink. Yes, thank you. Jaemin respectfully raised his glass with both hands. He seemed to be copying something he saw on TV, being overly polite and filling the glass to the brim with soju. Yu Jiyu watched with a bitter expression, then put down the tongs and took the glass when the bottle came to her. Li Yinwu did the same. As he lifted his glass with his good hand, the team leader paused for a moment. Can you drink right now? He glanced at the cast. Yinwu nodded. A few glasses should be fine. If anything, it might help me heal. Haha, that's right. You know something. In the meantime, the meat was perfectly cooked. Jiyu cut the meat into bite-sized pieces with scissors. Cheers. Cheers. The team leader raised his glass high. The 4 glasses met in the center of the table and then parted. Ugh, it tastes f***ing awful. Jaemin turned around completely and downed his glass, then hurriedly turned back and grabbed 3 pieces of meat, dipping them generously in samjang before eating them. Jiyu, looking exasperated, said a few words. Drink slowly. Don't cause any trouble. How can I drink a lot of this? It's ridiculous. Why do people drink this saying it's good? Haha. Amid the cheerful clamor, Yinwu struggled to make a wrap. Using his good hand, he placed fresh lettuce on a side plate, added a spoonful of warm rice, put on some samjang-covered pork belly, and added a clove of garlic. As he was about to stuff the wrap into his mouth, the team leader rummaged in his pocket and took out a small glass bottle, placing it in front of Yinwu. Rookie. Keep this. Munch, munch. Yinwu, chewing, looked at the glass bottle. The small, brown glass bottle had no label or paper on it and looked like a digestive or hangover remedy. Inside was a clear liquid. The team leader spoke softly. There's no reward for this job. You know why, right? Yes. Swallowing the wrap with a gulp, Yinwu responded in a choked voice, and Jiyu bowed her head slightly. They had been scolded by that commander, learning their mistake. Destruction of anomalous entities, setting fire to habitats. The possibilities they almost erased with their own hands. The team leader hit the table with his spoon, cursing the higher UPS. Damn bastards. Is this a humanity protection company or an anomaly protection company? They call this a mistake. Anyway, instead of a reward, our investigation team got a few memory erasers. What I'm giving you is one of those. Is this the memory eraser? Yinwu picked up the memory eraser and shook it a few times. The clear liquid inside sloshed normally. He turned his gaze to the team leader. But why are you giving this to me? It's like a resignation letter. Jiyu already has one. The team leader poured himself another drink, watching the soju flow. Keep it with your resignation letter, and drink it when you retire. Jiyu nodded in agreement. Yinwu carefully put the glass bottle into his pants pocket. They ordered more pork belly and emptied several more bottles of soju. As the night grew later, their once sober faces turned red with drunkenness. After eating all the fried rice made with chopped pork belly, kimchi, and bean sprouts, the team leader stood up. Let's go. Look at this guy, drunk. I think I can drink more? I'm not drunk. Jaemin flapped his arms, slurring his words. He could barely control his own body. Jiyu smacked the back of his head. Smack dash? I told you to drink just a little, didn't I? I only drank a little. This is driving me crazy. What do we do with him? Let's just drag him out for now. While the team leader settled the bill, Jiyu and Yinwu grabbed Jaemin by both arms and dragged him outside. His feet scraped the ground, and Jaemin found it amusing, giggling as he went. Wow, goodbye. The grim-faced owner smiled and saw them off, while the team leader pulled out the company card and handed it over. The owner accepted it and asked curiously, "Did you enjoy your meal? It's a barbecue restaurant. If the meat isn't good, there's a problem." Haha. So the meat was fine. Why, is business not good? The transaction was completed. The owner returned the card, and the team leader put the card and receipt into his wallet, asking casually, "Except for a few regulars, new customers aren't coming. Even the regulars are dwindling. I'm worried about how I'll make a living if this place goes under." A response filled with concern. The team leader listened silently, then laughed and gave some blunt advice. "You're worried about making a living. Man, you're lucky to have worries like that? Haha, really? My wife says the same thing, wondering why I worry so much." The owner laughed. The team leader shook his head and stepped out through the open door. A farewell greeting sounded from behind. Goodbye. Avoiding the glowing sign, the team leader went to the dark smoking area and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. The click of the lighter's flint striking. As the flame flickered to life, the voice of a man who had once been an investigator like him echoed in his mind. "Hey, I can't do this anymore. Every day is hell. It's not just the work. Will I survive today without any issues? Will some crazy people attack? Will my city be destroyed? Will the earth suddenly end tomorrow? How is living with these kinds of worries any way to live? I just want to live like normal people, only worrying about making a living." The colleague who had endured 10 years as an investigator with him drank the memory eraser and moved on to a normal, non-anomalous world. The investigator, who lost 10 years of memories, became the owner of a barbecue restaurant, met a life partner, got married, and lived a normal life, worrying about making a living, just as he wanted. The team leader took a deep drag from his cigarette. He let out a sigh like curse, exhaling smoke into the sky. "You bastard. As he reminisced, the team leader suddenly smirked. Up ahead, investigators were causing a commotion. Hua, I'm sorry I left you. Arm, ouch. Get a grip, get a grip. Jaemin clung to Yinhua, who screamed and tried to escape, while Jiyu struggled to pull Jaemin away. People who never knew when they might part ways. The team leader watched them until he finished his cigarette. Monster in the fog, temporary. Hostility level, yellow. Danger level, 2. Importance grade, D. Details, an anomaly that creates fog erasing short-term memories in its habitat. Measures, designate the mountain where it was first discovered as a special protected area to prevent civilian access, establish an anomaly management team to prevent the escape of the anomalous entity, and prioritize efforts for its reproduction in the original habitat. Also, assign a research team according to the anomaly discovery procedure. Regarding the direction of researching the newly discovered anomaly. To the newly established research team. As always, prioritize analyzing the anomaly according to the anomaly discovery procedure. Since it's a newly discovered anomaly, everything is still speculation. Can it really reproduce? Does this anomaly really generate the fog? Are the fog and the monster separate entities? Could the fog create the monster? Perhaps it doesn't erase memories but consumes them? There are many questions, and the unknown can be dangerous, so we must uncover the truth at novel bin at. Of course, we understand the shortage of memory erasers. Research the safety of the fog's components and the reproduction of the entity first. For this reason, personnel were sourced from the Rare Material Research Institute and the Anomaly Research Society. First research report on the monster in the fog. Preliminary results have been obtained and are reported as follows. Analysis of the memory erasing component of the fog shows it is safe. It can be used immediately as a raw material for memory erasers. Although there is no data on long-term consumption, since it is rare to take memory erasers long-term and periodically, this has been deprioritized. Breeding was successful, and offspring were born. However, the extinction representative noticed a suspicious point, which we will report together. Please consider the following as the opinion of the extinction representative. The date when several humans were clinically tested with the memory eraser coincides with the birth date of the offspring. What does this imply? Its diet is also significant. The anomaly eats animal entrails, but this is insufficient for the energy it requires for its activities. I think its essential nutrient is human memory. The fog is its mouth, consuming memories through it for sustenance and reproduction. Thus, using the fog refined into memory erasers aids its reproduction, and the more memory erasers we use, the more their numbers will increase exponentially. I suggest raising the hostility level of the monster in the fog to orange before their numbers become uncontrollable. Before we repeat our mistakes. Regarding the increase of the hostility grade of the monster in the fog, after carefully reviewing the extinction representative's opinion, we concluded that it is not an unmanageable risk. We will maintain the current level. The reasons are as follows. Shortage of memory erasers. If we can increase the supply of memory erasers, we must tolerate a certain level of risk. What else can we do? Weakness of the anomalous entity. Although it was an infant entity, it was weak enough for a few rookie investigators to kill. Even if its numbers increase uncontrollably, simple firearms should be able to handle them. Of course, complacency is a sin, so we have prepared precautionary measures. Strict restriction of habitat and precise monitoring and management of entity numbers 2. Separate management of memory erasers made from the anomaly. We name the memory eraser made from the fog MM001 and manage it separately like other special equipment. Statement of reflection. Affiliation, Anomaly Investigation Team. Position, Investigator. Name, Li Yinhua. I hereby submit this statement of reflection, pledging not to repeat the mistake of setting fire to the mountain and destroying the anomaly while performing investigation duties. Blink blink. Li Yinhua blinked along with the flashing cursor. Even before his cast was off, he had to write a statement of reflection as soon as he started his first day at the office. He doubted if he had written it correctly. Glancing sideways, he saw Yu frowning and typing on her keyboard. He leaned over a bit more to peek at her monitor. It was the same statement of reflection. Even the content was almost identical, with only a few words different. Senior. Is this how we're supposed to write the statement of reflection? Let me see. Yinhua turned his monitor slightly after moving his body to the opposite side. Jiyu quickly scanned it and then returned to her seat. It looks fine as it is. Isn't it too similar? It doesn't matter, does it? Really? If they have a problem, they can fire us. There are only 3 investigators, including the team leader. What can the higher UPS do? With that, she uploaded her statement. Yinhua read his statement of reflection again from the beginning. No matter how much he looked, it was too similar to Jiyu's, as if he had copied it. Feeling uneasy, he raised his hand to the keyboard to change a few words when the team leader spoke. Just write it roughly, rookie. Investigators don't get promoted, and the longer you work, the more your salary increases. There's no disadvantage to writing these things carelessly. Really? Hesitating for a moment, Yinhua pressed the upload button. It felt unsettling, but even the team leader said so. No sooner had he submitted the statement of reflection. Damn it. What the hell? The team leader swore. Startled, Yinhua stretched his head over the desk partition to see the team leader's spot. Jiyu also pretended not to listen but paid attention. The team leader grumbled to himself, then raised his thick hand to beckon them over. What kind of bullsh*t are these guys pulling by assigning an investigator? Hey, GU, rookie. Come here. Yes. Let's go. When the two reached the team leader's spot, he leaned back in his chair and pointed at the monitor. There was a request form. Personnel assignment request. The document contained a lot of formal language, but it was clear they couldn't refuse. The team leader clicked his tongue. It's an order from above. They want to borrow any investigator. GU rubbed her tired eyes. I don't know what it is, but I guess I have to go. Yinwu, your arm still hurts, right? That's not it. The team leader, looking annoyed at the request form, glanced at Yinwu. Yinwu fidgeted with his hand still in a cast, but the team leader didn't care. These bastards just want a name and a body. They're trying to pass off some investigation activities to deceive people. So I'm going. When Yinwu asked, the team leader nodded. There's nothing to do anyway. Just sit around and come back. Wouldn't it be better for GU to go? I'm a complete rookie. Yinwu glanced at GU, feeling uneasy about leaving the office for something seemingly easy. But GU took a step back. What can Yinwu do in the office? It's more efficient for me to stay here. She was right. Yinwu had only learned how to write a statement of reflection and knew nothing else. Plus, he couldn't use one arm. GU then made a strange face. And seeing Yinwu, it feels like trouble follows him. I'm scared I'll get involved in something weird if I go. Yinwu couldn't argue with that. He felt the same way. Starting with the human qualification exam, an anomaly had gone berserk during training, and a hostile group had attacked. From his first task, he had faced a real anomaly. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Am I cursed? Should I see a shaman? In the past, he would have dismissed such thoughts as nonsense, but living in this strange world. The team leader interrupted his useless thoughts. Rookie, tomorrow, go to Chonghae Port in Chonghae City. Oh, yes. But what should I do when I get there? There will be someone else there. Just follow that person around. You won't really have to do anything. Yinwu responded briefly, looking uncomfortable. Yes. For the rest of his shift, Yinwu learned basic office tasks from GU, and the day to go to Chonghae Port arrived. At the public parking lot near Chonghae Port. The scorching sun beat down, and Yinwu sipped on an iced coffee from the convenience store, looking around. The parking lot, filled with the smell of the sea, had hardly any cars. More sand blown in by the sea breeze occupied the space than vehicles. The parking lot seemed to be dusted with yellow spray paint. Yinwu scuffed his shoes on the sandy asphalt, keeping an eye on the parking lot entrance. When are the people who called me coming? And what kind of car will they be in? Maybe a van. At that moment, his phone rang. It was an unknown number, but Yinwu answered immediately. Yes, this is Li Yinwu. Are you the investigator dispatched as requested? An urgent voice. Yes. I was assigned and came out. Yinwu answered cautiously, looking around. A blue truck entered the parking lot, drifting precariously without slowing down properly. Screech dash. Are you at the location we mentioned? Yes. I'm waiting in the parking lot. Where exactly are you? It sounded as if they had just arrived. Yinwu looked at the blue truck, feeling uncertain. Is it the blue truck? With the cargo compartment. That's right. Hurry up and get in. Clunk. The truck braked sharply, slowing down. Yinwu quickly walked to the back of the truck, passing by the grey tarpaulin covering the cargo area. He slowed down briefly. Through the flapping tarp in the sea breeze, he caught a glimpse of a foreigner and what looked like a door. What? A foreigner? A door? Swallowing his questions, he climbed into the passenger seat. As soon as he closed the door, the truck started without any greeting. It left the parking lot and entered the road. Yinwu asked, "Where are we going?" "I'll brief you on the current situation." "What?" "No, where are?" "Prepare for an attack." The man in the black suit driving the truck spoke quickly, glancing nervously at the rear view and side mirrors. His eyes darted back and forth anxiously. Pressing the accelerator, the truck sped up. Yinwu quickly fastened his seatbelt. "An attack? An attack? They said they just needed my name. They said I just had to sit around." It didn't seem like he'd be spending his time peacefully. Shoving his phone, loaded with movies, deep into his pocket, Yinwu looked at the side mirror. The truck sped down the empty road of the port city. The scenery of the port city flashed quickly past the speeding truck. The short buildings wore old, peeling coats of paint, with their dark, unlit eyes shut tight in sleep. There was no one to wake the buildings up, so the city seemed to sleep quietly. It was the landscape of a decaying port city. The only thing out of place was the lone truck speeding down the empty road. Vroom dash. Ignoring the red light, the truck bounced heavily over a speed bump. Li Yinwu's head was helplessly knocked side to side, banging against the window and headrest. Despite his headache, he held a piece of paper with one hand, reading its contents. What was written was far more dangerous than reckless driving. Danger level 4. Doomsday cultists? So, this means. Yinwu quickly summarized the information and placed the paper roughly on his lap, looking at the driver. So, to put it simply, we're carrying nuclear bomb materials in the cargo hold, and crazy people who want the world to end are attacking us to steal it. You understood correctly. No. At the driver's calm reply, Yinwu picked up the paper again and read it. On the first page was a photo. The foreigner and the door he had glimpsed earlier. More specifically, a foreigner wedged through a door. Trapped man. Hostility level, orange. Danger level, 1. Importance grade, B. Details, a humanoid anomaly that overlaps with doors, walls, or objects. It would be fine if it ended here, like a bugged character sometimes seen in games. The problem was the next part. Error NPC, a series of anomalies defying physical laws. The more error NPCs gather, the more reality-distorting errors increase, raising the danger level. 2 together make it 2, 3 together make it 3. Currently, the company has discovered 5 error NPCs. Considering those not yet found, the potential danger level could rise to 6 or 7. The driver spoke. The Doomsday cultists have stolen 3 NPCs under strict company management. The company is secretly transporting the remaining 2 NPCs elsewhere. One of them is the trapped man in the back. What did you mean by an attack? We've been compromised. What? Yinwu moved the document aside and looked at the man in disbelief. The man's eyes darted continuously, watching all directions, licking his dry lips nervously. The Doomsday cultists discovered our transport operation and have invaded Chonghae port. That's why there's no security. The First Security Company and Strike Company are engaged in battle. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, bang, explosions echoed from the direction of the port, a series of sounds as if waking the sleeping port city. Yinwu quickly turned his head to look out the window but saw nothing unusual. Instead, he noticed people emerging onto the streets, startled by the explosions. A woman with wide eyes pulled out her phone, and an elderly man hurriedly retreated into a building. I want to get out of this truck too. Can't I get out? Maybe if I ask nicely. Yinwu mumbled under his breath, watching the man. Why did you call me? You don't need an investigator. We originally planned to disguise this as an investigation activity. Sorry, but given the situation, we need your help. What exactly do you expect me to do? Yinwu raised his cast-wrapped arm and the hand holding the document in a gesture of surrender. I don't have any weapons, and even if I did, I can't fight. Look at this hand. I can't even do physical work. We don't need your hand. You're an investigator. You're experienced in detecting and identifying anomalies. We need you to quickly identify and alert us to any signs of attack or ambush. No. As Yinwu tried to speak, the man turned his head, locking eyes with him. His eyes were serious and desperate. Please, I'm asking you. We don't know how many Doomsday cultists there are or what kind of anomalies they've brought with them. If we make one mistake, it'll be like dropping a nuclear bomb on our country. His desperate voice didn't reach Yinwu. If a nuclear bomb is falling, you run away from the blast zone. How can one person stop that? Look, I've only done investigative work once. He was trying to persuade him to let him out. As Yinwu was raising his voice, his eyes suddenly widened. He shouted more urgently than the man. Look out! There's a car ahead. A car was speeding towards them from the opposite lane. It looked like a normal car, though a bit overspeeding. It wasn't driving in the wrong direction. However, through the wide, clear windshield, there was no driver. Vroom dash! In the next moment, the car crossed the center line, speeding directly towards the truck. Crash dash, dash, dash. A parking lot at Chonghae port. The parking lot, echoing with the sound of crashing waves, was stained red. Blood-soaked corpses were strewn everywhere. Security guards in suits and strike company members in combat gear lay scattered like trash on the ground. Around them, skid marks marked the asphalt, and cars lay chaotically scattered. Some were on fire from explosions, others were crushed. In the middle of the chaos stood 2 peculiar individuals. Click, click, thud. A boy, leaning against a car with his eyes closed as if asleep, suddenly moved his fingers on a game controller. He opened his eyes and raised his hands triumphantly at Novel bin Adat. Yeah, we stopped them by crashing. What's their location? The man with the glowing blue toy gun asked abruptly. The boy blinked. No idea. I'm not from this country, how should I know? But I know the roads to drive on. Then we'll have to ride in the car you're driving. Cool? There are no cars on the road here, so it's fun to speed. Drive safely when we're in the car. That's no fun. The boy stood up, steadying himself on the car. Suddenly, he swung the controller again. Looks like the company guy with the NPC isn't dead yet. Shouldn't we just crush them like we did with the others? No. If the NPC gets caught up and dies, it'll respawn somewhere on Earth. It'd be a hassle to find it again. Boring. Shall I block the road with other cars so they can't go anywhere? That sounds good. The boy sat back down, gripping the game controller with both hands. He closed his eyes, his consciousness leaving his body, controlling distant cars as if playing a virtual reality game. The man, holding the toy gun, looked down at the boy. Someone was watching them. A strike company member with his lower body crushed. The strike company member swallowed the scream and blood rising in his throat. He couldn't make any noise. With trembling hands, he clutched a grenade. Click, click. Using the sound of the controller as cover, he removed the safety clip and pin. The man didn't notice. With a featherlight push, the strike company member rolled the round grenade. Roll, roll. The grenade, soaked in blood, rolled silently across the road. The strike company member watched with unblinking eyes through his shattered helmet. His eyes met the man's. The man reacted swiftly. In an instant. Click, click. He shot the grenade with the blue toy gun, then fired at the distant sea. Nothing was launched from the gun. Instead, a blue hole appeared where the gun was aimed. The grenade rolled into the blue hole and fell into the sea. A high water spray erupted in the distance. A faint explosion echoed from afar. It failed. He knew by the sound. The strike company member coughed up blood and spoke in a faint voice. The hijackers, and the driver. I reported to the higher UPS. A specialized unit will come for you. The hijacker, who had been watching the subsiding water spray, slowly looked down at the strike company member. Then he moved his wrist, shooting at the sky, before lowering the gun to aim at the strike company member. That specialized unit isn't here. A dry mutter, followed by a gunshot. A blue hole opened in the ground where the strike company member lay, and he fell from a hole in the sky. His landing point was a car in the parking lot crash. He plummeted through the roof. The car's body bent, and its windows fogged. We still shouldn't let our guard down. The hijacker moved each corpse to the seat, ensuring no survivors remained. Click click click. How many times did he pull the trigger? Only red blood and a ruined parking lot remained. The boy, the driver, sprang up puzzledly. Blocked them all. What? Why the cleanup? Not cleanup, confirmation kills. Really? So, shall we go? Let's go. They got into an unlocked car. The driver lay comfortably in the back seat, clutching the controller again. The hijacker in the passenger seat fastened his seatbelt and spoke. Support. Oh, so I don't have to use the brakes. Do that. We might be short on time. Then here we go. With closed eyes and a distant consciousness, the boy manipulated the buttons with his fingers. Simultaneously, the car, without its engine even running, accelerated toward the row of trees ahead. Vroom dash. The hijacker in the passenger seat fired consecutively at the tree in front and a spot on the road visible through the parking lot exit. The wildly speeding car shot through a blue hole onto the road, racing ahead without slowing down. The man thought. The primary goal of this attack is hijacking. If that's not possible, then kill the NPC. If that's impossible, we probably won't reach the third option. Click click. Even while thinking, he continued to open blue holes in space. On straight roads, he shortened the distance, and at times, he cleared obstacles blocking the way. Up into the sky, the two red-grade wanted criminals swiftly closed in on the company truck. On the road they passed, the obstacles sent flying into the sky rained down as a shower of steel and flesh. Screech crash, screech, boom, a series of loud noises echoed. Yinwu slowly opened his eyes. Cracked windows and a painful body. His groggy eyes suddenly widened as if torn open. Driverless car, accident, ambush. Memories struck him like lightning. Bang! He quickly opened the truck door and tried to jump out, but his body, strapped by the seatbelt, couldn't leave the seat. Yinwu flailed his limbs as he hung from the seatbelt, then reached behind with his free hand to press the red press button. As soon as he pressed it, the seatbelt released, and he fell to the ground. Ouch! He landed awkwardly on a manhole cover. Without time to recover, Yinwu quickly looked around. What the? Bang! Bang! The crashing sounds continued unabated. Driverless cars sped towards the truck, surrounding it on all sides. The road was as blocked as a chain reaction collision site, or a holiday highway jam. Then, he heard a click, the sound of footsteps. The sound came from the other side of the truck. Yinwu crouched down and pressed himself against the truck. He listened to the conversation, then circled around the truck. Yes? We can't move any further? You're saying the force was wiped out? Then, oh, support is coming now? How long will it take? It'll take forever. At this rate, we'll lose it? No? The aftermath isn't what matters right now? Then at least tell me who the attackers are. What? Who? The man who had been driving the truck shouted into his phone. Wiping blood from his head, he angrily threw the phone. The phone bounced on the asphalt a few times before sliding to a stop at Yinwu's feet. The man and Yinwu made eye contact. Yinwu spoke first. What's the situation? Should we run? No. Giving up is the worst option. We have to protect the trapped man no matter what. That's the best option. Yinwu looked around the congested road with a gloomy expression. It was as blocked as his mind. How can we protect it here? You said the strike company was wiped out. There's a backup plan. The man hesitated briefly, then pulled a short knife from his suit pocket. Yinwu asked with a sinking feeling. You're not suggesting we fight with that, right? You don't mean the backup plan is to fight the attackers. No, we're going to kill the trapped man. The road, where the accidents had suddenly stopped, was eerily quiet. There was no time. The man bit his lip and walked to the back of the truck, talking as if convincing himself. The trapped man is an anomaly. Even if we kill it, it won't die. It'll respawn somewhere on Earth. Better to send it far away than let the Doomsday cultists get it. The Doomsday cultists are a decentralized organization. Given the company's superior information resources, it's not a bad outcome. They would find and recover it first. Is that it? Then I just need to find a way to save myself. Running or hiding would be better, right? Yinwu thought about how to stay safe from potential terrorist attacks. He followed the man, then suddenly stopped and returned to where he had fallen. He saw the round manhole cover. This? Yinwu asked. Hey, how many attackers are there, and what anomalies do they have? The attackers are people. They are wanted criminals who use anomalies as weapons, the hijacker and the driver. To put it briefly, hijacker, a thief who steals company property using a gun that creates blue holes in space. Driver, a terrorist who uses a controller to manipulate lifeless vehicles, causing traffic accidents, bringing down planes, derailing trains, and operating tanks and fighter jets. Yinwu thought for a moment, then kicked the manhole cover. You mean they can't observe or track us? Adat novel bin adat. Yes. The driver might be able to do something, but since he's on his way here now, probably not. It was a tentative answer, but Yinwu spoke quickly. Then we just need to hide, right? What? The man, who had his hand on the tarp of the cargo bed, turned his head towards Yinwu. Yinwu pointed at the manhole cover. Why don't we hide the anomaly and ourselves down there? What do you think? Not a bad idea. I'll open the cover. Dash. Dash. Swoosh. Yinwu and the man pulled aside the tarp covering the cargo bed, revealing its dim interior. A door stood upright, with the upper half of a man protruding from it. The trapped man looked up as sunlight suddenly flooded in. Hey, my back really hurts. Can you help me change my position? If you twist me just right, I can come out. I promise I won't run. Yinwu and the man exchanged glances and nodded briefly. Let's do it. Thanks. My back is killing me. The man climbed into the cargo bed and shook the door back and forth vigorously. The trapped man wobbled, then suddenly slipped out of the door like a ghost. He stretched and took a deep breath. Ah, that's better. We don't have time. Come on out quickly. Ah, right. Let's go. Grabbing the man's outstretched hand, the trapped man climbed out of the cargo bed. Squinting in the sunlight, he asked. There's been a big accident. So where are we going? Down here? The man, declaring that opening manhole covers was a basic skill for field agents, retrieved tools from the truck and opened the manhole. Rusty handles embedded in the wall served as a ladder. A faint stench wafted up. Down there. As the trapped man hesitated, Yinwu gave him a firm push. There's no time. Hurry. Ah, I don't want to. All right. I have to listen to the company. Step, step, step. Fortunately, the trapped man climbed down without getting stuck. Yinwu was next to enter the manhole, gripping the ladder with both feet and one hand. Step, step, step. Standing in the sewer, Yinwu looked up and called out. Come down. No. What? The manhole opening, glowing like a round sun, suddenly had a head silhouetted against it. The man spoke. I'll be the decoy. I'll lead them somewhere else, just in case they find us. With that, he started closing the cover. As the opening shrank to a crescent, Yinwu quickly called out. Wait, wait, give me the knife. The closing stopped momentarily. Yinwu's voice echoed through the gap. Just in case, for the backup plan. Understood. Be careful. The knife dropped down, splashing into the dirty water. Yinwu picked it up, ignoring the filthy water, and sighed in relief. All right. If they find us, I can use this to threaten them. It was just a blade, but it was a weapon. He could take the trapped man as a hostage. He could stage a standoff to buy time until reinforcements arrived, or use the hostage to save his own life. Yinwu placed the knife on his cast and pulled out his phone from his pocket, turning on the flashlight. The dark sewer was illuminated by the white light. Damp moisture, a horrible stench, filth, and moss. Creepy darkness. But it was safe. At that moment, the trapped man called out to Yinwu. Hey, yes. Yinwu turned his phone towards the trapped man, who extended his hand towards him. My foot's stuck. Can you pull me out? It feels gross down here. One of his feet was deeply wedged into a stream of sewage. Yinwu approached him, avoiding the sewage, and shook him randomly. Yinwu and the trapped man waited beneath the ground for the situation to resolve. Dash. Dash. They had been complacent. They assumed that the thoughts of terrorists, of madmen who wanted to destroy the world, were those of ordinary people. They thought if the terrorists couldn't take what they wanted, they would simply leave. Aren't you going to chase him? The hijacker stood beside the truck, watching the man in a suit running away in the distance. As if waiting for them to arrive, the man started running as soon as they appeared, exaggeratedly showing he was trying to escape down the sidewalk. The hijacker wasn't fooled. He's bait. That guy. There's no NPC. No need to chase him. It was obvious he was bait, running away alone without the trapped man. The real target was either hidden nearby or had escaped. So, can I do as I please? The driver held the controller. The outermost car blocking the road accelerated suddenly, hitting the man. A short scream. The car ran back and forth over the man several times. Ha ha ha. The driver's laughter echoed as the hijacker closed his eyes, lost in thought. 2 clocks were ticking in his mind. The time it would take for a specialized unit to arrive. Not much time left. And the time since they had stopped the transport truck. He made his decision. The hijacker opened his eyes. If they hid, it's nearby. If they escaped, they wouldn't have gone far. Are you going to search? I didn't see them near the cars. No, there's no time. The significance of the red grade and the specialized unit was clear. Destruction and killing were the top priorities. They were equipped, trained, and staffed solely to deal with anomalies and wanted criminals. The specialized unit for the hijacker operated globally, moves faster than planes. His appearance had been reported, so they would arrive soon. So, what then? Are we just leaving? No, there's a third option. The hijacker raised his toy gun. When they couldn't steal or kill. Experimentation. Another word for terror. Click. The hijacker turned the dial on the side of the toy gun. 12 pre-designated numbers linked to pre-opened holes. Click, click, click. 1, 2, 3. 3 blue holes opened, each ejecting an NPC, and the anomalies began to erode reality. The broken woman and the repeating man made contact. The surrounding road shattered like a broken graphic. The repeating man fell through the cracked pavement. Distant objects floated as if thrown into a zero-gravity space. The uncontrollable anomaly spread, reaching the underground where the trapped man and Yinwu were hiding. It's here. His voice echoed eerily off the dark sewer walls. In the pitch blackness, the trapped man tilted his head back to look at the concrete ceiling. Yinwu, who had been browsing the internet, turned his phone to shine the flashlight at the trapped man. Sorry, what's here? The trapped man, his face illuminated by the white light, slowly lowered his head. His eyes, reflecting the flashlight, stared at Yinwu without blinking as he raised his left hand. Something like me. 1, 2, 3, 4 including me. He folded each finger starting from his thumb, leaving only his pinky extended. What do you mean? Yinwu instinctively moved towards the trapped man but stopped short. His right foot wouldn't move. It felt as if it were firmly rooted, nailed in place. Swallowing hard, Yinwu slowly looked down. The phone's light followed his gaze. There was no foot, only his calf. Below his ankle, his leg was embedded in the concrete. Oh. Before he could fully understand what was happening, the trapped man spoke gloomily. It's all right. The world is breaking down like me. You'll be able to get out soon. You mean, something like you has arrived? Faced with this bizarre situation, Yinwu tried to stay calm. From past experiences, he knew that losing his composure could be deadly. 4 NPCs level 4. The anomaly is spreading across the city. Thud. Before he could finish his thought, his body was flung towards the ceiling. His vision darkened instantly, there was no light inside the concrete. As he passed through the concrete, he glimpsed the vertical passage of the manhole. The wall was lined with rungs. Yinwu frantically reached out and grabbed the ladder. The phone, still in his hand, flew into the air, spinning and casting erratic shadows. Ugh. Hanging from one hand, his body swung like a pendulum, slamming painfully against the dirty wall. Stifling a groan, Yinwu flailed his feet, desperately seeking the ladder. He finally found a foothold and steadied himself, gasping for breath. More troubling than the filth, the car crash, or the pain was the realization that dawned on him. The phone, spinning in the air, began to rise like a coin tossed in zero gravity. The situation was clear. Yinwu banged his head against the wall. Damn it. What do I do? Should I climb up? Stay here. If he got thrown again and ended up stuck inside the concrete, he would be dead. It's just as dangerous to go up. There were plenty of buildings, cars, and trees above ground. Even if he soared into the sky and fell, he would still die. For a moment, hanging midway up the ladder, Yinwu glanced up and down. The darkness swayed with the phone's spinning light. He made a decision. The backup plan. If I kill the trapped man, the anomaly might weaken. Just then, he heard the sound of someone climbing from below. Yinwu looked down. The trapped man was climbing up, holding the knife that had fallen earlier. *T. Sweat dripped down his face. Will the trapped man let himself be killed? This was the guy who had complained about back pain from being stuck in a door. Even if he res beyond, he would still feel pain. And now he had a knife? A bead of sweat fell. The trapped man frowned as the droplet hit his forehead. Are you really scared? This is just a regular day for me. Well, it's just that. I guess if you've never experienced it, it would be scary. Even other people, too. We come back to life, but others don't. Yeah, right. Once I die, it's over. During their conversation, Yinwu forced himself to stop looking at the knife. He couldn't let the trapped man think he was planning to kill him. How do I take it? How can I kill him? As Yinwu was engrossed in these thoughts, the trapped man began to speak as if in a daze. Honestly, I hate being like this too. Why was I made to ruin the world? I understand why the company keeps us locked up like nuclear bombs. But still, the trapped man adjusted his grip on the knife. As the phone spun upward, the trapped man was momentarily enveloped in darkness. That doesn't mean they should treat us poorly, right? They don't feed us, just perform weird experiments. I'm still a person. So, the phone completed half a spin, and its white light shone back down on the trapped man. Employee whose name I don't know. Survive and testify. Say that the trapped man sacrificed himself for humans. So next time, treat us like people. Thunk. The knife plunged into his neck. The wedged man's pupils dulled. In the next moment, the phone completed its full rotation, and the ladder, once again illuminated, was empty. Only the echo of the knife clattering to the ground remained. Yinwu was speechless, staring down at where the trapped man had been. This benefits him too. He'll come back to life anyway. Dying once to demand better treatment from the company. But isn't he afraid of dying? Stabbing his own neck must hurt terribly. I wouldn't have done it. Even if the anomaly spreads, I wouldn't do that. There's no reason to suffer. He tightened his grip on the ladder. Without realizing it, he looked upward. To the surface, where other NPCs and anomalies might be. One gun isn't enough. I need to reduce more to survive. This is the right thing to do. The phone floating in the air was proof. An anomaly was still affecting the area. Muttering to himself, Yinwu climbed the ladder. Step, step, step. He reached the top and pushed the manhole cover with his forehead. With a light touch, the cover lifted off. Yinwu emerged onto the surface. Dash, dash. It was chaos. It looked like a game with a broken physics engine. Yinwu's first impression as he set foot on the ground was that he had entered a buggy game. Cars were flying through the air. Sometimes they teleported to new positions instantly or spun rapidly at high speed, crashing into buildings or people. Many objects were distorted beyond recognition, like broken graphics. Some moved without casting shadows. Floating. Yinwu's body slowly lifted. He grabbed a street tree that had grown through a car to anchor himself and gazed at the street with dazed eyes at Novel bin at. 4, no, 5. Among the chaos, the anomalous entities stood out. He could see them at a glance. A woman whose limbs and features grotesquely expanded and contracted, constantly transforming into a monster. A man repeatedly running the same short distance. Another man falling from the sky, piercing the ground, then falling from the sky again. And the wanted criminals. This wasn't part of the plan. We're caught up in this mess. What do we do now? I didn't know it would spread this fast. The boy with the game controller swam frantically in the air. Not far away, the man with the toy gun was also running hectically. At the end of their gaze was the blue hole in the middle of the road. But they couldn't get close to it. Damn, I got sent back again. F***ck. Sometimes they were sent back to their starting point, other times they were flung far away from the hole. Yinwu watched the two, unable to escape the anomaly, with bewildered eyes. Are they suicide bombers? Why are they still here? The hijacker, who flew near Yinwu, didn't even look around. Screaming like a madman, he swung his gun wildly and pulled the trigger. Damn it! Damn it! The specialized unit will be here any minute. Click 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 click. A near-random spray of bullets. Yinwu flinched and backed away, but nothing changed in the direction the gun was aimed. To be precise, the holes weren't opening properly. The gunshots aimed at the air only pierced through seconds later, and even then, the openings were distorted and irregular. Even the anomalies they possessed were being corrupted by the glitch. The driver was no better. Every attempt to control the vehicles resulted in cars flying wildly or crashing into the ground or buildings. The notorious criminals were helpless. Yinwu looked around the street with weary eyes. The street was completely consumed by the anomaly. His shoulders slumped, and his muscles relaxed. He had come up, ready to do anything, full of bravado. But there was nothing an individual could do. It was impossible to approach. Even the wanted criminals couldn't move freely. Should I just go back down the manhole? It would be safer than a road filled with flying cars and trees. Yinwu glanced at the manhole. The dark vertical passage and ladder beckoned. It had only been a few minutes. The trapped man, his voice, came to mind. He could hear the hijacker cursing and the driver's complaints in a youthful voice. Even in a world where physical laws were broken, voices carried without issue. Yinwu shut his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Deal with the error NPCs, make them act like the trapped man did on their own. Yinwu decided to persuade them. But how do I persuade them? What should I say? Li Yinwu, who had confidently taken a deep breath, couldn't bring himself to speak. His mouth remained tightly shut, and all the words swirling in his head disappeared. Should I ask them to die? Sacrifice themselves for the world? What's the problem with espioning? I wouldn't do it either. He wasn't good at speaking in the first place. Simple greetings or business conversations were manageable, but he had no eloquence to persuade others. Even if he had it, it had disappeared while living as a civil service exam candidate. Especially in a critical situation where he had to persuade someone to die. He ran out of breath thinking of what he could even say. Yinwu's lips parted, and a feeble voice came out. Excuse me. It was a voice no one heard. Neither the NPC nor the criminals paid attention. Yinwu inhaled deeply and raised his voice. Excuse me, excuse me. The hijacker reacted. The hijacker, who bounced off beside Yinwu, quickly scanned him. Dirty clothes and shoes soaked in sewage. Even his hand in a cast. The gaze swiftly passed from head to toe. Civilian. As if it wasn't worth paying attention to, the hijacker ran towards the blue hole again. Yinwu didn't grab the back of his head. The criminal wasn't the problem right now. Hey, NPCs? Please listen to me. NPC. Everyone reacted to that word. The criminals, realizing Yinwu was an employee, belatedly became cautious. They gripped the gun and controller tightly. The NPCs turned their heads to look at Yinwu. The woman's bulging eyes, the man's eyes shifting between looking at Yinwu and elsewhere, and the eyes of the man falling from the sky. 3 pairs of eyes he had to persuade to die. Yinwu squeezed his eyes shut. No persuasive words came to mind. His head turned white. So, he decided to speak honestly, saying whatever came to mind. He shouted. The trapped man committed suicide? Please die as well. A moment of silence. Then the broken woman opened her mouth wide. From her torn mouth, the voice of a young girl shot out. No. Adat novel bin adat. Listen. I heard you are being treated unfairly by the company. That's right. The repeating man raised his hand to stroke his chin while he spoke. The gesture repeated. He continued. They lock us in an isolated room without even a blanket, don't feed us because we don't die of starvation, just experiment on us. No matter what we say, it's an anomaly, they don't even pretend to listen. Yinwu let out a short sigh. Crazy F***ing company. It's only natural to hold a grudge against the company. The trapped man was no exception. He doubted he can persuade them. As if to seal the deal, the broken woman burst into a scream-like laugh. Die? The company should die more? You too. The broken woman swung her tentacle-like arm, hitting the surrounding cars. Like balloons being hit, the cars floated up and stopped, then rose to the sky. Die, die. The broken woman huffed and hit the cars and trees a few more times but didn't reach Yinwu. Yinwu didn't move a step from his place, biting his lip hard. Then he opened his mouth again. Don't you want to improve your treatment? If you sacrifice yourselves now to stop this anomaly, I will report to the company and testify. And I will ask them to improve your treatment. Who are you? The falling man asked shortly and disappeared below the ground. Yinwu bowed his head. He looked down at the ground where the man had disappeared. He couldn't answer that he was an investigator. Even if an investigator made a suggestion, would they pretend to listen? Words he couldn't even believe himself, he could only mutter inwardly. The repeating man turned and said, I don't particularly want to kill anyone, but I don't want to die painfully either. Then he started running again. If I just get out of the error range, it'll shrink back. So leave me alone. I'll handle it. He ran back to the starting point, repeating his running again. It was meaningless. Next, the falling man quickly spoke. I can't die anyway, physical interactions almost never happen. He fell through the ground. Yinwu watched for a moment, then looked at the last remaining NPC, the broken woman. She tapped the road with her pointed feet, then quickly turned her head away as if she didn't want to see. I'm really screwed. He couldn't persuade a single person. If he could just persuade one, the danger level would drop to 2, like the monsters seen in the fog. As he repeatedly wiped his face dry, the hijacker who had been quietly watching Yinwu stepped forward. If the error decreased, he could escape. With eyes shining, he urgently spoke. No, it's better for you all to die. It's good for you too. I don't want to be in pain. The repeating man answered roughly, but his voice was more amiable than when he addressed Yinwu. Not only him, but the other two also focused more. I got you out, so just listen for now. The hijacker raised his gun and pointed around once. Even from a distance, the world was visibly ruined. This is a large-scale anomaly. The company must know. Not only my specialized unit but a unit to capture you will come. Do you want to go back to that horrible place? I don't like that. The repeating man stopped running and listened. The broken woman also glanced at the hijacker. In front of the gathered gazes, the hijacker pretended to shoot himself in the head with his toy gun. It's better to die and get a moment of freedom. What if you respawn in some remote place? That would be great. The repeating man pondered with a look of hesitation. Seizing the moment, Yinwu quickly added, no, it's not about dying for a moment of freedom. It's about sacrificing for the world and getting freedom as a bonus. I don't know how much my words will matter, but I will report to the higher UPS that you sacrificed to reduce the error. Persuaded by both the criminal and the investigator, the repeating man let out a deep sigh. So how do we die? You need to give us a weapon. It worked. Yinwu quickly scanned the surroundings. A weapon, something to use as a weapon. Just then, a knife floated up above a manhole. The knife used and dropped by the trapped man Yinwu kicked off the tree, quickly flew to the manhole, grabbed the knife, and paused for a moment. How do I hand this over? He wasn't confident he could reach the repeating man safely. Not only Yinwu, but everyone else was silent. If moving were that easy, the criminals would have escaped long ago. Leave it to luck. Yinwu took a deep breath and threw the knife with all his strength. Swish. The knife left his hand and cut through the air. Yinwu's desperate eyes and the hijacker's urgent eyes followed the knife's trajectory. Please, no problems. Please. The knife narrowly avoided a flipping car, just missed a suddenly appearing soda can, passed through the tentacle-like broken tree branches. Finally, it reached the repeating man's hand. Clack. The repeating man looked down at the knife, sighing heavily. Of all things, a knife. This will really hurt. He looked around at Yinwu, the hijacker, the driver, and finally the falling man and the broken woman. He said, employee, keep your promise. Whether it works or not, report it. Tell them to treat us like humans. Yes, I will report exactly as I said. With that answer, the repeating man steeled his resolve. Determined eyes. Firmly grasped knife. The repeating man stabbed himself in the throat. 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 Thud 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 thud. The stabbing didn't stop. He couldn't even scream. Screaming wasn't part of the repetition. His dilated pupils showed the horrific pain he was feeling. Yinwu met his eyes. Bloodshot whites, pupils shaking erratically as if in a spasm. Yinwu nodded, promising to keep his word. Thud. In the next moment, the repeating man vanished as if he had never existed. Now, only 2 error NPCs remained. The error shrank. From a city block to a small clearing or a narrow playground. The intensity of the error also weakened. Bang, boom, bang. Cars and trees floating in the sky fell like rain. Yinwu, who had fallen from a few steps high, curled up and looked up at the sky. Luckily, nothing heavy was falling on Yinwu's head. He only got hit by bouncing soda cans and plastic cups. Yinwu laughed in relief. Ha, ha. Danger level 2 was still threatening, but it was only at the level of fog monsters. Much safer. Dash. Dash. The situation wasn't over yet. Of course, the 2 criminals had already escaped. As soon as the error subsided, they threw themselves through the blue hole without looking back. But with 2 error NPCs still gathered, the error remained. Thud 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 bang. Yinwu looked at the war-torn street. Crumpled and smashed vehicles and trees. Small items scattered everywhere, like soda cans, bounced around like rugby balls, hitting trees or the ground. If mishandled, many people could be severely injured or even killed by the error. It needed to be resolved. Yinwu looked at the remaining error NPCs. The man falling endlessly with a relaxed expression. And the broken woman, who, although seen briefly, seemed more like a young girl than an adult woman. I need to persuade the broken woman. The falling man can't interact physically anyway. Unfortunately, she was the most hostile NPC. The hijacker, who at least pretended to listen, was also gone. But Yinwu spoke to the broken woman in a gentle voice. Do you want to go get some food? Food. If you don't like a meal, we can have bread. Or snacks. The broken woman looked at Yinwu with her balloon-like eyes. Yinwu nodded. No need to kill. No need to persuade to die. Just getting out of the error range will be enough. The broken woman hesitated, then looked at the falling man. A brief exchange of glances. The falling man quickly spoke. I don't need to eat anyway, I can't eat because I passed through dash. Liar. It's a lie. The broken woman, with a voice full of distrust, though her grotesque and exaggerated monster-like appearance made it hard to be certain, spoke to Yinwu. Liar? You can't show me to other people. No. Yinwu smiled slightly and took out a memory eraser from his inner pocket. The memory eraser remained unbroken despite the chaos. If it comes to it, I can just use the memory eraser. I can always get more, so it's no problem. Maybe she decided to trust him. The hesitant broken woman silently approached Yinwu. Yinwu led her, walking towards the other side of the street, to a world without errors. The two disappeared beyond the street. The falling man remained alone on the street. Ah dash. I want to try eating too dash. How many times did the falling man penetrate the ground? Soon, even the remaining error subsided. The bouncing objects settled on the street, and the small items stuck here and there remained embedded like modern art. Thus, the error that had come into reality was fixed. Dash. Dash. It was the moment he led the broken woman out of the error range. From the sky, where the error was being restored, a small object suddenly popped out and hit Yinwu on the head. What is this? When Yinwu turned his head, a six-sided die that had fallen in front of him was spinning alone. While Yinwu watched blankly, the dancing die stopped and showed one side on top. Critical success? What the hell? At the same time, the die disappeared from reality. Instead, it appeared in a corner of Yinwu's mind. Whether his eyes were open or closed, he could vividly sense the die. Yinwu's expression twisted in confusion. What is this now? He looked up at the sky where the die had fallen from, but there was only the usual sky. The broken woman, who had stopped walking, looked up at Yinwu. Why? Are you going to kill me because the error is fixed? As expected, the company dash. No, it's not that. Just a moment, just a moment. He had no time to worry about the broken woman. The die he could feel in his mind. Upon closer inspection, the 6 sides were marked with critical success, critical failure, success, failure, miss, and miss. A die that was definitely anomalous. It's all over? Why is this happening to me? Why? Yinwu clutched his head. Dear respected teacher. Professor, a level 4 anomaly recently manifested in our country. This was due to a terrorist attack by a doomsday cult, which caused 4 error NPCs to gather. Fortunately, it occurred in a sparsely populated city and only for a short time, so there wasn't severe damage, but I am afraid. Is the world we live in real? Or is it a sophisticated simulation? Do we truly exist? Or are we just part of a simulation? The very existence of anomalies that defy the laws of the universe isn't that proof that our world is false? Since learning about the existence of anomalies and seeing a city overrun by error NPCs, I have been unable to stop feeling fear. If our existence is a lie, if the world we've lived in and protected is just a simulation. Professor, I heard that you have long worked at the Metaphysical Literature Society, which studies the possibility that our world is a work of fiction within a frame. Please tell me the truth. Does this world truly exist? Is there value in our lives? Your former student, seeking only the truth. Dash. To my former student. I am sorry to hear that such an event occurred. My deepest condolences for the deceased. To get to the point, questions about the existence of being and human dignity are natural, especially for an employee dealing with anomalies. Is our world a simulation? Are we part of someone's novel? Do humans lack free will? Are humans nothing but biorobots made of organic material, moving by electrical signals? These are topics studied diligently by various research institutes and departments, and there has been some progress. If you truly want the truth, I invite you to the department that explores the world beyond the fourth wall, beyond the frame. If you wish to accept the invitation, please respond with a suitable date. P.S. It would be best to come quickly. We are close to seeing the fruits of our long research. Your former teacher. Professor. The department. So the nameless department truly exists. I thought it was just a common company myth. But if the department is real, the answers I seek must be there too. Alright, I will come. Any time is good. Even right now is fine. Please respond as soon as possible. Your former student. The invitation was rough. Wake up. We have arrived. His body was roughly shaken. The doctor blinked several times, recalling his memory through a foggy mind. After receiving the invitation, a black-suited agent, whose affiliation was unknown, had appeared, blindfolded him, changed his clothes, and forcefully gave him a sleeping pill, citing the location's secrecy. He had considered protesting but decided that knowing the truth was more important, so he reluctantly swallowed the pill. I remember. So, is this the department? The doctor slowly looked around. It was a corridor in some building. A pristine white corridor. On either side of him, the 2 agents who had practically dragged him here were supporting him. He is awake. The doctor forcefully shook off the agent's arm. It was a gesture filled with emotion. The coercive attitude had been unpleasant, and unpleasant memories are hard to forget. If he hadn't wanted something so badly. The agent who had been pushed away stepped back silently. At that moment, a grandmotherly voice spoke softly. You seem quite upset. But please understand. This place is that important. Ah, Professor. At the end of the white corridor, a gracefully aged, robust grandmother walked slowly toward him. The professor he had taken lectures from in the past, the person who now held the answers he sought. The professor greeted the doctor with a kind smile. It's been a while. I hear you're working as a doctor for the company. I've been with the company for quite some time. But Professor, what I want here. The doctor took a bold step forward but staggered, still feeling the effects of the sedative. An agent quickly approached to grab his arm, but the doctor swung his hand, knocking the agent's arm away. The professor gave an awkward smile. You must be in a hurry. Of course I'm in a hurry. How can you not understand how the thought that this world, that I, might be an illusion eats away at someone? His voice, filled with mixed emotions, echoed through the corridor. Despite staggering, the doctor managed to walk up to the professor. Looking down at the professor, he shouted. That's why I came here. I put up with the rude behavior of these agents or whatever. Give me the answers quickly. Calm down. Don't you know nothing about the department? Shouldn't you learn the background first to properly understand? The professor soothed the doctor as if dealing with an impatient student. Her demeanor was calm and serene. The doctor took a deep breath, then bowed his head. I'm sorry. I was too much. Lately, it doesn't feel like I'm really living. I understand. This field is like that. It's one of the topics with a particularly high suicide rate. But you've endured well. No, I haven't. The professor's comfort seemed to reach him, and the doctor's breathing gradually steadied. The professor waited for the doctor to calm down before turning and starting to walk down the corridor. Shall we walk for a bit? It takes a while to get to our destination, so I'll give you a short lecture. The doctor quickly followed, feeling frustrated by the professor's slow pace. Dash. The professor and the doctor walked down the white corridor. An agent trailed behind them, but they made no sound, like shadows, leaving only the quiet conversation between the two. Frame narrative. A story within a story. A play within a play. The fourth wall. Characters in a movie talking to the audience. Meta-narrative. You're familiar with these. I am. But suddenly, a ninja appeared. Isn't that Anomaly similar? Characters in the narrative talk to us, move to other books or paintings. Then it should be easy to understand. The professor continued her lecture in a slow, deliberate tone, matching her slow pace. Our department studies that. We got the idea from anomalies that are our world's creations but interact with our reality. The professor paused to catch her breath. She appeared healthy, but her breathing was strained. The doctor anxiously paced around the professor. I know that. You worked at the Metaphysical Literature Society, studying the possibility that our world is a framed world. I know that story, so get to the point. The professor smiled warmly. This is the department, not the Metaphysical Literature Society. Naturally, we study something different, right? Well, yes. A basic mistake. The doctor blushed. Even in his urgency, such a mistake. The professor resumed walking. The doctor quickly followed. We studied ways to venture beyond the frame, to interact with the world outside the frame. This time, the doctor stopped walking. The professor walked a few more steps before realizing the doctor wasn't following and turned around. There stood the doctor. His face was pale. His eyebrows trembled ceaselessly. In an instant, he broke into a cold sweat, as if his body had expelled all its moisture. The doctor opened his mouth. Only groans came out at first, but he finally managed to speak, moving his tongue with effort. That means that we are characters in a frame. Don't be so shocked. How, then, he couldn't continue. His dilated pupils stared into space, and he staggered like a drunk, leaning against the wall for support. The professor slowly approached and patted the doctor on the back. I understand what you're thinking and worrying about. But we exist, and our world is real. Don't lie to me. The doctor suddenly straightened up and screamed. Exhausted in an instant, he grabbed the professor by the collar. The two agents moved quickly, but the professor raised a hand to stop them. She met the doctor's eyes. Even if our world exists within a frame, it doesn't mean our value and existence are meaningless. How can you say that? If my life is just a string of words written by someone else, what meaning does it have? Think about the universe. It was an unexpected statement. The professor looked up at the ceiling as if she could see the sky. She continued in a voice that sounded like she was dreaming. Leaving Earth, setting foot on the moon, building bases on Mars, sending probes beyond the solar system. What does that have to do with anything right now? It's the same with frames and metaconcepts. The doctor slowly released his grip on the professor's collar. She stopped looking at the ceiling and faced the doctor again. Just as we venture into space after living only on Earth, we can move beyond the frame into the world outside it. Beyond the frame. Our technology has advanced that much, to the point where we can move beyond in a metadimensional sense. Shall I explain it more simply? The doctor nodded blankly. Think of anomalies, like when a ninja suddenly appears. These anomalies interact with the world outside the frame. Does this still make your life meaningless? If they could interact with the world beyond the frame, could they still be considered mere characters in a novel? Could they be simply the creations of someone's imagination? The doctor looked at the professor with trembling eyes and asked in a faintly hopeful voice. Is that possible? Of course. We're almost there. The professor pointed to the end of the corridor. The doctor followed her gesture to see the corridor's end. It's just a wall, isn't it? The fourth wall is a wall too. The professor took the doctor's hand and led him toward the wall. She said, "We're going to step outside the frame for a moment." Outside. We need to go through the outside to reach our destination. Let's go. At novel bin at. We've arrived? Already. The doctor looked at the professor with bewildered eyes. He had no memory of the journey. He hadn't seen anything. He had just opened his eyes, and the space had changed. The professor sighed with pity. You lack the aptitude. You don't have the aptitude to interact with the world outside. You're joking, aren't you? This is some sort of teleportation trick. The doctor couldn't believe it and distrusted the professor. The professor no longer made eye contact with him. She looked at something behind him and explained. If our world were a novel, the process of our movement just now wouldn't have been written, because we stepped outside the narrative. What do you mean? Prove it. Prove it to me. I still can't believe it. The doctor was flustered. If he couldn't interact with the outside world, then his life. He couldn't accept such a reality. As the professor walked past the doctor, she spoke objectively, as if stating a fact. Unfortunately, doctor, you will have to live within the framed world. You cannot go outside. Lies. Don't lie to me. The company's technology can't be this limited. The doctor turned to chase the professor, but he stopped speaking. There stood a massive mechanical figure. It was only an upper body, the size of a small house. Tap tap tap. The mechanical figure was typing on a keyboard the size of a truck. What is that? Where are we? The professor, who had approached the mechanical figure, turned around from its center. With the giant keyboard and mechanical figure behind her, she spoke. Here is the frame. It is the intersection between the outer world and the inner world. And this is, her voice, filled with emotion, blended with the sound of typing, one of the extinction prevention devices. A meta-narrative machine created to interact with the outside world. We call it the writer. There was fervor in her eyes and voice. The doctor watched and listened, entranced. Even if our world is truly a novel, so what? If we hold the pen, if we are the ones typing on the keyboard, wouldn't our lives still be meaningful? The doctor was overwhelmed as he watched the machine's fingers continuously typing on the keyboard. Then, a sudden thought surged. That machine is what makes our world a framed world. It's writing my life as it pleases. If I destroy that writer, I won't be a character in a frame anymore. Smack dash. Blood vessels burst in his eyes, turning his vision red. The doctor glared at the machine and charged with a scream. The professor stepped aside calmly, watching him. The doctor reached the keyboard without any interference and swung his fist. His fist passed through the keyboard as if it were a hologram. The professor's voice reached him. I told you, doctor. You don't have the aptitude to interact with the outside world. Naturally, you can't interact with the writer either. The doctor pulled back his fist and stared at it blankly. The professor's calm voice echoed in his ears. Metaphorically speaking, you might be considered just an extra. His entire body went limp. The doctor collapsed to the ground. The sound of typing on the keyboard echoed endlessly. His vision darkened. Dash. The doctor lay unconscious in front of the keyboard, his face haggard as if his soul had left him. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. The professor looked down at him. Over his face, she saw the faces of colleagues from long ago. The end of the Metaphysical Literature Society had not been a good one. Their research ultimately proved that their world was within a frame. On that day, a day of thunder and lightning, when the lightning of wisdom struck their souls, what had happened? Many people left. The professor closed her eyes. Faced with an unbearable truth, many colleagues took their own lives. Others drank memory erasers to escape reality, and only a handful gritted their teeth and took another step forward. If our world is just a story, let's hold the pen. If it's a painting, let's hold the brush. If it's a movie, let's write the screenplay. Let's write the story within the frame, ourselves. Let's go outside and shape our destiny with our own hands. So they did just that. They deleted the department's name, becoming the nameless department, and created the writer, successfully interacting with it. Cough, cough. The professor covered her mouth and coughed. After coughing for a long time, she wiped her reddened mouth and spoke to the doctor with earnest emotion. Doctor, overcome this. You are the only one who can succeed me. It's okay to be an extra. There's nothing as powerful as a living, moving character. So, overcome this and live. I don't have much time left. Their research had finally borne fruit, but now there was no one left to see the beautiful sight. Many from the nameless department had left. Some had reached the end of their lifespan, others had crumbled, and others. Now, the only researcher left was herself. Tap tap tap. The machine continued typing on the keyboard. The professor looked up at the machine. A faint smile appeared on her lips. It has begun. The sequence to obtain sustainable power from the world outside the frame was in progress. Secured 965 continuous meta-observers. Meta-power sponsors, Anonymous, hair loss treatment, Nonasi, only Jamie. Plus conversion in progress. Serialization schedule and time, satwed at 0005. Watching the words being written by the writer, the professor closed her eyes and clasped her hands. She prayed, hoping sincerely. Please, let the beings outside the frame enjoy the story of our world, so that we can continue to write our story for a long time. Rai, I was confused at first but But plus conversion here is the author applying for plus which Novelpia's subscription model. The MetaPower sponsors, I'm assuming, are currently the top supporters/donators? I recognize some of these names from when there was script credits in CH14. Also makes sense as to why I have no idea how to interpret some of the names, my bad on that one. 965 continuous meta observers would be readers staying. Toggle new ads. Also, doing 5/week from Monday forward? Enjoy the chapit? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. Regarding the treatment of error NPCs. The reason we didn't put bomb collars on the necks of error NPCs was that we feared they might exploit them as a means of escape. However, as seen in the recent error expansion incident, if they are willing to cooperate with the company, it might be worth implementing. In return, we would have to treat them more like humans. Of course, error NPCs are anomalies. How could beings that appeared one day with their current form be considered human? The company's strict rule is that no matter how human-like an anomaly behaves, it is not human. Therefore, fundamentally, the previous treatment was not wrong. But the company also mandates that if treating anomalies like humans helps manage them, exceptions can be made. We will improve the treatment of error NPCs. We will move them from padded isolated rooms without self-harm means to rooms where humans live. We will provide the same meals as employees and allow some leisure activities. And, we must start by finding the trapped man and the repeating man. The report was accessed using the team leader's account. Thank goodness. This is good. Li Yinwu read the report over and over, then exhaled softly. The sacrifice of the trapped man was rewarded. His worries about whether the company would change its policy or impose more restrictions were relieved. The day the company and the trapped man face each other again, it will be as person to person, as he had hoped. Yinwu leaned slowly against the back of his chair. The old chair creaked. Creak. At that moment, Yu, sitting next to Yinwu's desk, glanced at the news on her phone and then showed it to him. This is about what you went through recently, right? Huh? Oh. Yinwu leaned forward, fixing his eyes on the phone. On the small screen, a reporter was speaking, the location being the center of the error he had stood in recently. The reporter pointed to the devastated street with her hand while walking, and the camera panned to show the extensive damage. I'm currently at the site of a series of explosions in Chonghe City. As you can see, it looks like a war zone. What? This is on the news. It was even on a major network. He thought the company would handle it discreetly, but it had made it to the news. Yinwu, his head buried in the phone, looked at Jiyu in confusion, but she just gestured for him to keep watching. 5 vehicles, including an oil tanker and LPG delivery trucks, collided in a chain reaction and exploded, triggering a large-scale explosion that also affected the gas pipelines. The cause of the accident was revealed to be an underage driver smoking while driving without a license at Novel Bin at. Yinwu's mouth dropped open. His eyes widened in disbelief. An oil tanker, yes. Gas explosions, yes. An underage driver, plausible. But all these combined? Do people believe this? It's absurd. Most people will just accept it. Some might not believe it, but it's not a big issue. Jiyu paused the video, searched for another related news clip, and played it. An interview with an elderly man. Kim Chun-duk, I can't remember anything. My mind is, blank. Citizens of Chonghe City, who witnessed the disaster, are complaining of traumatic amnesia. Traumatic amnesia. Yinwu blinked. Now that he thought about it, he had often heard the term traumatic amnesia in the news. Chain collisions, random murders, explosions, building collapses, accidents, many accidents. A realization hit him. Yinwu spoke. Is traumatic amnesia not due to psychological shock but because of memory erasers? Exactly. They spray it in mist form, put it in the water supply, and use a ton whenever there's a major anomaly incident. Jiyu casually took her phone back. Her nails tapped rhythmically on the screen. And they say there's a lot of information manipulation too. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to say. Jiyu placed her phone on the desk and slowly slid her chair back, distancing herself from Yinwu. As Yinwu stared blankly at her, Jiyu scrutinized him with a suspicious look. I'm really glad you came back unharmed. But, Yinwu, are you really not cursed or something? How does it always happen when you go out? She stopped, thinking it would be rude to continue, but Yinwu understood what she meant. He couldn't deny it. Yinwu sighed deeply and knocked his head against the back of the chair. I think so too. Since the start of the human qualification exam, something felt terribly wrong. His life seemed to be unraveling in every possible way. Maybe I should actually consult a shaman. Suddenly, Yinwu leaned over his desk and spoke loudly. Team leader, do you know any good shamans by any chance? Rookie. The team leader answered without even lifting his head, his voice slightly exasperated. If such shamans existed, they'd be anomalies. The company would have captured them all. Don't waste your money on talismans or rituals. Then is there a priest or monk you know? Someone who could offer psychological comfort, even if it's not effective. The team leader slowly raised his head and made eye contact with Yinwu. His eyes looked dull and exhausted. Well, considering the number of anomalies he's encountered in such a short time, even the error alone was at danger level 4. It's a miracle he survived. But there was nothing he could do. The team leader avoided Yinwu's hollow eyes. I do know a priest, but he's not what you're hoping for. Disappointed, Yinwu lowered his head onto the desk. Then he raised it again, remembering another request. Then, team leader, can we at least get some weapons? Even a handgun. Honestly, he didn't need a shaman or anything. Just having a proper weapon would make him feel much safer. Jiyu, seemingly thinking the same, joined in and looked at the team leader. Team leader, isn't it a bit much to only have a knife? If we at least had a handgun, we wouldn't get hurt by fog monsters. The team leader shook his head again. Rookie, Jiyu, what kind of country do we live in? Huh, civilians can't own firearms. We're civilians. The guys with guns in the special forces are officially under the Ministry of Defense. They're actual soldiers. Suddenly, the team leader stood up, seemingly reminded of something, and began to raise his voice angrily. Why do the security guards use those damn tasers? Foreigners all carry guns? Those damn snake bastards. One shot and it's over. Calling that a gun, bullsh***t. Yinwu and Jiyu briefly looked at each other, then lowered their heads and focused on their work. No matter how frustrated and angry they felt, when the other person reacted more intensely, it drained their energy. They could only sigh deeply inside. Ignoring the team leader who was now stomping his feet, Yinwu looked around his desk. Where did I leave my phone? He was sure he had left it somewhere on the desk, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yinwu searched around his desk for a bit, then gave up and closed his eyes. The image of the dice appeared vividly. Where is my phone? Roll. As soon as he focused intently, the dice rolled in his mind. Soon, the dice stopped. Miss? Nothing happened. Yinwu thought again. Once more. Phone. Roll. Success. Suddenly, he saw his phone. It was deep under the monitor. Yinwu retrieved it, wearing a somewhat ambiguous expression. The dice. Not bad at all. After a few experiments, he found it somewhat useful. Mostly it landed on nothing, with occasional successes and failures. A double-edged sword, but handy for small tasks like finding lost items or recalling forgotten passwords. I haven't experienced a critical success or critical failure yet, but since they rarely happen, there's no need to worry about. Bang! The door to the Anomaly investigation team's office burst open, slamming into the wall. Yinwu, Jiyu, and even the still angry team leader stopped and looked at the door. Huff, huff. There stood Choi Jae-min, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Without catching his breath, he urgently shouted. My friend, calm down first, kid. The team leader, as if he hadn't been agitated moments ago, spoke calmly, but Jae-min, squeezing out his last breath, screamed desperately. My friend's parents disappeared. What? You mean, they're missing? No, they don't exist at all. The parents don't exist. Jae-min ran up to the team leader, speaking in a panicked and jumbled manner without even catching his breath. Choi Jae-min saw the world differently from others. When he looked at someone with parents, he saw text above their head. Father, Choi Dong-hyun, status, deceased. Mother, Lee Jin, status, healthy. Like this. So, when he arrived in the classroom on Monday after the weekend, he could tell immediately. Hey, Jae-min. Hi. Hi. The girl sitting next to him, Ah-yoon Baek, looked up at him puzzledly. She blinked her eyes. Did you stay up all night? You look tired. Well, I went to bed early. Jae-min stood there stiffly, not even putting down his bag, his gaze slightly raised to look above Ah-yoon's head. Father, mother, blank. Meaning they didn't exist in the first place. For a person, this was impossible. In the classroom with no air conditioning, hot summer wind blew in from outside, but a chill crawled up his spine. Jae-min put his trembling hand in his pocket and grabbed his phone. An anomaly. It's an anomaly. It looked like Ah-yoon and acted like Ah-yoon, but his eyes could see it. This wasn't a person. Jiyu, Yinwu, team leader. I need to call someone. The moment he took out his phone, rattle. The classroom door opened. The homeroom teacher walked in. As soon as he entered, he addressed the students. Hand in your phones. Turn them off, no handing in dummy phones, and don't lie about not bringing them. Especially you, Jae-min. I saw you with your phone. Teacher, just one call. No, you should have done that earlier. Teacher, I really forgot it at home today. Jae-min, abandoning his attempt to call, looked down at Ah-yoon. The thought hit him. Ah-yoon. What happened to the real Ah-yoon? While he was still processing, the phones were collected, and class began. Jae-min couldn't focus on the lesson at all, watching Ah-yoon the entire time. Time at school passed quickly. Even during the teacher's lesson, which seemed like an anomaly designed to put students to sleep, Jae-min didn't doze off once, as he kept glancing at Ah-yoon Baek. Before he knew it, it was time to go home. The teacher who returned their phones gave a brief dismissal. Nothing more. You're done. Go. The students got up all at once, filling the classroom with a loud noise. The sound of chairs scraping the floor, students running out in a hurry, and groups chatting loudly. Jae-min stayed seated, continuing to observe Ah-yoon. Ah-yoon stood up, slung her bag over her shoulder, and looked at Jae-min. He flinched and quickly looked away, but it was too late. Ah-yoon tilted her head. Jae-min, you're acting weird today. Me? No, I'm not. The real weird thing is. He swallowed the rest of his sentence, staring at the space above her head where the text should be. Ah-yoon continued to tilt her head in curiosity but then cheerfully stepped away. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Ah-yoon walked out, chatting with friends. Jaemin watched her go, her back to him, the blank text still hovering above her head. Father. Mother. But. Jaemin let out a groan. He was confused. He had watched her all through class but hadn't noticed anything strange. She acted just like the usual Ayun. Her gestures when she tilted her head, the rhythm of her nodding off, even the songs she hummed occasionally, everything was the same. He started to doubt. Is Ayun the anomaly? Or did something happen to her parents? Maybe something like an eraser that could erase a person's existence had wiped out her parents. In that case, Ayun would still. As he pondered, someone placed a hand on his head. Jaemin, what are you doing? It was a friend. He snapped back to reality. Jaemin quickly slung his bag over one shoulder and stood up. Going home. Coming to the PC room. No, I need to get home quickly. Just one game. Ignoring his friend's plea, Jaemin ran. Through the school corridors, down the stairs, across the playground. He didn't wait for the bus and ran down the road. He ran towards the place where he knew he could get help with this situation. To the investigation team. Quickly. Dash. Dash. This is what happened. What should I do? What do I need to do? Is Ayun okay? Jaemin fired off questions without pausing for breath, looking at the team leader with hopeful eyes. Yinwoo and Jiyu also looked at the team leader, hoping for answers. Listening alone didn't give them any clues. Maybe the experienced team leader knew something. As if meeting their expectations, the team leader scratched his chin and asked in detail. I think I know what it is. When was the last time you saw your friend? Not the current anomaly, but your actual friend. Friday. I didn't see her over the weekend, so it's been about 3 days. If it's been 3 days, there shouldn't be any major problems. Jaemin, relieved by the words, collapsed to the floor, leaning against a desk. His breathing slowly steadied. Then he looked up at the team leader with a sweat-drenched face. What happened to Ayun? Or was it her parents? It seems your friend summoned an anomaly. Summoned. Jaemin's eyes widened. The team leader casually grabbed his phone and car keys as he continued. It's called the Demon of Sloth. You can look it up on my computer. Jaemin quickly got up and typed on the keyboard in a hunched position. Soon, the monitor displayed the report. Demon of Sloth. Hostility level, yellow. Danger level, 2. Importance level, D. Details, an anomaly that acts as a clone of the summoner, behaving identically to the summoner. 13 days after being summoned, the summoner disappears from the earth. Countermeasure, since the summoning method is spread through text messages, phone calls, and emails, use AI to monitor the communication network and intercept the messages mid-transmission. The team leader added an explanation. It's like a doppelganger, and it seems your friend summoned it as a stand-in. Solving this isn't difficult. The problem is why your friend attempted something like this. Why would they? How could they? While reading, the team leader finished getting ready to leave. He nudged Jaemin with his toe, who was still glued to the computer screen. Let's go. The sooner we solve this, the better. Oh, yes. Let's go quickly. Jaemin stood up straight. As the team leader walked ahead, he spoke to Yinwoo and Jiyu. I have to handle this with him. Jiyu, kill some time and then head home. Rookie, you come with me. Me? Understood. Yinwoo, surprised by the sudden call, quickly took off his slippers and put on his sneakers. Though he had questions, he figured it was part of rookie training. Clack. The team leader grabbed the office door handle and spoke, his back turned, his face unseen. His gaze was fixed on something else. It's nothing major, but having one more person is convenient. Unless another incident happens. If another incident does happen, we might need to suspect you're the anomaly. He laughed as if joking and left the office first. Jaemin hurried after him. Yinwoo quickly put on his sneakers and followed them. Jiyu watched them leave, then pulled her chair close to her desk. I'll keep a good watch over the office. Good. Don't leave too early. There might be a call from upstairs. The team leader's loud voice came through the closed door. Yes, yes. Jiyu nodded absently, searching for videos on her phone. Soon, the sound of a video filled the now empty office. Dash. Dash. They decided to use the team leader's car. The front passenger seat was piled high with a cardboard box full of miscellaneous items, so Yinwoo and Jaemin sat in the back. The car was idling. The team leader, seated in the driver's seat, turned around, plunged his hand deep into the cardboard box, and rummaged through the junk. Trash, towels, and tools shifted around. Let's see, to kill a demon. Here, take this. The team leader extended his hand between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. In his hand were a half-empty bottle of soju and an electric drill shaped like a gun. Jaemin eagerly grabbed the drill, his eyes sparkling. He brought it close to his face, turning it back and forth. A drill? Wow, I've never seen one like this before. He pretended to aim it like a gun at the passenger seat's headrest and then out the window. Watching the drill move around wildly, Yinwoo nodded slightly. If they couldn't carry guns, tools might be the next best thing. Finding the situation both ridiculous and serious, the team leader chuckled. Using this as a weapon. All right, take this too. He shook the soju bottle, the liquid inside sloshing around. Yinwoo quietly accepted the bottle. At that moment, the drill, which had been moving around excitedly, settled quietly on Jaemin's lap. Hesitantly, Jaemin spoke in a troubled voice. So, I'm supposed to kill Ayun, or rather, the thing that looks like Ayun with this. Yeah, just press it against her forehead, and it's over. His tone was indifferent. Jaemin stared at the drill. The long, sharp bit looked like a giant nail. He could vividly imagine drilling into Ayun's forehead. What if Ayun isn't the anomaly? What if her parents were the ones affected by the anomaly? His hesitation was written all over his face. His tightly pressed lips, drooping eyes, and trembling pupils showed his inner conflict. The team leader glanced at Jaemin through the rearview mirror and spoke firmly. Don't hesitate. You said her parents don't exist, right? That's an anomaly. But, do you want to see your friend disappear from the earth and have that thing take her place? No. Jaemin replied weakly, pushing the electric drill to the side, placing it on the middle seat. The team leader tapped on the navigation system and said, "Tell me where your friend would be right now if she was living her normal life." "She's probably at home." "Address." "She lives in the same apartment complex as me." Before Jaemin could finish, the team leader stopped messing with the navigation and grabbed the steering wheel. He didn't need the navigation, he knew where Jaemin lived. The car smoothly exited the parking lot and drove down the road. Jaemin stared out the window, but his mind was too tangled to notice the city bathed in the red hues of the sunset. The team leader must be right. But why would Ayun do such a thing? He couldn't shake off his doubts. While Jaemin wrestled with his thoughts, the car reached its destination. Dash. Go bring her here. Yes. Jaemin slowly opened the car door and walked sluggishly. His mind was a mess. He was so lost in thought that he couldn't remember how he got to where he was. Before he knew it, he was out of the elevator, standing in front of Ayun Baek's apartment door. Almost unconsciously, he rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Yes, who is it? Oh, it's Jaemin. Before he could gather his thoughts, Ayun answered the door. Beep. Ayun, dressed comfortably in pajamas, opened the door and looked at Jaemin puzzledly. Jaemin, why are you at my house? Well, it's just that, homework. Let's do our homework together. At my house. No, at the cafe. Despite his awkward and suspicious behavior, Ayun blinked and then nodded. Wait a minute. Let me change my clothes. She slipped into her room. Jaemin, unable to step past the entrance, stood there and suddenly realized something. The house was silent except for Ayun. Where are her parents? Why is she alone at home? It might be late for her father due to work, but her mother was always home. Just as Jaemin was about to step inside, Ayun emerged, having changed her clothes. She wore a backpack and came out in slippers, closing the front door behind her. Let's go. By the way, where's your bag? I left it downstairs. But where are your parents? You seem to be alone at home. They went on a trip? They must be having fun since they haven't called. She grumbled as she pressed the elevator button. Doubts deepened in Jaemin's mind. So her parents. The elevator ride down was filled with mounting suspicion. Ayun hummed, nodding her head. It was a familiar sight. Jaemin watched her, swallowed hard, and then asked. That song, you said it was by your favorite indie band, right? What was the band's name again? Hey, I told you before. You still haven't listened to them. No, I just can't remember the name. What was it? At novel bin at. Lego flavored ice cream. Their songs are really. Her eyes sparkled as she talked about her favorite band, her voice and gestures full of genuine enthusiasm. Jaemin stared at her, finally coming to a conclusion. This is the real Ayun. No matter how perfectly the demon of sloth acts, it couldn't replicate such genuine feelings. The elevator arrived at the first floor. In front of the main entrance, Jaemin grabbed Ayun's arm. She stopped walking and turned to him. Why? Wait a moment. I'll go get my bag. The team leader and Yunwoo waited in the car, watching as Jaemin walked back alone, leaving Ayun at the entrance. His face clearly showed his emotions. The team leader clicked his tongue. Good grief, this is frustrating. Is he worried I'll kill her without checking? Well, it seems like both of them have something in mind but aren't saying it. Yunwoo kept his thoughts to himself while the team leader sighed heavily. Rookie, hand me that soju bottle and the drill. Yunwoo handed over the two items, still looking at the soju bottle. What is this? It's a liquid anomaly that certain anomalies are allergic to. In short, it's holy water. Holy water. I got it from an exorcist a long time ago. This isn't the time to explain. Rookie, you come along too. If Jaemin does something stupid, stop him. Bang. The team leader opened the car door and walked briskly toward Ayun. Team leader, listen, I don't think Ayun is. Jaemin reached out to grab the team leader, but Yunwoo stepped in and caught his hand instead. The team leader walked straight to Ayun and stopped in front of her. Ayun shrank back slightly. A man with a soju bottle in one hand and a drill in the other stood before her. Her voice trembled with fear. Who are you? The team leader didn't answer. He tilted the soju bottle over Ayun's head, pouring the holy water on her. Sizzle. In an instant, red blisters appeared all over Ayun's face. Her skin bubbled grotesquely, and her face contorted in pain. Her swollen lips parted, about to scream. The drill aimed at her forehead and began to spin. Huaying. The drill pierced through the center of the forehead. Blood trickled down from the forehead where the drill was embedded. No dash. Choi Jaemin screamed, opening his mouth, and pushed Lee Yunwoo, who was holding him tightly instead of the team leader. As Yunwoo staggered and was pushed away, Jaemin ran forward but stopped abruptly. Floppy. Baek Ayun, who had died, slumped like a liquid monster. Her features crumbled like clay, turning into gray clay and falling drop by drop onto the first floor entrance floor. The drill, which had been rotating with a lot of clay on it, stopped. Jaemin looked at what was Ayun on the floor with disbelief. The red blood turned into clear water, and the gray clay gradually evaporated. Evidence that it was not human. It wasn't Ayun? This. While Jaemin couldn't collect himself, the team leader brought the soju bottle up to his face and clicked his tongue briefly. Used too much. What a waste. Just enough for 2 glasses of soju. The soju bottle had about a finger's worth left. Even a few drops would have sufficed, but he poured it all out in a fit of temper. Yinwoo approached beyond the soju bottle. Jaemin, feeling pain from his excessively tightly gripped arm due to tension, rubbed it. Team leader. Is it over? The demon of sloth is finished. What's left is the friend who summoned this. The team leader glanced at Yinwoo. Yinwoo couldn't hide his anxious expression. As if it was strange for things to end like this, he watched the disappearing gray clay. Then he spoke. The summoner is still left. Ah, please. Why, do you think another accident will happen? Considering what we've experienced so far, a little bit. I hope it's just unnecessary worry. Yinwoo sighed deeply. The team leader looked at Yinwoo, then turned his head and called Jaemin. Hey kid, stop looking at that and come over here. Huh? Yes. Jaemin, who approached hesitantly, couldn't keep his eyes fixed on one spot, moving them around. The team leader sat on the entrance railing and gestured with the drill. Do you know anything about that friend's family situation? Any problems? Like academic stress or something? Usually, the method to summon the demon of sloth comes in text, and its content is so absurd that an ordinary person would dismiss it with a laugh. Those who try it are often mentally pushed to their limits. So, he was asking if Ayun had any hidden suffering. Well, Jaemin hesitated to answer. Though answers floated in his mind, they sank down in doubt. She studies better than me, but not exceptionally well. But her family didn't seem to push her to study much. Both seemed like good people. They had lived in the same apartment, attended the same school, the same grade, and the same class for quite a while. If measured in years, it would exceed 5 fingers. But Jaemin ended up lowering his head. I don't know. I'm sorry. Since the moment he mistook the demon of sloth for the real Ayun, Jaemin had lost his confidence. Despite looking carefully, he had been deceived. He couldn't help but doubt if he truly knew the real Ayun. The team leader struck Jaemin's drooping shoulder hard with the drill handle. Why is that your fault? Anyway, on the surface, it seems like there's no big problem. Team leader. Yinwoo's call. The team leader's head snapped towards Yinwoo, holding the drill tightly in hand. What? Why? Over there, someone's coming. What? He pointed somewhere with the hand that had recently been freed from a cast-at novel bin at. The sunset sank, and the sky turned navy blue. One person was walking diligently on the sidewalk illuminated by street lights. It was Ayun. Dressed in casual clothes and swinging a puffed-up eco bag, Ayun suddenly stopped. Her gaze shifted between Jaemin, the team leader, and Yinwoo before returning to Jaemin. Jaemin. A voice mixed with curiosity and a bit of anxiety. Jaemin confirmed the usual characters above Ayun's head and shouted. Hey, what did you do? The emotions of worrying, doubting, and hesitating all day poured out in a yell. His voice echoed through the apartment complex. Calm down. Hey, student. You summoned a demon, didn't you? The team leader stepped forward and asked before the suddenly excited Jaemin. Ayun stepped back hesitantly and shook her head. And no, how would I summon a demon? Don't lie. We know everything. You know you did something wrong, right? Be honest. Well, yes. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. She knew her mistake without needing further explanation. Jaemin hurriedly approached, asked quickly, and then lifted his head. Why the hell did you do it? You almost. I just wanted to see the concert. I've never seen Lego-flavored ice cream before, and today was the only chance. Jaemin, with a dumbfounded expression, exhaled a long breath mixed with relief. That's so like you. Look at this. It's a limited edition item from the performance. She took out a Lego ice cream model from the eco bag and shook it rhythmically. Ayun's face still had the excitement and emotion from the performance, glowing red like the sunset. The performance was so great. Really. Wow. The team leader and Yinwoo were momentarily speechless. Summoning a suspicious demon just to see a performance? Not knowing the terrifying consequences. The team leader scratched his head with the end of the drill, speaking in a relieved voice. Kid, messing with things like that can get you killed. If you'd been just a little later, you'd have gone to hell. Hell? That wasn't mentioned. If they told you everything, they wouldn't be demons. Don't ever do something like that again. Ayun shrank back and nodded slightly. Then, just as she was about to ask out of curiosity, the team leader held the drill and the soju bottle in one hand and extended his empty hand. Give me your phone. Show me the demon summoning message. Okay. It came as a text. Just a moment. She quickly put the Lego ice cream back in the eco bag and pulled out her phone, tapping on it. After a moment, Ayun handed over the phone. Unable to contain their curiosity, Jaemin and Yinwoo leaned in from either side of the team leader to look at the small phone screen. There was a long text message. Do you hate school? Do you wish someone else could do your homework for you? Do you want someone to go to school for you, get scolded by your parents for you? Or do you hate going to work? Do you want someone to work for you, get scolded by your boss for you, and earn money for you? For those like you, we have the demon summoning system. Summon a doppelganger to replace you during those unpleasant moments. Just click the link, and a doppelganger will be summoned to take on your suffering. Don't worry, there's no price to pay. Enjoy the sweet moments of your short life. Link, 666.13.666. The more they looked at it, the more they couldn't understand why Ayun would click on such a suspicious message. As the team leader thought he couldn't understand kids these days, and Jaemin glared at Ayun. Yinwoo instinctively looked away from the phone and toward the path Ayun had walked. There were two people walking with a distinctly suspicious aura. Somewhere around here. A small man muttered to himself. His face was listless, looking pale. And then, he. A tall man with bronzed skin, wearing a tracksuit with a military jacket, was laughing while looking at his phone. The next moment, the small man looked at Ayun and said, found her. Dash. The team leader quietly lowered the phone. He frowned and looked at the small man and the tall man. Who are you? Must be someone from the company. I'm late. I moved really quickly though. The small man muttered gloomily, shifting his gaze from Ayun to the team leader. His eyes were as lifeless and dull as fish eyes, and his voice was equally dead. I'm a demon worshipper. I'm here to take the person who summoned the demon. If it's alright, can I just take that girl? Haha, like hell you can. I'm not taking her as a sacrifice. I just want to educate her in demon worship. Surely we don't have to fight about this. His dull eyes turned back to Ayun, eyes that desired the girl. Jaemin took a step diagonally, shielding the frightened Ayun from his gaze. Jaemin looked at the top of the small man's head. Your parents dash. Such vulgar language is too much. But my parents are also demon worshippers. And I'm doing what I've been taught. Oh. His words were calm. Jaemin's mouth opened and closed, then he shifted his focus to the tall man. The man still looking at his phone and laughing had a blank space above his head. Empty. Jaemin muttered softly. That guy in the military jacket is strange. He has no parents. He must be a demon. The problem is what kind of demon. The team leader glanced down at the holy water and drill in his hand. They were only minimally armed, knowing the traits of the demon of sloth. To face an unknown anomaly. As a loose tension flowed between them, the small demon worshipper spoke. I don't want to fight, but it can't be helped. Demon. Please. No. Oh, come on. I even gave you the phone. The man called a demon replied while still looking at his phone. What do you have to do to command a demon? You have to utter my true name first. Seriously. Even though the name doesn't mean much. The name. Knowing that name would allow them to guess what kind of demon it was and its characteristics. Guessing would make it easier to respond. The team leader and Yinwoo pricked up their ears, not wanting to miss a word. The demon worshipper looked at them and blushed with embarrassment. I don't want to. I'll say it. It's. Then he closed his eyes tightly and muttered softly. Changing names is really fun demon. Please get rid of them quickly. He. The demon laughed. The demon pointed a finger at the team leader. You bastard. Accident. From the top floor of the apartment, a flower pot fell. The flower pot caught a sudden strong wind, drew a gentle curve, and struck the team leader's head. An absurd reality engulfed them. It happened in an instant. The flower pot shattered into pieces and scattered soil everywhere. Covered in shards and soil, the team leader staggered and sat down, blood streaming from his head. Dizziness overwhelmed him, likely from a concussion. He clung to consciousness as it threatened to slip away. Accident? Name means nothing? A demon of absurdity? Damn it, *T. There's no answer. Running was the answer. It wasn't a shameful act, nor was it neglecting his duty. There was no need to deal with the demon of sloth directly. He had stepped in because the kid had come running in panic and to observe Li Yinwoo at novel bin at. Escape and report to the higher UPS. They will protect the student and deal with the demon. The biggest problem was escaping from that demon safely, but the team leader wasn't worried. An investigator's primary skill was the ability to flee, and the team leader was confident in his own. In that brief moment, he made his decision and acted before the blood flowing into his eyes could impair his vision. With weakened hands, the team leader pushed away the power drill and soju bottle. The power drill slid across the ground, and the soju bottle rolled slowly. At the same time, the hand holding back Ayun's phone twitched, fingers tapping the screen repeatedly. What his fingers hit was the demon summoning link. Summon, summon, summon. Shwadash. Gray streams of water surged from the phone screen, splitting into three and forming human-shaped gray clay. The clay figures soon took on color, shaping themselves into the team leader. While no one in the investigation team could react to the sudden incident, the team leader shouted, "Retreat! Where to? Anywhere? Somewhere the company can find us quickly." Yinwoo was the first to understand the situation and move. Cursing inwardly, he ran towards the apartment entrance. Of course, things never end easily. Run. Next, Choi Jaemin grabbed Ayun's arm and dragged her, following Yinwoo. They quickly overtook him. Hey. No one stayed to help the team leader. It could be said they were fulfilling their duty as investigators. The last one left, the team leader, sighed and, seeing the demon of sloth standing idly, threw his phone at him. Call the company. I know, you idiot. The demon of sloth caught the phone, unlocked it with a fingerprint scan, and started dialing. The other two demons of sloth each picked up the power drill and the soju bottle, gripping them tightly. 4 identical team leaders. 3 demons of sloth silently glaring at the real team leader. The demon of absurdity twisted its face in rage. It immediately extended its thick fingers. How dare you, you useless demons of sloth. Wait, demon of absurdity. The demon worshipper grabbed the outstretched fingers and lowered them. He looked at the team leader. The real team leader, bleeding from his head, was using the surrounding cars to prop himself up. Hey, think again. Do we really need to fight like this? F***ck off. Since you've already summoned a demon, why not become a demon worshipper yourself? With that girl. What the hell is this guy? The team leader, struggling to stand, looked at the demon worshipper in disbelief. The demon worshipper continued in his lifeless voice. We have ears too. We've heard your company isn't what it used to be. The number of people is decreasing, they're not hiring enough, and support is lackluster. So why overwork yourself? The team leader tried to continue the conversation. The more time he could buy, the better. But before he could, the demon of sloth holding the phone spoke up. The sound of the call being connected came first. Hey, it's the investigation team leader. This is Hapo apartment, and a demon has appeared. Of course, it's in Songpyeong City, you idiot. There's also a worshipper, a pair of them. And crackle bang dash. Suddenly, the phone exploded. Sparks and flames erupted. The demon of sloth holding the phone had half of his face and his hand burned and mangled by the explosion. His intact eye looked at the demon of absurdity who had extended his finger. The demon of absurdity withdrew his finger. You bastard, using electronic devices. The demon of absurdity could bring about an absurd reality, illogical results, and extremely low probability misfortunes. If he wished, you could suddenly have a traffic accident, be hit by a brick dropped by a child from a balcony, or die of a sudden heart attack. A phone explosion was no different. The demon worshipper, who had contracted with the demon of absurdity, asked leisurely one last time. If you refuse, you'll have to die. What will you do? Being a demon worshipper is quite fun. There are many interesting demons. What nonsense. The team leader slowly backed away. One mangled-faced team leader covered the real one, while the ones holding the power drill and soju bottle split off. The real team leader, hiding, spoke. If I were going to do that, I would have done it long ago. He had worked as an investigator for a long time, seeing many hostile groups. There were many days he was disappointed with the company, days he wanted to quit everything. But the reason he didn't join the hostile groups or take the memory erasers was simply that he didn't. That's just how he lived, and that's how he would continue. Without a signal, the real team leader hid among the cars in the apartment parking lot. It seemed like he could manage if he avoided those pointing fingers. At the same time, the remaining 3 team leaders charged at the demon worshipper and the demon of absurdity. In an instant, they closed in. Hordash! The fiercely spinning drill aimed for the worshipper's heart, but the demon of absurdity reached out, placing his hand between the drill and the heart. You bastard! Crack! The drill pierced through the palm instead of the heart. The demon's fingers clenched, twisting the drill. It bent like it was severely malfunctioning, and the battery fell out, rolling on the ground. Simultaneously, the demon of absurdity glared at the mangled-faced team leader. His eyes burned like hellfire. The mangled-faced team leader clutched his heart and collapsed forward. It was a heart attack. Meanwhile, the team leader who had approached the demon of absurdity raised the soju bottle and struck. Die dash. Crash. Drip. The demon of absurdity slowly turned his gaze. The striking team leader and the demon of absurdity locked eyes. Damn it. The broken soju bottle shattered. Despite being covered in glass shards and holy water, the demon of absurdity remained unscathed. His eyes curved like clipped nails. Holy water? It's useless. A demon impervious to names and holy water. The demon of absurdity dipped his fingers in the blood and holy water flowing from his head, then licked them. He then pressed the finger coated in holy water against the forehead of the team leader holding the broken soju bottle. SSS. The holy water burned the skin of the demon of sloth. The demon of absurdity, his nails forming a cross mark on the team leader's forehead, spoke. You will have a cerebral hemorrhage. Bang dash. A sound of something bursting and severing inside the head echoed. The demon of sloth collapsed, turning into grey clay. The same happened to the demon whose heart had stopped. Now, only one demon of sloth remained. The team leader, having abandoned the broken drill, was pummeling the demon worshipper. Thud dash. Thud dash, thud dash. Mounting him, he relentlessly punched the worshipper's face. His large fist smashed the worshipper's face into a pulp. The demon worshipper, unable to even shield his face, let out helpless groans. Ah dash, demon dash, hurry dash dot. You weak bastard. The demon of absurdity pulled the drill out of his palm and threw it at the last remaining demon of sloth. The moment the drill struck the back of his head, he collapsed, his life extinguished. Thud. Floppy. Covered in grey clay, the demon worshipper brushed off the clay as he lay on the ground. The grey clay dripped like paint. The demon worshipper raised his clay-covered hand. Ow, ow, it hurts. Demon, you should apply this, since your head is injured. The demon could use the grey clay like a potion. The demon of absurdity, with his head broken and a hole in his palm, crouched beside the demon worshipper and applied the grey clay to his wounds. The injuries healed as if he had patched them with new flesh. He muttered in a grumbling voice. Those weaklings. How dare they challenge a great demon like me? But what should we do? We lost them all. The demon worshipper sat up, clutching his swollen, bruised, and torn face. His vision narrowed by the swelling. He looked around. Quite a bit of time had passed. It was now evening in the apartment complex. Several heads peered through balcony windows. People coming home from work, startled, were hiding. Cameras, capturing everything, also watched. But there was no sign of the company's people who had summoned the demons, nor the girl. The small demon worshipper got up without hesitation. Let's give up. They've probably reported everything by now. Let's leave before a bigger fight breaks out. You're just going to leave. There's no need to fight the company's demon hunters or the Vatican's exorcists. The demon of absurdity paused. He didn't like the idea of retreating, but he disliked the thought of exorcists with their winged summons even more. In the end, he took out his phone and started reading the absurd stories that overflowed in reality again. An unspoken agreement. The demon worshipper rubbed his face and walked towards the apartment's back gate, casually followed by the demon. Still, it feels wrong to just leave. Cast a curse on the company people we saw earlier. You know, changing names is really fun. I changed my name just now. Again? What is it now? No, never mind. Just do it. F***ck. The demon lifted his head slightly from his phone and spoke briefly. It's done. A curse was cast upon the team leader, Yinwu, and Choi Jae-min. A curse to bring them misfortune and accidents. The demon worshipper and the demon walked slowly past the back gate, entering the dim alleys of the residential area. There's another potential demon worshipper, let's go there. They disappeared into the city's darkness, searching for those reckless enough to summon demons, intending to bring them to the demon region and make them find demon worshippers. The demon of absurdity's laughter echoed in the air before fading away. Dash. Dash. Huff huff. Yinwu's heart felt like it was about to burst. He ran non-stop until he reached the main road, panting heavily, and continued running, trying to get as far away as possible from the demon that caused accidents. At that moment, roll. A die suddenly rolled by itself. Success? The result declared success, though it was unclear what had succeeded. What is this? Yinwu stopped, staring intently at the die in his mind. Then he saw Choi Jae-min running across the distant crosswalk. Crash. Choi Jae-min tripped badly, smashing his face into the ground. An hour had passed since they encountered the demon of absurdity. The three members of the investigation team and Baek Ah-yoon had returned to Hapo apartment. They brought with them the company's demon hunters, cleanup specialists, and a Vatican exorcist. Hey, it's here. The team leader, his head wrapped in bandages, pointed to a spot. The first floor entrance where they had confronted the demon worshipper. The only signs of the fight were scattered flowerpot shards, soil, a broken soju bottle, and a damaged drill. The grey clay had evaporated and disappeared. Despite this, the priest in the black cassock clutched his cross and closed his eyes, his nose slightly wrinkling. The stench of demons. It's overpowering. There were 3 lowly hellspawn, and one of a different level. Can you track them? The demon hunter in a black suit adjusted his cello case and asked. The priest shook his head. They are disappearing unnaturally. Evil power must be erasing their traces. It will be difficult. They couldn't track the demon. Without hesitation, the demon hunter turned and left. If there was no fight, there was no reason to stay. He would return when the company detected the demons again, to kill them. Leaving the demon hunter fading into the distance under the streetlights, the priest turned to Baek Ah-yoon. Although the demons have retreated, they may return. You should stay at the rectory for the time being. But I have to ask my parents. Baek Ah-yoon, completely frightened and pale after seeing the demon, lowered her gaze. The priest didn't mind. I will contact your parents. I'll tell them it's like a temple stay at the church. Won't they agree to that? If possible, they can come too. Okay. You will study the Bible, earn volunteer hours, and most importantly, learn why you must be cautious of demons. Let's call them now. The priest took Ah-yoon to a corner. He got her parents' number from her and put the phone to his ear. Yes, hello. Are you Ah-yoon's parents? No, it's not about a problem. Left behind were the 3 members of the investigation team and the company's cleanup specialist. A man with an average, nondescript look suddenly patted the team leader's back. Hey, team leader Hong. Looks like you had quite a fight. Your head's all busted up. Hey, team leader Lee. Stop talking and get to cleaning up. Ah, that. As team leader Lee made an awkward face, a crackling noise came from the apartment's speakers. Attention, this is an announcement from the management office. Regarding the incident at the entrance of Building 101 this evening, it was staged during video filming. Residents, please be advised accordingly. The speakers went silent. The apartment complex fell into a hush. Team leader Lee took out a cigarette, looked around cautiously, and lit it. The team leader glared at him. Team leader Lee, are you slacking off? Is this the best you can do? And you're smoking. Don't blame me. The company's new guidelines are like this. What can I do? Team leader Lee took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled. The team leader, also taking out a cigarette, listened as team leader Lee continued his gripe. They say not to worry about some exposure, just to save company resources as much as possible. Unless it's like that incident at the harbor a while back, everything's handled half-heartedly. Have the higher UPS lost their minds? At novel bin at. The team leader paused before lighting his cigarette and cursed. It made no sense to him. If these exposures piled up, the abnormal would become normal. And if abnormalities became the norm, the company wouldn't be able to contain them. If it led to a full-blown revelation of these anomalies. Team leader Lee flicked his cigarette and watched the ashes scatter. I don't know either. The higher UPS must have lost their minds. Back in my day, it wasn't like this. The cigarette burned slowly. The government was adamant about no firearms, so we negotiated and created a special task force. We provided great support and benefits for employees. But look at things now. As he talked, team leader Lee's anger seemed to build. He jerked his head up and started ranting, shaking his cigarette and scattering ashes. They cut benefits, reduced staff without hiring replacements, and now they even half-assed the cover-up operations. I've heard from others that the support is crap too. What the hell are they thinking? Hey, your cigarette. What? Hot. The flame had reached the filter and burned his fingers. Team Leader Lee yelped and threw the cigarette, which rolled on the ground. Looking deflated, Team Leader Lee stepped on the butt to extinguish it and finished his rant. Anyway, maybe it's time to retire. What will you do for a living if you quit? The team leader asked, finally lighting his cigarette. I've saved enough. I'll enjoy the rest of my life. Team Leader Hong, you should quit too. Bullsh T. What's the point of working yourself to death? We're too old to run on passion alone. Team Leader Lee, the rookies can hear you. Team Leader Lee glanced over at the team leader's nod towards the corner where Jaemin and Yunwoo stood, looking worried. Jaemin's face was covered in bandages, and Yunwoo looked exhausted. Seeing this, Team Leader Lee didn't stop. At least they're still hiring for the investigation team. Listen up, rookies. The company isn't what it used to be. There you go, talking nonsense again. Hey, these are words of wisdom. Team Leader Lee stuffed his hands in his pockets and started to walk away. Team Leader Hong, I'm leaving. See you next time, if there is one. Are you seriously leaving like this? Is this all the cleanup? Yeah, good luck. Team Leader Lee disappeared into the distance. The team leader watched him go, then glanced at Jaemin and Yunwoo. They looked like they were taking Team Leader Lee's words to heart, worry evident on their faces. The team leader cleared his throat and began the cleanup. Don't take him too seriously, you two. He always complains. Okay. But leader, if what he says is true, isn't there a problem with the company? Jaemin asked innocently. The team leader, momentarily speechless, took a drag from his cigarette before replying. No. Sometimes the company focuses on other things, and this happens. Really? What do you know about the company, kid? Trust me, I'm not so sure. The team leader picked up his cigarette butt and Team Leader Lee's, disposing of them in a nearby ashtray. Jaemin and Yunwoo prepared to leave. The team leader spoke. You live in this apartment, right? Where do you live, rookie? I'll give you a ride. I live in Agashai-1 in the city. You're still living in Agashai-1. I was planning to move. I finally saved up enough for a deposit and rent. Yunwoo spoke proudly. After 2 months of saving his salary, he had enough to move into a decent place. He was also expecting a bonus for his performance in resolving the recent anomaly. Reflecting on the tough times, he felt a sense of accomplishment. The team leader congratulated him. You earned it through hard work. Congratulations. Thank you. Wow, I'm jealous. Can I visit you sometime? Maybe later? After their conversation, they waved goodbye to each other. Leader, Yunwoo, take care getting home. Sure, you be careful too. Yunwoo waved silently. Jaemin headed towards Ayun and the priest, while the team leader and Yunwoo got into the team leader's car. The team leader checked the navigation and spoke. The Gashai-1. It'll take a while to get there. He pressed the accelerator, and the car left the apartment parking lot, driving down a quiet road. The team leader looked at Yunwoo through the rearview mirror. Dash. His mind was a mess. He couldn't focus on driving. There was Team Leader Lee, who wanted to quit, the company's lousy management, and above all, Yunwoo. The team leader glanced at the rearview mirror. Yunwoo was looking at his phone, slightly smiling at something entertaining. But beneath the smile was a deep-seated fatigue. He looked just like any other rookie. His chest felt heavy, like a stone was weighing it down. It was uncomfortable to suspect his subordinate. But it'd be strange not to suspect him at this point. The team leader had seen Yunwoo's resume and had witnessed the incidents firsthand. Even overlooking the human qualification exam, there had been containment failures during training, attacks by hostile groups, the discovery of anomalies on his first day, and a catastrophe during a mission, leading to the spread of errors due to criminals. And today, we even faced a demon worshipper and a high-ranking demon. When coincidences pile up, it's an anomaly. As an investigator, the team leader had to suspect Yunwoo, and suspicions need to be resolved quickly. Ahem. The team leader cleared his throat. Yunwoo looked up from his phone at the back of the team leader's head. Watching Yunwoo through the rearview mirror, the team leader spoke directly, using the perfect excuse. Rookie, let's get you tested. Sorry. You consulted a shaman, and today you encountered a demon worshipper. It's a bit suspicious. Let's get a thorough examination from the company. Oh. Yunwoo turned off his phone and looked out the window. His eyes wavered with anxiety, and his lips pressed tightly together. Was it the ominous atmosphere of the word thorough examination that unsettled him? Or was he uncomfortable with the company? Or was it something else, an anomaly? The team leader stopped guessing and began to persuade him. Don't worry about being diagnosed as an anomaly. I can cover for you if it's not too bad. Look at that student. The researchers wanted to use him as a test subject, but I brought him here. I'll get the examination. After a brief hesitation, Yunwoo agreed to the examination. The team leader unknowingly felt relieved and tapped the steering wheel with his hand. Good choice. It's no big deal. But, team leader. What? Why? Can I move first and then get the examination? Yunwoo asked, explaining that he had already scheduled the move and it would be a hassle to postpone it. The team leader nodded without much thought. Oh, right. You said you were moving. Fine, move first and then get the examination. I'll treat it as leave until the results come out. You're telling me not to come to work from tomorrow. Yinwu looked at the team leader's profile, puzzled. But the team leader found it a reasonable precaution. Yes. It seems like you attract anomalies or escalate incidents. It's best to stay off until we have accurate results. With that reasoning, Yinwu seemed to understand, though he was uncomfortable with the idea that the team leader might already consider him an anomaly. He turned his phone back on. Thoughts about the examination filled his mind. And on the day Yinwu finished moving and was picked up by a company employee for the examination, the team leader received a call from the higher UPS. Yinwu had gone missing. Introduction to Topology. The universe we live in is not the only dimension. There are adjacent dimensions surrounding us. A picture depicting various dimensions. There are numerous dimensions inhabited by unknown beings with unknown characteristics, including the hellish realms of demons, the afterlife, and many other second dimensions. These dimensions generally have no connection to our world, like parallel lines, but they can intersect with our world through certain interactions called magic, shadows, and light from parallel dimensions, or astronomical coincidences. 3 illustrations: a magician communicating with the dead, a farmer turning into a hunk of meat, and a traveler falling into the world of fairies. When dimensions intersect, the unlucky person at the intersection may communicate with beings from the other dimension, transform into one of them, or sometimes be entirely transported to that dimension. The study of these dimensions is called topology at novel bin at. Li Yinwu never wished for things to escalate to this extent. He only wanted to avoid the company's examination. In a vast world where blades of grass grew as tall as trees, damn dice, tiny as a mouse, Li Yinwu held his face in his hands, recalling the recent past. The move had been quick. There wasn't much to move in the first place. He had long since discarded the high stacks of civil service exam prep books, and he didn't have many personal belongings. He moved everything in one trip with his car. The move was finished in no time. A sunlit duplex studio. Though it was empty now, he could fill it with things he bought with his earnings. It was a solid proof of escaping the life of a civil service exam student. How rewarding and fun that would be. But Yinwu's expression as he stood in the middle of the studio wasn't good. In fact, it was rather gloomy. The time for the company's thorough examination was approaching. He paced around. He couldn't stand still and circled the studio. No matter how I think about it, I shouldn't get tested. Thinking about the man who got caught makes it even clearer. His treatment only improved after he gave his life for the company. Before that, they didn't even feed him, they just locked him up and experimented on him. With the strange dice in his possession now, he was worried about what might happen. At the very least, he'd be imprisoned and subjected to numerous experiments. They'd try to figure out what kind of anomaly he had. Repeating experiments would surely lead to dangerous situations. It's better not to get tested. Moreover, doesn't the thorough examination by the company feel very different from what a shaman would do? Despite deciding not to get tested, canceling the examination was also problematic. Thud. What should I say? Yinwu sat on the floor, staring at his phone. There were 2 messages. One from the team leader, wishing him luck with the examination. Another from the Anomaly examination department, stating what time they'd come to pick him up today. Aik. His groan echoed through the studio. Yinwu lay back, staring at the high ceiling of the duplex studio. Simply refusing the examination would be like admitting I have an anomaly. And he couldn't think of a clever way to delay the examination either. Time passed without any good ideas, and the phone rang. It was from the same number as the text, the Anomaly examination department. With a gloomy expression, Yinwu answered the call. Yes, that's correct. You've arrived? Yes, I'll come down. The Anomaly examination department had come to pick him up. Yinwu sluggishly got up, dragging his feet as he left the studio. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a sedan parked on the roadside. The person from the Anomaly examination department, waiting with all the windows down, waved at him. It seemed they already had his personal information, recognizing him immediately. Here you are. Yinwu approached silently, glancing at the person from the examination department and the car's interior through the window. The person looked more like a combatant than a doctor or researcher. It seemed they were ready to subdue him if necessary, with a baton and a taser placed on the passenger seat. Yinwu hung his head low. Did they come to pick me up or arrest me? He already had a bad feeling. As he reached for the car door, he hesitated. Oh, please. I really don't want to take this examination. I wish I could avoid it somehow. Roll. Yinwu lifted his head. He met the eyes of the examination department staff, but his attention was drawn to the dice that had started rolling. The dice stopped. Critical success. And then, the world changed. Into a vast world. A dimension where humans were small and weak. Damn dice. Please, send me back. Yinwu whimpered, but the dice remained silent. Perhaps it meant that continuous use for similar requests was not possible. Yinwu squeezed his eyes shut, holding back tears. I asked to avoid the examination, not to be sent to some strange world. Understanding the situation wasn't difficult. Just as someone who had summoned a demon of sloth and then gone to hell after 13 days, the dice had transported Yinwu to this giant world. Yinwu was now no bigger than a hamster, in a world full of creatures that could easily devour a hamster. There were swarms of bugs that seemed as large as big dogs, birds as big as airplanes, and countless other creatures. A world where survival was uncertain. A world where taking the examination would have been better. It was then. Thump, thump, the ground shook in a steady rhythm. Yinwu hurriedly grabbed onto a blade of grass as large as a tree and fixed his legs, looking up. The sky darkened. He thought a cloud had covered the sun. But no, it was a giant casting a shadow. Thump, thump. With each step, the giant's massive body moved, leaving deep footprints in the ground. A giant foot, descending like a meteor, cast a dark shadow over Yinwu. The sole of the shoe grew larger and larger. With his limited strength, Yinwu couldn't run far enough to escape. He let out a desperate scream. No dash. The foot stopped midair. The massive sole, shedding dust, slowly retreated. The giant, balancing on one foot, looked down at Yinwu. Oh, it's a human. Thump. The giant carefully set his foot down and crouched. Even from a distance, the face was immense, like an impending collision with a meteorite. Yinwu stepped back. Simultaneously, the dice rolled again. Roll. Success. Yinwu's human qualification certificate fluttered to the ground beside him. Of course, Yinwu, focusing all his attention on the giant who could crush him with a finger, didn't notice it was the certificate. The giant carefully picked up the certificate with his fingernail, squinting and reading its text aloud. What does it say? This entity is certified as a human. Oh. The giant removed his finger and looked down at Yinwu. His crescent moon-shaped eyes and thunderous voice were intimidating. You're lucky. A human with a certification. I can sell you for a high price. The giant's hand reached out slowly, and Yinwu, the size of a mouse, was helplessly caught. The grip was loose, but the strength was such that even a slight squeeze could crush him. Hueek. Yinwu exhaled softly, closing his eyes. Why did the human qualification certificate appear here? What kind of world is this? Not only was it giant, but also, Yinwu opened his eyes and gasped. He let out a shout with all his strength. Hey, where is this, and who are you? Oh, listen to you whine. You're full of energy. I'll make sure to sell you at a high price. I'm a successful seller of pet humans, you see. The giant pocketed the human qualification certificate and lightly flicked Yinwu's head. His head jerked as if his neck would snap. But it wasn't the pain that bothered him, it was the talk about selling humans as pets. Feeling the vibrations and rough wind as the giant walked, Yinwu screamed internally. Damn dice, send me back now. Dash, dash. The giant crossed the field and entered what seemed to Yinwu like a massive castle but was just a large hut to the giant. As soon as they entered, the giant pulled out a cage lined with iron bars and shoved Yinwu inside. The cage, about the size of a small room, confined Yinwu, who rubbed his numb arms and legs. His entire body tingled from the lack of blood flow while being held tightly. I'll feed the others first, then move you to the room with the valuable humans. The giant stumped around the hut. Yinwu, regaining his composure, watched him carefully. First, let's understand the situation. He realized he had come to a giant's world where humans were bought and sold as pets. The giant couldn't understand human speech, hearing it as barking, while Yinwu could understand the giant's language and writing. Still, he needed a more detailed grasp of this strange world. Thud. The giant lifted a large bowl and scooped out round pellets from a container-sized sack. Humming a tune, he approached cages stacked against the hut's wall like a chicken coop. Time to eat. Products. Yinwu saw them then, numerous humans crowded inside cages, each marked with various tags. Clearance? 5 humans for the price of 1. Collars included. Ask for prices? Friendly service. Mixed breed. Male. Young. Healthy. Mixed breed. Female. Old. Sickly. Mixed breed. Male. Young. Energetic. Mixed breed. Female. Mixed breed. Docile. Countless naked humans pressed against the cage bars. The giant poured handfuls of pellets into bowls attached to the cages. The humans reached through the bars to grab and eat the pellets. Yinwu's face turned pale, but this was just the beginning. Let's move the precious ones to the luxury room. The giant picked up Yinwu's cage and carried it deeper into the hut. Clinging to the bars of his shaking cage, Yinwu made eye contact with other humans in the adjacent cages. Creak. The door opened. Creak dash. The door to the luxury display room opened. Beyond the door, a fireplace cast a warm glow, and luxurious wooden display cases adorned the walls. The cases held fewer cages than outside, each displayed with some space in between. Yinwu took a sharp breath when he saw those cages. Humans? Are those humans? In one cage, an abnormally tall and thin human was crouched inside the small space. The plaque beneath read, "First place in the tall human breeding competition." In the next cage, a human with long, thick fur that made them look like a yeti or Bigfoot lay sprawled, panting heavily. Second place in the hairy human breeding competition. Another cage held a human with purple skin, scratching themselves until their skin bled. Nominee for the naturally impossible skin color category. Each cage contained a human with some strange feature. One had the most hair, another was the heaviest, another the lightest, and so on. As Yinwu stared blankly at their appearances and read the plagues, suddenly he felt a lurch. With a sudden increase in gravity, his view lifted. The giant had hoisted Yinwu's cage high, scanning an empty spot on the display case while muttering to himself. Since I have a human with a certification, it's best to place him here. Thinking it best to group similar themed items, the giant placed Yinwu's cage on the top shelf with a thud. Yinwu staggered from the impact, but the giant left the luxury display room, turning back once more. I'll bring food for you all, so wait quietly. Creak dash. The enormous door closed. The sound of the giant's footsteps faded away, leaving only the sound of human breathing in the room. Yinwu reached out and grabbed the bars of the cage. Clang, clang, the metal bars shook. The rhythm was rapid and urgent. I have to escape. He had been captured by a monster that modified and bred humans. There was no telling what might happen to him. He couldn't stay idle. He pushed and pulled the bars, even tried squeezing his body through, but the seemingly flimsy bars didn't budge. Is escaping with bare hands impossible? The firmly fixed bars frustrated him. Yinwu scanned his surroundings, hoping to find a tool or a weak spot in the cage. Then he saw it. In the adjacent cage, a human was swinging back and forth, clinging to the bars. Yinwu called out. Hey, can you hear me? Do you understand me? The long-haired man with brown hair and eyes climbed the bars, touched the ceiling of his cage, and then jumped down. He spoke. I understand you. My name is James Kong. I'm an investigator for the company. The man, holding a human qualification certificate, scratched his chin awkwardly. Yinwu was relieved. Oh, though he didn't know what kind of world this was, he saw traces of the company. Even though James, an investigator from an overseas branch, was also captured. Dash, dash, bang, bang dash. Yinwu pounded the floor of his cage repeatedly. The frustration was suffocating. The unyielding floor felt more stifling than James. No? Which branch are you from? Where are we? I don't know. I was just told to keep walking forward. Forward? To where? At novel bin at. I don't know. They said the paths overlap. No. It was impossible to get any useful information from someone claiming to be a fellow investigator. Whether he was pretending or genuinely clueless, Yinwu glared at James in frustration, but James didn't seem to care at all. Running around the cage the size of a studio apartment, grabbing the bars and moving up, down, left, and right, he muttered to himself. I want to eat a banana. No, listen. Please, let's talk. Bananas aren't the issue here. We're in a dangerous situation, right? We're in a world where people are being modified. Understand? Despite Yinwu's desperate voice, even as he clung to the bars and jumped up and down, James shook his head. It's not dangerous. You and I can live here. And I wasn't human. I'm used to cages. What? Yinwu looked up at James, dumbfounded. James met his gaze for a moment. I was a monkey. Took the human qualification exam and became human. Then James resumed moving around, holding on to the bars. Yinwu was speechless. He scanned James from head to toe. Apart from his strength, which allowed him to move around the bars with ease, he looked completely human. And he spoke like one too, but thinking about how those who failed the human qualification exam turned into animals. He passed the exam. Could it be that despite being a monkey, James was recognized as human because of his voice and behavior? So much so that the giant believed he was a genuine human. A human from another world, an ex-monkey, and Yinwu himself. What should I do? Yinwu was clutching his head in frustration, trying to find an answer, when the door creaked open. The giant returned. The giant carried a large ceramic plate with mouth-watering chunks of meat and a pair of scissors. Time to eat. Starting with James's cage on the top shelf, the giant began snipping the meat into bite-sized pieces and dropping them into the food bowls at the cage doors. Yinwu swallowed hard. The meat was beautifully browned, with whole peppercorns embedded here and there. It looks delicious. Unconsciously, Yinwu grabbed a palm-sized piece and brought it into his cage. The grease dripped as he took a big bite, and the juice burst in his mouth, seasoned with salt and pepper and a hint of butter and herbs. Being a prized possession meant even the food was different. It tasted better than the 3 meals he usually had. Chewing mechanically in shock, Yinwu thought to himself. Maybe this isn't so bad. The giant continued to cut meat for the other cages, smiling contentedly. Eat well and fetch a good price. Yinwu began to eat the remaining meat hastily, thinking he needed to build up strength if he was going to do anything, including escaping. Dash. Dash. Night came without Yinwu finding a way to escape or having a proper conversation with James. The moon passed the midpoint in the sky, nearing midnight. Yinwu closed his eyes and spoke to the dice. Earth? Please. This world was hopeless. Even if the food was excellent, it was still ruled by monsters that modified humans. Returning to Earth, even with the company's suspicion, was a better option. Roll. Yinwu held his breath, waiting for the result, and the dice stopped. Failure? Nothing changed, leaving Yinwu still in the narrow cage the size of a studio apartment. He let his hands fall onto his lap and lay down as if meditating. Once a day with the same wish? Today's a bust. Might as well sleep. He curled up like a fetus. At least once a day, he had a chance to escape. Surviving intact and staying healthy was the top priority. The warmth from the fireplace spread softly. Dash. Dash. Morning came. When the giant served breakfast, a salad mixed with vegetables and dressing, Yinwu rubbed his sleepy eyes and approached the cage door. The salad was finely chopped with lettuce, cabbage, corn, tomatoes, and chicken breast, all mixed with a delicious sauce. Yinwu only ate the chicken breast and corn, prompting the giant to tap his cage. Don't be picky. You need to eat a balanced diet to stay healthy. Yinwu paused his chewing. Does he really think I'm a pet? He was a human with the same intelligence, intellect, and personality as the giant. Being treated like a common wild animal was. The giant spoke. There's a special guest coming today. You look overall healthy. I hope you sell well. Yinwu put down the chicken breast he was holding. He wiped the sauce from his hands on the cold, damp lettuce. Aghast. Is it better to stay here than to be sold? As he swallowed the meat left in his mouth, Yinwu pondered. Was it better to stay here, or to be sold and go somewhere else? I can roll the dice once a day to try to return to Earth. It's safer to bide my time here, and this place seems relatively safe. If he were sold to a giant who might eat, abuse, abandon, or kill him, he wouldn't survive long enough for the dice to land on a critical success. Just as he made this decision, the giant left and returned with the guest. Murmurs. Thud, thud, thud. Voices and the vibration of footsteps echoed through the thick wooden walls. Soon, the door opened, and the selling giant entered with a giant family as the guests. Father giant, mother giant, son giant, and daughter giant. The children, eyes wide and open mouths, exclaimed as they entered the luxury display room. Wow, look at this. It looks so weird. It looks so fluffy. Though smaller than the adult giants, the giant children were still enormous as they pressed their faces against the bars of the cages. They poked their fingers through the bars, prodding at the other humans. Yinwu slowly retreated to the back corner of his cage. The father and mother giants pretended to admonish their children while talking to the selling giant. You have humans with breed certification. Yes, we have too. Ho, are there any males? Of course. Both are males. Would you like to see them? Let's have a look. Clank. They pulled out the cages holding James and Yinwu. Both men grabbed the bars in different positions to steady themselves, facing the scrutiny of the father and mother giants who examined them like products. The father giant looked back and forth between James and Yinwu, stroking his chin as he asked, "Are they neutered?" Neutering? What? No way. Li Yinwu was about to freak out and search for the dice. The giant seller, just as surprised, quickly shook his head. His voice grew louder. No way. This is a precious purebred human. We need to breed them. Neutering is out of the question. That's why I'm asking. I've heard that the offspring of humans with certificates sell for a high price. The father giant looked at James and Yinwu with cold eyes, as if assessing an investment. The mother giant chimed in from beside him. We're raising a human female. How much would the offspring from these two sell for? Do you have a certificate? No. Would the price drop significantly then dash? The conversation continued, revolving around money. The seller suggested that they buy a human with a certificate to breed them, promising to write a certificate for the offspring, trying to sell as much as possible. While listening attentively to the seller, the father and mother giant discussed ways to make a decent return with minimal investment. Yinwu, with his nerves on edge, didn't miss a word of their conversation. The time has come to part. One of us will be sold. James, hanging onto the iron bars in Yinwu's direction, spoke. Yinwu glanced at James. Judging by the situation, it seemed certain that one of them would indeed be sold. It didn't feel good at all, especially after hearing talk about neutering. Aren't you thinking of escaping? Not until I find a way back or the company contacts me. Besides, you said you're an investigator from the company, right? Yinwu nodded, recalling the identity he had revealed during their introduction. I'm an investigator working at the Korean branch. Good. If you return or get in touch with the company, please deliver a message. What is it? Yinwu looked at James through the iron bars. James jumped down from the iron bars he was hanging on. He continued in a light but businesslike and monotonous voice. Investigator James Kong reporting. This place is not fit for human habitation. Is that all? Yinwu gestured as if to say he was willing to deliver any other messages, tapping his ear. There was the dice. As long as they were alive, they could return. Although he hesitated to reveal this, he was willing to pass on any message. But James jumped up, hanging onto the iron bars with one hand, scratching his chin with the other. Nothing. Aren't you going to report about this world anyway? Implying that since they had fallen into a strange world, the contents of their reports as investigators would be similar. Yinwu shook his head. It wasn't about work. Isn't there something you want to say to someone else? You might never return. Nothing. A firm answer after hesitation. The conversation ended. Yinwu turned his body silently. And then, he saw two young giants with sparkling eyes looking at him and James. The son and daughter giants opened their mouths in awe. Wow, they're talking to each other. Crying like that is so cute. Dad, can't we keep both? They seem to be friends. The father giant, patting the heads of his two children, gently pulled them back. We already have one at home, don't we? We'll only buy one. Hey, which one is better? The father giant asked the seller, who lifted James's cage with regret similar to that of the children. Both are healthy and have no problems, but their personalities are different. This one is lively. Then he lifted Yinwu's cage. This one is calm. Let's take this one. The one we have at home is too lively. Excellent choice. Then the price will be dash dot. The conversation progressed regardless of Yinwu's will. Yinwu, who had been sold, had a sullen expression, and James waved his hand roughly, finishing their farewell. Then, the seller pulled out a black cloth and covered the cage. Despite the cage and the cloth, loud voices were still clearly heard. Thus, Yinwu went to the house where the giant family lived. Dash. Dash. Here, this is our house. Wish dash. The cloth covering the cage was suddenly removed. As sunlight poured in, Yinwu shielded his eyes with one hand and looked around. The giant's house. A well-maintained garden and a two-story mansion surrounded by red brick walls. Its size was so enormous it seemed like a castle encircled by fortifications. Thud dash. The daughter giant shook Yinwu's cage vigorously as she ran to the front door. Yinwu clung to the bars, swaying precariously. From behind, he heard the stern voice of the mother giant. Don't run. Okay. She opened the front door, ran up the stairs, and dashed into a room on the second floor, enclosed by a dense wire mesh. Pushing the mesh door open, the daughter giant said, "This is your room." Dizzy and exhausted from clinging to the bars, Yinwu swayed as he looked around the room. A spacious room. No giant-sized furniture, indicating it was meant for raising humans. Instead, there were small model houses, a toilet, a dining table, plates, and a water bowl scattered around. Click Deshet at Novel Bin at. The cage was placed in the center of the room, and the lock was undone. The daughter giant, who had tossed the lock and key carelessly to the floor, peeked around the room. Where did Yellow hide? Yellow? Come out? Your friend is here. No answer, no movement. The giant stomped around the room before giving up and turning back to Yinwu. Yellow must be asleep. Let me show you around the room. Yinwu cautiously stepped one foot out of the cage but quickly retreated back inside. She's just a kid. Who knows what she might do? She had already swung the cage recklessly. She might try to pet him and end up breaking his bones. Hurry up and come out. This is your room. As Yinwu tried to sneak to the opposite corner of the cage, the daughter giant shoved her hand inside. Her clenched fist forced the cage door open, then got stuck. The iron bars screamed. Screech, screech. Stretching her fingers, she tried to grab Yinwu, her tree-like fingers brushing past his nose and scratching the cage floor. Her nails left scars on the floor. Screech. Fingers filling his vision. The cold bars against his back. Yinwu broke out in a cold sweat. Does she not know her own strength? If caught, his internal organs might burst. At the very least, his ribs would break. Or his skin might tear. At that moment, accompanied by thundering footsteps, the father giant appeared. He spoke from beyond the wire mesh door. Child, you're scaring him. Stop and come down. Dad? He won't come out. He can't come out because you're blocking him. Now, come on. He opened the wire mesh door, gesturing to his daughter. She reluctantly withdrew her hand and trudged over to her father. I wanted to show him around. You can do that later. Let him rest now. Let's go. Clang dash. The wire mesh door closed. The sound and vibration of the giants descending the stairs faded away. Silence descended upon the room. Yinwu took a deep breath, glanced around cautiously, and stepped out of the cage for the first time. A vast room. High walls with windows above. Yinwu turned towards the myriad of miniatures, human-sized furniture, and toys scattered around the room. Then, a voice came from behind. They actually bought one. F***ing idiots. Who'd give birth just because you say so? Yinwu turned around. A woman with blonde hair and an exotic appearance, making it hard to identify her ethnicity, strolled in, having emerged from some hidden place. She glanced at Yinwu and then picked up a bucket-sized cup model, heading towards the water bowl. She scooped up water with the large bucket. With her back turned, she spoke. Hey, I don't know where you're from or what you do, but I don't intend to live as a pet human. Me neither. A stranger met in a strange world. He had no intention of getting friendly or taking sides rashly. Unless they worked for the same company, they were just people from different worlds. Of course, he didn't plan on being hostile without reason, but a relationship where they ignored each other seemed appropriate. Really? Good. Then help me. The woman, hugging the bucket filled to the brim, passed by Yinwu and kicked the key that the daughter giant had thrown on the floor. We're going to escape. Escape. Did she think he was interested? She went to the wire mesh door and started sprinkling water in a corner of the mesh. Yinwu noticed it wasn't a task done just for a day or two. Only a small corner of the wire mesh, like mold, was rusted. If they cut through the rusty part, it was big enough for a human to pass through. Bring that key. We'll use it to pound and saw through. Drops of water hung on the wire mesh like dew. The rusted part was reddish and quite corroded. It seemed easy to break, even with the jagged parts of the key. Yinwu didn't move. Escape? Is that necessary? If he could hold out until the day the dice rolled a critical success, he could return. Of course, the rough handling by the young giant was dangerous, but the outside was even more dangerous. There was no reason to leave the safe space of the mansion and venture into the huge world filled with all kinds of bugs, beasts, and unknown dangers. If he got hurt or died for no reason, Yinwu remained silent for a long time. Hey, why aren't you answering dash? The woman stopped sprinkling water and turned her head, her expression hardening. She glared at Yinwu and muttered softly. You don't plan to escape, do you? Her glare was fierce. She wore a dress that looked like something a princess doll might wear, likely put on by the young giant, but it didn't look ridiculous. Her demeanor was too menacing. Yinwu recoiled and raised his hands defensively. It's not that I don't want to escape. We just met, right? Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first dash? Forget it, get lost. Live your life as a pet human. She glared at Yinwu, then walked toward the key lying on the floor. As she approached, she stopped briefly in front of him. Suddenly, she grabbed Yinwu by the collar and pulled him close. He was dragged helplessly, their faces so close they could see their reflections in each other's eyes. She bared her teeth and growled. I don't care how you live, but if you interfere with my escape, I'll bite you. Got it. Okay, just let go of my collar. Yinwu calmly tapped her hand holding his collar. He had faced too many threats to be scared by such intimidation. Real danger comes without warning. She scoffed and let go, then bent down to pick up the key. The giant's key was as long and large as a person's arm, hefty enough to be used as a tool. As she slung the key over her shoulder and headed for the wire mesh door, Yinwu followed. Have you heard of the Humanity Protection Company? No, she wasn't a company employee. Where are you from? Earth? America? Europe? Asia? What are you talking about? Hey, if you're going to interfere, get lost. Stop babbling. She wasn't from Earth either. She yelled and thrust the key like a spear into the rusted part of the wire mesh. The mesh easily bent, and the key got wedged in. Ugh dash. She sweated profusely, gritting her teeth and straining until her veins bulged as she moved the key. Screech. Using it like a lever, she wiggled it up and down, back and forth like a saw. The hole in the mesh slowly widened, the rust flaking off bit by bit. But her stamina gave out before the mesh could be cut through. Drenched in sweat, she gulped down the remaining water in the cup model and slumped against the wall. Her eyes turned to Yinwu. While she had been working hard to escape, Yinwu had been leisurely wandering around the room, examining the human-sized miniature furniture. Her eyebrows rose in frustration. Hey, are you really not going to escape? You're planning to live as a pet human here. At novel bin at. Mind your own business dash dot. Don't lie. Yinwu turned a model chair around and sat on it. He met her annoyed gaze with his own frown. He was irritated by her continued informal speech, so he decided to drop formalities too. I don't plan on leaving the house. Why should I go out? It's just dangerous. So you're going to live like an animal here? Eating scraps they throw at you, wearing the clothes they force on you, having babies when they tell you to, and then having those babies sold off. Is that how you want to live? That's not it. Yinwu shook his head. He didn't intend to live like that. He also had the dice as a means of escape. Therefore, he casually asked, with the mindset of a traveler exploring a foreign land. But what's your plan after escaping? Honestly, if you leave the house and run into a cat or a dog, or any kind of animal, you'll get killed. This wasn't just a world of giants, but a gigantic world. Humans were the size of hamsters, and there were countless bugs, wild animals, and birds that could easily hunt creatures that small. Even an army of ants was terrifying. Escape wasn't the end, but the beginning. She wiped her sweat with the frilled hem of her dress and looked out the window. The setting sun cast a twilight glow through the window. She spoke. I heard before. There's a city of humans. A city made by humans, for human survival. Screech dash. Yinwu sprang to his feet, the chair scraping against the floor. She looked at him puzzledly, but Yinwu quickly addressed her. Tell me more about that. Could it be a trace of the Humanity Protection Company? Even if it wasn't, it sounded like something from Earth. The phrase was reminiscent of the people, by the people, for the people. It felt similar. She looked at Yinwu and then nodded towards the wire mesh. I'll tell you, but while I rest, you saw through that. Yinwu silently went to the wire mesh and grabbed the handle of the key with both hands. Even if I have the dice, it's better to know about any group that seems like the company. You never know when the dice will roll a critical success. Preparing a backup plan seemed wise, so Yinwu began sawing with the key. Dash. Dash. Huff huff. Yinwu looked up at the ceiling, exhausted. The ceiling spun around. When he closed his eyes, he could hear his heartbeat pounding in his ears. He placed his trembling hand on his chest. His voice, as shaky as his hand, came out. Now, tell me, what you know. She looked at him with astonishment. How could he be this weak after so little effort? How did you get so weak? How did you survive? You don't have the body to survive out there. With such low stamina and strength, it was doubtful how long he could survive in the wild, where the weak perish. She sighed and approached Yinwu, patting his head. You shouldn't escape. You'll die as soon as you leave the house. You really are suited to be a pet human. With each pat, his head wobbled, worsening his dizziness. Yinwu tried to push her hand away with his trembling hand but only swiped at the air. Just tell me. All right. Thud. She sat down next to Yinwu's head, taking a moment to choose her words. Then she began speaking as if recounting legends and myths passed down orally. There aren't many humans like us, but there are not too few either. Sometimes, while wandering, you might meet other humans. Yinwu listened quietly while catching his breath. Once, I met an old human in an alley. The old man told me. She looked out the window, not at the high brick walls outside, but with eyes that seemed to see a wider world. He said we originally weren't from this world. People who fell from a world where only humans lived, struggling to survive in this giant world, left behind descendants. She spoke, and Yinwu understood. So, this world originally had no humans. The humans who accidentally fell here survived and occasionally new ones arrived, leading to the current situation. Perhaps the reason they couldn't communicate with the giants was similar. It felt like trying to communicate without special translation between beings from different dimensions. She continued. And he said, humans from our world will come to save us. There is a city of humans gathered together, for that day when they will come. A city just for humans. With those words, she slowly blinked, as if erasing a vision only she could see. Now, the room for raising humans, the wire mesh that blocked any passage, and the high stone wall beyond the window came into view. She suddenly stood up and chuckled. I'm going there. Do you even know where it is? Yinwu looked up at her. She smiled confidently. I don't know, but it's better than being raised here and dying. If I keep walking, I'll get there eventually. And when I find the city. She turned and grabbed the key again, moving her whole body to cut through the wire mesh. Her energetic voice echoed. I'll come back to save you too. Yinwu closed his eyes and then opened them. No need. I'll find my own way out. What are you talking about? You think you can survive out there alone with that body? Just say thank you. I said, no need. She let out a sarcastic laugh. Fine, try living on your own. Even if I rescue all the other humans and take them to the city, you can stay here by yourself. At that moment, there was a thudding sound, someone climbing the stairs. The woman quickly pulled out the key and threw it far away, then dashed to the pile of toys. She disappeared in an instant. While Yinwu just blinked, the mother giant opened the wire mesh door with her free hand, the other holding a plate. Time for dinner dash. Huh. She looked down at Yinwu. He was exhausted from the hard labor of sewing, covered in sweat and fatigue, looking as if he had just completed a huge task. The mother giant smiled slyly. Already working? Good, keep it up and have babies soon. Despite Yinwu's bewildered expression, she hummed a tune and poured the food from the plate into a dish for humans. Fried eggs, bacon, and bread. The food, cut into small pieces for humans, filled the dish. The mother giant said, "You look very weak. Maybe I should feed you something nutritious." Muttering to herself, she checked the water bowl and the toilet before leaving the room. The door closed, and silence filled the room. The woman crept out from her hiding spot, grabbed some bread, and stuffed it into her mouth, avoiding Yinwu's gaze while holding out some bread to him. "What are you doing? Eat." Yinwu struggled to his feet and went to the dish. With trembling hands, he shoved the food into his mouth, feeling her pitying gaze. Dash. Night came. Past midnight. Lying on a soft handkerchief, Yinwu blinked and thought. Return. Go back. Somehow. Rumble. Thud. Nothing changed. Yinwu closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He was starting to feel anxious. When will the critical success come up? It won't not come, right? If it's as rare as winning the lottery or getting struck by lightning. If the odds of a critical success or a critical failure were that low, he couldn't rely on the dice alone. He was also worried about what might happen if a critical failure came up. But it was also difficult to blindly follow the woman and escape. I'm not sure if that city is related to the company. I don't know its location. I don't even know if it really exists. Even if it does, there's no guarantee that the city has a way to return to Earth. His confidence in returning was wavering. The stillness of the deep night suddenly felt ominous. Yinwu pulled the handkerchief blanket over himself and curled up. The moonlight streaming in from the window was chilly. He felt abandoned in the vast ocean, like being alone in a foreign land where he couldn't speak the language. I don't know a sure way to return. There's nothing I can do. This was different from the anomalies he had faced before. This wasn't a danger he could overcome with his own strength. He couldn't blindly trust the dice, and there was no support or contact from the company. He wondered if he would have to live here as a pet human for the rest of his life. As these anxious thoughts gnawed at his brain, suddenly he felt a tap. Yinwu opened his eyes wide. The woman called Yellow was in front of him, her eyes shining in the moonlight. "Hey, I'm leaving? Right now." When Yinwu sat up, she handed him a bag made from a toy bag and some strings. It was filled with bread and makeshift tools poking out. Proof that she was already prepared to leave. "I've cut through the mesh and checked the escape route. We need to escape now while they're all asleep. I'll help." Yinwu hesitated, then threw off the blanket and stood up. "I can't sleep anyway. If I stay still, I'll just think bad thoughts. I might as well move. Escape. Stay with the giant family, or follow her. Rely on the dice and endure, or take the risk and seek out a city whose existence is uncertain and whose connection to the company is unknown." He couldn't decide. "You." She looked at Yinwu with disbelief. It wasn't so much mockery as it was doubt about what he could possibly do with his physical abilities. Ignoring her, Yinwu approached the wire mesh. After dinner, the cut wire mesh had a hole large enough for a person to pass through. It was a night lit brightly by moonlight. Carefully, they passed through the hole in the rusted wire mesh, making sure not to get scratched. They tiptoed down the hallway, past the room where the young giant was sound asleep, and stopped in front of the daunting stairs. The stairs used by the giants, leading down to the first floor. The lower part, untouched by moonlight, was shrouded in darkness. "We have to go down there." Each step of the stairs felt like a single-story building. They would have to cling to the walls and drop down step by step. It wasn't impossible, but it made his legs tremble. While Yinwu hesitated at the edge of the stairs, the woman stood beside him, peering over the edge. In a hushed voice, she whispered, "Once we get down the stairs, we'll go straight to the kitchen. There's a window by the sink, and it's open. Can you make it down the stairs without getting hurt?" When Yinwu asked, she let out a short laugh. During the many days when the giants opened the door, forgot to close it, or the young giant took her to its room, she had been practicing her escape tirelessly. The sweat she had shed while the giants comfortably laughed at the lively human was immense. "I've gone down a few times already. And hey, if you can't even do this, you shouldn't be thinking about going outside." Yinwu nodded. That made sense. If he couldn't even get down a single step, how could he survive out there? She gave Yinwu a light pat on the back, then crouched down and looked up at him. "Watch closely. This is how you do it." She turned around, grabbed the edge of the step with both hands, and slowly extended her legs, dragging them along the side of the stair. Then, at a certain point, she let go with her hands and jumped down. From below, she looked up at Yinwu. "Your turn." With a reluctant expression, Yinwu slowly mimicked her actions, turning around, grasping the edge of the step with his hands, and dragging his feet along the stairs wall. Thud dash. His arms couldn't support his weight, and he slipped down. Landing awkwardly, Yunwu stifled a groan as he clutched his ankle. Hey, are you alright? See, this is why you should have stayed in the room instead of trying to help. She approached him. Yunwu rotated his ankle and then stood up. His face was contorted with pain, but his foot moved without issue. Fortunately, he hadn't sprained it or damaged the joint. Let's hurry. Don't waste any more time. Yunwu went down the next step first. Through the pain, he learned to fall in a way that minimized the impact. Each descent made a small noise. She slid down the stairs silently and watched Yunwu with a somewhat worried face. Hey, you're making too much noise. Yunwu's falls were quiet, but in the dead of night, on the stairs, they sounded loud to a small human. Having volunteered to help, he couldn't be a burden. Gritting his teeth, Yunwu tried to mimic the rolling techniques he'd seen somewhere, landing as quietly as possible. Despite the small noises that continued, they managed to reach the bottom of the stairs without waking the giant family. Dash. Dash. The living room, with a sofa and carpet. Crossing the soft carpet, she suddenly stopped. Yunwu, exhausted and following her without thinking, bumped into her bag. He looked at her. What? Be quiet. She squinted and perked her ears. The next moment, she grabbed Yunwu's hand and started running. The two humans sprinted across the plush carpet. Just as Yunwu opened his mouth to ask something, he closed it again. Thud thud. Creak. The sound of a giant coming down the stairs. With added determination in his steps, Yunwu and the woman quickly slipped under the sofa. They crouched awkwardly, covering their mouths and noses to silence their breathing. They were on high alert. Why is he coming down at this hour? Did he notice we're escaping? Did he wake up because he heard them on the stairs? Was he coming to check on them only to discover they had broken out of the mesh? From under the sofa, they watched through a narrow gap as the young giant rubbed his sleepy eyes and stumbled forward. Thirsty. Holding an owl-patterned glass cup with both hands, he walked to the kitchen. The two humans followed, moving to a better vantage point behind the sofa. The kitchen connected to the living room came into view. There was an oven and stove, shelves for dishes, and a sink. Next to the sink was an open window. Fortunately, it seemed he hadn't noticed their escape. Phew. As Yunwu and the woman sighed in relief simultaneously, the young giant filled his cup with water and drank. Then, standing on tiptoes, he reached for the window and grumbled. Geez, they keep leaving the window open. What if bugs get in and bite our little ones? Clunk. Straining, he closed the window. Once it was securely shut, he even locked it. Proud of his good deed, he headed back with a satisfied expression. Thud thud thud. The young giant climbed back up the stairs. Even after his presence disappeared, Yunwu and the woman couldn't move at novel bin at. Their escape route was closed. They stared at the now closed window from under the sofa. The woman forced a cheerful tone. We blew it today. Let's try again another time. When? Tomorrow, or the day after. We can think of another way besides that window. She lowered her head, hiding her expression in shadows, adjusted her bag, and turned away. Yunwu watched her and then tugged at her hand. She turned her head. What? We're going tonight. Yunwu thought if they didn't go now, they might never get another chance. The broken mesh could be replaced with a stronger door. The young giant might start closing the kitchen window every night. They could be confined to a small box to breed. Yunwu pulled her towards the kitchen. She protested. How do you plan to get out? You're not thinking of opening the window, are you? It's locked, and even if it wasn't, it's way too heavy. No matter how much you push, it won't budge. I have a way. If he rolled the dice with enough effort, he could break the glass. As long as a critical failure didn't come up, it should be fine, and a critical failure was unlikely. Yunwu walked decisively. Dash. Dash. There was a long wooden planter beside the sink, so they climbed up the trunk and jumped from the leaves to reach the sink. Standing on either side of the closed window, they held a knife like a battering ram, ready to strike. Suddenly, she spoke. Will this even work? Human strength was weak. They were the size of hamsters. They couldn't open the window, much less break the glass. She looked at Yunwu with doubt, but he closed his eyes and recalled a memory. The first day of training, in the lab where people had died. How the new recruit, a former firefighter, had broken the glass. He used a pointed metal tool to hit the corner of the glass. Recalling the expert's technique, he opened his eyes. On the count of 3. Got it. It won't work, but okay. 1, 2, 3. As they ran and struck the glass with all their might, Yunwu called upon the dice. Break. Rumble. Thud. Screech. The knife slid across the glass, leaving a scratch. The two of them wavered under the force. The woman sighed. See? It's not working. Again. 1, 2, 3. Reluctantly, she jabbed the knife again as the dice rolled. The result was the same. Thud. Screech. The scratch deepened slightly, but it was hard to tell. Yunwu ground his teeth. You damn dice. Returning to Earth was a once-a-day thing, but finding a phone or breaking a window seemed to be multiple attempts. The scale of the task must differ. The effort required must be different. Maybe even trivial tasks couldn't be attempted infinitely. But the current situation was unbearably frustrating. I didn't even ask to be exempt from the test. I just hoped I'd avoid it and ended up here in this awful world. And now I can't even succeed at this. It was anomalies and the dice. Even knowing it was pointless to blame them, it still infuriated him. He had rolled twice at most and failed both times. But the pent-up frustration had nowhere to go. Yinwu clutched the knife against his side like a lance. Again. 1, 2. Hey, stop. Why waste energy on something that won't work? Let's just sleep on the carpet. One more time. Just one more roll, one more try. Last time. The woman, standing diagonally behind him, clutched her knife like Yinwu. They stepped back as far as they could, holding the knives horizontally. 1, 2, 3. They ran in unison, but only one set of footsteps could be heard. As the knife tips collided with the glass. Rumble. Success. A sudden gust of wind shook the window, causing it to push against the knives. The knife tips struck the glass, and the wind shook the entire frame violently. And then, the glass shattered with a loud crash. A gaping hole in the glass. They stared at the broken window, realizing it wasn't the knives but the wind that broke it. They snapped out of their daze. Yinwu gave the woman a push. The sound of shattering glass was loud. The giant family would wake up. Go. Huh? Oh, no, did it really break like this? She unwound the string wrapped around her waist and hooked it to the window frame, then climbed over, avoiding the shards. She poked her head back through the window, bathed in moonlight. Hey, are you really not coming? No, you saw my stamina. I'll die out there. Yinwu laughed at himself. Even moving inside the house was tough. Surviving in the wild was out of the question. The risk was too high for such an uncertain endeavor. She said, I can help you. I've survived outside for a long time. I can take care of you. No, if you reach the city, do me a favor. What is it? Yinwu said one word. Humanity Protection Company. See if anyone from that company is there. And if there is. He recalled seeing James at the store where humans were sold. His words echoed. Investigator James Kong reporting. This place is not fit for human habitation. Investigator Li Yinwu requesting rescue. Deliver it like that. She repeated his words softly and nodded. Got it. I'll remember. So that's your name? James? Yinwu. Yinwu. Thud thud. The sound of the giant coming down the stairs. She disappeared beyond the window, her voice filled with anticipation, longing, and freedom. My name is Dandelion. The old man said it's the name of a flower. Just go. They're coming. I'll come back for you once I reach the city. With that, Dandelion disappeared through the moonlit window. Yinwu stayed behind, looking at the broken window before turning around. It's not so bad. After all, he was bought for a high price. The giant family wouldn't harm him. He just needed to patiently roll the dice every day and wait for a critical success. Maybe he could return just with a successful roll. And then there was Dandelion. If Dandelion truly reached the human city, and if the Humanity Protection Company was there, they might come to rescue him. Thud. Who's there? Come out. The father giant came down holding a club. Behind him, the son peeked his head out from the stairs. Yinwu stopped thinking and looked at them. Was it because he helped Dandelion escape? Or because the dice rolled a success at the perfect moment? Either way, he felt a bit more at ease. Time passed. The shattered window was replaced with a new one, and the hole in the wire mesh was patched with extra wire and cloth. The children mourned Yellow's absence, and the giant parents couldn't bring themselves to buy a new human woman. Yinwu often looked out the window, thinking of Dandelion. He imagined her returning over the windowsill with a company employee. At night, he prayed alone in his room to return home. How many times had the moon risen and set? Yinwu packed his belongings under the square patch of moonlight streaming through the window. He changed out of the doll clothes the giants dressed him in and into the clothes he had arrived in. He pocketed his dead phone, his thin wallet, and his human qualification certificate. Finally, he clutched the key that unlocked their cage. It was the key used to cut the wire mesh, proof of his visit to the giant world. Every night, Yinwu repeated his routine, muttering to himself without any expectations. Dice. The dice kept yielding failures. Sometimes Yinwu wondered what might have happened if he had followed Dandelion. The streets would be rough, but with Dandelion's experience and his own survival skills, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Maybe it would even be fulfilling and exciting, unlike the life of being raised in the giant's house. As usual, Yinwu shook off his melancholic thoughts. Home. He spoke dryly. He had rolled the dice enough to no longer feel anything about its results. It had become a habit to finish his nightly routine without any hopes. Rumble. The dice rolled. And stopped. Critical success? For a moment, Yinwu didn't understand what had happened. Then his eyes widened as the world changed. From the room where he was kept by giants, he was suddenly back in his duplex studio apartment. Just like when he had fallen into the giant's world, it happened without warning. Dash. Yinwu slowly looked around his studio. The new apartment, where he hadn't spent a single night, felt unfamiliar. Dust had accumulated, and there were signs that someone had been in and out. Footprints and unpacked items were scattered around. Above all, the sense of scale felt strange. Like the ground swaying underfoot after disembarking from a ship, the residual perception of the giant world lingered. Cautiously, Yinwu approached the window, opened it completely, and looked out at the bustling daytime city. I'm back. He saw the busy roads filled with vehicles, the dense concrete buildings, and the tiny-looking people. A faint smile crossed Yinwu's lips. But then the smile vanished. I need to deal with the dice first. He had experienced firsthand the outcomes of critical success and critical failure. The risks were too high. He would find a way to relinquish ownership of the dice, whether by rolling for it or requesting the company's help. There's a lot to do. Yinwu found his car keys and started mentally listing his tasks, prepared during his time in the giant world. Report to the investigation team without arousing suspicion. Relay James' message. Ask about the giant world and the human city. Then charge my phone, visit a cafe, and have a hamburger. Without pausing, Yinwoo dashed out of his apartment. Dash. Bang! He flung open the door to the Anomaly investigation team. Yinwoo entered the office with a sheepish expression, meeting the eyes of the team leader and UGU. There was a brief silence. Just as Yinwoo was about to awkwardly greet them. Thud. You, what are you doing here? The team leader raised his computer monitor as if ready to throw it. UGU stood up, gripping her chair like a weapon. Yinwoo held the giant's key and raised his hands palms up in a gesture of surrender. Team leader, Senior GU. I fell into a strange world. How long have I been gone? It's been over a month. The team leader looked back and forth between Yinwoo's face and the giant key before slowly lowering the monitor. Yinwoo also placed the giant key on a nearby desk and raised his hands in surrender. Can I explain? Go ahead. Close the door. Yinwoo slowly pushed the door shut with his foot. The sound of the door closing seemed unusually loud. Under the wary eyes of the team leader and GU, Yinwoo began recounting his story. From the day he acquired the dice to his return today. And that's how I came back today. It's plausible. The team leader frowned. It didn't sound like a lie. There was doubt, but the exact circumstances would be for the intelligence department to determine. Tap. The team leader typed away on his keyboard, reporting Yinwoo's return and reviewing documents related to Yinwoo's disappearance. The documents discussed whether to list Yinwoo, who had vanished in front of the testing department staff, as a missing person or an anomaly, how to categorize him, and what level of threat to assign. Based on the team leader's experience, it would take time and procedure for Yinwoo to be formally reinstated. The team leader said, Rookie, you'll have to undergo an investigation. And write a detailed report on the dice, the giant, and everything you experienced in that world. Yes, sir. Yinwoo obediently went to his desk and powered on his computer. As it booted up, he cleaned the dusty desk. GU watched him from a distance with suspicion before speaking. Yinwoo, you're not an anomaly, right? You're not a terrorist or a spy. I'm really not. The computer finished booting. Yinwoo began typing out his experiences honestly. He included the message from investigator James Kong and finished his report by detailing the human city in the giant world. The report listed everything he had gone through up until today, from the errors to his return, in a straightforward manner. Yinwoo felt a wave of emotions as he looked at the densely typed words. I really did survive. He clicked to upload the report. Then he turned to the team leader. Team leader, I've submitted the report. All right. We'll wait for a response from the intelligence department. Yinwoo nodded, and the response came a week later. He was to come to a safe house located on the mountainside for an investigation by the intelligence department. An old compact car pulled up on the side of the mountain road. Yinwoo stepped out, looking up at the mountain with a reluctant expression. It wasn't Guibike Mountain, where he had seen the fog monster, but it was still a mountain, which made him uneasy, especially since he was there for an investigation. Nothing bad will happen, he muttered to himself as he climbed the mountain path. Despite the heavy weight of the impending investigation by the intelligence department, Yinwoo tried to stay positive. If they were treating me as a fugitive, they wouldn't just call me here. They'd send a team to arrest me. Sweating profusely, he soon saw an abandoned house nestled among the dense trees. This was the safe house the intelligence department had mentioned. Yinwoo took a few deep breaths before approaching the house. The safe house was close to being a ruin. Broken windows, overgrown weeds, and the inside visible through the windows looked like a mess. There was no sign of human presence. Thud. Yinwoo knocked loudly on the door. Besides the startled scurrying of bugs and rats, there was no response. Yinwoo cleared his throat. Bang. Is anyone here? I was told to come today. From deep within the house, he finally heard movement. Footsteps hurriedly approached, crushing the remnants of the ruined house beneath them. Yinwoo watched as a man and a woman climbed up through the broken window. Their eyes met over the glass shards, and they smiled at Novel bin at. Oh, you're here. We couldn't hear much from below. You must be Lee Yinwoo. Yes, that's me. I came for the investigation today. Welcome. Come on in. The man with glasses opened the door and gestured for Yinwoo to enter. As Yinwoo stepped inside, he noticed the man's friendly smile contrasted with the woman's displeased expression. He passed them and entered the house. Yinwoo frowned. For a safe house, it was in worse condition than he had imagined. There was a musty smell, along with the presence of dead bugs and rodents, mold, and dampness. The man led Yinwoo to a room while the woman followed behind. It's a mess, isn't it? This place was abandoned, but we started using it recently. It will take some time to renovate properly. I see. Yinwoo, ever the investigator, was more focused on assessing his surroundings than listening to the man's words. A confined room. It was relatively clean, but the dim lighting and stairs leading down to the basement gave it a grim atmosphere. With the man leading and the woman's imposing presence behind him, Yinwoo descended the stairs. It was too late to turn back now. Thud. They descended the bare concrete steps for a short while. They arrived in the basement. A single incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, illuminating a table and 4 chairs beneath it. Along the wall were rusty cabinets and old monitors, and opposite the stairs was a holding cell. Gulp. Yinwoo swallowed hard. There was someone familiar in the holding cell. His fellow recruit, Lee Soyeon. She had lost a leg to a ninja's sword and was transferred to the intelligence department. Now, she lay in the cell, her gaze fixed on it. The man with glasses laughed cheerfully. Oh, them? Terrorists. Our department interrogates and investigates people like them. Is that so? Sweat trickled down Yinwu's forehead. The cool, clammy air of the basement clung to his skin. Terrorists? That's a ridiculous claim. If she had been a spy infiltrating a hostile group, it might be believable. But labeling her as a terrorist or a wanted criminal made no sense. Yinwu tried to maintain his composure, looking at the man with steady eyes and a calm voice. But the woman blocked the stares and spoke. You're caught, idiot. Did you think you could fool a company recruit? Especially an investigator. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. The man reached into his jacket pocket and pulled something out. Click. A homemade pistol gleamed dully under the light as he aimed it at Yinwu. Mr. Li Yinwu, why don't you sit down, and let's have a chat? It could be beneficial for you. Yinwu chose the cleanest chair and sat down. The woman stared at Li Yinwu in disbelief as he settled into the clean chair. That's my chair. Yinwu ignored her. He pulled the chair up to the square metal desk and placed his hands comfortably on it. The woman pointed her homemade gun at him at novel bin at. Can't you see the gun? You've already seen my information. Yinwu glanced over the papers spread out on the old metal desk. Among the stacks of documents, he saw his resume and reports on top. They had been reading them just moments before. It would be a waste of my experience to be scared of a gun. They had asked for a conversation, which implied they wouldn't kill him. Still, a gun was a gun, so he didn't completely dismiss the threat. The man with glasses laughed and sat across from Yinwu. Right. People don't seem to fear guns anymore. They've seen things scarier than guns. Yinwu, do you know that fairy tale? What fairy tale? Yinwu half listened, his eyes on the holding cell. Inside, Li Soyan and an unknown man lay as if dead. Their chests rose and fell, and there was no smell or sight of blood, indicating they weren't in immediate danger. Just then, the man tapped the metal desk with the gun barrel. What was it? The carrot and the stick? That fairy tale with the sun and the storm. Idiot. The north wind and Sunday. Close enough. Anyway, people don't fear guns, but they can't ignore this. The man set the gun down and pulled a bar of gold from his pocket. It shone brilliantly under the incandescent light. Yinwu's eyes were drawn to the gold. What's this? A gift. Show a bit of loyalty to us, and it's yours. What do you think? We're not asking for much. The man slid the gold bar towards the center of the table. It was within arm's reach. Yinwu swallowed hard, and the man's voice became soft and persuasive. You're an investigator, right? Just a heads up about anomalies before you report them to the company. That's not too hard, is it? We're not asking you to hide anything. Yinwu's eyes remained fixed on the gold bar. The clear engraving read 1,000 G. 1 kilogram of gold. The man watched Yinwu with interest. Yinwu closed his eyes, shaking off the temptation. When he reopened them, his gaze was clear and steady on the man. First, you need to tell me who you are. Oh, if you had grabbed it right away, I would have been suspicious. The man laughed, and the woman crouching by the stairs answered. We're also company employees. Were, until a few days ago. Their gazes shifted to the holding cell. Real intelligence agents lay there, appearing dead. But we got caught despite our loyalty. We overpowered them during questioning. Now, we're recruiting before we escape. The man leaned forward to make eye contact with Yinwu. His eyes twinkled with amusement behind his glasses. You understand, right? The company pays well, but not enough for the work we do. And the man leaned back casually in his chair. We're not doomsday cultists or demon worshippers. We're not doing anything harmful to humanity. It was the story of employees selling company information to hostile groups for money. When caught, they decided to fully switch sides. You still haven't answered. What group are you with? Yinwu stared at the man, who chuckled. By now, you must have guessed. We're with the Goldberg Club. Heard of it? No, I haven't. Really? You must be joking. You're serious. The man blinked in surprise, and Yinwu subtly avoided his gaze. The woman muttered under her breath. He's really new. No way. What am I doing with a newbie? The man suddenly looked deflated. He took off his glasses and wiped them with his suit jacket. Putting his glasses back on, he looked at Yinwu with a more relaxed demeanor. He crossed his legs and draped one arm over the back of his chair. Rookie, didn't you even get the basic training? Like, don't accept bribes from the Goldberg Club, and always use a taser first on artists. Idiot, keep it short. We need to recruit this guy and get out of here. Right. Yinwu watched them and slowly relaxed his mouth. For whatever reason, it was good if they let their guard down. Yinwu deliberately acted more naive. I really haven't heard of it. Should I know about it? It's basic training. Oh, you're an investigator. I guess you wouldn't know about hostile groups. The man seemed to accept this explanation. Investigators were usually assigned to smaller, uncertain anomalies. He wouldn't know about dealing with hostile groups, so it makes sense. He sighed and relaxed a lot more. At that moment, the woman adjusted her grip on the gun, her finger on the trigger, ready to fire. Don't be careless. This guy has been through all kinds of things. Remember what you read. Right. But how? Why is an investigator handling us? Is he an anomaly? Yinwu, are you really an anomaly? The man adjusted his posture and subtly readied his gun. Despite his casual tone, he still aimed it at Yinwu. Yinwu sighed. Let's stop with the nonsense. Explain the Goldberg Club to me. It's simple. Eat well and live well. Make money from anomalies. A lot of money. How about it? Want to join us? Yinwu stared at the metal desk, lost in thought, then responded a bit late. I'll join? Dash. Dash. He had no intention of actually joining. It was a lie to get out of the current situation. I can't trust anything they say. Yinwu kept his eyes from blinking, hiding his true thoughts. Their talk sounds good, but they got caught and had to run. They managed to overpower the intelligence agents and lock them up, but they were ultimately discovered and needed to escape. Moreover, Yinwu was already under suspicion by the company and needed to clear his name. Joining a hostile group now made no sense. Yinwu glanced at the 2 homemade guns still pointed at him. I need to report this to the team leader as soon as I get back. They threatened me with guns. The man with glasses relaxed and smiled, lowering his gun slightly. You've made a good decision. Many people have a foot in the Goldberg Club. Don't worry about it. Just think of it as earning more money for the hard work you do. So what's next? An initiation? Ceremony? Or will you contact me later? The man pointed at the gold bar with his gun. No big ceremony. Just take this as a token of trust. He gestured for Yinwu to take the gold bar. Yinwu looked at the shining gold but didn't reach for it. Is this just to leave evidence that I accepted a bribe? To have something on me? Well, sort of. If we transferred cash to your account, it'd be easily traced. Physical goods are better. All he had to do was put the gold bar in his pocket. But Yinwu hesitated. His instincts were ringing alarm bells. Why a gold bar? Most of all, the man's offhand comment about not accepting bribes lingered in his mind. It was something the company would teach about hostile groups. Instinct and experience told him to be suspicious. This wasn't an ordinary gold bar. Under the white light of the incandescent bulb, Yinwu froze like a statue. The man waited for a moment and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the narrow basement, painfully loud. Yinwu twisted his body in shock, but the bullet hit the wall behind him. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The man twisted his wrist, aiming the gun at Yinwu again. Mr. Yinwu, I didn't ask for anything difficult, did I? Get shot or take the gold bar. Is that hard? Why complicate things? Suspicion turned into certainty. Yinwu slowly reached out. His hand, now slick with cold sweat, trembled under the harsh light. They're going this far? This isn't just any gold bar. What is it? What should I do? The dice? I could die if it lands on a critical failure. Squeezing his eyes shut, Yinwu grabbed the gold bar. For now, he was being recruited. His life wasn't in immediate danger. And he still had the dice as a last resort. The man, eyes wide and unblinking, watched as Yinwu pocketed the gold bar, then lowered the gun. Haha, isn't this better? No wasted bullets. I've taken what you wanted me to. Is that all? Or is there more? Yinwu checked himself for any physical or mental issues, but finding nothing wrong, he glanced at the stairs. The woman blocking the stairs showed no intention of moving. She had put her gun back in her pocket but remained in the middle of the steps. The man laughed. There's more. Since you took the gold, you need to pay for it. Mr. Yinwu, answer honestly. Yinwu's body tensed. His head turned involuntarily to watch the man's mouth, waiting for the question. Do you intend to join the Goldberg Club? Truly? Without lying. Yinwu responded. No. Oh, really? Then you plan to report back? Yes. Yinwu squeezed his eyes shut. His mouth moved on its own, out of his control. Even as he tried to stop himself, his hands wouldn't obey. So you lied to us? Yes. The man narrowed his eyes and glared at Yinwu. Mr. Li Yinwu, wake up. Clatter. Li Yinwu stood up, pushing the chair back. He bit his lower lip lightly. This is not the time to be picky. The lie was exposed. Manipulated by a gold bar, there was no hope of getting through this nicely. Yinwu called upon his last resort. The dice. In a short moment, his thoughts accelerated. He quickly conveyed his will to the dice. Resist the gold bars or whatever they are, cause those bastards to malfunction, break their guns, wake up my friends in the cage, open the cage too. Resist the anomaly, imitate the demon of absurdity, all kinds of measures poured out endlessly. Roll. The dice jumped up excitedly as if it was having fun, rolling around as if dancing for a moment. The first result of resisting the gold bars came out. Bang! And, just as it was about to roll again, a man's voice was heard. Mr. Li Yinwu, stop. If you rolled it, stop, and don't roll it again in the future. Yes. The dice gloomily came to a stop. Forced by the gold bars, Yinwu cancelled the roll. Although he couldn't overturn the judgment, he cancelled it before the result came out. Even though he learned a new way to use it, Yinwu's expression sank heavily. His gaze swept over the steel desk. The document where Yinwu had reported the dice. The man alternated between looking at Yinwu's expression and the report, then asked indifferently. Mr. Li Yinwu, did you just roll the dice? Yes. The man glared at Yinwu with cold eyes. Yinwu calmly met the man's gaze. No need to be flustered. Don't get obsessed with the dice. The dice was just a hidden card. The dice is a tool, not Yinwu himself. He survived from tests to errors with just his body. His mind, cooling down and sharpening like a blade. The man, looking at the sharp-eyed Yinwu, asked a question. What did you roll? And what was the result? Resisting the gold bars. I failed. Yinwu twisted the interpretation of the question, hiding the truth. He didn't mention anything about causing malfunctions. After all, the others were stopped before they rolled. The man, unaware of this and overconfident in the gold bars, relaxed his expression and smirked. Resist? That's clumsy. Should I say it's rookie-like? Well, you didn't even use that dice for the lottery or stocks. It's nice to see such purity. Yinwu kept his mouth shut, and the man shook his head. It would have been nice to work together. The man put the gun into his suit pocket, and the woman slowly stood up, dusting off her hips. I told you, you wouldn't be able to persuade him. Even if he's no longer a company employee, it would be good to recruit people. We failed, you idiot. Then we give up on people and take something else. The man spread his hands wide, roughly gathering scattered documents into one pile. The clumped stack of papers went into the briefcase without regard for order or classification. The woman hid the gun in her bosom and repeatedly opened the rusty cabinets in order. After a moment of ear-scratching friction sounds, she clicked her tongue. When was this place abandoned? There's nothing to take. Still, the harvest is quite good. At novel bin at. The man pulled out the chair under the desk with a clatter. There lay the key to the detention center, an ID badge of an intelligence agent, a security card, a laptop, a small mechanical device, and an external hard drive. The man picked up the key to the detention center and lightly tossed it to Yinwu. Catch. Yinwu reached out his hand, but the key slipped through his fingers and fell to the floor. While Yinwu bent down to pick up the key, the man and woman, who were ready to escape, stood side by side watching him. The greatest harvest was there. Their eyes sparkled with expectation and desire. The man spoke. Mr. Lee Yinwu, is there a way to transfer the dice to us? I don't know. Really? Think hard. If you can't figure it out, you're dead. The man tapped his chest where a bulging, homemade gun was hidden. The woman's voice continued. It's not like we want to kill you. If we do, the hostility level goes up. But if you don't cooperate, we will kill you. Why? Because usually, anomalies parasitic on the mind reveal themselves when the host dies. Mr. Lee Yinwu, please understand. We're escaping from the company. We need to take at least the dice. The dice had enough value to risk the hostility level going up. Yinwu lowered his gaze and pondered, then raised his head slightly. Maybe we can roll the dice. Aha. Like transferring ownership? Do it. But don't roll it for anything else. Following the man's command, Yinwu rolled the dice. Roll. The dice spun. Yinwu focused all his mind on the dice. It doesn't matter what comes out. The dice stopped. Bang. It's a miss. Roll it again. Roll. Bang. Miss. Again. Roll. Fail. It's a fail. The man's expression hardened. He spoke. You're not lying, are you? Answer honestly. Did you falsify the result? No. Yinwu confidently puffed out his chest, licked his dry lips, and spoke. And if a critical failure comes out while doing this, you won't be able to take it even if you kill me. Then we have to kill you and take it now. That will be difficult too. The man tilted his head. Yinwu spoke about when he obtained the dice. A critical success came out, and I was parasitized. You can't take it until another critical success comes out. And if a critical failure comes out, I don't know what will happen. Yinwu glanced at the briefcase. The man recalled Yinwu's report. The dice that caused topological dimensional shifts. And the remaining time they had. The man and woman looked at each other for a moment, then sighed deeply. The woman turned around. Let's give up. We don't have time. It's about time they noticed something strange. The man looked at the small device on the chair. The device that tracked the intelligence agent's location and communicated periodically blinked red. The man put the external hard drive next to it into the briefcase and threw the briefcase to the woman. Take this and start the car. What about you? I don't know. Vent some anger. Idiot, we don't have time. Just kidding. I'll rig the scene a bit. Hurry up. You know what happens if you're late. The woman reluctantly climbed the stairs. Yinwu, unable to relax, watched them, then met the man's gaze. The man pointed to Yinwu's hand, to the key to the detention center held in it. Mr. Lee Yinwu, open the detention center and kill the people inside. The man grinned. Make it look like an anomaly killed an intelligence agent during interrogation. Dash. Dash. Cold sweat dripped down. His heart pounded. His limbs moved on their own towards the detention center. The rusty, sturdy iron bars of the basement came closer. Yinwu urgently spoke. Hey, no, sir. Do we really have to go this far? Do we really need to dash? Well, you can be grateful. Excuse me? No, for what dash? Isn't murder also an experience? Think of it as training. What kind of *T is that? Click click. His trembling hand fumbled a few times before finally inserting the key into the lock and turning it. The creaky hinges screamed as the detention center opened. 2 people slept as if dead. The man's voice came from behind. It's a joke, a joke. It might not be very effective, but this way, the company's manpower will be dispersed, right? It will also slow down their pursuit of us. All because of something like that. Yinwu shouted, veins bulging in his neck. He screamed as if he was about to cough up blood, trying to wake the sleeping people. Yinwu's desperate eyes turned to the 2 people. The intelligence agent in a suit. The male agent, lying nearby, was sleeping sprawled out, while Lee Soyan, a bit farther away, stretched her legs and breathed like a baby. Yinwu noticed something strange. Lee Soyan? Her leg should be amputated. The supposedly severed leg was perfectly intact. Hidden under suit pants, socks, and shoes, it was unclear whether it was a prosthetic or not. Yinwu had no time to question it. His body moved to carry out the order even at that moment. All Yinwu could do was choose the method of killing. Beat them to death. If I beat them to death, they'll wake up. They must wake up. Yinwu climbed on top of the male intelligence agent, raised both fists high, and brought them down, alternating blows with his fists. Then, he met the man's eyes. Breathing like a sleeping person, eyes barely open. The drowsy eyes focused, and a chilling aura passed. The next moment, the agent sprang up, pushing Yinwu away. Yinwu flew like a paper doll, his head hitting the bars. Ugh. A fleeting gap. The male agent grabbed Li Soyan's ankle and pulled out the leg. The prosthetic leg, complete with socks and shoes, came off easily. The agent raised the prosthetic leg and shouted, "Freeze! Move and I'll blow it up." Yinwu, looking on in shock, started to get up to continue following the orders. The man shouted like a thunderbolt, "Stop!" Yinwu froze in an awkward half-risen position. He vaguely heard the man tapping the floor with his toes. Damn it! Did they plant a bomb in the prosthetic? There's a bomb implanted in my body too. If either of us moves even a little, both will explode. The agent's pupils dilated. Though he threatened as if he would detonate the bomb at any moment, he kept a broad view of his surroundings. The old basement was visible under the hanging incandescent light. New recruit Li Soyan, sleeping soundly, and a man stamping his feet in frustration, and Li Yinwu with a gold bar protruding from his pocket. The agent assessed the situation. He pointed at the gold with his prosthetic leg. "Stop messing around and grab the gold bar first. If you say anything else, I'll blow it up." "Ha! Mr. Li Yinwu, please return the gold bar." Yinwu took the gold bar out of his pocket, hesitated for a moment, then threw it with all his might at the man. There were no specific instructions on how to return it. The gold bar, glinting golden, flew and was caught deftly by the man's hand. The man frowned. This isn't good. The gold, which forced obedience, returned to its owner. The force that bound Yinwu was gone. This is good. Yinwu slowly stretched his limbs. Standing in an awkward position, his blood-starved limbs were now feeling refreshed. Should I roll the dice? No, hold on. The situation looked favorable. There was no need to risk rolling the dice. It seemed he didn't need to do anything drastic. The man looked back and forth between the bomb-implanted prosthetic and Yinwu, then slowly raised both hands. Okay, I won't do anything stupid. So, calm down first. If that thing goes off, both of us will die. Is there an agent who isn't prepared to die? Didn't I say I'm a special forces member? We're all the same. Or are investigators different? The man and the agent's gazes turned to Yinwu. Unlike special forces members or agents who achieve their goals even in death, investigators survive by any means to deliver information. There was a fundamental difference in purpose and behavior. The man subtly tried to persuade him with his gaze, while the agent cautiously backed away. But Yinwu shrugged nonchalantly. Don't mind me, go ahead and blow it up. He couldn't ruin the atmosphere by backing down. It didn't seem like they would actually go as far as to detonate it. Mr. Li Yinwu, if you do that, we'll all die. I think I can survive. Yinwu made a rolling sound with his mouth, imitating the dice. The man's expression darkened. From what I saw, it only failed dash. Since it failed that much, it will succeed now. Agent, continue. But the agent kept retreating until he reached the corner of the detention center. The agent checked Yinwu's face. He mumbled. Yinwu, you were supposed to be interrogated. Don't move. If you move, I'll blow it up. Ha. Yinwu ran a hand over his face, then raised both hands like the man and sat down heavily. He looked up at the agent. I'll stay still, so do what you need to do, agent. The agent watched Yinwu for a moment, then turned to look at the man. The man was now sitting in the chair, tapping the desk with his fingers. In front of his fingers was the agent's ID. The name is Kim Gapdong? Is this your real name? Sounds like an alias. I told you not to move. Then blow it up. But we're not in a situation to go to such extremes, are we? Let's solve this through conversation. Agent Kim Gapdong shouted. If you want to talk, hand over the external hard drive and documents first. Oh, that. They're not here. The man shrugged. He spread his hands and gestured around the basement. The open cabinets. The empty basement with nowhere to hide anything. In an instant, Kim Gapdong's face turned ghastly. His face turned pale as if the blood had drained from it. His lips quivered as he looked at Yinwu, as if asking if it was true. Yinwu nodded. The woman who was with us took it upstairs. Then, tell her to bring it back? Quickly. The man leisurely crossed his legs. It's too late. That's the rule in my unit. If there's no contact for more than 5 minutes in a separated situation, we consider it a death. They must have already guessed there was a problem and left. F***ck. We're screwed. Kim Gapdong let his prosthetic leg droop. The edge of his thigh hit the floor of the detention center with a thud. Li Yinwu quietly backed away from the prosthetic while still sitting, and the man clapped his hands. Okay, I got the gold bar back and didn't pull out my gun. Agent Kim Gapdong has calmed down. Let's talk. I don't negotiate with traitors. Don't be like that. Kim Gapdong looked at the man with a defeated expression, but the man pointed at the prosthetic and Kim Gapdong with a relaxed smile. The intelligence department puts bombs in people's bodies. Do you really want to keep working for them? Take this opportunity to join the Goldberg Club. Then, the man's gaze shifted to Yinwu. If you help, we can retrieve the dice and clean up the scene nicely. After ensuring there were no issues, the plan was to kill Li Yinwu and retrieve the dice. Yinwu spoke indifferently. I'm going to roll the dice. Let's see that bomb explode. At this point, killing only Yinwu would be meaningless. It was too late to just kill Yinwu. He was already free. With his life in danger, He had nothing left to lose. Roll for the bomb, roll for the basement collapse, roll for a heart attack, roll for a gun explosion, roll for everything. One will succeed. Then he glared at the man, mimicking Agent Kim Gap-dong. Whether it's the gold bar or the gun, if you make any suspicious moves, I'll roll. If you make a mistake, you'll dash. Better than dying alone and getting my anomaly extracted. The man looked carefully into Yinwu's eyes. They were cold and calm. It wasn't a bluff or fake madness. The situation supported it. Yinwu also spoke to the agent standing beside him. The same goes for you, agent. Don't do anything weird. Just do your job. Okay, got it. Agent Kim Gap-dong, trembling, pressed his back tightly against the wall of the detention center. The prosthetic leg dragged on the floor. For a moment, the three of them stayed silent. None of them wanted to die here. After a while, the man spoke. Let's do this. Let's part ways cleanly here. I'll escape, and you stay and do your job. No way. Agent Kim Gap-dong shouted. He pointed at the empty basement with his prosthetic leg and glared at the man. Do you know how severe the punishment is just for losing the information? We have to catch you at least. Do you think I'll let myself be caught? Kim Gap-dong, use your head. With a frustrated expression, he pounded his chest and then swiftly and naturally pulled out the gun from his chest, aiming it at the prosthetic leg. The gun still smelled of gunpowder. The man spoke emotionlessly with a blank face. If I get caught, I'll be sent to the penal unit. I'd rather die here. At novel bin at. There was only one bomb, but all three of them could detonate it. And if it came to that, they were all ready to do so without hesitation. In that tense moment, roll. The man's eyes widened as he sensed something strange and looked at the gun. The gun exploded. All the loaded bullets and the ones in the magazine exploded simultaneously, scattering fragments. Red flames flared up and then disappeared. The man looked at his shredded hand with a horribly twisted expression and then looked at Yinwu. Yinwu, his eyes unfocused, stared into space before lowering his gaze to the man. I told you, didn't I? If you pull out the gun, I'll roll. The dice that rolled for the gun explosion had succeeded. Dash. Dash. The man's weapon was gone. In the next moment, Agent Kim Gap-dong sprang forward. Raising the prosthetic leg like a sword, he struck it against the incandescent light with a powerful blow. Buzz dash. Under the shaking light, the man covered his head and charged low at the agent. Thud dash. The prosthetic leg that struck the man's back rolled on the floor. The agent hit the man's back with his elbow and kneed him, but couldn't overpower him and was shoved into the bars of the detention center with a crash. Agent Kim Gap-dong shouted urgently. Yinwu, what are you doing? Help. Before Yinwu could react, the man shoved the blood-stained gold bar into Kim Gap-dong's pocket. Kim Gap-dong received the gold bar. Agent Kim Gap-dong, stop Yinwu from following me? Keep going. Bound by the gold bar, Kim Gap-dong gritted his teeth and entered the detention center, raising his hand to subdue Yinwu. The man, standing up, laughed. Good luck. Take your punishment well. Bleeding from his damaged hand, the man climbed the stairs. Kim Gap-dong reached out towards Yinwu but stopped. Yinwu was sitting with his hands raised, showing no intention of chasing. Dash. Dash. I'm not planning to chase him. I can't catch him alone anyway, so I don't need to stop you. Of course. What can I do alone? The gold bar's command was fulfilled. With Kim Gap-dong freed and Yinwu not wanting to fight, they awkwardly looked at each other before proceeding with the same task simultaneously. Trainee Agent Lee Soyeon, this is not the time to sleep. Soyeon, wake up. They shook her shoulders and slapped her cheek. Lee Soyeon, drooling in her sleep, opened her eyes. Raising her upper body, she looked around and then widened her eyes at Yinwu. Yinwu, when did you know what's going on? Her drowsy eyes cleared as she recalled the past events. Disarming two people suspected to be from the Goldberg Club, Senior Agent Kim Gap-dong had a gold bar slipped into his pocket, and she took the gold bar herself to save Kim Gap-dong, who fell asleep because of it. The Goldberg Club? What happened? Trainee Agent Lee Soyeon. First, restrain me. I've been affected by the gold bar. Oh, right. Just a moment. Lee Soyeon loosened her belt, hopped on one foot, and tied Kim Gap-dong's hand to the leg of the steel desk. Agent Kim Gap-dong sighed. Now, let's report to the higher UPS. The two suspicious individuals were indeed from the Goldberg Club. They stole information, and we will start interrogating investigator Yinwu. The two intelligence agents looked at Yinwu. The interrogation proceeded in a relaxed atmosphere. Agent Kim Gap-dong, tied with a belt, was communicating through an earpiece, muttering something. Lee Soyeon, with her prosthetic leg, smiled and sat on a chair. Yinwu, long time no see. Indeed. They hadn't met since the new employee training. They hadn't kept in touch, and now they were meeting as the interrogated and the interrogator. Yinwu gave an awkward smile and glanced at Soyeon's leg. You got a prosthetic. It's equipment supported by the intelligence department. Isn't it cool? Look at this. Stretching her leg, Soyeon placed the prosthetic on the desk and rolled up her suit pants. The flesh-colored prosthetic was revealed, and with a few gestures, Soyeon opened her thigh. Click. Inside the thigh's hollow space was a square explosive, packed tightly, obscuring the framework. I requested this myself. Feels like a real secret agent, doesn't it? Yinwu's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Kim Gap-dong. The look asked where his bomb was. Finishing his communication, Kim Gap-dong wiped his cold sweat and shook his head. I don't have anything like that. But you said earlier you had a bomb implanted in you. That was a lie, just bluffing. Even for an intelligence agent, putting a bomb in the body is. Kim Gap-dong and Yunwoo's gazes shifted to Soyeon. She blushed, looking embarrassed. She quickly closed her thigh and pulled down her pant leg. Ahem. Anyway, Yunwoo, you are here under suspicion of being a spy for a hostile group, right? Yes. When Yunwoo answered, Soyeon looked around the desk and tilted her head. Didn't we have a report? Where did it go? Was it stolen too? Everything was taken. We lost them too. Oh, that's not good. Soyeon stomped her foot in frustration. Kim Gap-dong looked at Yunwoo with a tired expression. Just interrogate this guy. At least we can finish this properly and get less scolded. But Yunwoo was tentatively concluded not to be a spy. Unlike the two, who were worried about punishment, Yunwoo's expression relaxed. It turned out he was already cleared of suspicion. Kim Gap-dong grimaced. I was going to do it half-heartedly, but if I do it like that now, they'll find fault. Do it by the book. Even if it's by the book. Soyeon looked at Yunwoo. He sat comfortably, blinking, showing no signs of resistance or deception. I feel like he'll answer everything if we just ask. Of course. Ask me anything. What are you curious about? The dice? Dimensional shifts? Or what happened while you were sleeping? Yunwoo quickly offered, seeing no reason to be uncooperative. Kim Gap-dong sighed deeply and leaned against the desk leg. He muttered softly. I don't know. We're already screwed. Do as you please, trainee agent Lee Soyeon. Then I'll think of this as interrogation practice. Kim Gap-dong turned his head away completely and took out his phone, tapping it habitually. He searched for post-retirement businesses like a chicken restaurant. Soyeon accessed the company's information network on her laptop and pulled up the report on Yunwoo's investigation. Soyeon spoke. I'll just ask a few questions. Don't worry. Wow, Yunwoo, your achievements are amazing. She had heard about the capture of the director, but after that, his contributions to resolving error expansions, encounters with a demon worshipper who contracted with a great demon, delivering investigator James Kong's report from another dimension, etc. You've dealt with so many anomalies. Soyeon's eyes sparkled, and her voice rose with excitement. In contrast, Yunwoo's expression soured. It wasn't what I wanted. And it wasn't good. I almost died every time. Even so, thanks to that, the intelligence department doesn't suspect you of being a spy anymore. They judged you to be a dedicated investigator. Instead, swoosh. She moved the laptop aside. Calming herself, Soyeon met Yunwoo's eyes. They suspect you might be an anomaly. Specifically, one that attracts other anomalies. Yunwoo sighed, slightly bowing his head. It made sense, given how frequently he encountered anomalies. Even today, he was supposed to have a simple investigation, but ended up clashing with what seemed to be members of the Goldberg Club. I don't think I am, but I'm not sure anymore. Could we find out if I'm an anomaly or just affected by one through an investigation? Whether it was a curse, twisted fate, or something out of a legend or fairy tale. That's not the intelligence department's job. You'd need to go to the anomaly inspection department for that. Anyway, let's continue with the questions. Yunwoo lifted his head, waiting for Soyeon to speak. When did you get the dice? As I wrote in the report, I got it when the error spread calmed down. Not around the time of the human qualification exam? You can be honest. Right now, we're in the period for voluntary anomaly possession declaration, so minor lies won't be a problem. No, I'm not lying. Soyeon pulled the laptop closer and skimmed through Yunwoo's records. The cursor stopped at the paragraph where Yunwoo reported the dice. There are 5 outcomes from the dice: critical success, success, miss, failure, and critical failure. Have you ever encountered anomalies because of bad dice rolls? The question implied that failed dice rolls led to containment failures, the Free Artists Association attacks, and encounters with demon worshippers at Novel Bin at. Yunwoo shook his head slowly. I wish it were that simple. Then the likelihood of you being an anomaly increases, because you've encountered these things without doing anything. That's right. Tap, tap, tap. Soyeon typed on the laptop, her lips moving slightly as she muttered the words she was writing. Yunwoo, nervous, focused on her muttering. Interrogation complete. No suspicion of being a spy. Suspected anomaly that attracts other anomalies. Further inspection recommended. Yunwoo swallowed dryly. Suspected as an anomaly. What will happen now? Laboratory? Confinement? Detention? Click. She hit the enter key forcefully, as if delivering a verdict. Soyeon stretched and then smiled. Okay, the interrogation is over. Yunwoo, you can return to your investigator duties now. What? Is that it? No dragging me to a lab or transferring me to another department. Yunwoo looked at her, relieved yet confused. Soyeon nodded with bright eyes. That's not our job from here on out. Proving and managing anomalies isn't our department's responsibility. So, as for follow-up measures. Yunwoo listened closely as Soyeon tilted her head. I'm not sure. But isn't there a similar case or any expectations? I'm just an trainee agent. Senior agent, what do you think? Kim Gap-dong, looking at his phone, raised his head. He had been checking his bank account and savings, then looked at Yunwoo with a somber expression. There won't be any follow-up measures. None. The head of the investigation team covered for you a lot plus, your abilities are perfect for investigation work. There's no reason to transfer you elsewhere. Anomalies gather around you naturally, especially around an investigator like you. From Kim Gap-dong's perspective, Yinwoo would continue to work as an investigator, like a parental figure for anomaly detection. Aren't you going to get an anomaly inspection? The inspection department won't take you now. They can't control that dice of yours. What if they brought you in for inspection and something happened? Yinwoo couldn't purely rejoice and had a puzzled expression. It was good to avoid the inspection, but it seemed the company already half-treated him as an anomaly. It's already spread among the employees. There's someone you shouldn't work with in the investigation team. No, never mind. Kim Gap-dong cut off his rambling. It wasn't something to say in front of the person involved. He looked away awkwardly. Yinwoo didn't seem to care and focused on the dice he could distinctly feel in his mind. What about the dice? It's definitely an anomaly. Oh, I know this? Based on Yinwoo's report, it's been recorded in the anomaly list, and since it's the voluntary reporting period, there won't be any penalties. They won't confiscate it either. They'll consider it equipment used for investigation work. Equipment that helps an investigator survive. The company wouldn't take away gear obtained by a loyal employee. Even the annoying experiments were blocked by the team leader. He had made it very clear that no one should mess with Yinwoo or the dice. And, above all, the company wasn't in a state to micromanage each employee and anomaly. As an experienced intelligence agent, Kim Gap-dong felt the company's operations had become quite strange. The headquarters took away all the high-level and core personnel, cut the budget, moved essential resources to unknown places, and hardly respond to hostile groups. What on earth is happening to the company? Creak. The sound of a chair moving interrupted his thoughts. Kim Gap-dong looked up. Yinwoo stood up from his seat. The interrogation is over, right? I'll be going now. Oh, and I'm not going to chase the Goldberg Club. No need to stop you. It was a statement to avoid the restraint of the gold bar. Soyeon waved cheerfully. Next time, let's have a meal with Sergeant Kang Yal too. All of us. Sure. But what's Sergeant Kang Yal doing? Still in basic training, I think? They said he'd be training for several months after enlisting in the special forces. Then, see you later. Without looking back, Yinwoo hurried up the stairs. His quick footsteps faded away, as if he couldn't wait to leave this place. Watching the stairs, Kim Gap-dong shook the hands tied to the desk leg with the belt. The desk rattled. Untie me now. Yes, sir. Soyeon untied the belt that had tightly bound him, and he rotated his wrist, which had turned pale from the tight binding, a few times. Agent Kim Gap-dong reached under the chair and retrieved a recording device. Collect the other surveillance devices too. Let's check what happened while we were asleep. After all, Yinwoo could have been recruited during their sleep and staged a play with the Goldberg Club. Soyeon and Kim Gap-dong retrieved the cameras and recorders from the corners of the basement and reviewed the contents. They reported to their superiors that Yinwoo was a loyal employee. Thus, Yinwoo returned to his duties as an investigator. Lee Yinwoo returned to his duties as an investigator. His days repeated in a cycle, waking up early to go to work, spending time in the office, exercising after work to build strength, and then heading home. 1 day, 2 days, a week, 2 weeks, the peaceful days continued. No investigation work, no office tasks, just collecting a paycheck. However, Yinwoo, who initially enjoyed the routine, couldn't hide his growing anxiety. Tap, tap, tap. His slippers constantly shook and tapped against the floor. Yinwoo chewed on the end of his pen, staring blankly at the monitor. Yu, sitting next to him, tapped his shoulder. She looked at him with a face that seemed to ask if he was anxious again. Oh dear. Are you that uneasy? It's nice when there's nothing going on. You're right, but... Yinwoo placed the pen, now marked with teeth indentations, on the desk and leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling. I'm starting to wonder if it's okay to be this peaceful. It had been 2 weeks without encountering any anomalies. At first, it felt good, but now it made him anxious. He feared a major incident might happen all at once, or that a hostile group might attack unexpectedly, or that the dice might suddenly roll a critical failure. Jiyu patted Yinwoo's slumped shoulder. It's not that there's anything special about this piece, it's just how things usually are. You've just been really unlucky before. Jiyu, you never know. He might go out on an investigation and encounter anomalies like a magnet. Their team leader chimed in from across the desk, earning a glare from Jiyu. Team leader? You should be comforting him, not saying mean things. It's not mean, just a warning not to let his guard down. Team leader. It was Yinwoo's voice, heavy and resolute. The team leader peeked over the desk with a somewhat awkward tone. Look, rookie. I didn't mean to be negative. Is there any investigation work available? I think I'd feel better if I were working. Whether it was just bad luck before or things were back to normal now, he needed a chance to be sure. Even if that chance involved dangerous investigation work. The team leader scratched his head, looking at Yinwoo's determined eyes. There isn't any. It's been over 2 weeks, and there's not a single job. We usually get 1 to 3 assignments per month, so this isn't unusual. Oh. Yinwoo lowered his head. The persistent anxiety continued to gnaw at his mind. As his legs started shaking again, he heard the team leader's next words and looked up. Rookie, if you can't sit still, why not attend this? Attend what? The team leader didn't answer immediately. He clicked the mouse a few times, and an alert popped up on Yinwoo's company account. He clicked on it. A notice from the company opened. The team leader spoke. Sometimes the company holds lectures for employees. Want to go? Yinwoo looked at the notice, which resembled a poster for an event. A blue background with a large clock icon, surrounded by text in various sizes. Newton's mistake, strange time in a strange world. A lecture on anomalous time by a researcher from the clock hand manufacturing lab at the Korean branch. The lecture will be held in the auditorium of the company's building in a city adjacent to Songpyeong, a week from now at 9 a.m. Yunwoo's leg stopped shaking. He stared at the poster with eyes like a soldier heading to battle and briefly replied, "Yes, I'll go, dash, dash." A week passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Yunwoo felt no anxiety. He maintained a moderate level of tension, preparing to test his fate. On the streets of a bustling city, people moved about busily, while environmental activists held signs urging everyone to wake up before the planet was destroyed. Lee Yunwoo stood alone amidst the noise, looking up at the skyscraper in the center of the city. It was the building where today's lecture would take place, a place where anything could happen. Clutching his eco-bag tightly, it bulged with items like a power drill, gas torch, knife, and slingshot, all rattling inside. It doesn't matter if something goes wrong. Let's see if anything happens. He stepped forward confidently, but his stride soon faltered. As he approached the building entrance, a security guard stopped him. "Sir, please show your employee ID and submit to a quick body search." Well. Yunwoo hesitated, wondering what would happen if they found the dangerous items he brought. The longer he hesitated, the more tense the security guard became, his hand slowly moving toward his taser. "Here it is." Yunwoo quickly handed over the eco-bag and pulled out his employee ID. The security guard didn't take the ID but opened the bag and looked inside, then slowly raised his head to look at Yunwoo. "Sir, why did you bring all these items? Depending on your answer, this could become a serious issue." "I brought them because I was anxious," Yunwoo replied honestly, continuing, "Every time I've done something for the company, there's been an incident. I have a feeling something big will happen today, so I brought these." After a moment of silence, the security guard nodded, showing understanding. Working security in a building where lectures and seminars frequently occurred, he encountered all sorts of employees, many like Yunwoo who were perpetually on edge. Dealing with anomalies meant some employees suffered severe PTSD triggered by everyday items, and sometimes grudges from past missions led to violent encounters. Thus, the security guard didn't scold Yunwoo but had to do his job at novel bin at. "We'll keep these items for you temporarily. Don't worry about your safety. Security in this building is tight, especially with so many employees gathered here. To tamper with this building, an amateurish attempt wouldn't suffice, and serious threats were detected in advance." The security guard continued persuading Yunwoo and even suggested he could leave if he still felt uneasy. "If you're really that anxious, you can skip the lecture and go back. What will you do?" Yunwoo hesitated, then handed over his ID again. Even without his gear, he couldn't miss this chance to alleviate his anxiety. "I'll attend the lecture. Please hold on to my things for now." "Understood. I'll return them when you leave." The security guard put the eco-bag under the desk and scanned Yunwoo's ID, reading his employee information. Lee Yunwoo, investigator. Lecture attendee. No issues, nothing flagged in the search. You're all set. Yunwoo pocketed his ID and headed towards the basement auditorium mentioned in the poster. The security guard watched him go, then returned to his post. Another guard from the same team asked, "Who was that?" "Special Forces." "No, an investigator." "An investigator. Working in such a place, you see and hear a lot." The questioning guard thought about the investigators he knew, then his eyes widened. "Not the team leader, not a student. Isn't that the guy?" He urgently called the other guard. Hey, isn't that him?" "Who?" "The one rumored to attract hostile groups and anomalies. The one the inspection department gave up on testing. Is something about to go wrong?" "That's just a myth. If it were true, would they send him here?" The guard who dealt with Yunwoo dismissed it casually, but the one who raised the concern was different. "Do you ignore superstitions while working here? I'm reporting this." He grabbed the radio and reported Yunwoo's entry, including the rumors associated with him. The guard's concerns were taken seriously, and the security alert level was raised. The underground auditorium was already filling up. People were scattered among the rows of seats like in a movie theater. Yunwoo scanned the room for an empty seat. Researchers, special forces, security guards. That person looks like an intelligence agent. Some I can't identify. People from various departments gathered together. Some sat with colleagues, while others chatted with acquaintances from different departments. "Long time no see. How have you been?" "Just guarding the house. Doing well. How about you?" "You still have all your limbs." "As long as I'm alive." Amidst the chatter, Yunwoo chose a seat with fewer people, closest to the emergency exit. The front left seat. Phew. Yunwoo sat down and exhaled deeply. He clenched and unclenched his hands, sharpening his focus, ready to act if something went wrong. "If my issues persist, something will definitely happen. Whether it's an attack from a hostile group or an anomaly appearing. And it would be on a different scale than before. A large gathering of employees in a secure building like this. If something were to happen here. If nothing happens, I can live peacefully from tomorrow, like Senior GU, facing anomalies only occasionally." Yunwoo was prepared to accept whatever outcome awaited. He looked at the stage. The stage was wide, with a white screen hanging down. Above the screen was an old banner announcing the period for voluntary anomaly possession declarations. At 9 a.m., the projector displayed the lecture PPT on the white screen, and a researcher, holding a wireless microphone and lecture remote, walked onto the stage with a hunched posture. We will now begin the lecture. Click. As the PPT slide changed, the researcher's ID photo and brief bio appeared. I am Kim Gokyoung, a researcher at the Clock Hand Manufacturing Lab. Today, I will be giving a light introduction to the study of anomalous time. The murmuring noise subsided. Employees interested in the lecture focused on the researcher and the PPT, while those attending as an excuse to slack off continued looking at their phones. The researcher didn't pay any attention to their reactions. With a hunched posture, he pressed the remote and began his lecture. What is time? Not the time dictated by physical laws, but the strange time of an anomalous world. How do anomalies manipulate time? What principles do they follow to perform impossible feats that the universe doesn't permit? Click. The PPT transitioned to a cartoonish depiction of Isaac Newton. Under an apple tree, Newton got hit on the head by a falling apple. Newton was inspired by a falling apple to discover the law of universal gravitation. We will dig into another law from the apple. Not an apple falling from above, but an apple falling from the past to the future time itself. People who had been looking at their phones began to focus on the lecture, turning off their devices to watch the screen. Click. The next slide showed a character in an old-fashioned cartoon style walking sideways, running forward, and jumping up. Time is a coordinate, just like XYZ coordinates. From left to right, back to front, bottom to top, and from the past to the future. Yinwu was too tense to focus on the lecture and noticed someone raising their hand. I have a question. A middle-aged professor. The researcher nodded. Please ask. If time is a coordinate, does that mean it can be traveled freely? Even from the present to the past? Yes. That's what time-related anomalies do, and our company's time department has made breakthroughs in this research. That's theoretically impossible. The questioner, perhaps knowledgeable in the field, was visibly agitated, muttering to himself. The researcher began moving in place. He moved left and right, forward and backward. We can move freely in these directions. Suddenly, the researcher jumped and landed back on the stage. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the speakers. But we can't move freely up and down, because gravity pulls us down. However, we can overcome gravity. Click. The next slide showed photos of missiles, satellites, spacecraft, airplanes, and jetpacks, all devices that overcome gravity, pushing off the ground and heading for the sky. Looking at the PPT, the researcher then glanced down from the stage. The reason we fall toward the future is that something in the future pulls us, like gravity. Perhaps, no, that's too deep for now. Muttering to himself, the researcher snapped out of it and pressed the remote again. The next slide showed two photographs side by side. On the left was a black and white photo of an empty concrete room. On the right was a high-resolution color photo of a cluttered laboratory. In the center of the room was an A4 sheet of paper. Just as we use the power of engines to overcome gravity, we use powerful time engines to overcome the gravity of time. This video demonstrates that. Click. As the photos turned into videos, a low hum filled the room. In the high-resolution video on the right, the A4 sheet of paper was enveloped in blue light and disappeared, reappearing in the black and white video on the left, bathed in white light. A document had been sent from the future to the past. In this way, we can overcome the limitations of time coordinates with limited means of. Suddenly, the researcher's voice stretched out endlessly and then stopped. It wasn't just the researcher. The entire auditorium fell silent. Everyone froze, whether they were listening attentively, looking down at their phones, or whispering to each other. Blinking eyelids, fingers reaching to tap phone screens, mouths opening to speak, everything stopped as if turned to stone. Even the machines, objects, and insects stopped. Silence. The underground auditorium was devoid of any sound, not even the faintest breath. Time had stopped. Yinwu was no exception. He froze mid-glance, searching the auditorium for any potential danger. His heartbeat was silent, making him seem like a preserved statue. Then, the dice rolled. Roll. Miss. Nothing changed. In the frozen time, Yinwu remained a statue, and the underground auditorium was still silent. A dead world with no sound or movement. In this frozen world, only the dice's time continued. After its waiting period, the dice rolled again. Roll. Miss. Resisting the time stop was as difficult as dimensional travel. The dice rolled, failed, rolled, landed on a miss, rolled, failed, rolled, landed on a miss, rolled, failed, rolled, and finally, succeeded after countless attempts. Success. Shiver. Life returned to Yinwu's body. His heart beat, and blood began to circulate through his veins. His eyelids twitched, and his head slowly regained its original speed as if an ant were crawling. Yinwu blinked. He saw the strangely frozen auditorium and the successful roll of the dice. He quickly understood the situation. So, it's like this. Indeed, fate had not changed. The peaceful life had not returned. Accepting reality calmly, Yinwu stood up from his chair. Whether it's a hostile group or an anomaly, I don't know what caused this, but I can't stay here. Yinwu quietly stepped towards the emergency exit. The sound of the door opening and closing was almost imperceptible. A faint murmur escaped through the closing door. Thank you. He knew he could move thanks to the dice. He moved stealthily. Leaving the underground auditorium, he held his breath and climbed the stairs, retrieved his eco bag from under the desk, and exited through the front door. Yinwu stopped outside the main entrance. The city was silent. It felt like a world on the brink of extinction. No signs of life, no car engines, no music drifting from buildings. People, cars, and buildings were all intact, yet the world seemed dead. Yinwu looked around the street in a daze. People walking on the sidewalks, cars on the road, the leaves on the street trees, flying pigeons, dark clouds gathering to swallow the sun, and raindrops starting to fall. Everything was frozen. Like a photograph, like a paused video. This. Desperately, Yinwu shoved his hand into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and pressed the power button repeatedly. But the phone remained unresponsive. The screen stayed black as if the battery was dead. Cold sweat dripped onto it. If it's this extensive, it's at least danger level 4. Similar to an error spread, but worse because he didn't know the cause or the solution. Escape is the answer. He needed to get out of the affected area. Yinwu ran down the street, bumping into the shoulders of people frozen like mannequins. The people, unable to withstand the impact, toppled over, but then froze again in their fallen positions. Leaving behind the oddly frozen figures, Yinwu ran. In the silent city, his breaths were the only sound. Passing through the stopped cars on the road, climbing the hill in the city, Yinwu paused to catch his breath. At the top of the hill, standing where he could overlook the city, Yinwu turned pale. The city has stopped. No, it's not just the city. Everything within his sight had come to a stop. Shivering, Yinwu slowly looked up. There, he saw the sun. It was around 9 a.m. The sun, which should have been steadily moving towards the center of the sky, was frozen before the dark clouds. During the time he had been running, the sun should have moved slightly, and the shadows should have shifted, but nothing had changed. Yinwu realized that time had stopped. He had no idea why this was happening, what anomaly caused it, or if the company could respond to it. With these thoughts, Yinwu hurried back to the underground auditorium. There were clues there. Clues that could help him understand the current situation. Thud at novel bin at. In the silent underground auditorium, only Yinwu's footsteps echoed. He climbed onto the stage. Under the lights, Yinwu saw researcher Kim Gok-young. The researcher, holding the microphone near his mouth and in the middle of a lecture, was frozen without even breathing. Clock Hand Manufacturing Lab. It must be a place that researches time-related anomalies. If any place had clues about the current situation, it would be there. Yinwu rummaged through the researcher's pockets and pulled out a wallet. The worn wallet contained cards, cash, receipts, an ID card, an employee card, and business cards. He took out the business card and employee card and read them. The business card had the location of the Clock Hand Manufacturing Lab. Yinwu sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's in this city. If it had been in a distant city, the journey would have been excruciating, but it was in the same city, even if a bit far. Yinwu returned the wallet, took the researcher's employee card and business card, and left the underground auditorium. His destination was the Clock Hand Manufacturing Lab. It's too far to walk. Looking around the street, Yinwu found someone parking a bicycle in a bike rack. Luckily, the lock hadn't been fastened yet. I'll borrow this. He set the bicycle's owner gently on the ground and mounted the bike. Riding the bicycle, Yinwu sped through the frozen world. Even in the stopped world, Yinwu's time flowed. He diligently pedaled his bicycle through the silent city, ate lunchboxes from convenience stores when he was hungry, and drank coffee freshly placed on trays at cafes when he was thirsty. How long had it been since only Yinwu moved in the city? Yinwu arrived at the Clock Hand Manufacturing Lab. It feels different from the Bikebeam Cultural Research Center. Maybe because it was in the middle of the city. From the outside, it looked like an old, worn 5-story commercial building. On the first floor, there was a convenience store and a cafe, and above them, offices with signs that didn't clearly indicate what they did. On the top floor, there was a sign for the Clock Hand Research Lab with all the paint chipped off. Let's go. Hoping to find a clue here, Yinwu grasped researcher Kim Gok-young's employee ID tightly and stepped forward. First floor. An ordinary commercial building. However, there were no people, the elevator had an out-of-order sign, and the entrance was taped off. Creak. He opened the emergency exit door and climbed the stairs. He passed 2 security guards frozen in conversation on the landing and reached the 5th floor in one go. When he exited the emergency exit and entered the 5th floor, he found an old corridor similar in feel to the building's worn exterior. Yinwu's eyes looked to the end of the corridor. Director's office. A company employee, just finishing his business, was coming out, leaving the door open. There. Yinwu pushed the employee aside and entered the director's office at novel bin at. The director's office looked like an old office typical of an old building. A large plastic desk cluttered with junk, and an old man sitting in the inner seat. The old man behind the director's nameplate had turned his chair to look out the wide-open window at the city. His eyes were wrinkled and gloomy. Now, Yinwu muttered to himself. In the silence, with only the sound of Yinwu's breathing, he wandered around the office. It seemed he was searching for something related to the time stop. And he found it. An old computer next to the old man. A fat CRT monitor, a white keyboard, and a ball mouse. Yinwu's eyes widened in front of the old computer. It was the only electronic device working in the stopped time. White letters on a blue background moved. As he chewed over the text for a moment, Yinwu obtained information through the file folder placed around the old computer and felt both relief and anxiety. A broken clock stopped the time. But, why? The fact that the company caused the time stop and that it was still operating brought some relief. But the word apocalypse, the crisis that required a time stop, made Yunwu uneasy. Swallowing hard, he placed his hand on the old mouse. As the mouse slid, the screen changed. The response mechanism changed to 3, and a simple chat window appeared in place of the disappearing text. Hesitating, Yunwu placed his hand on the keyboard. Typing quickly, he pressed enter. CHS, is anyone there? A reply came back instantly. ACTR, finally, there's someone else moving. As Yunwu wondered what to say next, messages started coming in rapidly. ACTR, do you know what's going on? The time physics lab activated a broken clock to stop time and even took control, but they're not saying anything? Even though they're connected to the emergency communication network right now? Yunwu's eyes moved to the bottom left corner of the monitor. There was a list of institutions connected to the emergency communication network. CHS, Clock Hand Studio. ACTR, Association for Clock Tower Research. TPL, Time Physics Laboratory. 3 institutions with green lights on. Departments still active even in the state of stopped time. Yunwu sent a brief message. CHS, I don't know either. ACTR, The chat window paused for a moment. Yunwu was worried about what to say next, while ACTR was feeling despair. But ACTR quickly regained spirit and sent another message. ACTR, still, it's good. Fortunately, there are more company employees moving. CHS, I don't know much about this situation. Could you briefly explain what's going on? In response to Yunwu's question, ACTR, as if longing for conversation, quickly typed out an answer. ACTR, I don't know either. I checked the anomaly alert system, but there wasn't even an anomaly event of danger level 6. There's no reason to activate a broken clock. ACTR, but the time physics laboratory stopped time. ACTR, could they have activated it by mistake and are now trying to fix it? Or, was it an attack by a hostile group? Yunwu pondered while looking at the blue background of the chat window. The blue light from the monitor reflected in his eyes. So, there's no reason to stop time, but the time physics laboratory did it. It's suspicious. The intentions and actions of the time physics laboratory. However, Yunwu carefully assessed the situation, then diverted his attention from the time physics laboratory. In any case, there's no catastrophic event threatening Earth. The time physics laboratory isn't the most important thing right now. He looked back at the chat window. ACTR, Time Physics Laboratory? I know you're watching. Stop ignoring and say something? If it's a mistake, we'll help? Yunwu typed on the keyboard. He asked the most important question. CHS, more importantly, is there any way to undo the time stop? ACTR, only the Time Physics Laboratory can handle something of this scale. The clock tower can at best manipulate time within a regional scope. Yunwu frowned involuntarily. For some reason, the Time Physics Laboratory had no answers and seemed to have no intention of stopping the broken clock. Tap tap click. CHS, so, are you saying we have to live in this stopped world forever? ACTR, unless the laboratory stops the broken clock, or the time power of the broken clock runs out. There was no answer. But living like this wasn't an option. As Yunwu's gaze naturally turned to the dice, ACTR suggested an alternative. ACTR, but if the Time Physics Laboratory continues to give no response, we'll try to resume time at least here in London. CHS, then we will also resume time in a limited manner. We have a method to try, rolling the dice to judge each person one, by street or regional scope, or, with great risk, even the judgment of the time stop itself. Of course, Yunwu didn't actually intend to do that yet. He looked at the Time Physics Laboratory on the list of connected users. Whatever they're doing, they don't seem to want time to resume. It was essentially a threat. So, they would somehow react. To stop Yunwu and ACTR's actions. Sure enough, the Time Physics Laboratory, which had remained silent until now, sent its first message. TPL, stop. You must not resume time now. ACTR, finally responding? Explain the situation first? No, who are you? Are you from the laboratory? You're not taken over, right? Yunwu leaned back and carefully watched their chat. TPL, it's the director. And we are. A message appeared. TPL, people who cannot give up on Earth. It was hard to grasp the situation just from those words. Did it mean a dangerous anomaly event had occurred, or was the director part of a hostile group? As Yunwu tilted his head and typed on the keyboard, ACTR also sent a message full of question marks. CHS, what do you mean by that? ACTR, there's no anomaly event listed in the anomaly alert system, so what are you talking about? Is this a betrayal? If so, we can't wait any longer? TPL's reply was simple. TPL, it's better to read once than to hear 100 times. I'll send you the documents, read them. Simultaneously, several documents were attached and uploaded in succession. Yunwu leaned in close to the monitor, drawn to the curious titles. Earth Destruction Scenario, Abnormal Climate. Human Preservation Plan First Draft. Exploration Report on Relocation Sites. Preservation Plan Progress. Earth Destruction Scenario, Abnormal Climate. We don't know the cause of the abnormal climate. Is it the result of humanity's excessive development, a natural cycle of Earth, or the effect of an anomaly phenomenon we haven't discovered? Perhaps it's all of them. One thing is certain, we have crossed the point of no return. Rising average temperatures, rising sea levels, food shortages due to reduced drinking water and crops, extreme weather patterns with floods, droughts, heat waves, and cold waves. So far, the company and allied groups have tried all means and methods to prevent this, but it's now beyond our control. We can no longer stop it. In as short as 15 years or as long as 30 years, human civilization on Earth will begin to collapse. We won't be able to produce food, and asphalt roads will be swept away by floods. The doomsday clock finally struck midnight. We have no time left. The company must prepare for destruction. Yinwu's heart pounded. His hands trembled. The mouse cursor moved uncontrollably, but Yinwu couldn't blink as he read and reread the text. Then, he immediately opened the next document. Human Preservation Plan First Draft. It's regrettable. We don't have the technology to manipulate the cycles of stars. If only we had a little more time, surely this reality. But it can't be helped. After averting the nuclear war crisis and twice preventing Earth's doomsday threats, let's implement the buried Human Preservation Plan. The number of humans to be preserved is 5 groups of 1 million each, totaling 5 million people. It is estimated that around 8000 BC, the human population was 5 million. With our capabilities, we can rebuild civilization in a shorter time with a population of 1 million. We will construct the ultimate shelter on Earth to house 1 million survivors, and we will place another 1 million in the Mars base to prepare for the day when Earth's climate returns to normal. Additionally, we will relocate 1 million people each to 2 human-friendly environments in other dimensions, and the final 1 million will be placed in the Extinction Defense Device, ARC. From now on, the company will dedicate all its efforts to survival and the future. There is no need to worry about hostile groups. They know the truth too. The ones causing trouble now are just small fry. The real dangerous doomsday believers are holed up in their rooms in depression. Quite a few people who believed in the actual doomsday have joined the company. The Free Artists Association is building an art center to leave artistic works even after the destruction, and the demon worshippers are creating a self-governing demon region with the power of demons to prepare for survival. The Goldberg Club is busy constructing an underground city. Other groups are similar. None of them have the capacity to cause a major incident. Yinwu couldn't read anymore. His hand, holding the mouse, slipped and fell under the desk. He had only read 2 brief documents, yet it felt as if he had been hit by an anomaly force, draining all his strength. His head spun, and it seemed like a ringing noise echoed in his ears. With a dazed expression, Yinwu turned his head to look at the window where the director of the Clock Hand studio had been gazing with gloomy eyes. Yinwu staggered over and stood by the window, looking down at the city. There lay the Earth the company had given up on. The Earth that would soon face destruction. A city where time had stopped. A city that would collapse in as little as 15 years, or at most 30 years. Li Yinwu, at 30 years old, facing ruin in middle age. Scenes from news or documentaries he had often seen lingered in his mind. Land that could no longer produce food, land submerged under the sea, pouring rain and snow, riverbeds exposed, unquenchable wildfires, seasons oscillating between extreme heat and extreme cold. A global catastrophe that neither a single person nor a company could stop. What woke Yinwu from his shock and helplessness was none other than hunger. Growl. Since Yinwu's time was still flowing, his biological activities were as usual. Snapping out of his hunger, he returned to the old computer. Hunger was not important right now. His eyes and hands moved towards the old computer. A blue light reflected in his pupils. TPL stopped time to find a way. There might be a way to prevent it. Or, at least, a way for me to escape. The chat window had stopped at TPL's last message. ACTR, seemingly in shock, had not posted anything further. Yinwu opened the remaining documents. Exploration report on relocation sites. This is a report on exploring secondary dimensions suitable for human migration. We report the results of the exploration using the topological dimension transfer device and anomalies. Dimension 001, investigator deceased. Dimension 002, investigator deceased. Dimension 003, exploration result unsuitable. Exploration result, found 2 suitable dimensions. Will construct settlements in those dimensions. Additional exploration results. Dimension 092, reported by investigator James Kong. Not a place for people to live. Based on investigator Li Yinwu's report, high possibility of severe conflict with natives. Unsuitable for settlement. Dimension 093, reported by investigator Hans Raven. A small human world. Based on the review, unsuitable for settlement. Final exploration result, found 2 suitable dimensions and 5 preliminary dimensions. Preservation plan progress. It's fortunate that the results of the migration exploration are positive. Above all, it's encouraging that humans have already taken root in various dimensions. Like dandelion seeds, humans have rooted in various dimensions. Even if the preservation plan fails, humanity can maintain its lineage. On the other hand, it's negative that many employees oppose the preservation plan. It's surprising how enthusiastic our senior staff are. They can't give up on Earth. Everyone, don't think too hard. Think of it as moving, gaining independence. Isn't moving to a better place to live a human instinct? We're moving to a new home, leaving the embrace of our parent, Earth. Leave the useless and dangerous junk on Earth and start anew. In any case, the preservation plan is progressing smoothly. The final shelter is completed, and the Mars base is being actively expanded. Settlements are being built in the 2 suitable dimensions, and the Ark is about to finish its inspection. The selection of preservation personnel is complete, and many employees have already migrated. Let's all hang in there for just 10 more years. Let's execute the preservation plan 100% within the time limit. At novel bin at. Li Yinwu took deep breaths to sharpen his mind. There's no need to cry, despair, or give up now. Doing so won't change reality. TPL. And the preservation plan. There is a way, even if it's not the best. Yinwu placed his hands on the keyboard. However, he hesitated to type, pondering what to say first, and slowly pressed the keys. I just read it. Is this true? TPL, it may be hard to believe, but it's true. The company has given up on Earth. A definite answer from the research director. Then, is there a plan? Time has been stopped, hasn't it? TPL, not yet. TPL, but if we stop time, gather those who can't give up on Earth, and research until we find a solution. Even if it's a faint hope, we might have something. The idea of stopping time to find a solution due to a lack of answers. Uncertain optimism. Yinwu's hands began to tremble again. He closed his eyes tightly, then opened them again. In the meantime, a message from TPL appeared. TPL, the company, allies, and hostile groups. Humans and anomalies. If everyone combines their efforts, isn't it possible? That statement seemed like he was trying to convince himself. Uncertain hope was not Yinwu's concern. He turned his attention to the preservation plan and the migration exploration report. Has the list of 5 million survivors been decided? Even if Earth is doomed, isn't there a way to survive? Yinwu wasn't fixated on staying on Earth. But TPL's answer was negative. TPL, the selection of personnel is complete, and transfers are being carried out step by step according to the deadline. The selected personnel are aware of the extreme weather scenarios. This meant Yinwu was not among the preservation personnel. In the end, there was no way for Yinwu to avoid the extreme weather. His fists clenched tightly, but he couldn't bring himself to hit the keyboard, trembling just above it. Yinwu, who had been curled up, suddenly stood up and walked out of the director's office. His chest felt tight, he couldn't stay there any longer. A silent city. Yinwu sat leaning on the hood of a car in the first lane of the road, holding a hamburger, looking out at the street. His face was weary, his eyes dark. In the distance, the traffic lights at the intersection were green, but all the cars on the road were stopped. Mechanically, Yinwu moved his jaw. Crunch crunch. Although it was a hamburger he usually liked, he couldn't taste it. His mind was filled with all kinds of ways to avoid the extreme weather. If time were stopped for about 100 years, at least Yinwu could live and die peacefully without experiencing the disaster. The city had enough resources for Yinwu to use for a lifetime. If I entered a shelter, ark, or migration site while time is stopped. He didn't know how the company would react once time resumed, but maybe he could secure a position by threatening with dice. If I prepared for survival. If he secured anomalies for survival, built a survival shelter, and filled it with all sorts of resources, he could survive somehow. But whatever he chose, he would never live the same life again. Civilization would collapse. Crinkle. The hamburger wrapper brushed against his lips. Lost in thought, he hadn't realized he had finished eating. Yinwu, with hamburger sauce all over his mouth, looked silently at the wrapper. A food he would soon only recall as a memory. Crunch. The hamburger wrapper crumpled into a ball in his hand. Gripping it so tightly that veins stood out, Yinwu threw the wrapper onto the road and stood up. For now, I'll help the time physics laboratory. He could always choose other options later. When an irreversible day came, he could roll the dice. But with time stopped, if he could help TPL find a way to prevent the extreme weather, even if the chances were slim, that was the best choice. Shuffle shuffle. Yinwu, dragging his tired body, walked towards the director's office of the clock hand manufacturing lab. Where Yinwu had been, the discarded trash floated in midair, frozen. While Yinwu was away, the chat window hadn't stopped. ACTR, having read the documents, and TPL, waiting for a response, had a conversation. ACTR decided to help TPL. ACTR, we can't give up on Earth. So what can the clock tower help with? TPL, it would be enough if you just don't get in the way. But if you want to help, check if there are any anomalies needed for Earth's regeneration. I will help too. But first, explain the plan. Before helping, Yinwu needed to know what the plan was to provide proper assistance. When Yinwu asked, TPL hesitated, then slowly sent a message. TPL, we stopped time for 10 years with a broken clock. Beyond that, we lack the energy. So, for 10 years, we will use all technologies and anomalies, regardless of the company, hostile groups, or allies, to find a way to restore Earth. Only 10 years. A short time to be confident in the results. In front of the old computer, Yinwu rubbed his lips, then slowly typed on the keyboard. I have dice. There was a risk of exposing his identity, but everything would be revealed upon investigation anyway. There were traces of the people Yinwu passed by, the bicycle, and the food and drinks he had consumed. TPL, what kind of anomaly is it? After Yinwu briefly explained the dice, TPL immediately responded. TPL, it's a gamble. It's okay not to use it. TPL, instead, inform us of the observation results from the clock hand manufacturing lab. They have many tools for measuring temporal physics data. they should still be functioning. So, check the fluctuations in temporal energy, the temporal resistance values, and ACTR, not just that, but also the critical values. Yinwu stared blankly at the chat window. The chat kept going, but he couldn't understand a single word. In the end, he asked them several times, received the photos and data they sent, and thoroughly searched the clock hand manufacturing lab before finally sending a reply. CHS, lastly, the critical value? It's 93. TPL, are you sure? ACTR, please check again. Yinwu turned his gaze to a thermometer-like object among the junk placed next to the CRT monitor. While he was typing, the red liquid had risen slightly, showing 94. Clickety-clack. CHS, it just rose to 94. Is that bad? TPL, yes, it's bad. If the critical value reaches 100, even the broken clock can't stop time. This means we have less time than expected. Not even a month, let alone 10 years. The critical value was too high. At this rate, they couldn't even start the research. The chat stopped. Despite having stopped time, they had no time. Faced with this reality, they pondered and then saw Yinwu. TPL, how high is the risk with those dice? CHS, if a critical failure occurs, we don't know what might happen. Yinwu told them about his experiences without hiding anything. The dimensional travel, the gun explosion, and the resistance to stopping time. The chat window remained still for a long time, then filled with gloomy emotions. TPL, the risk is too great. We give up on the dice. They had stopped time to regenerate Earth. But if something went wrong, Earth might stop forever. They couldn't take such a risk. TPL, perhaps it's fate. Something that can't be stopped by human power. Yinwu lowered his head and looked at his hands. If he couldn't stop the extreme weather, he had to find a way to survive. But could he just stand by and do nothing? Survival was easy. While preparing for survival, he had enough energy to help with other tasks. He lifted his head. CHS, we still have time. The predicted destruction by the company was between 15 and 30 years. The research by those who couldn't give up on Earth should yield results within that time. If everyone put in the effort, perhaps the doomsday clock that struck midnight could start moving from midnight again. CHS, let's continue that research in a world that moves properly. Yinwu received a response to his words. TPL, of course, we have to continue. They had gone as far as to activate the Apocalypse defense system all on their own. Although briefly discouraged, their determination was not weak enough to break completely. Yinwu gave a slightly awkward smile and looked at the monitor. TPL, judging by the trend of the critical value, we have about a month left. During that time, we'll reorganize and set up general guidelines for action. A month. It was a short time to continue the research, so they decided to first determine what to do once time resumed. TPL, our goal is Earth's regeneration. We will use any means necessary. CHS, we will mobilize the technology and anomalies of all groups to find a way. Is that correct? Yinwu asked, and TPL answered. TPL, that's right. It won't be easy. Robbery and coercion will be essential. TPL then sent the data they had gathered during their investigations. Various anomalies owned by different groups. Important resources considered key by each group. Goldberg Club's Omnipotent Gold, Free Artists Association's Earth Drawing, erasers from red level wanted individuals, and more. Anomalous entities that wouldn't be handed over even at gunpoint. Reading this, Yinwu had a question. CHS, you said we. Who is with us? TPL, not many. A few employees who sympathize with my cause, a few people from various groups I'm acquainted with. And you too. ACTR, that's really just a few. It was less of an organization and more like a club formed by the director of the Time Physics Laboratory gathering acquaintances. TPL, still, we have to try. If each of us does our part, like gears in a clock, we can get the doomsday clock moving again. Yinwu let out a small sigh. It was clearly not easy. He had expected a coalition when they said everyone would unite. Of course, he would still help. CHS, what should I do? I'm an investigator. TPL, excellent. If you find any anomalies needed for our goal during your investigation, set them aside for us. It was similar to the proposal the Goldberg Club had made before, but Yinwu's answer was different. He nodded and typed on the keyboard. I was going to get the anomalies needed for survival anyway. CHS, I'll do that if possible. Is there anything else? TPL, you're in Korea, right? From now on, you are the head of the Korean branch. If there is any need in Korea, let me know. His expression turned sour. CHS, are there any members in Korea? TPL, only you. CHS, then what about support? TPL, our capacity doesn't allow for support. So there was work but no support or compensation. The only thing he got was an empty title. It was pure passion alone. TPL, feeling awkward, added to the chat, but Yinwu's enthusiasm had already hit rock bottom. TPL, still, the company won't interfere. They don't have the capacity for that, and there's some tacit understanding. If necessary, I can provide some financial support. CHS, yes, understood. Yinwu answered with a slightly grimaced face. He would help with what he could. That was it. My top priority is my survival. Ensuring his survival from the impending doom in the near future came first. Helping TPL would be secondary, done only when he had spare time and without overexertion. ACTR, by the way, what is the name of our organization? TPL, isn't the group of people who can't give up on Earth sufficient? ACTR, what? That's too lame. Let's come up with a new name. TPL, I think it's straightforward and good. But if you insist on changing it, do you have a good name in mind? ACTR and TPL argued over the name. They suggested various names, but their opinions differed, and the chat continued without end. Yinwu didn't intervene. The name wasn't important. He just sat back, staring into space, thinking about how to prepare for survival. Secure anomalies that help with survival, find a way to sneak into a shelter or migration site. In the end, gambling with the dice wouldn't be bad. There was also the option of using the dice to trigger dimensional travel and go to a migration site. In the meantime, the name was decided. Yinwu looked at the monitor. ACTR, then let's go with clock repairmen. People who fix the doomsday clock that struck midnight so it moves again from 0001. TPL, alright. ACTR, CHS, you agree, right? CHS, I don't care about the name. Thus, Yinwu became the head of the Korean branch of the clock repairmen. While making and revising various plans, the critical value soared to 99. They decided to continue communication through a messenger app and waited for time to resume. Shuffle plop. Returning to the underground auditorium, Yinwu handed back the ID card to researcher Kim Gokyoung and went back to his original seat. He quietly watched the stage. A banner about the anomaly possession reporting period was hanging, and researcher Kim Gokyoung was frozen in the middle of giving a lecture. In a world where time had stopped, everything remained the same, but Yinwu had changed. He closed his eyes. I did what I could during the month. He had found and read confidential documents from the clock hand manufacturing lab. He had learned information he didn't know before and discovered that the Goldberg Club's firearms workshop was in this city. When Yinwu patted his chest, the outline of the homemade pistol in his inner pocket became clear. There were no gold bars, but the pistol is enough. He had stolen a few homemade pistols from the Goldberg Club's firearms workshop. He had plenty of bullets too. As he was still an investigator, he didn't touch company property, but he had no qualms about hostile groups. It's a pity I couldn't secure any anomalies. Then, time started to flow again. Everyone began to move slowly, and noises poured in. The sound of tapping on phones, countless breaths, rustling movements, murmuring chatter, and the researcher's voice. Oh, can be moved. Researcher Kim Gokyoung blinked. Something had changed, but he didn't know what. He straightened his clothes for no reason and continued the lecture. The noise boomed through the speakers. The sound felt unfamiliar. Having lived in silence for about a month, Yinwu curled up. I'll get used to it soon. His sensitive ears protested in pain, but his senses quickly dulled. By the time the lecture ended, he had returned to his previous state. This concludes the lecture. I was researcher Kim Gokyoung of the Clock Hand Manufacturing Lab. Clap. Applause thundered. Yinwu joined in, then mingled with the people leaving the underground auditorium. In front of the first-floor desk, the security guard who had stopped Yinwu took out an eco bag from under the desk and handed it to him. Here it is, sir. Yes, thank you. Without looking back, Yinwu merged with the crowd pouring out and left the building. The security guard, watching him leave, clicked his tongue as he returned to his post. It was just superstition. Nothing happened after all. Office of the Anomaly Investigation Team. Yinwu carefully wrote a report. Titled Lecture Review, it detailed what he did while time was stopped. TPL's director said the company would ignore it. It turned out to be true. Despite the considerable time that had passed since the report was submitted, the upper management of the company took no action. Whether it was because they lacked the capacity or because they too couldn't give up on Earth, they pretended not to notice. And so time passed, bringing a lazy afternoon in late summer. Yinwu, Ugu, and the team leader were slouched in their chairs. Ugu tapped the floor with her toe, spinning her chair around at novel bin at. Screech. Her toe dragged on the floor, stopping the chair in Yinwu's direction. Yinwu was focused on his phone. What are you looking at so intently? Did you get a girlfriend? You've been on your phone a lot lately. Yinwu flinched and turned off the phone screen. The chat room of the clock repairman disappeared, leaving a black screen. Huh? No. I've just had something on my mind lately. As Gu smirked and seemed about to tease him, Yinwu smoothly changed the subject. The weather's been weird. There's been a lot of talk about the world ending. It's worrying? He spoke nonchalantly, observing Gu and the team leader to see if they knew about the extreme weather. But it seemed they didn't. Gu let out a small laugh, and the team leader shook his head slowly. Yinwu, do you believe in that stuff? Even though you're a company employee. Rookie, if it were really that dangerous, the company would do something. Stop worrying about weird things. The optimism and confidence of being a company employee. Yinwu's heart sank heavily. Pretending to look at his phone, he spoke in passing. But it's interesting to look into. Survivalism? Survival techniques? It might even help with my investigation work. He hadn't decided whether to recruit them. He considered telling them about the extreme weather scenario but hesitated, not wanting to worry them without a solution. The brief conversation ended. Gu watched a video on her phone, the team leader started to nod off, and Yinwu checked the chat room of the clock repairman. Knock. Someone knocked on the door of the Anomaly investigation team. When the investigators looked at the door, 2 intelligence department agents walked in. Hello. We're from the intelligence department. Hello. Kim Gapdong and Lee Soyin. The two agents, who he had seen during the interrogation, bowed and then straightened. The team leader looked at them with sleepy eyes. Intelligence Department? What brings you here? Yinwu tensed. Was it because of the clock repairman? His hand holding the phone was damp with cold sweat. The two agents glanced around the spacious, empty desk area before making eye contact with Yinwu. They had ambiguous expressions. We need Yinwu's help, so we've come to ask for support. The sleepiness vanished from the team leader's eyes, replaced by irritation. Do you F***ers think investigators are here as a free handout? Should I give them away just because you ask? What department are you from? Who's your superior? Well, we're from the intelligence department. Sweat beaded on Agent Kim Gapdong's forehead. He knew well how ill-tempered the team leader of the investigation team could be. One wrong word and I'm screwed. His tongue felt like a stone. He didn't dare mention the intelligence department's name as a threat. The investigation team leader had authority similar to that of the intelligence department. These bastards look suspicious? Let's investigate them. Oh, you're resisting? You must be anomalous, right? Are you controlled by an anomaly? Call the special forces? Just recently, hadn't he overturned several departments showing interest in Choi Jae-min, the parent detector, and Lee Yinwu? The intelligence department could face the same fate if things went wrong. It's absolutely not compulsory. We urgently need Yinwu's help, so we came to ask. Standing at attention like a soldier, Kim Gapdong shouted loudly. The team leader's eyes softened a bit at this. What's the issue? Why does the intelligence department need an investigator? It's not an investigator we need, it's Yinwu himself. More precisely, we need his trait of attracting accidents. All four pairs of eyes turned to Yinwu. Uncomfortable, he shrank into his cubicle. First, please explain what's going on. Yinwu, it's nothing major. Well, it is actually, but... Lee Soyin stepped forward. She tapped her prosthetic leg as if choosing her words, then glanced at Kim Gapdong, seeking permission on how much to disclose. Tell them everything. They're trustworthy. All right. Here's the situation. Lately, there have been many people distorting the company's ideology. The distortion methods are so varied that factions have split up, leading to a near-civil war, though blood hasn't been shed. She was being very detailed. However, Kim Gapdong didn't interrupt, intimidated by the team leader's gaze. And now, one of these factions is making a move. Which faction exactly? Yinwu asked calmly. He had an idea why the factions had split. Extreme weather and the preservation plan. Their reactions to these. After all, wasn't he part of the clock repairman faction? Lee Soyin squinted as she spoke. The Humanity Management Company. They argue that we must go beyond protection and manage humanity. Yinwu held his breath, and the team leader and UGU's faces twisted. Are you kidding me? Are those people really company employees? Are they spies? To employees who had lived by the mission and ideology of protecting humanity, this was the utmost insult. It trampled on their passion and sacrifices. Lee Soyin also shook her head with a dark expression. They're not spies, they're all diligent employees. But suddenly, these days, Yinwu understood why. Thus, he asked calmly, so what exactly are these people planning to do? Brainwash key government figures. How did you know? Lee Soyin widened her eyes, and Kim Gapdong, who had been watching the team leader's reactions, squinted at Yinwu. Yinwu waved his hand dismissively. If they're the Humanity Management Company, how many employees do they have to manage humanity? They must brainwash the government. As an investigator, such intuition was expected. However, Yinwu had other thoughts in his mind. Are they planning to take control of legislative and administrative bodies worldwide to deal with the extreme weather? That was also a method. But the team leader and UGU erupted in anger. Those insane bastards. How are they different from hostile groups? Why are they still company employees? They should be erased with memory erasers. No, they should be killed. What is the intelligence department doing? Isn't it your job to handle such people? Well, the intelligence department is also divided into factions. Kim Gapdong lowered his eyes and trailed off. As a field agent, there was nothing he could do. The intelligence department itself was in the midst of factional infighting. Following his superior's orders according to principles, Kim Gapdong was just doing his original job. After wiping his weary face once, he looked at the team leader. They plan to use anomalies to brainwash everyone attending the cabinet meeting. The cabinet meeting. A meeting attended by the president and the ministers of various departments. If they were brainwashed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they had seized control of the government. The team leader's expression hardened. He knew that if the company had the will, such a feat was entirely possible, even if it was just one faction of the Korean branch. Tap, tap, tap. He drummed his fingers on the desk before asking, "Can you stop them? It seems like it's just you guys stepping in. The intelligence department is the only one relatively intact right now. We have to step in. What about the special forces? Aren't they supporting you? They're in a similar state." Silence fell. After a moment, Yinwu raised his hand. "I'll help." Kim Gapdong and Lee Soyin's faces brightened a bit. They really needed Yinwu's help. They bowed their heads to him. "Thank you, Yinwu, it won't be dangerous. All you need to do is hang around near the Blue House." They briefly explained the plan to use Yinwu, who attracted accidents and anomalies, as bait to catch a member of the Humanity Management Company faction. By now, Kim Gapdong had leaned against Yinwu's desk and continued to reassure him. "No matter how fierce the factional fighting gets, we're still family. We won't fight to the death. Yes, so when do we head out? The regular cabinet meeting is at 10 a.m. tomorrow at the Blue House. Please come by 6 a.m. just in case. Yinwoo nodded silently. Internally, he contemplated what to bring and what to say if he encountered the Humanity Management Company faction. At dawn. With an eco bag slung loosely over his shoulder, Yinwoo walked along the outer road of Jiyeongbokgung Palace, tapping on his phone. He was on his way to meet Kim Gapdong and Lee Soyeon. But first, Yinwoo was gathering information in the clock repairman's chat room. TPL, the company is divided into factions. I suppose that could happen. There isn't just one way to deal with extreme weather. CHS, you don't know? TPL, I'm a researcher through and through. I don't have many friends. ACTR, same here. The clock tower is full of oddballs who only research time. It wasn't helpful. Yinwoo put his phone in his pocket and looked around. He had arrived at the meeting place. Not far away was a convenience store. On a plastic table, an iced coffee with dew on it sat. In front of it, Kim Gapdong and Lee Soyeon were fiddling with some small electronic devices. Dressed in casual clothes and wearing makeup to disguise themselves, they looked like ordinary citizens, but their conversation was different. Is the battery fully charged? Yes. I brought a few spares, too. How about you, senior? Reflective vest, cooperation documents, taser gun, got everything. Yinwoo walked toward them, making loud footsteps. They tensed up for a moment, then relaxed when they saw him. Yinwoo, you're here. Came early. I woke up early. What are those? At novel bin at. Yinwoo sat on a plastic chair and looked at the wireless earpieces they were handling. Communication equipment. Like the in-earpieces bodyguards wear. Take it. Kim Gapdong pushed a small earpiece toward Yinwoo. When you walk around near the Blue House, we'll follow close by. We'll give necessary instructions through this, and if anything happens, we'll join you immediately. That's it. No montage or anything. Yinwoo looked back and forth between Kim Gapdong and Lee Soyeon, holding the earpiece. They gave him awkward smiles. To be honest, we don't know who's coming. There are too many suspicious people. That's why we need to wait for you to attract them. Yinwoo placed the earpiece down, looking bewildered. Then how did you get the information? Didn't you get it from an insider or through hacking? No. The head of the intelligence department overheard those guys talking while smoking. Is this really the intelligence department? As Yinwoo gaped, Lee Soyeon hurriedly turned on her phone and handed it to him. Still, we have some ideas about the anomalies they might use. Here's the list. Instinctively, Yinwoo looked at Lee Soyeon's phone. On the company app screen was a document she had written. The anomalies the Humanity Management Company faction was expected to use. A pink glowing hypnosis app, a phobia prescription you might get at a hospital, a child-made poster proclaiming the world is ending, and so on. Anomalies that manipulate human psychology. Yinwoo frowned. They don't stand out. Even if I meet them, I wouldn't recognize them. That's why you're crucial. They will definitely be drawn to you. We'll do the recognizing. All right, I understand. It's not that difficult anyway. Just wander around as if taking a stroll. It's not a life-threatening task. Yinwoo put the earpiece in his ear. Lee Soyeon took her phone and spoke as if on a call. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? The voice overlapped with the sound from the earpiece. Yinwoo nodded. Yes, I can hear you well. Then take this too. Kim Gapdong took an A4 document from his bag and handed it to Yinwoo. He held it and quickly scanned through it. A document certifying cooperation with the Anomaly Management Agency. It was a document to prevent police or military checks. This is from the Anomaly Management Agency, a secret branch of the Korean government. As you go up, there will be a checkpoint, right? This will get you through. There was a checkpoint on the stone wall path up to Jiyeongbokgung Palace, where police would check those heading to the Blue House. Yinwoo's gaze shifted to the eco bag. Inside it was a homemade pistol. He had stolen it from the Goldberg Club's firearms workshop while time was stopped. Sliding the document next to the pistol, Yinwoo stood up naturally. Then, I'll start walking now. All right. Good luck. As Yinwoo started walking along the stone wall path of Jiyeongbokgung, the two intelligence agents followed him at a slight distance, taking pictures like tourists. Walking along the stone wall path. The early morning turned into a full morning, and the number of people walking along the road and cars driving by began to increase. Office workers busy with their commute, tourists who had come early, and residents out for a walk. Yinwoo circled around the outskirts of Jiyeongbokgung Palace, stopped by a convenience store to buy coffee, and ate a simple triangular kimbap. The police at the checkpoint gave him strange looks when they saw his cooperation document. After walking for a long time, Yinwoo muttered to himself, "My legs hurt." It was now 9 a.m., meaning he had been walking for almost 3 hours. Not only were his calves and thighs sore, but his shoulder and neck, where he carried the eco bag, hurt as well. There was a strange feeling in his feet, as if blisters had formed. A tired voice came through the earpiece. "I'm in pain too. The prosthetic is crushing my thigh." Yinwoo's complaints stopped. Lee Soyeon must be in more pain than he was. Yinwoo cleared his throat and muttered again. "Where's the restroom?" He meant he needed to make a quick stop, and Lee Soyeon's response came quickly. "See that building on the left? I noticed it when we passed by earlier. There's one inside." Wearing an awkward expression, Yinwoo headed to the restroom. He stopped in front of the sink. Yinwoo glanced at himself in the mirror. Despite it being morning, his face looked tired. Even though it was a cool morning in late summer, his face, neck, and arms were sticky with sweat. SSSHHH. He washed his face several times with cool water, rinsing the sweat off his arms too. Then Yinwu suddenly froze. What's this? First thing in the morning. Why are they sending us for this? Two men entered the restroom, chatting loudly. Their eyes met Yinwu's in the foggy mirror. Both the men and Yinwu stopped, scanning each other quickly with only their eyes. They're not ordinary people. They had the air of someone who worked in the same field. Yinwu sensed it, and so did the two men. Only the sound of running water filled the tense silence. Yinwu moved first. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Support, now. Subdue him. The two men charged at him. Yinwu, unable to think of drawing his gun, swung the eco bag with his wet hands. Thwack. The eco bag, filled with various tools, hit one man in the face. The weight and the hardness of the metal tools inside caused him to stagger, clutching his face. The other man closed in and reached out with both hands. You. His hands targeted Yinwu's shoulder and wrist while his foot aimed at his ankle. It was a judo technique. If I get caught, I'm dead. Slamming into the floor without a mat would result in serious injury. Yinwu lifted both legs, pushing the man's solar plexus as he sat on the sink. But perhaps due to all the walking, he couldn't muster enough strength. The man didn't budge and grabbed Yinwu's ankle. His grip was crushing. Restroom? Here. These bastards. At the same time, the two agents, Kim Gapdong and Lee Soyan, rushed in and joined the fight. Just as exhausted as Yinwu, they tackled the two men. Crash, bang, thud. The two men fell, and the grip on Yinwu's ankle slipped. Yinwu quickly ran to the back of the restroom, assessing the situation. Give up now. There are 3 of them? Request backup. Arg. It was chaos. The 4 of them were entangled in a brawl. One man, nose bleeding, kept punching, blocking, and grappling with Kim Gapdong. The judo-trained man grabbed Lee Soyan's ankle, but he was thrown off balance when her prosthetic leg came off. Lee Soyan's body tilted dangerously. I can't win this. Yinwu quickly reached into the eco bag and pulled out the gun. Stop. They didn't listen. Their entire focus was on the fight. Yinwu aimed the pistol. I have a gun here. As if it were a lie, their movements stopped. In their entangled positions, they turned their heads to look at Yinwu, their eyes fixed on the dark homemade pistol. Goldberg Club. A model different from any other gun on the market. A homemade pistol from the Goldberg Club. The expressions on the two men's faces twisted strangely. You're terrorists. Terrorists? Us? Aren't you the terrorists? Yinwu's expression also changed oddly. Something was off. Instead of catching the expected fish, they had caught something else. One of the men spoke quietly. We're from the Anomaly Management Agency. Awkwardly gauging the situation, Kim Gapdong and the man lowered their fists, and the other man returned Lee Soyan's prosthetic leg to her. Rubbing his bruised face, Kim Gapdong spoke. It seems we need to have a conversation. Yinwu, you too. Their eyes stayed fixed on the gun. Yinwu shrugged and put the gun back into the eco bag. Let's move to a different place. This isn't suitable. Dash. They entered a nearby cafe. Yinwu placed his coffee in the center of the table. Everyone took their coffees but remained silent. Kim Gapdong and the Anomaly Management Agency staff glared at each other while pressing on their bruised faces or bloody noses. It was a subtle power struggle between competing agencies within Korea. Neither wanted to speak first. This is not the time for this. Yinwu tapped the table and spoke first, addressing Kim Gapdong. I didn't join the Goldberg Club. Then how did you get that gun? I stole it. What? Kim Gapdong looked at Yinwu with his swollen eyes, disbelieving. Yinwu remained calm. It happened under certain circumstances. The details are confidential, but the higher UPS have been informed. One of the men squinted his eyes. So it wasn't the Goldberg Club. Who are you people? We're from the company. Humanity Protection Company. Yinwu showed his cooperation document. It was wet and crumpled but genuine, not a forgery. Ah, we've made a mistake. The two men simultaneously relaxed, holding their heads and leaning back in their chairs with a sigh. Then they suddenly straightened up. You must have heard the intel too. Since it's come to this, how about we cooperate? What intel did you hear? You must know. The cabinet meeting today. Kim Gapdong and Lee Soyan exchanged glances for a moment. How do they know? This is an internal company matter. I have no idea. Their silent conversation ended quickly with the Anomaly Management Agency staff's words. One of the men spoke. We don't know the exact details. The Anomaly Hazard Security Bureau predicted a possible threat, that a terrorist attack involving anomalies would happen. Do you know more? Kim Gapdong responded skillfully. We know about the same. We predicted an attack on the cabinet meeting and came to stop it. There was no need to reveal everything. Informing a government agency that a company faction planned to brainwash government officials wouldn't be beneficial. The Anomaly Management Agency staff didn't suspect anything and glanced at his watch. The wristwatch, cracked from the fight, showed the time. The staff member painfully confirmed the time. It's 9:20. Let's head to the Blue House. Whoever the enemy is, they'll be heading there. After quickly gulping down their coffee, they stood up. They left the cafe, heading towards the Blue House. You can't come in. It's not allowed. The 5 people walking silently were stopped at the main gate of the Blue House. An employee of the Anomaly Management Agency raised his voice, arguing with the gate security, but the guard ignored him. The employee stomped his feet, waving some kind of ID card. You have no authority to block us. If you keep causing a disturbance, we won't stand by. The guard spoke bluntly, his eyes momentarily flashing pink. Ready to signal the Presidential Security Service, the Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency Security Division, and the Capital Defense Command without hesitation. The Anomaly Management Agency employee pursed his lips tightly. At that moment, the 3 members of the Humanity Protection Company stepped past the employees and approached the gate naturally. Excuse us, we'll be passing through. Understood. Please proceed. Clang. The firmly closed gate opened. The 2 Anomaly Management Agency employees widened their eyes, watching the company members. Wearing fluorescent vests, they naturally entered the blue house. Kim Gap-dong gave a slight smile and waved to the employees. We'll take care of the inside of the blue house. Please handle the outside. The natural-looking fluorescent vests were civilian response team equipment. Specialized infiltration anomaly equipment. They moved away beyond the closing iron gate. The Anomaly Management Agency employees couldn't follow, only watching the company employees with bewildered eyes. Once they were a little farther from the main gate, Kim Gap-dong smirked. Did you see their faces? They looked like dogs chasing chickens. How dare a mere agency try to mess with the company? At novel bin at. Despite his face being bruised and swollen, he couldn't hide his smile. Lee Soyan had a subtle expression. Senior, this isn't the time to be celebrating. Kim Gap-dong's smile stiffened. After all, they were here to stop the company faction from brainwashing government officials. Kim Gap-dong chewed on his lip and then noticed someone walking ahead of them. A man wearing a fluorescent vest, like them, was walking leisurely, swinging a phone emitting a pink light in his left hand. He suddenly sensed their presence and turned around. He was a middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles from hard work. Kim Gap-dong's lips trembled as he spoke. Manager of the First Response Division. Ray, I apologize if I reiterate any of the names of agencies/departments etc. incorrectly. There's so many at this point, my list is starting to dizzy me. We're only at ch48. Toggle new ads. 2/5 enjoy the chapter? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. The manager of the First Response Division had come in person. Kim Gap-dong had expected maybe 1 or 2 field agents at most. He bit down on his split lip. This was no time to be startled. Squeezing his eyes shut, Kim Gap-dong shouted. Close your eyes. Don't look at it. Just closing your eyes could block the hypnosis app. Yinwo had already shut his eyes, and Lee Soyan urgently covered her eyes with one hand. In the darkness, they heard the manager's voice. So, you're friends from the intelligence department. That's a new face over there. But how do you plan to stop me with your eyes closed? The manager stopped mid-sentence. His gaze shifted to Lee Soyan's thigh. He squinted slightly, recognizing the story of the new recruit with a bomb in her prosthetic leg. A bomb. The explosion itself wasn't a threat, they were at a safe distance. But the consequences would be troublesome. The cabinet meeting would be postponed, and key government officials would evacuate. Lee Soyan patted her thigh and spoke amicably, still covering her eyes. Manager, I won't ask why. Just come back with us. The manager shook his head and firmly refused. I can't do that. I have a job to do. Manager, I may be a trainee, but I've learned this much. Anomalies shouldn't get involved with the government. You know the horrors of the world wars. They had learned from history what happened when anomalies intertwined with the state. That's why the company's policy was to avoid excessive interference in politics or government and to prevent nations from possessing dangerous anomalous entities. The manager knew this well, but he also knew the outcome: extreme weather, humanity hurtling towards self-destruction. They have no idea. There's no point in convincing them. The manager moved silently. There was no need to fight among their own. They each had to do their best in their given roles. After taking about 3 steps, the manager suddenly stopped. While the 2 intelligence agents were looking in the wrong direction, a man with his eyes open was staring at the manager. The moment the man raised the phone emitting a pink glow, he spoke first. Investigator Lee Yinwoo. So, you're that investigator. The investigator with the dice. The odd investigator constantly entangled in incidents. The manager lowered the phone. There was no need to provoke someone capable of resistance, someone unpredictable. Yinwoo drew the pistol from the eco bag but pointed the barrel to the ground. I don't intend to fight. I understand your actions, manager. Really, I do. The manager's demeanor changed at those words. Half skeptical, half intrigued, his tense face slightly relaxed. He spoke probing words. What do you know? Scenarios and plans. 5 million. 3 significant words. The 2 intelligence agents above their heads were puzzled, while the manager showed interest, tilting his head slightly. Then you should know. This is something that needs to be done. So, why are you here to stop me? I'm not here to stop you. I'm here to meet you. Before continuing, Yinwoo carefully chose his words. The intelligence agents were listening. He had to be cautious. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult to fabricate the story. I belong to one of the factions as well. I'm here to establish a cooperative relationship on their behalf. That's why he was involved in this situation. Not to stop a terrorist attack, but to support him. What are you talking about? Yinwoo. The 2 agents' faces twisted, but they had no right to participate in this conversation. The manager and Yinwoo continued their private discussion. Which faction? The clock repairman. Never heard of it. Yinwoo nodded. It was the only one in Korea. It would be strange if he knew about it. It's a faction made up of several domestic and international organizations. The manager's eyes widened slightly. Even the Humanity Management Company communicated with allies from overseas, but they couldn't claim to have a unified group. Are you sure? Not just sharing general goals. I'm the head of the Korean branch. We have a unified goal and have combined our strengths. Of course, it was more facade than substance, but it was all in the presentation. Yinwoo maintained a confident expression and posture. The manager muttered the name clock repairman a few times, then glanced at his wristwatch. 9:45 a.m. There was a little time to talk. Interesting. What methods do you dash? At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted. Boom! The manager, Yinwoo, and the two intelligence agents all turned their heads to the right. Yomingwon. The building where the cabinet meeting was taking place erupted in blue flames. It was a terrorist attack. Dash. Dash. Boom! A blue flower of flames blossomed, radiating heat and noise. The fiery flower consumed oxygen as it grew larger. Simultaneously, the blue house descended into chaos. People poured out from all directions like a disturbed beehive. The footsteps of civilians and soldiers shook the ground, and shouts filled the air. It's a terrorist attack. Move quickly. What is that? Where is the Anomaly Management Agency? Call them. Armed police and soldiers ran frantically, their faces filled with urgency. The troops running in groups briefly glanced at the company employees but moved on, as seeing people in fluorescent vests here was normal. They ignored them and headed towards Yomingwon. Idiots. The manager's face twisted like a demon's. The sound of his teeth grinding was especially clear, adding to the cacophony. Kim Gap-dong pointed a trembling finger at the blue flower. What is that? Isn't that an anomaly owned by the company? Why is it here? Some radical fool must have meddled. I'll blow his head off. Kim Gap-dong, Lee Soyeon, and Yinwoo looked at the manager. The manager quickly regained his composure and calmly gave orders as the head of the First Response Division. Agent Kim Gap-dong. Trainee Lee Soyeon. Report this to the company immediately. If that thing isn't contained, it will destroy the entire area. A blue flame flower that grows by consuming oxygen. Once fully grown, it would scatter seeds in all directions, and those seeds would grow by consuming oxygen. If left unchecked, it would continue until Earth's oxygen was depleted. Kim Gap-dong and Lee Soyeon's eyes widened, and they quickly pulled out their phones to make calls. This is Agent Kim Gap-dong? There's a terrorist attack at the Blue House dash. What? Which faction are you with? I'm telling you, it's a terrorist attack using a blue flower? Yes. Emergency report, emergency report. This is Trainee Lee Soyeon from the Intelligence Department Audit Division. Location, Blue House. It's an anomaly-based terrorist attack. Turning around, raising their voices, and whispering rapidly. Meanwhile, the manager and Yinwoo remained silent. The manager knew that brainwashing would be difficult in this situation, while Yinwoo was contemplating whether to run away. The blue flower that had grown even more in a short time filled one corner of their vision. I've informed the Humanity Management Company faction, so I can leave now. Adat novel bin adat. The goal was achieved. The terrorist attack wasn't his concern. Humanity would face extinction in 15 years anyway. Then I'll be going dash. Yinwoo turned to say goodbye to the manager and saw someone. On the road crowded with people running, someone was walking leisurely, wearing a fluorescent vest like theirs, holding a cylinder filled with blue particles. He stopped when he saw the manager. Manager of the First Response Division? Too bad, you're a step too late. The manager turned to see the man's face. He spoke coldly. Operations Manager of the Special Forces. You've crossed the line. Hey, you were planning to do the same thing, don't act all righteous with me. The man twisted his mouth into a smirk. He pointed his cylinder at the manager's phone. Brainwashing people or killing them, it's the same thing. Let's not fight among ourselves if we're aiming for the same goal. All roads lead to Rome, don't they? It's different. This is something the company won't tolerate. And what if they don't? They don't have the capacity to do anything. And who are they to object? While the manager maintained his composure, the other man's eyes suddenly blazed with anger. His voice was filled with rage and heat. The company has given up on Earth. They could save people, but they chose not to. He slammed the cylinder down like a knife. Kill 7 billion people, and the extreme weather problem is solved. It's not even that hard. Just release a few of the anomalies the company is holding back, and nuclear weapons would look like toys. That's not even worth responding to. Yinwoo took a step back, listening to their conversation. He assessed the situation and gleaned the ideology of the man's faction. The Humanity Extermination Company? Their solution to the climate crisis is to kill humans. It was understandable but hard to agree with, especially since the root cause of the extreme weather hadn't even been identified. Can I really join hands with these factions? The man suddenly calmed down, his emotions swinging to the extreme. If the preservation plan goes ahead, only 5 million will survive. Maybe more if all the groups are combined. But if we kill 7 billion, 1 billion will survive. That's saving more lives. You think we don't know that? Directly taking 7 billion lives. The company would no longer be the Humanity Protection Company. If we do that, the company can never return to what it was. We'll take the blood and bear the responsibility. You, the Humanity Management Company, just need to manage the remaining humans well. Just put your spoon on the table we've set. The manager shook his head firmly, his expression hard. We'll handle things our way. We don't need your help. Really? Haha. So, you plan to obstruct us to the end. You're the one who's obstructing me right now. The man readied to throw the cylinder, while the manager subtly lifted his phone, its pink glow flickering. The man with the fiery eyes and the cool-headed manager stared at each other without blinking, ready to attack at any moment. At that point, Yinwu stepped in. Clearing his throat a few times, he walked over to stand next to the manager. The tension dispersed slightly. Both the manager and the man looked at Yinwu, the outsider. Investigator Li Yinwu. That investigator. The man flinched, gripping the cylinder filled with blue seeds tightly. The cylinder was now aimed at Yinwu. The manager chimed in. He's part of the clock repairman faction. Never heard of it. What kind of faction is it? A faction dedicated to solving the extreme weather problem. How? The man's eyes began to spark again. Yinwu spoke. We plan to use all anomalies and technologies, regardless of whether they belong to the company, hostile groups, or allies, to find a way to combat the extreme weather. The manager and the man's expressions became complex. A mix of shame, regret, and reflection crossed their faces. They both moved their lips slightly before speaking softly. Honest and idealistic. Not bad. Protect humanity from anomalies. The manager and the man had chosen an easier path to achieve this. They decided to manipulate humanity with anomalies to survive the extreme weather, a perversion of their mission, actions that could be defined as hostile. On the other hand, the clock repairmen had not lost sight of the Humanity Protection Company's original mission. They aimed to face the extreme weather head-on, remaining true to their principles. Even if the path was narrow and faint, it couldn't be ignored. Blue flowers grew at the blue house. The sweltering heat blew in with the wind on the road. People, sweating profusely, hurried back and forth. Loud voices echoed. In the midst of the commotion, only the company workers remained silent. Kim Gap-dong and Lee Soyan, who had been eavesdropping, turned pale. The manager and the man stared into the void, lost in thought, then slowly turned their gaze to Li Yinwu. The man, who had loosened his grip on the cylinder, spoke. So what? What are you trying to say? Can we form an alliance or a cooperative relationship? Honestly, it's unlikely with just the clock repairmen. The more people we have, the higher the chance of success. Li Yinwu spoke frankly, saying they needed their help and asking for their strength. His voice was sincere. In truth, the clock repairmen were just a small group of people. His eyes conveyed his emotions directly. The manager dug into his pocket, pulled out a business card, and slipped it into Yinwu's eco bag. If it's something I can help with, I will. I'll talk to the factions too, they'll probably be willing to help. Regardless of the factions, no one would ridicule or ignore the clock repairmen. Thank you. Yinwu bowed his head, opened the eco bag, and looked at the card inside. It read, First Response Division Manager, Intelligence Department. Intelligence Department Manager. He'll be a great help. As he memorized the phone number, a new business card flew in. Another business card landed on top of the one from the response team manager. It read, Operations Manager, Special Forces, Korean Branch. He heard the voice of the man. As long as you don't interfere with us, we'll help. And we'll avoid your area of activity as much as possible. When Yinwu looked at him, he was staring at the blue flowers with eyes where the spark had faded. If you succeed, it's a good thing. A really good thing. He stood at an angle, his expression hard to read. Yinwu silently bowed his head again. The tense atmosphere vanished completely. The manager sighed softly and lifted his phone. Cleanup is going to be busy, those guys will be a hassle too. The company workers turned their heads. From the direction of the main gate, 2 employees of the Anomaly Management Agency were running frantically. Their hands, holding ID cards, were trembling. What happened here? We couldn't stop dash. The employee who had approached looked at the operations manager's hand. The blue seed was sealed in the cylinder. At that moment, the company workers' minds became one. We can't let these government agency guys catch us in a weak spot. The road ahead was long. The Anomaly Management Agency, a government organization, would be troublesome if they got involved. Yinwu spoke first. We are all company workers. Unfortunately, we couldn't prevent the terrorist attack, but we stopped additional attacks. This special forces member seized the anomaly from the terrorists. At the same time, the manager pointed his phone at them. As a soft pink light flickered, their eyes became cloudy. The manager echoed Yinwu's words. This is the current situation. An apocalyptic extremist stole the company's blue flowers. The company tried to handle it, preventing further attacks. The company is also doing its best to manage the aftermath of the attack. Is that so? They stood blankly, their voices dull. When the manager put away his phone, their eyes began to focus again. They blinked a few times, then glared at the blooming blue flowers. Their eyes and voices filled with rising anger. Apocalyptic extremists? Doing this in our country. If it were an apocalyptic extremist, they could certainly do such a thing. They wished for the world to end. Ding ding ding. At that moment, both their phones started ringing. It was a call from the Anomaly Management Agency. Seeing the screen, the faces of the agency employees instantly turned pale. In a hurry, they took the call and began speaking while bowing their heads. They repeated exactly what Li Yinwu and the manager had told them. Yes. The company prevented additional attacks. They are now doing their best to manage the situation. We haven't confirmed any survivors yet. Yes, we'll help the company with the cleanup. The two, sweating nervously, ended the call and stared blankly at the manager and the blue flower. What do we do now? How do we stop that? A special helicopter loaded with a substance to kill the blue flower. The manager's voice cut off mid-sentence. He couldn't take his eyes off the blue flower. The flower was in full bloom. An anomaly made of blue flames had blossomed. The roaring sound of the flames consuming oxygen was no longer heard. The blue petals quietly fluttered, burning dust, leaves, and construction materials. Amid the black smoke scattered like pollen, blue particles occasionally soared like a cluster of stars. Seeds scattered everywhere, carried by the wind. So soon. The manager's eyes widened. The blue flower was undoubtedly reproducing, growing faster than expected. The operations manager glanced at the manager as if it were obvious. They worked hard to improve it. Like the electric snake used in tasers, to make it a weapon. Damn apocalyptic extremists, how did they know and steal it? The blue flower seeds spread everywhere. It was a somewhat dreamlike sight, but the result was horrific. Seeds landed all over the blue house. Around the road where they stood, the seeds consumed oxygen, sprouted, grew blue stems, and formed buds. Dash. Fire. Put it out. People reacted quickly. They stopped running, stomped on the seeds with their shoes, and hit the blue seeds with their jackets. Someone came out with a fire extinguisher and sprayed white powder. Small buds that hadn't grown yet were extinguished. But where eyes couldn't see, the blue flower continued to grow. Once all the flowers fully bloomed, they would scatter seeds again. Those seeds would become flowers and bloom again. If this continues, downtown Seoul. The manager's eyebrows twitched with a blue tint. As the first response division manager, he could predict the time it would take for the company to respond, the speed at which the blue flower reproduced, the scale of damage and casualties in the meantime. The manager began pacing in place. The company alone won't be enough. What needs to be done now? Hey, Anomaly Management Agency. Yes. The employee, who had been stomping on nearby seeds, quickly looked up. The manager pointed alternately at them and the blue house. Evacuate the area and contact the fire department to prevent the seeds from spreading. The company could also mobilize government agencies, but requests from the National Anomaly Management Agency were more effective. The employee, dialing a number, paused and looked at the manager. Evacuation orders and emergency alerts have probably already been issued. Tell us how to deal with those flowers. Fire. In the end, it's fire. Buds and seeds could be killed by dousing them with water and cutting off oxygen. But that also took time. The issue was how much the flowers would spread before they started responding. We need to deal with the seeds immediately. The manager looked at the blue flowers sprouting everywhere. The flowers were multiplying exponentially. They had to respond on the spot. Killing one seed now would greatly reduce the damage. The manager, holding a hypnosis app, approached the people around. A woman in a business suit, busy moving, had the app thrust in her face the moment she saw the manager. Find a fire extinguisher, walk around, and deal with the blue flames. Yes. After hypnotizing a few more people around him, the manager looked back at the company worker. I'll stay here and hold them off as much as possible. You all go back. We've achieved our goal. I won't stop you. It was the operations manager holding the cylinder. The manager frowned once but didn't argue further. The operations manager walked away leisurely, gradually distancing himself. Lee Yun-woo also slung the eco bag over his shoulder. He tapped the two intelligence department agents. Let's go. Oh, yes, we should go. Kim Gap-dong and Lee Soyeon staggered with faces drained of life. They had realized the anomaly and the preservation plan while eavesdropping on the conversation. They walked silently towards the blue house's main gate. They exited the main gate and entered the bustling city streets. The streets were crowded with people. Some were taking pictures of the blue house with their phones, others were fleeing, and police officers were shouting for people to evacuate. And the blue seeds that had landed on the street, carried by the wind. What is this? It's pretty. Shouldn't we put it out? Let's just take a picture. People gathered around the seeds that grew by consuming oxygen, aiming their phones at them. Even when the police tried to evacuate them, people wouldn't leave. Yun-woo suddenly stopped walking. Kim Gap-dong and Lee Soyeon, who had been walking in a daze following Yun-woo, stopped a few steps later. Yun-woo was looking up at a utility pole. Mr. Kim Gap-dong, did you bring the taser gun? Oh, yes. I brought it. Can you deal with the blue flower using the electric snake? Well, slowly, expression returned to Kim Gap-dong's dazed face. It might be possible. But if it consumes too much electricity, it might go out of control. It could cause more trouble. Kim Gap-dong stopped talking at novel bin at. The blue house was in ruins, and the road was a mess. The disaster was already severe. And they were talking about the end of the world. Compared to that, everything else seemed trivial. Kim Gap-dong let out a helpless laugh. Fine, whatever. Let's give it a shot. How much worse could it get now? I'll do it, senior. Lee Soyeon hurriedly opened Kim Gap-dong's bag and took out her taser gun. Before he could say anything, she aimed the taser gun at the power lines hanging in the sky. My snake is obedient. It listens well and is friendly with me. Click. The trigger was pulled, and a blue lightning bolt shot out. The blue snake coiled around the power lines. The snake paused for a moment, then lifted its head and looked down at Lee Soyeon. Its eyes, which appeared as round voids, seemed to ask if it could really consume this. Lee Soyeon nodded. Eat up, then grow big and take care of these flowers. The snake turned its head to look at the blue flowers blooming everywhere. Then it plunged its head into the utility pole and began absorbing electricity. A flashing light. Blue lightning gathered on the ground. The blue light grew increasingly intense. Yinwu shielded his eyes with one hand and made a confused expression. I meant to ask if it could handle the blue flowers blocking our escape route. But if they could deal with the flowers here, that wasn't bad either. Yinwu squinted at the blue lightning snake through the dazzling light. The snake, rapidly growing as it consumed electricity, wrapped around all the utility poles on the street. The lightning snake grew rapidly. It coiled around a whole area following the utility poles, and the unceasing flashes of lightning turned the entire world blue. The snake raised its head toward the sky and opened its mouth wide. There was no roar, but it felt as if lightning was surging upward. The lightning took on the shape of a dragon. Under the blue light, people looked up with their mouths open. Though their eyes hurt from the flashing lightning, they couldn't take their eyes off it. Wow! A low exclamation escaped. The police forgot their duties, the fleeing people stopped in their tracks, and those with camera apps instinctively raised their phones. Everyone was half out of their minds at the sight of the huge anomaly. Even the company workers. Was the lightning snake always this powerful? Kim Gapdong trembled as he slowly took the bag off his shoulder and held it in his hand. The bag contained his taser gun and the lightning snake he managed. Of course, he knew the risks from reading and hearing about them. There had been cases of the lightning snake taking over power plants. This one wasn't as bad, but feeling it firsthand was a whole new level of fear. The flashing lightning and the massive body covered the narrow, rectangular sky between buildings. Li Yinwu also backed away from the bag as if it were an explosive. Cold sweat trickled down. He looked at Li Soyan. Can she control that? Li Soyan, with her eyes shining in the lightning, raised her fist. It's enough. Now deal with the flowers. As Yinwu and Kim Gapdong sent tense glances, the now monster-like lightning snake flicked its forked tongue a few times. The snake, larger than most buildings, tilted its head and looked down the street. People were staring up, stunned. The humans who fed it, housed it, played with it. And the blue flowers, which felt similar to it but seemed unappetizing. Didn't you hear me, friend? If it goes out of control. Meanwhile, the company workers' faces turned bluer than the lightning. If that thing went wild and rode the power lines to the transmission towers or power plants. They looked at the snake with narrowed pupils. After hesitating for a moment, the snake fortunately began to move slowly. Crackle crackle. Its body, now closer to plasma than lightning, wriggled after consuming so much electricity. Then it became lightning and began to roam the city. The blue lightning dashed across the sky. Boom dash. Lightning branched out from its body and struck down small seeds or buds, killing them. The fully bloomed flowers were strangled and then bitten off. It all happened in an instant. In the aftermath of the flash, only the smell of burning, power outages in buildings, charred trees, and stunned people remained. Rumble dash. The snake circled around the blue house several times and finally flew into it, leaving the street quiet. Someone muttered with a dazed look. What the? A reality so strange. Blue flame-like flowers flying around and a lightning dragon roaming the sky. It felt like a dream, or maybe an event. But it didn't take long for people to realize it was real. Excited people started talking about the lightning snake captured on their cameras, chatting with family or friends, and posting on social media. Li Soyan, as excited as anyone, shouted with a flushed face. See? I told you my snake is really good. Meanwhile, Kim Gapdong's face turned pale. He looked around the street with a clear mind. How do we handle this? The blue flowers were already a headache, and there were countless witnesses to the lightning snake. And this was Seoul. People here would scatter everywhere. There were too many to track individually. Li Yinwu looked at the sky for a moment. Should we handle it? Maybe not. The Earth would be destroyed within 15 years, and the company would escape the planet. Would they bother with such matters? The secrecy might be broken. It'll be a mess. They foresaw the future through experience, intuition, and history. The company focused on the human preservation plan. The opposing factions were in civil war. The hostile groups were busy finding their own ways to survive, while the ignorant riffraff roamed freely. Even now, it was like this. What if anomalies were revealed? Ordinary people would react as diversely as they did now. Anomalous religions, anomaly rights protection associations, anomalous states, anomaly fan clubs, anomaly politics. Even those removed by the company were like this. It's ruined. It'll all come back. No, it's a doomed Earth anyway. Kim Gapdong slumped. Li Yinwu turned around. He spoke. This isn't something we can handle. We need to do what we have to do. That's right. Yinwu, what's with the repairman and the abnormal climate? I have a guess, but please explain. Oh, that. Amid the bustling crowd, wearing fluorescent vests, they chased the lightning snake to the blue house while talking. People didn't pay attention to them, the very ones who had shot the lightning snake. Though they had blocked the blue flower, the world was now one step closer to ruin. The company workers naturally disappeared from the streets. Dash. Dash. The blue lightning snake dealt with the blue flower. After a while, the lightning snake shrank back to the size that fit into the taser gun. Li Soyan received a scout offer from the Anomaly Research Society, praising her for training the blue snake so well and suggesting she put that ability to use. Of course, Li Soyan declined. It wasn't cool, she said. Instead, Li Soyan joined the clock repairman Korean branch. Kim Gapdong did too. Here's the beer. At a bar, Lee Yinwoo, Lee Soyan, and Kim Gap-dong sat at a table, munching on puffed rice snacks, holding cold beer glasses. Cheers. The beer glasses clinked in the middle of the table. After a few gulps, Kim Gap-dong looked around the noisy bar. Is this real? I mean, what the? Check WeTube. It's crazy. People talked loudly, while a TV broadcasted the recent blue flower and blue snake incident. The news anchor, with the giant blue flower and the raised snake in the background, spoke clearly. The cause of the disaster at the Blue House remains unknown. We don't know what those things are. Damn. They've given up on secrecy now. It wasn't officially announced, but the people from their world didn't step up to inform either. They just didn't stop the natural spread of the information. Despite the chaos on social media and the internet, the existence of anomalies was spreading rapidly, much faster than the blue flower's proliferation. Kim Gap-dong lifted his beer glass and began to drink heavily. The remaining beer disappeared entirely. Bang! He slammed the glass down roughly, letting out a hollow laugh. The company really gave up. After hearing from Yinwoo, denying, despairing, and being angry for days, Kim Gap-dong finally accepted reality. On the other hand, Lee Soyan never lost her enthusiasm from the start. Clenching her fist, she spoke confidently at novel bin at. Then we should do it. We're part of the clock repairmen now. Do you think it's possible? Kim Gap-dong fiddled with the beer glass handle, filled with doubt. If one faction could do it, the company would have done it already. It's better than doing nothing, though. Other factions are responding in their own ways, so there is hope. Lee Yinwoo, tapping on his phone, looked up and spoke to them. Encouraging new colleagues wasn't hard. There's just under 15 years left. It's possible. Right. Even if it's not, we'll make it possible. That's right. Let's stay strong. They grabbed their beer glasses to toast again, but Kim Gap-dong noticed his glass was empty. He pressed the bell to call the waiter. Yeah, let's think positively. We have plenty of time. We can stop it. A bottle of soju, please. The waiter soon brought 3 soju glasses and a bottle of soju. Kim Gap-dong took the bottle, opened it, and filled the glasses. Let's stop talking about depressing stuff and drink. No, I wanted to talk about what we should do as clock repairmen today. What is there to talk about? We'll live reasonably, and if we find something useful to deal with the abnormal climate, we use it. Whether it's an anomaly or a person. Cheers. They clinked glasses several times like that. Before any snacks arrived, they had already finished several bottles. They continued to eat and drink at the table for quite some time. Maybe because he was frustrated, Kim Gap-dong drank glass after glass until he was completely drunk. Lee Soyan and Lee Yinwoo looked at each other. It seems like it's time to go. He's really drunk. Kim Gap-dong, with unfocused eyes, waved his hand. His hand flopped weakly. I'll pay. Move aside. Move aside. Senior, you were saving money to start a chicken restaurant. I broke my savings. What good is a chicken restaurant? This damn company. I can't even quit. Suddenly, he stood up and staggered toward the cashier. Lee Soyan and Lee Yinwoo didn't stop him. Instead, they slowly prepared to leave. After gathering their belongings, the two left the bar first. The night breeze was cool. They glanced back at the bar for a moment, then Lee Soyan pulled out her phone, searched for something, and showed it to Lee Yinwoo. Do you remember Park Sang-joon? Who was that? After thinking for a while, he remembered. The person who passed the human qualification exam. The one who couldn't endure the new employee training and left. The one who attempted suicide at Gwaebike Mountain, where the fog monster appeared. Oh, that guy. He's become really famous lately. Lee Soyan tilted her phone. Yinwoo saw it was a video site. He vaguely remembered Park Sang-joon, whose face was now in a typical thumbnail. The title and caption were overlaid with pictures of the blue flower and the blue snake. Lee Soyan clicked a few times to enter Park Sang-joon's channel, showing a list of videos he had posted. Some familiar titles caught their eyes. Shock. A monster lives in Gwaebike Mountain? Gwaebike Mountain, designated as a protected area, is the government raising a monster. The secret of the Cheonghae port incident? Unbelievable investigation results. What is the government hiding? The reason for silence despite a murder in an apartment. In addition to those, there were many conspiracy theories, mysteries, and horror videos, with impressive view counts. Wow. Yinwoo was genuinely impressed. He gave up on the civil service exam and found a way to make a living. The timing was perfect. If the company had been operating normally, it would have censored everything. Swoosh. The forecast of a record-breaking typhoon had come true, with rain and wind fiercely battering the windows. The torrential rain and strong winds were so terrifying that the company had advised employees not to come to work. The sound of raindrops hitting the windows sounded like frying chicken, and the windows rattled violently. Is this also an anomaly? Lying in bed, Lee Yinwoo turned his head to look at the window and then fiddled with his phone. Does this accident make sense? A juvenile offender? An oil tanker? A gas truck? A gas pipe explosion? Common sense says. He watched exaggerated and speculative videos by Park Sang-joon, looked up the aftermath of the Blue House incident, played mobile games, and chatted with various people as a clock repairman. Thus, the afternoon arrived without him having done much. Ding dash. A text message arrived. The sender was the First Response Division manager, a reply to a request Yinwoo had made a few days ago. It's here. Feeling hungry and wondering what to eat, Yinwoo quickly sat up. When he opened the message, a long thread of text scrolled down. Their previous conversation. Li Yinwo, are these things possible? First Response Division Manager, it's not a difficult task, but we're busy dealing with the Blue Flower terrorism right now. We managed to frame it as an apocalyptic extremist act, but maintaining secrecy is the issue. Li Yinwo, it's okay to take your time. But what's happening with the internet chaos? First Response Division Manager, we're mostly giving up on secrecy and taking a hands-off approach. He had received direct information about the terrorism results and secrecy maintenance over the past few days. First Response Division Manager, they're taking this opportunity to move the equipment used for information control to the resettlement area. First Response Division Manager, only the equipment used to block informational life forms and cultural disasters will remain. Even information an investigator wouldn't know. I've read all this already. Flick, flick. His thumb scrolled up the screen. As the screen moved, the most recent message filled the display. First Response Division Manager, here's what you asked for. I don't know what you plan to do, but be careful. Yinwo carefully scrolled down, ensuring he didn't accidentally press anything else. There was a spam message he had seen before. Summon a doppelganger to take your place during your unpleasant moments. Just click the link, and a doppelganger will be summoned to endure your suffering for you. Link, 666.13.666. The method to summon the Demon of Sloth. Yinwo stared intently at the link, forgetting his hunger. The Demon of Sloth wasn't his goal. The one who would come looking when it was summoned was. If I summon this, a demon worshipper will detect it and come. A means to contact a demon worshipper. A somewhat dangerous method. Yinwo stood up and began pacing the room. He stepped on the blanket that had fallen off the bed, opened and closed the window that was shaking in the storm, grabbed the emergency escape device attached to the side, and climbed up and down the loft stairs by the entrance. Will I be able to communicate with a demon worshipper? Is it okay to summon the Demon of Sloth? He had thought it through, but when it came time to act, worry began to creep in. The Demon of Sloth. If it's left summoned for 13 days, I'll be transported to hell. Then, the Demon of Sloth will take my place and live as me. So, I have to kill the Demon of Sloth within 13 days. The Demon of Sloth itself wasn't the main issue. Even if he fell into the dimension called hell, there was a chance to escape. He had the dice. The same applied to the Demon of Sloth. With a priest's gun, handling it wouldn't be difficult. Yinwo stopped walking in the middle of the first floor. Standing in front of a round plastic table, he muttered quietly, "Let's do it. It would be good to form an alliance with a demon worshipper." He needed information about the demon self-governing region. If it was a livable place, becoming a demon worshipper could be a viable path. Stomp, stomp. Li Yinwo packed the homemade pistol into his eco bag and took several deep breaths. Okay, let's summon it. He slowly moved his thumb over the link and pressed it hard enough to turn his nail white. The result was immediate. Swoosh. A gray stream shot up from the screen. The gray clay formed a parabola and then took on the shape of a mannequin, soon molding itself into the exact likeness of Yinwo. Scramble. Yinwo quickly ran to the front door, aiming the gun at the gray clay figure. He aimed at the broad torso since he wasn't confident about hitting the head. In that moment, the gray clay mannequin gained color and breath. The gray turned to Yinwo's skin tone, and he heard a deep exhale. It looked at Yinwo with the same appearance. For a brief moment, its gaze passed over the gun. It raised its hands as if in surrender. I have no intention of resisting. Surrender. But the real Yinwo's eyebrows twitched. Cold sweat formed on his forehead, soaking into his greasy hair. The same face as his. The same memories. The same way of thinking. Yinwo realized he had made a huge mistake. That's me. I wouldn't just die quietly. The thought was simple if he reversed it. If Yinwo were the Demon of Sloth, he would kill the original. To live as Yinwo on Earth. I have to kill it. Right now, their eyes met simultaneously. The same gaze, the same thoughts. They both realized they were thinking the same thing. The thought of killing each other. Rumble. Thunder crashed. Moments later, lightning flashed, and the windows, already rattling from the fierce wind, shattered. Rainwater seeped into the room, the wind swirling in the studio apartment. As Yinwo's finger tightened on the trigger, the fake Yinwo spoke. If you kill me now, you won't achieve your goal. If you kill me right away, the demon worshippers won't detect it. I don't need you. The more the Demon of Sloth spoke, the more intense the desire to kill grew. The same was true for the demon. You have the dice, don't you? There's no need to go this far dash. Would I take that risk? When I have a sure thing with a gun. Right. I wouldn't either. There was no need to listen. This conversation was ultimately about killing each other. Yinwo knew because it was himself. Yinwo pulled the trigger. Bang dash. The fake Yinwo immediately threw itself to the side. It acted the moment Yinwo decided to shoot. Swish. The bullet grazed its forearm and passed through the broken window, disappearing into the rain. Yinwo hurriedly moved from the front door to the living room but then stopped. Where did it go? The loft. The fake Yinwo had vanished from sight. Instead, he heard footsteps rushing up the stairs to the loft. The fake Yinwo, now in the loft, spoke. You've never fired a gun, right? You haven't even practiced. Why not roll the dice instead? I'd never roll it. There was no point in listening. The dice was a last resort. Telling him to roll it meant the Demon of Sloth was desperate enough to rely on the dice gamble. I have the advantage. At novel bin at. Even with the same body, Yinwo had a gun. But he couldn't rely on the gun alone. After all, the enemy was himself. Yinwu thought for a moment, then reached for his phone and pressed the switch for the fluorescent light on the ceiling of the studio. The loft had a high ceiling. The white light came on, requiring a ladder to change the bulb. Yinwu lowered his eyes slightly to see the shadows. The loft was above the front door, so he could see the shadow cast from the loft railing. A rectangular shadow protruded in front of the entrance. A box? Stuff stored in the loft. Boxes filled with various books, useful items for everyday life, and clothes for different seasons that were too precious to throw away. He plans to drop it the moment I come in. Thud. Yinwu deliberately made loud footsteps. The sound of his soles sticking and unsticking from the damp floor. He bent down and poked his head in first. Thud. The fake Yinwu, watching from the loft railing, dropped the box as soon as he saw the top of Yinwu's head. The shadow of the box grew larger and darker, and Yinwu quickly straightened up and stepped back. Thud dash. The heavy box narrowly missed his face and hit the floor. It landed just a step away. It wasn't just one box. Thud dash, thud dash, thud dash. 6 boxes fell, piling up haphazardly and blocking the entrance. Faint footsteps could be heard stealthily descending the stairs. Is he planning to attack while I clear the boxes? Yinwu turned on his phone screen. You're the one who's trapped. He made a call. The recipient answered immediately. Hey, rookie. What's up? Captain, I just summoned a demon of sloth. I need backup. Why the hell did you summon it? And why do you need backup? If you just summoned it, nothing should have happened yet. The demon of sloth doesn't pose a threat to the summoner. It mimics the summoner's actions and follows their daily routine. But Yinwu was different. He had summoned it with the intention to kill it from the start, and Yinwu had no intention of dying. We're trying to kill each other right now. What? What did you do? Rookie, just hang on. The typhoon's causing delays. You're coming soon? Got it. He ended the call with that lie to pressure his opponent. Yinwu looked at the gap between the entrance and the boxes. The white light was seeping through the gap. The fake Yinwu, having come down from the loft during the call, was now sneaking around the living room, gathering Yinwu's belongings. Car keys, wallet, ID, eco bag, emergency escape kit. Then he moved towards the emergency escape device by the broken window. If there's a fire, you lower the rope to escape to the ground. Yinwu's eyes widened. He plans to escape. If he got away, it would be dangerous. If that thing stayed summoned for 13 days, Yinwu would end up in hell. Yinwu kicked the boxes away. Crash, the boxes tumbled down. The fake Yinwu immediately turned, holding the rope and hook from the emergency escape kit. Wait, let's talk dash. There was no need for conversation. Bang 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 bang. Yinwu pulled the trigger repeatedly. The thunderous gunshots and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the room. The fake Yinwu blinked, then slowly looked down at his torso. 3 holes. Blood slowly spread. The fake Yinwu sighed. I didn't want to die like this. Swoosh. The fake Yinwu crumbled into gray clay. The clay lost its texture, spreading like paint. Raindrops pelted the clay until it eventually evaporated and disappeared. All that remained in the studio was the shattered window, glass shards, and rainwater soaking the floor. Really? Yinwu leaned against the wall by the entrance and let out a long sigh. His legs gave way, and he sank to the floor. Only then did his hands begin to tremble. I was so stupid. There was no shock from killing something that looked exactly like him or seeing something that looked like him die. But the thought that he could have died, that it was a danger he had brought upon himself, made him feel dizzy. Slap, slap. Yinwu slapped his cheeks a few times. Then he got up and started cleaning up. I should never do something this dangerous again. The cleanup was a hassle, but it was finally done. Even during the typhoon, the police arrived in response to the gunfire report, and the team leader, who had been delayed getting holy water, arrived at the same time, helping Yinwu avoid an investigation. Replacing the broken window and cleaning the rain-soaked apartment after the typhoon had passed wasn't too difficult. After the storm had passed, at the office of the Anomaly investigation team, Yinwu stood before the team leader, wearing an awkward smile. The team leader's gaze was sharp. Why on earth did you summon it? Well, I wanted to test if a doppelganger could be used for investigative work. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. A convenient excuse. He couldn't admit that he had summoned it to contact demon worshippers. Fortunately, the team leader didn't seem suspicious. He sighed deeply and leaned back in his chair. His voice sounded resigned. Rookie, rookie. He remembered summoning the demon of absurdity himself in the past to deal with a tricky case, and he thought Yinwu must have been through a lot of incidents to resort to using the demon of sloth. The team leader tapped the desk and looked up at Yinwu. Well, it happens. Investigators don't get much equipment support. Sometimes we have to gather our own gear. At novel bin at. His words showed a bit of leniency, and Yinwu's awkward smile turned more genuine. But suddenly, the team leader slammed the desk. The impact was so strong that the monitor shook. But still, you can't summon an anomaly recklessly? You should have done it in front of us at least. And where did you get that Goldberg Club gun? Oh, that? I stole it. What? The team leader, who had been angry, now looked bewildered. Ugu, who had been watching nearby, wore the same expression. They looked like they couldn't believe their ears. Yinwu quickly reached into his eco bag and pulled out the homemade pistol. The dark homemade gun was revealed in the office. Before the team leader and Jiyu could react, Yinwu placed the gun on the team leader's desk. Then he handed another gun to Jiyu. I stole quite a few, team leader and senior Jiyu, please take one each. Isn't a gun better than tools or knives? Are you seriously giving this to me? Wait. Jiyu, don't touch it. Jiyu, who had been about to grab the gun with sparkling eyes, stopped. She looked at the team leader. The team leader examined the gun with a serious look, even more serious than when he had questioned Yinwu about summoning the demon. So, did you join the Goldberg Club? Is this a bribe? He asked in a heavy voice. He knew the Goldberg Club well and their methods. This might look like a gun but could be something like a gold bar. But Yinwu shook his hands vigorously. You know what happened during my interrogation. I really stole these. How? It's not just one or two. The suspicion persisted. Yinwu scratched his head. The report on what happened during the time freeze had bypassed the team leader and went straight to the higher UPS. The documents were classified, and the team leader couldn't see them. It's classified, but... Do you remember the lecture I went to last time? The lecture on anomalous time. For some reason, time stopped during that lecture. The dice resisted, so I could move. And then, the team leader asked, scrutinizing Yinwu closely. Yinwu grinned. The Goldberg Club's firearms workshop was nearby. I went in and took everything I could. Well, the day has come when those bastards get robbed. The team leader, briefly impressed, quickly grabbed the gun. As Jiyu silently pushed her chair back, the team leader expertly disassembled the gun. His hands moved swiftly, removing the magazine and making the gun parts fall apart. Never do anything this dangerous again. Yinwu was slightly startled as he watched the team leader mutter. It's really brand new. The gun parts gleamed without a scratch. Have you used one? A few times. Took one off a thug during work and kept a few secretly. Really? The team leader lowered one hand and opened a drawer with a clatter. After rummaging around, he pulled out a dust-covered pistol. The same model. Rookie, I've got one too. I've used up all the bullets, though. Anyway, thanks. As for the report, don't bother. We'll keep this between us. Yinwu gave a small nod. Then he pulled a black plastic bag full of bullets out of his eco bag and placed it discreetly on the team leader's desk. The bullets rattled. The team leader, now completely free of suspicion, smiled contentedly. You stole the bullets too? Good job. Plenty to go around. Leader, can you teach me how to maintain and shoot this gun? Of course. Jiyu, come here too. Since we have these, we should know how to use them. Under the team leader's guidance, they learned how to maintain the guns and the basics of shooting. You don't always have to shoot. Just showing the gun can be enough to threaten someone. Practice like this isn't enough. Go to a shooting range and practice with other guns. That's the most effective. If you're going to shoot, make sure to do it properly. Don't even think about sniping. Just unload from a reasonable distance. Even one hit will be enough. If the other guy has a gun, I don't know. Anyway, I'm not a special forces guy either. After a considerable time learning. Ding dash. A cheerful alarm sounded from the team leader's computer, signaling the arrival of a document. The team leader, who had been speaking seriously, turned to look at the monitor, his brow slightly furrowed. What are these bastards up to now? Yinwu and Jiyu, still handling the guns, waited for the team leader's words. Click, click. A few mouse clicks and scrolls of the wheel. The team leader examined the monitor puzzledly, then looked up at Yinwu. Rookie, we've got a support request. For me. Yes, specifically asking for you. Yinwu felt a sudden sense of foreboding. The team leader gestured for him to come over and look at the screen. Hesitantly, Yinwu moved to the team leader's side and looked at the monitor. Request for investigator support. Ko researcher at the Korean Folklore Research Institute. We urgently need investigator Lee Yinwu for our research activities. Please support us. The future of humanity depends on this research. The location is a deserted mountain lodge in Myorogol. Please come. This guy didn't even bother to write a proper request. You can ignore it, rookie. No, I'll go. It's not mandatory. But Yinwu, fixating on the phrase future of humanity, slowly nodded. It seems like research related to the abnormal climate. It's worth investigating. And this researcher felt different from the Humanity Management Company or the Humanity Extermination Company. He wasn't sure if it was a different faction, but as a clock repairman, it seemed worth contacting them. All right, if you're willing to go. The team leader, wearing a reluctant expression, sent a reply to the support request. Yinwu, take care. Be well prepared. I feel like another strange incident is going to happen. Well, you have a gun, so you should be fine, I guess. And so, Yinwu's business trip was decided. Vroom. Yinwu's used compact car drove along the winding mountain road. The destination was a deserted mountain lodge in Myorogol, where the researcher Ko awaited his support. Glancing at his navigation app, Yinwu recalled the information he had researched beforehand. Myorogol. The deserted mountain lodge. Myorogol got its name because of a large rock carved like a human head that had been there for ages. The deserted mountain lodge was located in a peaceful mountain valley, named to encourage visitors to enjoy the solitude and comfort of being away from people. I couldn't find any folklore related to this area. I wonder what the Korean Folklore Research Institute is studying here. While pondering, Yinwu arrived at his destination. The navigation app chimed to announce his arrival. You have arrived at your destination. Yinwu parked the car in the lot, gathered his phone and eco bag, and stepped out. Standing on the gravel-covered parking lot, he looked around. Nice place. The small lodge was situated in a quiet mountain valley with no signs of civilization. The air was fresh and clear, and there was no hint of the city's noise, just serene silence. The green trees and the clear, high sky. It felt like a place to relax, not work. Maybe I should suggest a trip here with the investigation team later. After a moment of enjoying the scenery, Yinwu approached the lodge. Near the lodge, a man with thinning hair was holding a broom, looking at a drain. Hearing Yinwu's footsteps, he looked up. Oh, what brings you here? The lodge is fully booked right now. I'm with someone inside. I was informed. Please, come in. Yinwu nodded politely and walked past the lodge owner. The lodge owner watched Yinwu's back for a moment before starting to sweep the path again. Leaves and branches blown by the typhoon were being cleared away. Swish swish. As he swept, the lodge owner muttered in rhythm with the broom. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads. Need more heads. The lodge was a 2-story building. On the first floor, there was the owner's room, a small convenience store, and a storage room. The second floor had 4 rooms. Li Yinwu went straight up to the second floor via the stairs. He never stopped walking because finding researcher Suppression's room was not difficult. I'm so sleepy. At novel bin at. A man who looked like a graduate student to anyone. The man, with a haggard complexion, hugged a bunch of experimental tools like flasks and cylinders and staggered into a room. The door opened and closed roughly. That must be it. Yinwu stood in front of the room the man had entered and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Who is it? A tired voice responded from beyond the door, a voice mixed with curiosity. Yinwu answered. Is Mr. Suppression in? He called for me. Did I find the wrong room? No, you've come to the right place. Just a moment. He sensed someone moving busily behind the door. The sound of hurried footsteps and a middle-aged voice scolding the graduate student-like man. I told you someone was coming. How can you forget so easily? How do you conduct research with such a memory? Oh, right. I keep forgetting. The voices grew clearer as they approached the door. Then, the door opened. A man, somewhere between middle-aged and elderly, greeted Yinwu with a wide smile. Mr. Li Yinwu. Yes. I came because you requested support. Are you researcher Suppression? Yes, that's me. Thank you so much for coming. Your assistance is crucial for our research. An excessive welcome. Yinwu, harboring some wariness, scrutinized Suppression from head to toe once more. Hair beginning to gray, horn-rimmed glasses, an intellectual face. Neither thin nor fat. He doesn't look dangerous at first glance. Suppression gestured inside the room. Don't just stand there. Please come in. I'll explain everything. All right. Yinwu entered the room. Suppression walked ahead, smiling kindly. We have rented all the rooms in this lodge for long-term use. This room is our temporary lab. That's quite thorough. Yinwu quickly scanned the surroundings with his eyes. Beyond the entrance was a spacious living room filled with various desks and complex tools resembling those in a chemistry lab. There were 3 computers set up. The graduate student-like man was typing on a keyboard in front of a computer, while a woman who seemed similar to him was working with some experimental tools. That graduate student, no, assistant researcher is Choi Hyun-sang, and the female assistant over there is Gong Yuna. They are good helpers for my research. Despite being mentioned, they remained hunched over, focused on their work. Suppression, as if not needing to worry about them, led Yinwu to an inner room. A small room attached next to the bathroom. This is where I sleep. Haha, I didn't prepare a separate room to receive guests. That's fine. The small room had a single bed and a round table near the window. Suppression sat in the chair in front of the table and gestured to the chair across from him. Sit down. I don't have anything to offer you to drink. No need. I'm not thirsty. Oh, that's good. That's great. More importantly, can you explain why you called for me? After pulling out the chair and sitting down, Yinwu watched as Suppression turned to grab a few documents haphazardly lying on the bed and placed them on the table. I've heard about you, Mr. Li Yinwu. They say you bring anomalies and accidents. Personally, I think it's just superstition. Does it have anything to do with that? I'm willing to believe even in that superstition. Look at these documents. Suppression slid a sheet of paper over. Glancing down, Yinwu saw it was some investigation into ancient documents. Instances of anomalies in Myoragul found in literature. Based on these records, it is presumed that an abnormal phenomenon known as hair loss rain occurs irregularly in Myoragul. It is estimated that this hair loss rain occurs every few years, or every few hundred years at the longest. We don't know when it will happen. Yinwu was called here in the desperate hope that the rain might fall if he came. Being treated like a totem, Yinwu frowned slightly. Is hair loss all there is? Then what about the talk about the future of humanity? That was the only reason he came, but hair loss inducing rain? At best, it sounded like some enhanced form of acid rain. There was no real reason to have come all this way. Suppression slyly brushed his hair back. Isn't hair loss the enemy of humanity? If we can analyze this anomaly, we might be able to combat hair loss. It's certainly a cause worth pursuing. Yinwu sighed softly. His enthusiasm had completely vanished. He thought about just taking it easy at the lodge for a while. Then how long should I stay? If it's not urgent, I'd like to return to my duties as an investigator soon. Let's see. Chuseok 1 is coming up. Please stay with us until the end of the Chuseok holidays. Yinwu frowned sharply at that. Staying here for the entire Chuseok holiday? It was his first holiday since getting employed, and he had planned to go back home. However, Co Pyeonho's next words made Yunwoo's expression relax. I'll give you a generous travel allowance. I'm thinking of starting with 10 million won. Is that enough? No, that's plenty. What should I do? Just stay here. The holiday would only be about 4 days. If he could spend that time at the lodge and get 10 million won, that was irresistible. A smile spread across his face. Instead of going home, I can just give my parents a generous gift. As Yunwoo smiled broadly, Co Pyeonho laughed as well. He nodded lightly. Yes, just being here is enough. Understood. If there's anything you need, just let me know. If we need more help, I'll ask. For now, you can unpack and rest. Yunwoo lightly stood up and opened the door to leave, then turned around. His gaze met Co Pyeonho's, who had been watching him. Co Pyeonho tilted his head. Is something wrong? Is the travel allowance not enough? No, I just wanted to know which room I should use. Use any empty room. The assistants are using one room, so just avoid that one. Out of the 4 rooms, one was an experimental lab and Co Pyeonho's room, another was the assistant's room. He could choose one of the remaining 2 rooms. Yunwoo left the room with a spring in his step. Co Pyeonho watched the door close behind him and twisted his lips into a smile. Easy. We'll get good results. Dash. A night passed. In the late morning, Yunwoo woke up late, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he stepped out into the lodge's front yard. Under the cloudy sky, the green lawn stretched out. Sitting on a wooden bench, Yunwoo turned on his phone and called his mother. Hello. Why are you calling at this hour? I'm not coming down for Chuseok. I wanted to, but I have to work. He heard his mother grumbling on the other end. What kind of company makes you work during the holidays? They pay a lot of money. Making money isn't easy. I don't understand why they pay you so much. It must be dangerous work. Her sharp intuition made Yunwoo break out in a slight cold sweat. It's a little dangerous, but not that much. I have to go. Bye. Yunwoo deliberately made busy noises. He stood up, stomped his feet loudly, and tapped the wooden bench. Yunwoo immediately hung up. It was still difficult to explain what kind of work he did. Taking a deep breath, Yunwoo suddenly saw someone. I'm so tired. It was assistant researcher Choi Hyun-sang. Blinking his bloodshot eyes, Choi Hyun-sang walked over. From what he had been doing since morning, his clothes were covered in dirt and grass. He was dragging a shovel and a large sack of rice. Yunwoo quickly approached him. That looks heavy. Can I help you? It's fine. It looks heavy, but it's actually light. Choi Hyun-sang, letting the shovel hang, lightly shook the swollen sack of rice with one hand. A quick glance showed it was filled with wet soil. It looks incredibly heavy. Yunwoo grabbed the sack with both hands, as if to take it away, and staggered heavily. His forehead veins popped, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Ugh. Give it to me. Choi Hyun-sang took the sack back with one hand, and Yunwoo made an embarrassed face. You're really strong. No, it's light. Maybe you're just weak. No, the sack was marked as 40 kilograms. It was filled with soil instead of rice. Yunwoo looked puzzled for a moment. His eyes quickly scanned Choi Hyun-sang up and down. He doesn't have visible muscles. What's going on? Is he naturally strong? Yunwoo's gaze finally settled on the sack of soil. What is this soil for? Is it for research? Oh, right. I need to move it quickly. Yes, the soil is for research. The components of the hair loss rain remain in the deep soil. I have to go now. If I'm late, the professor will scold me. Mumbling like that, Choi Hyun-sang wobbled into the lodge. Yunwoo also headed back to the lodge to get some breakfast and lunch but then stopped. At the end of the road, he saw the lodge owner and some strangers. Sorry. I'm not good with computers, so I must have made a mistake. The lodge owner, bowing his sparsely haired head repeatedly. Behind him, 3 men and women followed, looking very annoyed. Excuse me, how could you make such a mistake? Even if we get a refund, we spent time coming all the way here. And now you're telling us there are no rooms available. I'm really sorry. I must have pressed the wrong button and thought the room was empty. For now, you can use my room on the first floor. The distance between them closed. Yunwoo frowned slightly. The lodge owner must have made a mistake and accepted guests. I have a bad feeling about this. When he had looked it up, this lodge had been operating for at least 10 years. Would they really make such a basic mistake? At that moment, plop, a raindrop hit Yunwoo's cheek and trickled down. Plop, another raindrop fell on the lodge owner's sparsely haired crown. Both of them tilted their heads back to look at the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Raindrops fell one by one, tracing blurry lines as they descended. The lodge owner's face hardened. So soon? No, this can't be. Leaving the disgruntled guests behind, he quickly started running. With an incredible burst of speed, he ran like the wind. Yunwoo didn't hesitate either. He turned around and ran back to the lodge. I don't know what this is, but it feels ominous. Is it the hair loss rain? Even though he had no hair loss, it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. The two quickly disappeared into the lodge. What's with those people? Do they have something urgent? The 3 remaining guests stood in bewilderment. Suddenly, a man and a woman with light luggage chased after the lodge owner in a hurry. The running man's eyes flashed as if he had realized something. He grabbed the woman's wrist and forcibly pulled her along. Ouch! Why are you doing this? Run faster! So, in the place where people had disappeared, only one man carrying a lot of luggage was left. Plop, plop, plop. Swoosh. The rain started pouring down like a sudden shower. Rain. Everything's going to get soaked. I should split up the luggage. He struggled to move, holding 2 large shopping bags, getting drenched in the rain. His head jutted forward like a turtle's. Crrrk crack. His neck stretched. The sound of bones twisting, the sound of skin tearing. As if someone were pulling, his neck stretched until, finally, his head fell off. Thud. The head of the nameless man rolled on the wet ground. It rolled through rain-soaked grass, muddy soil, and puddles filled with rainwater until it came to a stop. Splat. Next to the 2 wide-open eyes, the headless man stepped. A headless human approached the lodge. One Rei, Chuseok, also known as Hang-ai, is a major mid-autumn harvest festival and a 3-day holiday in South Korea. Toggle new ads. 3/5 enjoy the chapit? Please give the book a rating and a review on novel updates. It helps the website and helps people find this novel. If you'd like to make a one-time donation to support our translations or subscribe to read up to 15 chapters or more, depending on the novel, ahead, you can do so via Ko-fi. Click here. The 2 entered indoors before the rain started pouring. Lee In-woo stood at the entrance of the lodge, breathing heavily. His chest rose and fell quickly, and his entire body was tensed. But even in that state, he kept his eyes on the lodge owner. Regulating his breathing, he slowly stepped back at Novel bin at. His behavior is suspicious. He's not an ordinary person. His foot was poised on the stairway leading to the 2nd floor, ready to punch if necessary, his hand tightly clenched. The lodge owner also took deep breaths. Suddenly, his eyes met In-woo's. He smiled awkwardly. You see, with so little hair left, I'm sensitive to things like acid rain. I didn't ask. He ran his hand through his sparse hair, making an unnecessary, clumsy excuse. In-woo glared at the lodge owner, then cautiously took each step up the stairs. First, I need to arm myself. Let's get the gun. When the situation was uncertain and he sensed unknown danger, he knew to grab his gun first. In-woo rushed to his room and checked the pistol he had stashed in his tote bag. The gun, which he cleaned daily, was in good condition. Click. It's well maintained. The magazine is fully loaded. The weight of the gun brought him reassurance. After quickly checking his other tools, he slung the bag over his shoulder, passed through the quiet hallway, and descended to the 1st floor again. Everyone had come down to the 1st floor by then, all staring at the front door. The man and woman who had come in before the rain, the suspicious lodge owner, and the entire research team were tensely watching something beyond the door. In-woo glanced at the front door, ready to draw his gun from the bag at any moment. What is that? A shadow of a person was cast on the translucent glass door. The shadow of a headless person raised its hand and pressed against the glass door. Crack. The glass door split from the center of the 2 palms, and finally shattered, sending glass shards, rainwater, and 2 arms into the lodge. The headless person, drenched in rainwater and glass fragments, walked slowly into the lodge. Splish splash, leaving wet footprints, the headless man approached the people. As people instinctively held their breath and stepped back, Seo Pyeonho, the man, and the lodge owner exchanged sharp glances. Bang dash! A gunshot rang out. It was In-woo. Even as people looked at him in shock, he coldly stepped forward, pulling the trigger on the headless man. Bang dash! Bang dash! Bang dash! Rain that causes your head to fall off? Do people without heads turn into some kind of zombies? Bang dash! Bang dash! He didn't spare bullets, pouring them into the target. The headless man staggered as if dancing from the sudden barrage, but only slightly moved back without falling. Despite the holes riddling his body, he continued to move. The distance between them closed. In-woo suddenly stopped walking. His index finger, wet with cold sweat, repeatedly pulled the trigger, but no more bullets came out. Click click. He had emptied a magazine. The headless man hadn't died. He won't die. In-woo instinctively stepped back and looked at the people around him. What are you doing? Aren't you going to subdue him? Well, the gun dash. He's coming. Quickly subdue him. In-woo's shout snapped them back to their senses. Choi Hyun-sang? Subdue him. Yes. At Seo Pyeonho's command, Choi Hyun-sang raised the dirt-covered shovel high. The vertically positioned shovel blade sliced through the air and struck down. Whoosh dash, thud dash. The shovel split the shoulder and embedded halfway into the upper body. Yeah. Next, the lodge owner swung a long broom hard at the headless man's ankles. Just as he was taking a step, the headless man lost his balance and fell. Seo Pyeonho grinned. Choi Hyun-sang? Gong Yuna? Don't kill him, just restrain him? He's a fresh research subject. What should we use to restrain him? Isn't there any rope or string? We didn't bring any. At that moment, the lodge owner rushed out, returning with a red rope from the storage room. He handed it to Choi Hyun-sang. Here it is. With a tired look on his face, Choi Hyun-sang unraveled the long rope, holding each end in his hands. He briefly looked the headless man up and down. The headless man struggled to get up. The lodge owner pressed down on the joints with a broom, and Gong Yuna stomped on the solar plexus with her shoe. I'll tie his legs first. The red rope tightly wound around the ankles, calves, and thighs. Then it bound the wrists, torso, arms, and shoulders. Meanwhile, In-woo stepped back and reloaded his magazine, glancing at everyone. The lodge owner is suspicious. Seo Pyeonho too. They hid information from me. That man is also strange. Despite the appearance of the headless monster, the man was excitedly filming it, muttering to himself. As expected. This really exists. A world we didn't know about. Good thing I kept searching through ancient documents. Yinwu pondered for a moment. Did he film me too? Should I erase his memory and steal his phone? He thought about it, not wanting his face exposed, regardless of confidentiality. But that wasn't an immediate concern. Escaping the dangerous anomaly and suspicious people was the priority. Yinwu pulled a folding umbrella from his bag. If I just avoid the rain until I get to the car, I'll be fine. A few drops won't hurt. He decided to leave the lodge. As he passed the chaotic scene and approached the front door, Suppression's eyes lit up while watching the headless man. Then, seeing Yinwu, his face hardened. He spoke in a low voice. Mr. Li Yinwu, where are you going? I don't need the travel allowance. I'm leaving? The outside is dangerous, you know. Seeing Suppression trying to stop him only strengthened Yinwu's resolve to leave. He glared at Suppression. My role here is done. It rained as you wanted. I have no reason to stay. And you withheld information from me. But if you leave like this I'm done here. Yinwu turned and strode out the front door. His sneakers crunched on the wet glass shards. He disappeared beyond the front door, into the pouring rain. Suppression looked at Choi Hyun-sang, his lips twitching, then clenched his fist. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, smiled faintly, and then his expression hardened again. Well, will he be able to escape? No, that guy might just make it. Damn it. Outside, in the pouring rain, Yinwu lowered his umbrella, protecting his head from the rain. He held it so low that the spokes brushed against his head, ensuring his head stayed dry even when the wind blew. Yinwu stopped at the parking lot. His face twisted under the umbrella. Who did this? There were 4 cars. His compact car, the research team's SUV, the lodge owner's sedan, and the guest's sedan. Except for the sedan that the 3 guests arrived in, all the tires were slashed. Nails stuck out, and holes made the tires look limp. It was obvious that driving them was impossible. Yinwu gritted his teeth. Who did it? The lodge owner? Suppression? No, it doesn't matter who. Escaping is the priority. Yinwu closed his eyes for a moment and called on the dice to repair his car. Can you fix this? The dice, excited at being summoned after a long time, bounced and rolled, finally showing the result. Failure? Bang dash? A small explosion was heard. Yinwu couldn't believe his eyes. Smoke rose from the engine of the once functioning used compact car. He didn't need to open the hood to know the car was wrecked. Whew. Yinwu sighed. He had bought the cheap car just to get around, but thanks to the dice, it was ruined. It doesn't matter. I don't have to drive my own car. Yinwu moved toward the only car left intact. He memorized the number, 8562. Then he returned to the lodge. People were still gathered on the first floor of the lodge. When they saw Yinwu approaching, they each grabbed a weapon but then cautiously lowered their shovels and brooms upon seeing his head intact. Suppression smiled slightly and said, as expected, the outside is dangerous Click. The makeshift pistol gleamed darkly as it aimed at the people. Suppression's face hardened. 8562 whose car is it? That's my car. The man, who had been filming the headless man on his phone, slowly lowered it. Yinwu pointed the gun at him. Car key. Hand it over. What? No, it's a new car with a lot of payments left Do you want to get shot or hand over the car key? I'll give it to you. The man quickly pulled the car key from his pocket and handed it respectfully to Yinwu. Yinwu motioned with the gun near the man's head. Put it in the bag. If you try anything, I'll shoot immediately. I've reloaded the magazine, so I have plenty of bullets. Holding an umbrella in one hand and a gun in the other, he had no free hand to take the key. The man, his hands trembling, placed the car key into the bag. The muzzle of the gun touched his head, cold and heavy. It's in. The man stepped back, hands clasped together respectfully. Yinwu took a step back as well. He scanned the faces of the people and left a final remark. I checked the parking lot. All the tires were slashed except for this guy's car. Someone drove nails into them. I don't know who did it, but you should figure it out. Expressions on the faces of the people changed drastically. The lodge owner's mouth trembled, Suppression squinted, and the man realized he was in danger and turned pale. However, this wasn't Yinwu's concern. Splash. Yinwu slowly backed away and headed to the parking lot.